Introduction. Su Cheng has acquired a divine selection system. Please choose your origin. A. Spirit Pearl. B. Demon Orb. What on earth is this? Spirit Pearl? Demon Orb? Of course, I wish to attain immortality. I certainly do not wish to succumb to demonic influence. I choose A. Congratulations. You have been reincarnated as A.O. Bing. Isn't that the A.O. Bing whose dragon tendons were made into a belt? Indeed, it is the A.O. Bing from Ne Zha, Birth of the Demon Child. That one is even worse. The dragon clan is eternally doomed to the depths of the sea. Nevertheless, the divine selection system has been activated. Please select the world you wish to traverse next. A. Marvel Universe. B. Wandering Earth Universe. Are you seriously comparing these sci-fi worlds with the martial prowess of the investiture of the God's world? I think I shall just linger in the investiture of the God's world. Very well. Please select your cultivation technique. 36 transformations of the heavenly gang. B. 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. Chapter 1. Reborn? Am I a reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl? In a world shrouded in gray, Su Cheng awakened. Where am I? What is happening? Wasn't I just asleep? Su Cheng surveyed this unfamiliar realm with curiosity. Ahead, countless starlights intertwined, among which swam a blue and a red yin-yang fish amidst the cosmic sea. At that moment, a line of text appeared before Su Cheng. Host awakening detected. Divine selection system activated. Please select your origin. A. Spirit Pearl. B. Demon Orb. Spirit Pearl? Demon Orb? Su Cheng was taken aback. Did I not merely watch a movie about Ne Zha? How could I be dreaming of this? Su Cheng felt somewhat helpless. He thought he was still in a dream, as everything unfolding before him seemed too surreal. Let me make a choice. Su Cheng pondered. If I must choose between being a Spirit Pearl or a Demon Orb, naturally, I would choose the Spirit Pearl. Indeed, while the identity of the Demon Orb Ne Zha is quite adorable, its origins are dismal, and there is always the risk of being controlled by the Demon Orb's consciousness, which is far too perilous. Even if I could, like Ne Zha, transcend fate and survive the heavenly tribulation without being reduced to ashes, I could still lose my consciousness one day and fall into demonic madness. Host has chosen A. Do you confirm? Su Cheng suddenly paused, realizing that if this were a dream, it felt astonishingly real. However, if we were to discuss the differences between the Demon Orb and Spirit Pearl, my choice remains unchanged. Confirmed. I choose the Spirit Pearl. Choice confirmed. You have obtained the origin, reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Boom. A resonating sound erupted within Su Cheng's consciousness. He felt his body becoming uncontrollable, and moments later, he was thrust into the cosmic sea, merging into the blue yin-yang fish. Countless warm currents enveloped his soul, gradually lulling him into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, a colossal, rusted iron rod plunged deep into the abyss, entwined by a dark silver dragon. Below lay molten magma and countless dragon spawn. You have arrived. The mighty dragon suddenly spoke. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in black, resembling a leopard, descended slowly into the depths of the sea, clutching a cerulean orb. He raised the orb slightly, which emitted a faint blue glow, casting an ethereal light in the terrifying dragon's lair. This is the Spirit Pearl. The dragon gazed at the orb, a glimmer of hope flickering in its eyes. If it is infused into the dragon egg, my son shall acquire boundless powers, and in the future, there may be an opportunity for him to ascend to divinity. No. The dragon widened its eyes in fury, exclaiming, "Not possible?" "Indeed, it is possible," replied the man in black. The dragon calmed itself somewhat. "That is good." It opened its massive jaws and expelled the dragon egg, which floated gently before the two. The black-clad figure extended his hand, guiding the orb to the dragon egg, where it transformed into countless strands of spiritual energy permeating the egg. Suddenly, the egg shattered, and a small dragon emerged, morphing into a young child. The child possessed rosy lips and pearly teeth, surrounded by a faint blue aura, exuding an extraordinary charm. Su Cheng gradually regained consciousness. Faint voices reached his ears. "This is my son, A.O. Bing. As per our agreement, I shall allow him to take you as his master, but you must ensure his escape from this underwater purgatory and guide him to the celestial realm." "That is unfeasible." "Unfeasible." The dragon's voice rose in intensity. "Unfeasible. Success or death. I must prove that I am indeed the most suitable candidate among the 12 golden immortals. Next time, a mere nod will suffice. What is this? What is transpiring? Su Cheng gradually opened his eyes, revealing a magnificent dragon and a figure adorned in black. Why do these lines sound so familiar? Surveying his surroundings, Su Cheng's heart raced. Oh no, I have traversed into the world of the film Ne Zha, Birth of the Demon Child. He suddenly regretted choosing the Spirit Pearl. Although the Spirit Pearl indeed alleviated concerns of being manipulated by the demon pill, it also bore its own disadvantages. For the Spirit Pearl belonged to the dragon race. It is essential to understand that the film Ne Zha, Birth of the Demon Child diverges from mythological lore in certain respects, particularly regarding the status of the dragon race, which is depicted as lower in rank. In this cinematic narrative, dragons serve as enforcers for the celestial realm, yet they remain perpetually mistrusted. The dragon race aids the heavenly beings in quelling countless underwater beasts, yet the celestial realm continues to harbor suspicion towards them, confining the dragons to the ocean depths, forbidding them from departing even a step. Even so, the dragons dare not rebel instead. They place their hopes in Ao Bing, wishing that one day he may be granted divine status by the celestial realm, thus leading the dragon race to transcend their fate. In truth, such aspirations are utterly ludicrous. Even if Ao Bing were to achieve success, it is evident that the status of the dragon clan would not improve significantly. In the past, the Yinglong aided the Yellow Emperor in his great battle against Qiyu, earning tremendous accolades, and the Dragon King of the East assisted the celestial realm in suppressing numerous beasts. Yet the dragon clan now finds itself ensnared in a similar predicament. As Shun Gongbao aptly remarked, the prejudices harbored in the hearts of men are akin to an insurmountable mountain. As long as one is weak, even attaining the status of a deity would merely equate to a position akin to that of a mere stable keeper. The example of Sun Wukong has already elucidated this matter. To truly liberate the dragon clan from the dominion of the celestial realm, the only course of action is to establish a force more formidable than the heavens themselves. There is no other recourse. The West serves as an exemplary model in this regard. Prior to the conferred deities' war, the East held the West in disdain, yet the Western teachings, through unscrupulous means, expanded their influence and ultimately preached to the East, even managing to stand in parity with Taoism of the East. Was this achieved by seeking protection like the Dragon King of the East? Certainly not. However, such discussions are mere idle talk, for I do not wish to bear this destiny system. May I choose anew? Even the likes of Ne Zha would suffice. At least he possesses a noble lineage and is a genuine deity of Taoism. As Su Cheng pondered, the Dragon King of the East spoke up from beside him. My son Ao Bing henceforth, this Shun Gongbao shall be your master. I hope you will diligently learn the arts and mystical powers from him, and one day lead our clan to transcend its fate. The Dragon King of the East opened his vast maw and gently exhaled, sending the still infant Su Cheng tumbling to Shun Gongbao's side. Shun Gongbao tenderly embraced Su Cheng and bowed to the Dragon King, saying, I shall not disappoint the trust of the Dragon King. This child is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl in a mere half-day. He shall rapidly mature in 3 days. He will be able to accompany me to cultivate the arts and mystical powers. Then I shall entrust you with him. I will impart some spells of the Dragon Clan for you to teach him. As I am currently unable to guide my son, I hope you will nurture him well, the Dragon King of the East said. Feeling the affection in the Dragon King's words, Su Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. So be it, since this is the path I have chosen. I shall proceed forward. I am determined to transcend my fate and become an existence even more formidable than the Ao Bing of the original tale. Chapter 2. The 72 Transformations of the Earthly Fiends. The Hunyuan Pearl split in twain, becoming the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Sphere. Both the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Sphere inherited the properties of the Hunyuan Pearl, drawing in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. This explains why, in merely 3 short years, Ne Zha and Ao Bing were able to mature into the forms of young adolescents. By the 3rd day since his arrival in this world, Su Cheng had transformed into a child of 3 or 4 years, moving with ease and speaking fluently. In an ordinary household, he would have likely been regarded as a prodigy, yet, in the eyes of Shun Gongbao and the Dragon King, there was nothing amiss about Su Cheng. The Spirit Pearl is indeed a marvel of nature. Deep beneath the sea of the East China Sea, a boy clad in white stood before the Dragon King and Shun Gongbao. The boy, adorned with exquisite features and waist-length azure hair, exuded an aura of elegance. He is Su Cheng, also known as Ao Bing. That Su Cheng stood before the Dragon King and Shun Gongbao. In fact, countless dragons in the surrounding seas were secretly observing Su Cheng. She embodied the hope of the dragon race, and indeed, with the fusion of the dragon bloodline and the spirit pearl, Su Cheng had achieved rapid growth within merely 3 days, an extraordinary feat unmatched by any dragon. Upon deeper reflection, however, there was one individual who had experienced something akin to this: the ancestor of all dragons, Yinglong. Legend has it that Yinglong, too, had mastered the water-controlling divine abilities of the dragon race just 3 days after his birth, displaying immense power. "My child, from this day forth, you shall officially train under your master, Shen Gongbao," the Dragon King declared. Shen Gongbao? Su Cheng glanced at the figure of the man in the black robe beside her, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Could she perhaps choose someone else? After all, in her impression, Shen Gongbao did not seem particularly formidable. One might even venture to say he was weak. Nevertheless, she recalled that in Ne Zha, Birth of the Demon Child, Shen Gongbao had demonstrated commendable prowess, momentarily suppressing Tai Zhenren, showcasing a cultivation level akin to the 12 Golden Immortals. Given her own lack of skills, becoming his disciple was indeed a viable option. Suppressing her misgivings, Su Cheng knelt before the man in black and said, "Disciple Ao Bing pays respects to master." Shen Gongbao nodded with satisfaction. With Ao Bing acknowledging him as her master, the dragon race was now firmly intertwined with his interests, facilitating his future endeavors. He would also gain the unwavering support of the Dragon Clan in the forthcoming investiture of the gods. With this thought, Shen Gongbao felt a surge of joy. As a master, he could not remain indifferent, however. As a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzun, his treasures were woefully scarce. After some contemplation, he decided to impart divine abilities as compensation, pondering which to bestow. At that moment, a line of text appeared before Su Cheng's eyes. System notification. Shen Gongbao is about to present you with a gift of apprenticeship. Please select your skill. A. Jade Purity Celestial Method. B. Tiangang 36 Transformations. C. Dijao 72 Transformations. Oh, Su Cheng was momentarily frozen in place. What on earth was happening? As for option A, the Jade Purity Celestial Method, it was a common technique among the disciples of Yuanshi Tianzun, accessible to any of his students. But what were options B and C? Tiangang 36 Transformations? Dijao 72 Transformations? Are you kidding me? Wasn't that the divine technique imparted by Bodhi Patriarch to Sun Wukong? What merit did a mere Shen Gongbao possess to bestow such a gift upon me? Yet, the system could not be mistaken. Since these two divine abilities were mentioned, Shen Gongbao undoubtedly possessed them. I choose C. Su Cheng declared hastily. It was said that both the Tiangang 36 Transformations and the Dijao 72 Transformations were supreme spells, capable of evading calamities and granting immortality when cultivated to the highest realm. Some believe that the Tiangang 36 Transformations were indeed more powerful than the Dijao 72 Transformations. Yet Su Cheng was not so sure. In Journey to the West, Zhu Beiji learns the 36 transformations of the celestial troops. Yet he struggles to master even the art of transformation, requiring assistance from Sun Wukong. This suggests that, at least in terms of transformation techniques, the celestial troops may indeed be inferior to the earthly fiends. Examining the terms celestial troops and earthly fiends reveals their questionable reliability. In Journey to the West, these terms are more accurately referred to as the celestial number and earthly number, rather than being directly associated with the Taoist concept of celestial troops and earthly fiends. The original text of Journey to the West never claims that the 36 transformations are superior to the 72 transformations. Rather, it is Luo Guanzhong's novel, The Three Sui Eliminate Demons, that asserts the greater power of the 36 transformations. However, can this serve as a reliable reference? Nevertheless, the earthly fiends possess a distinctive characteristic: the ability to master skills rapidly. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong learns the 72 transformations almost overnight, and as a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, he would not be slow to learn, even without the foundation laid by Bodhi Patriarch. With only 3 years remaining before the calamity descends, which may herald the onset of the war of deification, it is paramount for Su Cheng to achieve mastery swiftly. Thus, despite the uncertainty surrounding whether the 36 transformations of the celestial troops or the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends are superior, he ultimately chooses the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. At this moment, Su Cheng made his choice. The divine choice system immediately recognized the success of his decision. Shen Gongbao had initially intended to impart the Jade Purity Immortal method to Ao Bing, but suddenly furrowed his brow. Shen Gongbao, my friend, what troubles you? The old Dragon King, noticing Shen Gongbao's silence, inquired. Nothing. I just suddenly recalled something. Shen Gongbao stammered. What is it? I observe that this child possesses an extraordinary lineage. If I were to teach him a mundane immortal method, it may not fully unleash the potential of the spiritual pearl within him. As he spoke, Shen Gongbao produced a jade tablet from his robe and said, Child, I possess a supernatural technique known as the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, also referred to as the 8-9 mysterious art. 8-9 mysterious art? Su Cheng was taken aback. 8-9? What does 8-9 entail? After a moment of confusion, Su Cheng suddenly realized. Goodness, the 8-9 mysterious art. Isn't that the legendary technique cultivated by Yang Jian, the second son of heaven? Now I understand. I finally comprehend. If this is the case, everything becomes clear. In Investiture of the Gods, Yang Jian is also a disciple of the Chan sect, the apprentice of the Jade Ding Jinren among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. The technique he cultivates is indeed the 8-9 mysterious art. The 8-9 mysterious art includes 72 transformations, which hints at the 72 transformations. In Journey to the West, Yang Jian is able to suppress Sun Wukong precisely because he possesses the 72 transformations and wields a divine eye technique that allows him to see through Sun Wukong's transformations. Moreover, it is hardly surprising that Shen Gongbao, as a direct disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign and a brother to the Jade Dingjinren, could procure the 8-9 mysterious art from the hands of the Jade Dingjinren. Indeed, Shen Gongbao gently pushed the jade tablet, which floated gracefully before Su Cheng. Simultaneously, the tablet emanated a faint glow. This 8-9 profound art is something I acquired from a Jade Taoist. It is said to possess immense power, yet it demands exceptionally high innate talent. The Jade Taoist himself is not particularly adept in it. As for my own mastery, I am even less proficient. However, you, being the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, are surely capable of harnessing its full potential. As Shen Gongbao spoke, he resolved firmly within himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he and the Dragon Clan were akin to grasshoppers tied together on the same string. The more formidable Ao Bing became, the brighter Shen Gongbao's future would shine. Therefore, he could not afford to merely rely on other spells to deceive Ao Bing. Initially, Shen Gongbao had intended to impart the Jade Purity Immortal technique to Ao Bing, as he was quite skilled in it. However, to limit Ao Bing's training to just the Jade Purity Immortal technique would be to tarnish the brilliance of the Spirit Pearl. If Ao Bing were truly able to successfully cultivate the 8-9 profound art, then achieving sanctity in physical form would be far from surprising. Chapter 3. The extraordinary talent. By absorbing the spiritual energy from the Jade Tablet, one can attain the entirety of the profound 8-9 mystical arts. However, whether one can successfully cultivate it depends entirely on oneself, Shen Gongbao remarked. Listening to Shen Gongbao's stammering voice, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Thank you, master. He grasped the Jade Tablet with fervor. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to endure the torment of Shen Gongbao's stuttering guidance in person. Otherwise, just the sound of his speech would have been enough to test his patience. Buzz. The Jade Tablet vibrated violently, and Su Cheng felt an immense surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. Suddenly, a multitude of engraved characters began to form in his mind. Su Cheng was taken aback. What on earth are these characters? Despite having received a higher education in the 21st century, he couldn't recognize a single one. They were far more challenging than Oracle Bone script. While Su Cheng was in a quandary, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out. Text information detected. Please choose. Ignore text content. Read text content. Is it possible to do that? I choose to read. Confirming. Read text content. Instantly, the world before Su Cheng brightened. The previously indecipherable characters that crawled like worms suddenly became clear, each character's meaning accurately materializing in his mind. As the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, he momentarily grasped the essence of this technique, and the Spirit Pearl began to operate at an astonishing speed, filled with an overwhelming desire to experiment immediately. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao and the old Dragon King remained oblivious to Su Cheng's transformation. The old Dragon King remarked, Shen Gongbao, my friend, I have heard of the 8-9 mystical arts. It is said to have been comprehended and refined by the primordial heavenly venerable from the cultivation techniques of the witch clan, serving as the foundational technique of the Chan sect. Is this true? Indeed. However, you only need to nod in agreement, Sheng Gongbao responded, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The transformation techniques of my Chan sect are all derived from these 8-9 mystical arts. Generally, transformation arts cannot assume the form of living beings. Besides the 8-9 mystical arts, there exists another technique, the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang, capable of transforming into living entities as well. Such profound spells, like transforming into living beings, are difficult even for the 12 golden immortals to master. My talents are not insignificant, yet after decades of cultivation, I have only managed to master the art of transforming into a human. Although Ao Bing is the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, I fear it may take him a year or more to even begin to grasp the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. Bang! With a resounding noise, Sheng Gongbao's voice abruptly ceased. He looked in astonishment at Ao Bing, who had vanished without a trace. In his place stood a man with a leopard face, clad in a black robe. Wait, is that not me? What is happening? Ao Bing transformed into himself. Transformation art? Sheng Gongbao stood dumbfounded, and after a moment, he jumped back in shock. Ah? Are you all right? Su Cheng glanced at his hands and thought they resembled something remarkable. He raised a finger and gently pointed at Sheng Gongbao, who was instantly enveloped in a radiant glow. After a brief moment, he transformed into a delicate young boy, revealing Ao Bing. With a playful spirit, Su Cheng stepped closer and gently touched Ao Bing's forehead, chuckling, "Binger, what do you think of my magical prowess? Would you like to cultivate to possess such abilities as mine?" The Dragon King swayed his head, alternately gazing at Ao Bing and Sheng Gongbao. With his own divine powers, he found it difficult to discern which was real and which was merely an illusion, prompting him to inquire, "Dear friend Sheng Gongbao, what on earth is happening here?" What? Ao Bing stammered, attempting to speak. The Dragon King lightly coiled him with his tail, admonishing, "Binger, do not be disrespectful." What nonsense! Ao Bing broke free from the Dragon King's grasp, pointing at Sheng Gongbao and declaring, "He is the real Ao Bing. I am Sheng Gongbao." With a wave of his hand, he unleashed his own powers, instantly dispelling Su Cheng's illusion and restoring his true form. It appears that spells cast upon living beings can be so easily unraveled, Sheng Gongbao pondered. I wonder if it is due to my insufficient cultivation or something else. You are truly a genius. The genuine Sheng Gongbao marveled at the flawless replica of himself created by Su Cheng, noting that even the voice was indistinguishable, except for the stammering. At that moment, the Dragon King also came to a realization, and the surrounding dragons could hardly believe their eyes. He himself was in disbelief. This was the legendary 8-9 profound art. His child had comprehended it in an instant. What an extraordinary prodigy. Congratulations, Dragon King. A malevolent dragon behind him announced with a gruff voice. The other dragons, awakening from their stupor, collectively cheered, "Congratulations, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon King." Tears of joy streamed down the Dragon King's face as he proclaimed, "At last, our dragon clan has a new hope. This is my son, Ao Bing. I command that henceforth, whenever my son issues a decree, the Eastern Sea Dragon clan shall dare not disobey. To see him is to see me." Yes, the dragons, filled with excitement, began to roll in jubilation, and in an instant, an immense tsunami surged across the Eastern Sea. Is this really necessary? Su Cheng mused, observing the fervent gazes of the dragons. After all, he had merely acquired a transformation technique. He sensed that while he could change form, his grasp of the 8-9 profound art was only at its nascent stage, barely scratching the surface of the first tier. The 8-9 profound art consists of 9 tiers, each with 8 transformations, culminating in a total of 72 transformations. Attaining the 9th tier grants invulnerability to weapons and immunity to fire and water, enabling one to transcend the 3 realms and elude the 5 elements, achieving immortality and longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. Even should one's soul be dragged to hell, one could incinerate the book of life and death like Sun Wukong. This is the true power of the 8-9 profound art. As for Yang Jian, he was presumably still in his cultivation, while Sun Wukong remained a mere stone. Thus far, no one, aside from the primordial heavenly sovereign, had succeeded in mastering the 8-9 profound art. This includes the Jade Dingjinren. Initially startled by Su Cheng, Sheng Gongbao now felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. With such a disciple, how could he fail to achieve great things? Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid, splendid Ao Bing. Ha ha ha, congratulations to you, Dragon King." The rise of the dragon clan to immortality is just around the corner. Initially, I feared that Aobing's demonic lineage would be discovered. But if he can master the 8-9 profound arts, no one, save for the celestial sovereign, will uncover his true identity. Our plans are bound to succeed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 4. The Divine Dragon Spear. Upon acquiring the 8-9 profound arts, Su Cheng embarked on his journey of cultivation beneath the sea. Bearing the mission of revitalizing the dragon clan, both the old Dragon King and Shun Gongbao were diligent in their guidance. Fortunately, their training regimen was not excessively harsh. As long as he completed his daily tasks, he was free to pursue other activities. They also emphasized the development of his moral character and cultural knowledge. This period of cultivation lasted a full 6 months. At first, immersed in the 8-9 profound arts, Su Cheng was patient. However, as time passed, he grew weary. Having nearly exhausted the transformative techniques within the 8-9 profound arts, he found that after reaching the 5th level, the subsequent stages were primarily about accumulating magical energy and refining his physical form. Sun Wukong studied Taoist principles for 7 years, mastering the foundational teachings before dedicating 3 years to the path of longevity. Yet, he learned the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends in a single night, illustrating that these transformations are largely a matter of innate ability. With sufficient talent and foundation, mastery comes swiftly. Su Cheng, as the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, naturally possessed talent, yet he lacked a solid foundation. Such a foundation must be built gradually and cannot be achieved overnight. A truth well understood by Shun Gongbao and the old Dragon King. I wish to venture out. One day, Su Cheng announced to them, "It is exceedingly dull down here. I believe that experiencing the outside world would greatly benefit my cultivation." The old Dragon King and Shun Gongbao exchanged glances. The old Dragon King replied, "My child, you are still young, merely a little over 6 months old. I can understand the curiosity of youth, but do you realize how treacherous the world outside is? Even with boundless powers, should you fall into worldly temptations and face tribulations, your cultivation may suffer. Moreover, your identity as a demon will inevitably lead to rejection by others." "That will not happen," Su Cheng countered. "I have mastered the 72 transformations to perfection and can easily conceal my demonic aura." With that, he transformed, shifting from a dragon-like appearance to that of a graceful young man clad in white. "Can you discern that I am of the Dragon Clan?" he asked. "As for worldly tribulations, there is no need for my father and master to worry. My intent in venturing out is merely to explore the mountains and enjoy the waters. I have no plans to wander into the human realm." The old Dragon King and Shun Gongbao exchanged another glance. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Gongbao remarked, "Dragon King, I believe Aobing has a point. His cultivation of the 8-9 profound arts has reached a bottleneck, and persisting in this manner would bear little fruit. Perhaps allowing him to take a break and experience the outside world would actually be beneficial to his cultivation." The old Dragon King remained silent for a moment before conceding. "As you are the master, I shall defer to your judgment." Shun Gongbao nodded and addressed Su Cheng, "Binger, your journey this time may allow you to vanquish demons and dispel evil in various lands, thus accumulating prestige and merit for yourself. This will undoubtedly benefit you in the future during the great battle of sealing the gods." "Indeed, thank you, Master. I naturally take the extermination of demons and evildoers as my duty." No, Shun Gongbao interjected. "While vanquishing demons is a task undertaken with ease, you must prioritize your own safety. You bear a mission and cannot recklessly place yourself in peril. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. From the very first day he arrived in this world, he had never held Shun Gongbao in high regard. In both film and literature, Shun Gongbao merely appeared as a villain. Particularly in Ne Zha, Birth of the Demon Child, he was portrayed as someone who would stop at nothing to become one of the 12 golden immortals. However, upon reflection, it became evident that Shun Gongbao harbored no ulterior motives towards Aobing. In both the film and Investiture of the Gods, he could be seen as a man of honor, unwaveringly loyal to his friends. Although he belonged to the way of revelation, he had never gained the trust of the primordial heavenly sovereign, who did not appoint him as one of the 12 golden immortals or entrust him with future responsibilities. The members of the Way of Revelation held him in contempt. The South Pole immortal referred to him as a person with ill intentions, while Guang Chengzi labeled him as a demon, and Qi Jingzi called him a rebel. Yet, this so-called treacherous demon and rebel remained unwaveringly loyal to King Zhou. The mere utterance of fellow Taoist, "Please stay," could summon the full support of countless disciples from the Way of Interception. Does this not speak volumes? As Shun Gongbao himself stated in Ne Zha, Birth of the Demon Child, the prejudices within people's hearts form a towering mountain. Ne Zha was not appointed. Yet Shen Gongbao accepted his fate, did he not? On the contrary, Shen Gongbao was a resilient individual, never one to accept fate passively. Though he may be a villain, he is not a wicked man. Now, hearing his master express such genuine concern for him, Su Cheng felt a stirring in his heart. Since you can sincerely care for me, I too shall repay you with a just future. Su Cheng silently resolved himself. Binger, you are about to depart. Yet you do not possess a suitable magical artifact, the old Dragon King suddenly interjected. Today, I shall present you with a selection of treasures from the Dragon Clan's treasury. While it may not be as grand as the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, it will at least provide you with a weapon for self-defense. Ding. System prompt. The East Sea Dragon King wishes to bestow upon you a magical artifact. Please choose Sea Salt Pearl Clam or Ocean Covering Divine Dragon Spear. Sea Salt Pearl Clam? Su Cheng exclaimed in surprise. What on earth is that? He had never heard of such a thing before. Sea Salt Pearl Clam? Sounds as delightful as sea salt cheese ice cream. Upon further contemplation, he realized, wait, could this be the weapon of Ao Bing from the original story of Ne Zha, Birth of the Demon Child? Those two massive hammers? I choose. Though the true nature of the sea-covering divine dragon halberd remains a mystery, one could not help but feel a sense of incongruity as a graceful young lad wielded two massive hammers. While such a sight may not have seemed odd in the realm of film, Su Cheng found it rather dissonant. After all, he aspired to embody the image of an elegant young master. Even without a celestial sword, he ought to wield a magnificent weapon, rather than resorting to the clumsiness of two hammers. System, host selection, sea-covering divine dragon halberd. The old Dragon King paused momentarily, seemingly making a choice, and then opened his colossal maw. A radiant aura enveloped the air as he expelled a magnificent Fangtian Huaji. The halberd shimmered with a cold light, exuding an imposing presence that inspired awe and a sense of formidable power. As Su Cheng delicately grasped the Fangtian Huaji, a heavy force surged through it, almost overwhelming him despite his exceptional talent. Chapter 5. Journey to the East China Sea. Su Cheng could not help but be astonished. Although his foundation was still somewhat fragile, having trained in the 8-9 mysteries without the guidance of a mentor, since even Shen Gongbao had never practiced it himself, he could only offer rudimentary advice on basic Taoist methods. Nevertheless, given his innate talent and 6 months of training in the 8-9 mysteries, he was nearly unable to hold the Fangtian Huaji, which must weigh at least 7,000 pounds. His surprise was mirrored in the old Dragon King's expression, who, upon witnessing Su Cheng's ability to lift the halberd, felt a mix of astonishment and pride. Truly, he is my son. This sea-covering divine dragon halberd is a treasured legacy passed down by Lord Yinglong after the great Yu quelled the waters. It is one of our Dragon Clan's most cherished artifacts. Weighing in at 7,200 pounds, even among deities, it is a challenge to wield. Yet you, born merely half a year ago, are already capable of lifting it, which speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent. 7,200 pounds. Su Cheng pondered for a moment, suddenly reminded of a scene from Journey to the West. In that tale, Sun Wukong sought treasures from the Dragon King of the East Sea, who presented him with over a dozen divine weapons, all of which the Monkey King deemed too light, breaking them with ease. Only the 7,200-pound Fangtian Huaji posed a slight burden to him. Although it too was dismissed as too light, its might was undeniable. While it may not compare to the ruler of the seas, it stood as a formidable divine weapon nonetheless. Could this indeed be the sea-covering divine dragon halberd? Quite possibly. Su Cheng instinctively nodded. If that were the case, he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Of course, during this period, the ruler of the seas was also in the East Sea. He cast a glance at the rusted iron rod entwined around the old Dragon King. Despite its unremarkable appearance, this rod was, in fact, the legendary ruler of the seas used by Great Yu to measure the oceans. However, it appeared that this ruler of the seas was likely not only a stabilizer for the sea, but also possibly linked to suppressing ancient sea monsters. Therefore, even if Su Cheng desired it, the old Dragon King would probably refuse to part with it. Perhaps this was why the system did not include it as an option. Thank you, Father, for bestowing upon me this divine weapon. Su Cheng clasped her hands in gratitude, then murmured, "It is a pity that I truly desired a sword." The old Dragon King felt a twinge of embarrassment. Regrettably, while my underwater treasury is abundant with swords, none are of the extraordinary variety. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall surely enlist someone to assist you in your search. No need, Su Cheng chuckled softly. I shall seek it out myself when the time comes. Shen Gongbao furrowed his brow slightly, as if he intended to speak, yet he shook his head and remained silent. Then the child shall go play. Wait a moment. The old Dragon King pondered for a moment before calling out to Su Cheng again. What more is there? Su Cheng turned back, only to see the old Dragon King suddenly use his sharp claws to forcibly detach a luminescent scale from his own body. Then, the East Sea was suddenly illuminated. Countless dragons, mirroring the actions of the old Dragon King, removed a scale from their bodies as well. Numerous dragon scales floated in the East Sea, radiating a dazzling light, akin to twinkling stars. Is this the dragon armor? Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, as he anticipated, the myriad scales coalesced into an incredibly sturdy armor, which then transformed into a flowing white robe, draping over Su Cheng's form. Had the narrative of the dragon armor arrived ahead of schedule? In the film, due to Ao Bing's intent to halt the rampage of the demon pill, the Dragon King, concerned for him, along with the other dragons, fashioned the hardest scales of their bodies into the dragon armor, bestowing it upon Ao Bing. This armor was impervious to blades and fire, and could withstand heavenly tribulations for several seconds, a testament to the dragon's dedication and immense power. This is the armor forged from the hardest scales of my dragon kin, impervious to weapons and the elements, a supreme magical artifact. With it, your safety shall surely be assured. The old Dragon King spoke with a hint of weariness. Moved, Su Cheng replied, Father, you need not go to such lengths. My cultivation of the 8-9 profound art already renders me invulnerable to blades and fire. Nonsense. Your mastery of the 8-9 profound art is not yet complete. Never be complacent. Do you understand? The old Dragon King admonished half-heartedly, infused with affection. Thank you, Father. Su Cheng donned the armor and turned to swim towards the sea. After Su Cheng departed, Shun Gongbao remarked, There is no need for concern, my friend the Dragon King. Binger is the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl. He has the protection of the heavens and is entirely safe. It is not the fear of 1,000 dangers, but rather the worry of a single misfortune. He is, after all, the hope of our dragon lineage. Moreover, even if he were not, he is still my son. Li Jing's paternal love was touching, willing to sacrifice his life for Ne Zha. Yet, how different was the old Dragon King's love? Shun Gongbao nodded. The Dragon King's affection for his son is palpable, and I am deeply moved. However, if Binger does not undergo trials, he will never grow. Rest assured, my friend, I shall covertly protect Bing. With that, Shun Gongbao transformed into a streak of dark light and ascended toward the surface of the sea. As he emerged from the East China Sea, a ray of sunlight suddenly enveloped Su Cheng, instantly invigorating him. It had been far too long since he had last basked in the sun. Stretching lazily, he realized that he had long desired to embark on this journey. Having returned to the Shang dynasty, how could he possibly forego the opportunity to experience the splendor of ancient China from 4 millennia ago? Moreover, this was a realm steeped in mythology. Where to next? To explore the mountains and waters, of course. And the mortal realm. His previous declaration of avoiding the human world had merely been a ruse to placate Shun Gongbao and the Dragon King, to spare them unnecessary concern. Given the rare chance to witness the beauty of the earthly realm from 4,000 years past, how could he resist? As for the trials of the mundane world, Su Cheng felt little trepidation. At that moment, however, he furrowed his brow. Was he truly concerned? Despite his training in the 8-9 mystical arts, Su Cheng's cultivation was still inferior to Shun Gongbao's due to his shorter practice duration, yet he could effortlessly sense Shun Gongbao's presence. It seemed that Shun Gongbao intended to trail him, offering protection. While this was indeed a kind gesture that touched him, he still disliked being followed, as it felt akin to surveillance. Master, I intend to venture forth alone for my own training. You needn't accompany me. I shall return to the East China Sea in just a few days, Su Cheng asserted loudly. With that, he swung the sea-covering divine dragon halberd with great force. Boom. Instantly, a tremendous tsunami surged forth across the East China Sea, catching the hidden Shun Gongbao off guard and plunging him beneath the waves. Su Cheng swiftly harnessed the 8-9 mystical arts, transforming into a majestic eagle, soaring high into the expansive sky. Curse you, ungrateful disciple, Shun Gongbao exclaimed, a mix of anger and helplessness in his voice. Chapter 6. Princess Longji. As Su Cheng soared through the heavens, he experienced for the first time the exhilarating joy of flight. Though he had traveled by airplane in his previous life, the sensation of personally gliding among the clouds was an experience beyond the capabilities of any aircraft. After a brief glide, Su Cheng activated the 8-9 mystical arts, reverting from the eagle to his true form. Gently, he ascended upon the clouds, reclining within their embrace, utterly at ease and carefree. After indulging in a lengthy slumber, he allowed the clouds to carry him aloft. Initially intending to engage in training, He found himself wasting an entire day amidst the clouds. Upon awakening, he discovered that dusk had fallen. With a gentle turn, he lay on the cloud, gazing down at the earth below. In the distance, wisps of smoke curled upward, indicating the presence of a small town. Having dozed off, he had now arrived in the realm of humanity. Could it be that he was at Chintang Pass? Su Cheng pondered. If that were indeed the case, then he would certainly pay a visit to Ne Zha. Rising to his feet, he gracefully leaped from the cloud. Feeling the invigorating breeze rush beneath him, dispelling his lingering drowsiness and replacing it with a refreshing clarity. At that moment, a series of astonished exclamations echoed from afar. What a magnificent bird! The fiery red creature was truly majestic. Surely, it must be a descendant of the phoenix. Old Hong, how do you intend to handle such a colossal bird? Su Cheng raised her gaze slightly and noticed a group of bowmen surrounding a robust elderly man. The old man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such a large bird is likely a spiritual entity. If I were to harm it, I might incur divine retribution." The elder mused silently. System notification. The daughter of the Queen Mother of the West, Princess Long Ji, has descended to the mortal realm and is now captured by humans. Please choose, assist or ignore. Princess Long Ji? Su Cheng's attention sharpened. The princess was renowned for her beauty in the investiture of the gods and hailed from the heavenly realm, possessing a noble lineage. She was originally a fairy of the Yaoqi, born to the Queen Mother, Wang Munyang Yang, and the Jade Emperor, Hao Tian Shangdi. Yet due to her yearning for the mortal world and a lapse in etiquette at the peach banquet, she was banished to the Phoenix Mountains Qinghuan Dushu. Subsequently, she met a tragic end in the formation of the myriad immortals and was enshrined as the Red Wand Star. Of noble birth, striking beauty, and virtuous nature, Princess Longji was also a formidable sorceress, proficient in water magic. She was a valiant warrior for the Zhou dynasty, having defeated Luo Xian, wounded Kong Xian, and captured Hong Jin. Her steed was the Qinghuan, and she possessed numerous protective artifacts, including the Mist and Du Universe Net, the Four Seas Bottle, and the Universe Needle, as well as the Dragon Binding Rope. Her weaponry comprised the Twin Dragon Sword, the Luan Flying Sword, and the Yaoqi White Light Sword, all adept at countering fire-based spells. Wasn't I at Chintang Pass? How could I encounter Princess Long Ji descending to the mortal realm? Su Cheng pondered, momentarily perplexed. However, upon further reflection, it seemed less strange. After all, she had slumbered on a cloud for an entire afternoon, and with the wind's force, she could have drifted thousands of miles away. Perhaps this place wasn't even Chintang Pass. I choose. Regardless of this location, it was imperative to rescue Princess Long Ji. Setting aside the potential connection to the heavenly realm, Su Cheng could not ignore the tragic beauty of Long Ji's fate as depicted in the investiture of the gods. Logically, since she was able to manifest during the divine war, she should not be in peril. Nevertheless, the current world was not merely the realm of investiture of the gods, but also encompassed the universe of the king's avatar, making anything possible. Without hesitation, Su Cheng acted swiftly. Host selection confirmed. Instantly, Su Cheng felt invigorated as a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, drawing the attention of the surrounding hunters. The hunter known as Old Hong turned his gaze towards Su Cheng. Concealed by the 8-9 mystical skill, Su Cheng's dragon horns and forehead mark were hidden from the discerning eyes of mere mortals. The effect of the skill transformed her appearance into that of a youth seemingly no older than 17 or 18, and the hunters marveled at her enchanting demeanor. I am Su Cheng, hailing from the Eastern Sea. My esteemed brothers, look, it's shedding tears. Su Cheng pointed to the exquisitely beautiful red wand, whose eyes sparkled with crystalline droplets, seemingly filled with sorrow. Tears. Indeed, such a mystical object exists, and Old Hong could not help but be astonished. Yes, so please release it, Su Cheng remarked. Release it? Before Old Hong could respond, a nearby hunter retorted angrily. You little brat, this was personally hunted by our Old Hong. How could we possibly let it go? Scram. Su Cheng's gaze turned icy as he declared, Humph, you refuse to drink the wine offered, and instead choose the punishment. With a sudden flourish of his hand, a dark aura materialized, swiftly transforming into a formidable Fong Tian Hua Ji, the sea-covering dragon spear. Su Cheng planted the spear gently into the ground. Boom. In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted, and with a thunderous sound, a terrifying pit appeared where the spear struck the earth. Will you release it or not? A monster. The hunters were taken aback, collapsing to the ground in fear. Only Old Hong managed to remain upright, though he was clearly shaken. I will, please wait, sir. Old Hong hastily replied. He had already been reluctant to harm the Red Phoenix, and now, witnessing Su Cheng's overwhelming power, he dared not oppose him further. He quickly untied the red phoenix, which flapped its wings feebly, attempting to take flight, but collapsing weakly back to the ground. Su Cheng glanced over and noticed an arrow wound on the phoenix's wing, evidently inflicted by the old man. Sir, look. This divine bird has been accidentally injured by the old fool. Ahead lies the phoenix gathering. Why not let us fetch a shaman to treat it? Old Hong suggested. There is no need for your intervention. You may leave, Su Cheng replied, stepping forward to gently lift the red phoenix. Stroking its forehead softly for a moment as he whispered, "It will be all right." "Yes, sir." Old Hong respectfully bowed and urged the few hunters behind him. "Hurry, hurry, wait." Su Cheng suddenly called out, halting the hunters. They froze in their tracks, and cold sweat broke out on Old Hong's forehead, fearing Su Cheng was about to cause trouble. Yet he forced himself to ask, "Does the sir have any further instructions?" "Take this," with a wave of his hand. A pearl the size of an apple fell at Old Hong's feet. A pearl. Such a large pearl. Weave struck gold. The hunter's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting Su Cheng's earlier terror. Old Hong quickly grabbed a few hunters and whispered angrily, "Have you all lost your minds?" "No worries. Take it," Su Cheng said. "You wish to keep this bird merely to sell it for profit. This pearl is more than sufficient for you all to live without worry henceforth. Consider it my purchase for the red phoenix." The old fool would not dare. The pearl has been laid down. Whether you take it or leave it is up to you. With a swift turn, Su Cheng was enveloped in a radiant array of colors, vanishing from sight. Old Hong gazed at Su Cheng's retreating figure, and after a moment's hesitation, he dared to pick up the pearl at his feet. Truly a gentleman. Chapter 7. Even a grain of rice can shine brightly. After Su Cheng departed, Old Hong, clutching the pearl, returned to the phoenix gathering with the other hunters. At that moment, a tall man appeared before Elder Hong, bowing respectfully and addressing him as uncle. "Oh, Jiner, you've returned? I heard you had gone to seek a master for your training. What brings you back to me?" Elder Hong gazed at the newcomer, who was none other than his cousin, Hong Jin, a disciple of the esteemed Zhejiao since childhood. "I have now completed my studies. My master informed me that you have encountered a red wand today, which is intertwined with my fate, prompting my visit," Hong Jin declared. Elder Hong was taken aback by the revelation and recounted the earlier events to Hong Jin. Upon hearing this, Hong Jin's anger flared as if he felt a precious opportunity had been snatched from his grasp. "Which scoundrel dares to seize my chance?" he exclaimed. "Jiner, that individual possesses formidable powers. I suggest you let it go. You have returned to cultivate your own abilities, find a place to settle down, and fulfill your father's wishes," Elder Hong advised. However, Hong Jin, perceiving Elder Hong's words as an invitation to retreat, scoffed. "Enough. How can a mere sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? I initially approached you with respect, but as a common mortal, do not trouble me further. Our kinship ends here." With that, he brandished his spear and flew eastward in pursuit. "Your injuries are minor. A bit of herbal ointment will suffice." By the coastline, Su Cheng held the red wand, grinding the herbs he had gathered and gently applying them to the bird's wings. "How curious. The blood of this Princess Longji carries the essence of dragon lineage," he pondered. The bloodline of the red wand was not only rich in spiritual energy, but also harbored two powerful beastly bloodlines, that of the phoenix and the dragon. Given that Princess Longji was the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven and the Golden Mother of the Yaoqi, it was perplexing that she possessed these two beastly essences. It appeared that her descent to the mortal realm was far from a simple affair. After applying the herbal concoction, Su Cheng summoned his celestial energy to nurture the red wand. The bird let out a soft chirp and closed its eyes, seemingly relishing the treatment. Moments later, its wounds showed remarkable improvement, nearly healing. He gently caressed the red wand's forehead and then lifted it into the air, saying, "All right, you may go now. Be cautious and avoid capture in the future." Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, the red wand flapped its wings and soared into the sky, glancing back one last time. "Go on." Su Cheng transformed back into the appearance of a youth, looking no older than 13 or 14, though he had only been in the world for 6 months. And despite his rapid growth in spiritual essence, he still lacked the maturity of his recent transformation through profound techniques. Even though his mind was that of a man in his 30s. "We shall meet again if fate allows." Su Cheng waved farewell. He understood the red wand's exceptional identity. If he clung to it too tightly, the bond might become tainted. It was better to let nature take its course, planting seeds for future blossoms. Moreover, Su Cheng was eager to visit Chintang Pass to see how Ne Zha's magic orb was faring. Bringing the red wand along would only be a burden. The crimson phoenix circled around Su Cheng twice, its gaze fixed intently upon the youth, as if reluctant to part, yet eager to imprint his visage deeply within its heart. After a moment, it flapped its wings and took flight. Princess Longji, I hope we shall meet again someday, Su Cheng murmured softly to himself. He grasped the sea-overturning dragon spear in his hand and, with a determined step, prepared to summon his powers to return to the East Sea in search of Chintang Pass. However, at that moment, a booming voice interrupted, "You scoundrel, where do you think you're escaping to?" Suddenly, Su Cheng was assailed by a fierce gust of wind, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Almost immediately, he felt a jarring impact against his abdomen, forcing him to stagger back another 3 paces. Quickly, Su Cheng leaped several feet away and turned to face the source of the disturbance. A man wielding a long spear stood not far from him, glaring with fury. "You wretched thief. Your armor is rather impressive. It actually managed to block my spear," the man declared. "What kind of lunatic are you?" Su Cheng's heart surged with anger, and his expression darkened. The force that had struck him was clearly the result of the man's spear attack, which had pierced his lower abdomen. The man's spear was imbued with spiritual energy, indicating he was no ordinary mortal. His initial attack was executed with full force. Yet thanks to the protection of his Wanlong armor and the defense of his 8-9 profound arts, the blow, while impactful, had not inflicted any harm. Nevertheless, it was evident that this man harbored murderous intent from the outset. Although Su Cheng was baffled as to why this stranger sought his life, he too began to feel a surge of lethal intent. He would show no mercy to those who attacked him. "From whence do you come, mad dog?" Su Cheng inquired, his tone grim. "Humph." The man retorted loudly, "I am Hong Jin, a disciple of the Jiejiao. You have robbed me of my opportunity. Surrender it at once, or I shall employ my sorcery to ensure your soul is shattered, leaving you forever unable to transcend." Hong Jin? Su Cheng's anger intensified upon hearing the name. "I thought it was someone of importance, but it turns out to be the notorious fool from Investiture of the Gods." In his past life, while reading Investiture of the Gods, Su Cheng held a particular disdain not for the likes of Shen Gongbao or the tyrannical Zhou Wang and Daji, but for 2 figures in particular, Hong Jin of Jiejiao and Tu Xingxuan, disciple of the 12th celestial immortal, Zhu Lushan. The former was defeated by Princess Longji and later, with the aid of Yu Lao, married her, ultimately leading to her demise within the 10,000 immortals array. The latter, under Zhu Liuxuan's influence, coerced Deng Chanyu into marriage. It could be said that both were shameless and servile in nature. To Su Cheng, Hong Jin's marriage to Princess Longji was largely a pursuit of power, and his arrogance belied his lack of skill. To borrow a phrase from Kong Xian's assessment of him, even a grain of rice can shine. "Damn it, not only did you ambush me, but it turns out you are one of the despicable characters I despise the most." Su Cheng raised the sea-overturning divine dragon spear in his hand and thrust it fiercely towards Hong Jin. To his astonishment, Hong Jin realized something was amiss. He had expected a verbal exchange when challenging someone, yet the youth before him remained silent, his countenance dark, as he brandished the enormous spear, striking directly at him. Nevertheless, Hong Jin's reflexes were commendable. He swiftly lifted his long spear to block the incoming blow. Boom! A shockwave surged forth from the sea-overturning divine dragon spear. Hong Jin felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon him, akin to being struck by a primordial beast. He was sent flying by the sheer force, crashing to the ground and leaving a massive trench in his wake. Pathetic. Su Cheng gazed at Hong Jin, who lay in the trench, feeling a sense of disbelief. How could he be so weak? Upon reflection, Su Cheng realized that it was not unexpected. In the Investiture of the Gods, Hong Jin was portrayed as lamentably weak, unable to contend even with Deng Chanyu, and was merely a mortal-level commander. In contrast, Su Cheng was endowed with the bloodline of the dragon, far surpassing Hong Jin's capabilities. Overwhelmed by fear, Hong Jin lay in the dirt, astonished by the youth's strength. With a single thrust, he had been knocked to the ground, unable to rise for a time. However, he quickly reassured himself, believing that the youth was merely gifted with innate strength, while he possessed supernatural powers and techniques that could afford him some resistance. With great effort, he managed to rise and proclaimed, "Do not be too pleased with yourself. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter destruction." As he spoke, he retrieved a small black flag from his bosom, preparing to unleash his supernatural abilities. Su Cheng found Hong Jin's words laughable, but narrowed his eyes. Noticing the black flag in Hong Jin's grasp, he immediately discerned his intentions. "Hong Jin, you need not waste time. Humph. Do you dare to showcase your paltry gate of flags?" At this, Hong Jin shouted, hurling the black flag into the air. The flag billowed in the wind and transformed into a great black door, enveloping Su Cheng entirely. "Ha ha, you underestimated me. You shall soon learn whether this is a display of incompetence or not. Hong Jin laughed heartily. Prepare to experience the might of my gate of flags. With that, he leaped into the black door alongside Su Cheng. As Su Cheng entered the gate of flags, he found himself shrouded in a veil of dark mist, which gradually thickened, rendering the scenery exceedingly blurred. So this is the gate of flags? Su Cheng recognized it as Hong Jin's ultimate technique, one he had honed since childhood. The gate of flags comprised both inner and outer gates, yet Hong Jin had only mastered the inner gate after years of study. Generally, if an enemy did not willingly step inside, it would be quite difficult to launch an attack from within. Just moments ago, Hong Jin exerted all his might, fearful of missing his target, yet he was taken aback when he struck true. Little did he know that Su Cheng had no intention of evading the attack. Otherwise, he would have exhausted himself in vain, for there was no way Su Cheng would allow him to enter the banner gate. He had initially wished to witness the subtleties of the escape technique but it now seemed mere child's play, unworthy of consideration. Su Cheng let out a cold chuckle. The essence of the banner gate's escape technique was nothing more than a sophisticated illusion. To an ordinary person, it might appear as a formidable spell, but for Su Cheng, who had mastered the intricacies of the arcane, it was nothing more than the antics of a novice. Watch the spear. Amidst the swirling darkness, Hong Jin suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his spear towards Su Cheng with fervor. Clang! The spear struck Su Cheng's chest. But he was well prepared. Clad in the armor of 10,000 dragons and enveloped in protective spiritual energy, Hong Jin's attack inflicted no damage whatsoever, not even a hint of impact. Are you merely tickling me? Su Cheng seized the spearhead with a fierce grip. No, it can't be. Hong Jin gasped in shock. Come here. Su Cheng yanked Hong Jin towards him and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Boom. Hong Jin felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. The blow sent him hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, retching violently. Su Cheng did not pursue him, instead observing Hong Jin with a detached demeanor. After a moment, he inquired, Have you surrendered yet? As Hong Jin struggled to regain his composure, he heard the question and, his gaze sharpening, retreated once more into the shroud of darkness, sneering, You dog thief, you rely solely on your precious armor. Now I am concealed in the shadows, invincible. The moment you let your guard down, I shall sever your neck with my blade, leaving you without a grave. Overestimating yourself. Su Cheng laughed. He truly believed that he relied only on the armor of 10,000 dragons. Let me show you what true power looks like. He abruptly raised the sea-subduing divine dragon spear, from which a dark radiance began to emanate. A bolt of lightning erupted from the spear, and Su Cheng swung it downward with force. Boom. Thunder roared as a streak of lightning, as thick as a water column, descended from the heavens, striking the ground with a cataclysmic explosion. The surrounding scenery disintegrated into fragments, and Hong Jin's form re-emerged before him, eyes wide with terror, while the black banner that had once formed the escape technique lay in ashes. Now do you yield? Su Cheng asked coolly. The sea-subduing divine dragon spear was one of the mightiest artifacts of the East Sea, second only to the Dinghai divine needle, with one of its defining traits being its mastery over thunder and lightning. This lightning could summon storms and suppress demons, serving as a formidable weapon. However, the spear demanded much from its wielder. In the film, AO Bing practiced only the Jade Purity Immortal technique and ice-based spells, which is why he wielded 2 large lollipops instead of the sea-subduing dragon spear. In fact, in the original work Feng Shun, AO Bing indeed used the Feng Tian Huaji. Presently, Su Cheng, possessing the 8-9 profound art, wields not only transformative spells, but also an immensely powerful body-refining technique. Thus commanding lightning is effortlessly within his capabilities. Hong Jin's flag gate escape is merely a slightly advanced illusion. How could it possibly compare to the top-tier transformation spells within the 8-9 profound art? Naturally, it was swiftly shattered. Esteemed immortal, I have wronged you. After a moment of shock, Hong Jin suddenly knelt before Su Cheng, exclaiming, I may have mistaken you for someone else. I was pursuing a foe, which led me to attack you. Please forgive my ignorance. I am willing to serve you fervently, even at the cost of my life. Upon hearing Hong Jin's plea, Su Cheng smiled slightly, yet his smile betrayed an unfathomable chill. The more shamelessly Hong Jin begged for mercy, the more resolute Su Cheng became in his intention to eliminate him. After all, fortunes shift, and a despicable person like him, once endowed with the power to resist, would undoubtedly strive to strike back with all his might. Enough of your prattle. Today, if you dare to lay a hand on me, even if I do not end your life, I shall render you powerless. Su Cheng slowly raised the sea-subduing dragon spear in his hand. Hong Jin's heart sank. No. He could not simply await his demise. Clenching his fists, he suddenly struck the ground with a powerful punch. Boom! Dust and debris erupted, and in the next moment, Hong Jin vanished amidst the chaos. 5 elements escape technique. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He had almost forgotten that this fellow, aside from the flag gate escape, was also adept at the 5 elements escape technique. Surely, he intended to utilize the earth escape to flee. How naive. The 5 elements escape technique is fundamental for cultivators. Even minor demons possess it, and Su Cheng had naturally studied it as well. Such a rudimentary escape technique, and he dared to flaunt it? Very well. I shall indulge you, and see how far you can run. With a fierce swing of the dragon's spear, a tempest arose, and Su Cheng abruptly embraced the gust. Pursuing Hong Jin. Chapter 9. The Divine Beast. Whale Dragon Hong Jin's speed and earth escape was not slow, but compared to Su Cheng, it was vastly inferior. Within the whirlwind, Su Cheng locked onto Hong Jin's aura, and moments later, he discerned Hong Jin's location, abruptly swinging the sea-subduing dragon spear. Boom! The ground erupted into a deep crater, and cold sweat poured down Hong Jin's brow. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to evade. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured. If not dead, still wished to escape? Su Cheng swung the dragon spear once more, unleashing another bolt of lightning towards Hong Jin. Damn it! Hong Jin exerted every ounce of strength to evade. However, by this time, his cold sweat had thoroughly drenched his garments. This cannot continue. I will surely perish. Think, how can I escape? As Hong Jin's mind raced, he suddenly heard the sound of crashing waves nearby. He hastily summoned his supernatural powers and frantically fled towards the sea. Run. Do you really think you can escape? Su Cheng wielded the sea-covering divine dragon spear with casual grace, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that roared towards Hong Jin. He was merely toying with Hong Jin. Had he exerted his full strength, the latter would have had no chance of escape whatsoever. Oh! Su Cheng observed Hong Jin's escape route and furrowed his brow slightly. Was that the South China Sea ahead? As the son of the Dragon King, Su Cheng was undeniably aware of its direction. With a slight frown, he quickly deduced why Hong Jin was heading that way. In the investiture of the gods, although Hong Jin was pathetically weak, he possessed a formidable treasure. If not for the heavenly artifact, the binding dragon rope, in the hands of Princess Longji, capturing Hong Jin would have been nearly impossible. Indeed, that treasure was the divine beast, the whale dragon. What exactly was the whale dragon? The investiture of the gods provides scant details, only mentioning its ability to conjure monstrous waves and emit earth-shattering roars. While the whale dragon was formidable in the water, it seemed to lack speed. Princess Longji also had a divine beast from the heavens, called Shun, which could keep pace with the whale dragon. Thus, upon witnessing the situation, Su Cheng not only felt no urgency, but was rather intrigued to see what the whale dragon truly was. As for whether Hong Jin could escape from him? What a ludicrous thought. That was the ocean, Su Cheng's domain. The entire 4 seas were akin to family to him. The Dragon King of the South Sea was his uncle. One could only marvel at how Hong Jin could be so foolish, choosing to flee into the vast ocean instead of elsewhere. It was truly comical. Having reached the sea, Hong Jin quickly retrieved an object from his bosom, a jade tablet. He tossed the jade tablet into the ocean, and with a thunderous roar, the object reawakened upon contact with the water, churning the sea into tumultuous waves. Hong Jin laughed heartily, leaping into the sea with great strides. Immediately, a colossal beast emerged before Su Cheng's eyes. Goodness! Su Cheng gaped in astonishment at the creature that surfaced from the ocean. It was not fear that gripped him, but sheer amazement at the divine beast Hong Jin had summoned. It was indeed a dinosaur, a true whale dragon. Su Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The whale dragon bore a striking resemblance to a dinosaur, yet it was far more ferocious than any he had ever imagined. With 4 legs that allowed it to traverse the water as if on land, its neck extended over 30 meters in length, matching the size of its body, which spanned approximately 60 meters. Its entire form was adorned with sharp scales, and its head was fearsome, resembling that of a dragon. It possessed 4 tails, each tipped with spikes, capable of stirring up tremendous waves with a mere flick. It was magnificent. Su Cheng was nearly drooling at the sight. Although the whale dragon's strength appeared somewhat lacking, its appearance was nothing short of breathtaking. You scoundrel! Why not pursue me? Now, in the vast ocean, I am accompanied by the divine beast, the whale dragon. Even if a celestial being were to descend, it could not subdue me. Hong Jin proclaimed with arrogance. This divine beast, bestowed upon him by his master, was the most formidable treasure in his possession, rendering him nearly invincible in the depths of the ocean. Unless a figure of the Tai golden immortal caliber personally intervened, such as the 12 golden immortals. He truly feared no one. At present, Su Cheng had yet to attain the Tai golden immortal realm, having only practiced for half a year. With the aid of his treasure and the 8-9 profound art, he could barely be considered a golden immortal. However, Hong Jin overlooked one crucial detail: Su Cheng's lineage. He was, after all, the son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, the embodiment of the Spirit Pearl, with a pure dragon bloodline, devoid of any impurities. The ocean was Su Cheng's domain. Huh, a dragon, is it? Su Cheng chuckled. Allow me to demonstrate what a true dragon is. A colossal roar, resonating throughout the South Sea, erupted suddenly. Immediately thereafter, towering waves surged as a powerful tide struck the whale dragon with tremendous force. Hong Jin clung desperately to the scales on the back of the whale dragon, barely avoiding being swept into the sea. Yet, what transpired next nearly caused him to bite his tongue and bulge his eyes in disbelief. Before him appeared a magnificent white dragon, measuring approximately 300 to 400 meters in length. The white dragon exuded an air of immense majesty, its head displaying unparalleled authority, adorned with perfect, thread-like dragon patterns along its body. The white dragon did not attack. It merely circled the whale dragon, gliding gracefully through the water. The Dragon Clan. Hong Jin gasped in astonishment. So, you are of the Dragon Clan. Haha. At this moment, Su Cheng's voice transformed into a deep, resounding tone. Imbued with the might of a dragon, the whale dragon, which had already been imposing, appeared diminutive beneath the presence of the white dragon. Overcome by instinctual fear, the whale dragon dared not move, lowering its head and emitting a soft growl. Hong Jin, do you know your crimes? Furious, Hong Jin retorted, you arrogant dragon. So deluded and short-sighted. I am the sole disciple of the celestial master of the. If you dare to harm me, my master will surely lodge a complaint in the heavenly court. You can escape the monk, but not the temple. I will ensure that your entire dragon clan pays for this. Su Cheng, upon hearing this, was infuriated. He had not anticipated that Hong Jin would learn of his identity and become emboldened, even threatening him. Ha ha ha. Su Cheng, in a fit of rage, laughed with a thunderous resonance, causing Hong Jin to collapse upon the back of the whale dragon, his limbs weak. Have I truly provoked this dragon? No, a mere beast. Just a lapdog of the celestial realm. He wouldn't dare act against me. Hong Jin abruptly lifted his head, steadfast in his belief that Su Cheng, as a member of the Dragon Clan, would not dare to strike him. It is well known that in this realm, the most powerful are the and they. Even the denizens of the celestial realm must show respect to the disciples of these sects. The Dragon Clan? Merely a lapdog of the heavenly palace. How dare they lay a hand on a disciple of? What nonsense! Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for being merciless. Su Cheng faced Hong Jin and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to the sound of a celestial thunderbolt echoed in Hong Jin's ears, rendering him momentarily dazed. Chapter 10. Subduing the whale dragon. Once Hong Jin was stunned, Su Cheng coiled his tail around the whale dragon, along with Hong Jin, and swiftly brought them to the shore. He then transformed into his original form, this time not concealing his dragon horns. The blue yin-yang fish mark on his forehead radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Utilizing the 8-9 mystical arts, Su Cheng transformed a nearby tree into a vine and deftly bound Hong Jin with it. He momentarily disregarded the unconscious Hong Jin and turned his attention to the whale dragon, addressing it in the ancient dragon tongue. You, wretched beast. Do you wish to submit to me? The whale dragon emitted a low growl in response. Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that the whale dragon's intelligence was yet to awaken, displaying a rather diminished intellect. After a brief contemplation, he extended a finger and gently tapped the whale dragon's forehead. With a hum, a surge of spiritual light enveloped them, and a trace of Su Cheng's divine dragon bloodline flowed forth, imbuing the whale dragon's forehead. Consider yourself fortunate. The divine dragon bloodline that coursed through Su Cheng was a lineage descending from the Yinglong, and even the primordial dragon itself. Although only a minuscule fraction was utilized to enlighten the whale dragon, it catalyzed a qualitative evolution in its bloodline. Coupled with the whale dragon's inherent qualities as a remarkable spiritual entity, this transformation elevated it into the realm of divine beasts. The whale dragon let out another low growl, its scales gradually morphing, becoming more fierce and majestic, yet also more luminous. Each scale gleamed like a diamond. Thank you, my lord, the whale dragon uttered in dragon tongue, filled with gratitude. Call me your master. Su Cheng gently caressed the whale dragon's forehead and declared, from this day forth, you shall accompany me. I am your new master. This is the foundational cultivation method of my dragon clan, and I shall now impart it to you. With a delicate gesture, he transmitted the preliminary teachings of the Dragon God decision, passed down from the Elder Dragon King to the Whale Dragon. Thank you, Master. The Whale Dragon's eyes brimmed with appreciation. In the future, I shall regard you as my supreme lord, willing to traverse fire and water without hesitation. Enough of that for now, Su Cheng interjected. Tell me, do you still retain any memories from before your intelligence awakened? How did you come to be this pitiful mount? He gave Hong Jin, who lay unconscious on the ground, a gentle kick. After a lengthy pause for contemplation, the Whale Dragon finally spoke. I was once an ancient beast. The Whale Dragon, a descendant of the Kunping. After the war of sorcery and demons, I wreaked havoc in the northern sea until I was subdued by the spiritual treasure Celestial Master and sealed within the Spirit Beast token. Later, the spiritual treasure Celestial Master passed me to the immortal elder Fu Yuan, who eventually entrusted me to Hong Jin. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng could not help but sigh for the Whale Dragon. An ancient beast, a descendant of the Kunping. How formidable indeed. Yet it was controlled by a feeble being like Hong Jin. It was no wonder the Whale Dragon had yet to awaken its intelligence and possessed only the strength of an ordinary immortal. Sealed within the Spirit Beast token by the esteemed Lingbao Tianzuan, without the essence of his divine dragon lineage, it is likely that he would have remained a mere savage beast throughout his existence. However, now, under the influence of his dragon bloodline, the Whale Spirit Dragon evidently possesses the capacity for cultivation and evolution. Coupled with its innate talents descended from the Kunping and the Dragon God art inherited from the primordial dragon, its future achievements are boundless, poised to become a formidable ally. Rest assured, now that you regard me as your master, I shall treat you with utmost care. The Whale Spirit Dragon, eyes brimming with gratitude, expressed, in light of your kindness, I can offer no repayment, but should I stir up trouble in the North Sea, where I was personally subdued by Lingbao Tianzuan, I fear it may bring misfortune upon you. Do not concern yourself with that. I have my own plans. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. Lingbao Tianzuan, one of the three pure ones of Taoism, is a name that holds some unfamiliarity, yet his other title, Tongtian Jiaozhu, is undoubtedly well known. In the investiture of the gods, Su Cheng holds a considerable admiration for Tongtian Jiaozhu, who treats his disciples with sincerity and embodies a commendable teaching philosophy that encompasses all. Furthermore, in his dealings with his brothers, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun, Tongtian Jiaozhu has displayed utmost benevolence, preserving their camaraderie until the formation of the 10,000 Immortals array without severing ties. However, at present, Lingbao Tianzuan is preoccupied with the affairs of the divine sealing in the void, hardly having time to regard a mere third-generation disciple like Hong Jin. As for the immortal Fu Yuan, in the investiture of the gods, he is not explicitly identified as Hong Jin's master, appearing instead as a denizen of the heavenly palace, assisting Hong Jin in forcibly binding his fate with Princess Longji through the matchmaker's intervention. If Fu Yuan is indeed a disciple of that, it would only imply one thing. He has betrayed his sect and is too fearful to acknowledge Hong Jin as his disciple, lest he attract calamity. Nonetheless, whether Fu Yuan has betrayed or not is of little concern to Su Cheng, for he has no intention of allowing them to discover the true circumstances of Hong Jin's demise. By the time Fu Yuan learns the truth, Su Cheng is confident that he will possess sufficient strength and influence to confront the return to the Spirit Beast token and cultivate the Dragon God art. Whenever you wish to emerge, simply convey your thoughts to me, and I shall release you, Su Cheng instructed, demonstrating his generosity towards his own. Yes, thank you, Master. The Whale Spirit Dragon replied gratefully, bowing its head. Suddenly, it emitted a gentle growl, and in a radiant burst of white light, transformed into a lustrous jade token. Su Cheng picked up the Spirit Beast token and, utilizing his spiritual energy, stored it within his dantian. Having just acquired the token, it still requires refinement. Once the refinement is successful, combined with the influence of his divine dragon bloodline, the Whale Spirit Dragon will undoubtedly pledge unwavering loyalty, harboring no thoughts of betrayal. Oh, after acquiring the Spirit Beast token, Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It is remarkable that Hong Jin, who can command the Whale Spirit Dragon, has not performed any refinement on the Spirit Beast token. As a magical artifact, it remains an unclaimed entity. Indeed, as the revered leader of the sect, Lingbao Tianzuan surely harbors no interest in the Spirit Beast token, given that the venerable Fuyuan Xianwing entrusted the magical artifact to Hong Jin. It is reasonable to assume he has severed ties with the Spirit Beast token. As for Hong Jin's failure to refine it, it is likely due to his lack of opportunity or perhaps his inability to do so. Su Cheng let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at Hong Jin. It was time to settle the scores from the past. He was determined not to let Hong Jin escape unscathed. After all, launching a surprise attack was a capital offense. Disrespecting the dragon clan was yet another grave sin. From the moment he was born into the dragon lineage, he had resolved that neither the soon-to-come Ne Zha nor the future son Wukong would easily belittle the majesty of the dragon clan. With a flick of his sea-covering divine dragon spear, Hong Jin's right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain jolted Hong Jin from his unconsciousness, and he began to wail in despair. Chapter 11. A fate worse than death. Suddenly engulfed by agony, Hong Jin regained his senses. Upon awakening, an overwhelming dread flooded his heart. "Where is my hand? My right hand that can wield a knife and feed me?" He gasped in horror, staring at his severed right arm lying on the ground, blood flowing profusely. "Hong Jin, I shall ask you once more, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Su Cheng inquired again. When enemies meet, their eyes glare with enmity. Hong Jin glared at Su Cheng, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "You monster!" he spat. Before he could finish, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and Hong Jin's left hand was likewise severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground. "My left hand." The pain, an unbearable torment, seemed to seep into his very bones. "Do you acknowledge your crimes?" Su Cheng asked coldly. Faced with Su Cheng's inquiry, fear gripped Hong Jin. "I know I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I am a beast, not a human. I have offended you, and I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please, spare me, my lord." A chilling smile crept across Su Cheng's indifferent face. Another flash of cold light cut through the air. Hong Jin's left leg was severed. He collapsed to the ground, his mouth filled with dirt. Yet another flash of cold light. His right leg was also lost. At that moment, he finally comprehended. Su Cheng had never intended to spare him. Regardless of his pleas for mercy, Su Cheng had already resolved to execute him. "You monster! Beast! Abomination!" The pain nearly overwhelmed Hong Jin's consciousness. Yet fueled by the spiritual energy he had cultivated, he fought to remain conscious, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Do not think that by killing me, you will be free of worry. Let me tell you, I am a disciple of the Fuyuan Xianwang of the Jiejiao sect. Even in death, my master can descend to the underworld to retrieve my soul. At that time, I will witness your dismemberment." "Ha ha ha ha." Su Cheng responded with a cold laugh. Hong Jin, caught in his manic laughter, instinctively sensed an ominous premonition. "What are you planning to do?" No, this vile dragon could do nothing more. He could only take his own life. However, Hong Jin was unafraid of death. As he previously mentioned, even if his soul descends to the underworld, Master Fuyuan could retrieve him. "Did you think I had not contemplated this?" Su Cheng retorted. His voice instilled greater fear in Hong Jin. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Suddenly, an icy blue flame manifested in Su Cheng's left hand, and he forcefully pressed it against one of Hong Jin's wounds. "Ah!" Hong Jin screamed in agony as a thin layer of frost enveloped his injury, instantly freezing the blood that was still gushing forth. "I shall not permit you to die. I will ensure that you endure a fate worse than death." With the same method, Su Cheng covered all of Hong Jin's wounds with the fiery frost, and then grasped the vines entwined around him. At this moment, Hong Jin had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Su Cheng employed his profound skills to transform Hong Jin into a limbless, wretched creature, lifting him in his grasp. Then, a mist appeared beneath his feet, lifting him skyward as he soared towards the East Sea. In the realm of cultivators, besides the soul, there exists the divine spirit and true essence. Within the mythological frameworks of Fengshen and Journey to the West, absolute death does not exist. In Fengshen, at the onset of the great battle, any individual with potential and talent who perishes will have their true essence ascend to the Fengshen list, ultimately being resurrected post-battle. Though under the control of the Fengshen list, they are nonetheless revived. Moreover, there are even swifter paths, such as that of Jiang Zia. During the Fengshen War, Jiang Zia met his demise but was revived by the Antarctic Immortal with a celestial elixir, his true essence returned by the guardian of the list, by Jian. It is evident that in this world, as long as a cultivator has connections, they need not fear the descent of their soul to the underworld. Perhaps even the king of hell would invite them for a drink. Furthermore, Journey to the West illustrates this even more clearly. Sun Wukong's rampage in the underworld not only granted him eternal life, but also rendered all the monkeys from Huagua Mountain immortal. Even the six-eared macaque later wandered the underworld due to Sun Wukong's cancellation of the death register until being subdued by the demon Luo, the Buddha of nothingness. While Hong Jin himself poses little threat, should he perish, it is conceivable that Master Fuyuan would notice and venture into the underworld to resurrect him. Especially now, Before the great battle of Fengshan has commenced, should Hong Jin die, he may not even need to enter the Fengshan list to be revived. Thus, he cannot die. However, Su Cheng will ensure that his cultivation is entirely obliterated, leaving him in a state worse than death, until Su Cheng possesses sufficient strength to then obliterate his very soul. Of course, Su Cheng cannot hold on to this wretched creature indefinitely. Thus, he plans to return to the East Sea first and seek the assistance of the old Dragon King to cast him into the abyssal purgatory beneath the sea. In a distant place, 1,000 miles apart from the Moon Palace and the Guanghan Palace, two elderly men were sipping tea. Daoist Chai, it has been a long time. How have you fared? Inquired one elderly man, his appearance frail as he raised his teacup. I wonder what brings the immortal to seek this old man as counsel. The elderly man, known as Chai Daoyu, inquired with a radiant countenance. Chai Daoyu refers to Chai Daohuang. If this name seems unfamiliar, his other moniker is widely recognized, Yuelao, the venerable figure who governs the threads of fate in matters of love. The other individual in question is none other than Master Fu Yuan, the mentor of Hong Jin. I have come here, Venerable One, specifically to beseech Chai Daoyu for a favor concerning a union, said Fu Yuan, stroking his goatee thoughtfully. Oh, what union could warrant such a personal visit from you, esteemed immortal? Yuelao inquired. Given the immense power of the Chan and Jie sects, even the celestial court must concede some respect. Although Fu Yuan is merely a second-generation disciple of the Jie sect, Yuelao does not underestimate him. With a gentle smile, Fu Yuan replied, It is not a trivial matter. It concerns my disciple, Hong Jin. Ah, it is for your esteemed pupil, Yuelao acknowledged. This is indeed more agreeable. However, I am curious to know the identity of the lady in question. Fu Yuan replied, somewhat nonchalantly, Princess Longji. Upon hearing this, Yuelao furrowed his brow, questioning, Are you jesting? Esteemed immortal? Certainly not, Fu Yuan retorted. Then, it seems you may have mistaken the situation, Yuelao scoffed. Princess Longji is the cherished daughter of the Queen Mother and possesses the stature of an immortal. How could she easily wed an outsider? Moreover, the status of Hong Jin does not befit that of a princess. This matter must not be broached again. Hong Jin is merely a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect. Should he marry Princess Longji, it would imply that even the second-generation disciples of the Jie sect hold the same esteemed status as the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. What would become of the first-generation disciples, or even the revered Lingbao Tianzuan? Such a disregard for the celestial court cannot, and shall not, be tolerated. However, Fu Yuan, undeterred by the rejection, adopted a firmer tone. This union, my friend, shall be realized, whether you will it or not. Yuelao's gaze turned icy. And why is that? Because both Princess Longji and the celestial court owe my disciple Hong Jin a tremendous karmic debt. Chapter 12. The Wrath of the Jade Emperor Karmic Debt? Yuelao paused, his voice faltering as he pondered. Indeed, Fu Yuan chuckled. Not long ago, Princess Longji, in the guise of a red phoenix, ventured into the mortal realm, only to be captured by humans. Yuelao was taken aback. What? Princess Longji entered the mortal realm and was seized by humans? Is this true? He stood up abruptly. If this were indeed the case, the prestige of the celestial court would be utterly diminished. What manner of person is Princess Longji? She is the most beloved daughter of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Prior to Princess Longji, the Jade Emperor's sister, the Fairy Yunhua, also descended to the mortal realm, where she united with a mortal named Yang Tianyu, giving birth to a son named Yang Jian. To preserve the dignity of the celestial court, the Jade Emperor had no choice but to dispatch celestial soldiers to eliminate Yang Tianyu and seal the Fairy Yunhua within the Peach Mountain. Little did one know that Yang Jian had taken the illustrious Yuding Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, as his master, mastering a plethora of divine abilities and cleaving through Peach Mountain to rescue his biological mother. This incident has rendered the Heavenly Palace a subject of ridicule between the Chan and Jie sections. Should Princess Longji encounter further misfortune, it is feared that the Heavenly Palace may find itself in an even more precarious situation. The celestial realm, though outwardly imposing, lacks the formidable authority it outwardly projects. Before the Great War of the Gods, the celestial realm was merely a pawn for the three purities and other powerful deities. Both the Chan sect, representing the might of the primordial supreme being, and the Jie sect, aligned with the power of the spirit treasure supreme being, were unafraid to disdain the Heavenly Palace. Emperor Yu, fearful of offending the three purities, hesitated to confront the Chan and Jie sections. It was precisely for this reason that Emperor Yu petitioned the ancestral figure Hong Jun to establish the divine list, attempting to expand the influence of the Heavenly Palace and suppress the Chan and Jie sects through the forthcoming conflict. However, for every action, the three purities undoubtedly possessed their own countermeasures. At that time, while the Chan and Jie sects were at odds, neither bore any fondness for the heavenly palace. In retaliation, the Chan sect sought to exploit the situation by targeting the emperor's sister, the fairy Yunhua, thereby inciting Yang Jian to sever ties with his uncle and pledge allegiance to the Chan sect, a conflict as fierce as fire and water. Meanwhile, within the Jie sect, the elder Fu Yuan had set his sights on Princess Longji and the advantages she brought. If this piece could be maneuvered correctly, then I could firmly establish myself within the heavenly palace, pondered elder Fu Yuan. In truth, elder Fu Yuan's interest in Princess Longji was not solely for the benefit of the Jie sect. Within the Jie sect, he was merely a second-generation disciple, on par with the Grand Tutor Wenzhong of the Shang dynasty. Above him stood the four great holy mothers, Zhao Gongming, the three celestial maidens, the Taoist of many treasures, and the seven immortals, all first-generation disciples. Yet, elder Fu Yuan understood that Princess Longji's status was extraordinary, potentially surpassing that of fairy Yunhua. She could very well be the lifeblood of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Should he gain control over Princess Longji, elder Fu Yuan would secure his footing in the celestial realm. Otherwise, how could he have granted the divine beast, the whale dragon, to a mere mortal like Hong Jin? Observing the panic in the face of the god of love, elder Fu Yuan smiled with satisfaction and said, "However, you should consider yourself fortunate. Thankfully, my disciple Hong Jin saved Princess Longji at the critical moment, not only preserving her life and honor, but also restoring the dignity of the heavenly palace." Such a cause and effect. If you do not offer your body in return, I am keen to see how the celestial realm will repay this debt. You. The god of love trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at elder Fu Yuan, exclaiming, "I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Friend Chai, do not be angry. Anger harms the body. Nevertheless, we must confront reality," elder Fu Yuan replied, rising to his feet, and with a flick of his sleeve declared, "What happens next is up to you. I take my leave." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the moon palace. The god of love gazed at the vanishing figure of elder Fu Yuan, and after a moment, let out a long sigh. "I must seek an audience with His Majesty the Jade Emperor regarding this matter." Meanwhile, upon the vast expanse of the earth, there lies a divine mountain known as Kunlun Mountain. Stretching 5,000 miles, Kunlun Mountain is a magnificent and towering spectacle. Atop the Kunlun Mountains, a woman adorned in resplendent garments gazed quietly into the mirror-like surface of the celestial lake. Just then, a sudden cry pierced the air. Instantly, the woman sensed something amiss. She stepped lightly, traversing the shimmering light, and arrived at a flat expanse. With a gentle wave of her hand, the mist enveloping the sky dispersed, revealing a beautiful red phoenix soaring down from the heavens. "Is that the phoenix?" She was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a sight. A flicker of anger crossed her face as she waved her hand, and from the phoenix emanated a spell forged of starlight. A talisman from the... How audacious of them to target my beloved daughter. Enraged, she waved her hand once more, causing the talisman to shatter, and several strands of starlight began to fade away. As the talisman dissipated, the phoenix gradually transformed into a celestial maiden, clad in delicate pink silks and a pure white feathered gown. This enchanting figure, with eyes like stars and lips resembling vermilion, rendered flowers pale and startled the setting sun. She was both alluring and graceful, delicate yet spirited. This maiden was none other than Princess Longji. Before her stood the Yaoqi Golden Mother of Kunlun Mountain, also known as the Queen Mother of the Heavenly Realm. "Mother, Longji's playful folly has led to troubles. She was attacked and barely escaped with her life, thanks to the aid of a young man," she said, bowing deeply with her hands clasped in reverence. The Yaoqi Golden Mother had yet to respond when, suddenly, the eastern sky shimmered with ethereal light. As purple clouds swirled, a majestic figure clad in brocade and crowned with gold descended upon the violet mist, flanked by two elders, one marked by a golden star on his brow and the other, the rosy-faced Yulao. The Yaoqi Golden Mother, startled, calmly pulled Princess Longji behind her and greeted the Jade Emperor with a slight bow. "Your Majesty, what brings you to my celestial realm of Kunlun? Why not announce your arrival? Yaoqi, you have been pondering in Kunlun for a millennium. Have you gleaned any insights?" The Jade Emperor inquired, though his gaze was fixed not on the Golden Mother, but rather on Princess Longji behind her. "My cultivation has not progressed. It is merely a matter of nurturing the heart and spirit," the Yaoqi Golden Mother replied casually. The Jade Emperor nodded, saying, "It has been long since I last saw the phoenix. I wonder what she has been up to in Kunlun. Has she neglected her cultivation?" Just as Princess Longji was about to respond, The Yaoqi Golden Mother tugged at her, smiling at the Jade Emperor as she said, "Certainly not. Longji has remained by my side, diligently practicing every day, never straying even a step." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's fury ignited. "How dare you deceive me, Yaoqi?" He swept his sleeve furiously, causing the waters of the celestial lake on Kunlun to surge violently. Longji has clearly descended to the mortal realm and caused a calamity of monumental proportions. Chapter 13. The scheme of Tai Bai Longji has brazenly ventured into the mortal world and has even been captured by mortals. This is an unparalleled disgrace for the heavenly realm. You have truly raised a fine daughter. The Jade Emperor's wrath surged, and the heart of the mother of Yaoqi turned cold. She understood that this moment was pivotal in the war of deification. The Jade Emperor must avert any actions that could tarnish the reputation of the heavenly realm. His sister, the fairy Yinhua, held an illustrious status, yet he had reluctantly imprisoned her beneath the Peach Mountain. Although Princess Longji was their most cherished daughter, she too might not escape punishment. Nevertheless, the mother of Yaoqi did not wish for Princess Longji to suffer as a result, and she resolved to make further efforts. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. This matter is peculiar. I have discovered a talisman from the sect of interception on Wanner. Her entire cultivation has been suppressed beneath this talisman. Otherwise, how could one of her prowess be captured by mere mortals?" As she spoke, the mother of Yaoqi's indignation grew. "If you must unleash your fury, it should be directed at those shameless scoundrels of the sect of interception. They evidently seek to use Wanner to undermine our celestial authority and disrupt the execution of the deification plan." "Enough," the Jade Emperor retorted angrily. "Is this matter so simple? The ambitions of the Chan and Jie sects are well known. There is little to discuss. Yet, Longji has now committed a grave offense and has been rescued by disciples of the sect of interception, incurring immense karmic debt. Now, the sect of interception threatens to coerce Longji into an unwanted marriage." Upon hearing this, the mother of Yaoqi fell silent. However, after grasping the situation's context, she felt a slight sense of relief. If Princess Longji had indeed been captured in the mortal realm, causing chaos that became widely known, then there would be little room for negotiation. Fortunately, it seemed that she had been rescued by disciples of the sect of interception, which, though troublesome, at least spared Princess Longji from any threat to her life. Of course, if this situation were mishandled, the repercussions for the heavenly realm would be significant. "Your Majesty, do you know who the disciple of the sect of interception that saved Longji is? If he is a promising young disciple, perhaps this matter could eventually bind the fortunes of the sect of interception with the heavenly realm," suggested the mother of Yaoqi. Ensuring a good match for her daughter would indeed be a commendable outcome. However, upon hearing her words, the Jade Emperor grew even more enraged. "What do you mean by a promising disciple? He is a mere mortal named Hongjin. A second-generation disciple of the sect of interception has come to threaten the Moon Elder, demanding that Longji marry a third-generation disciple. If this succeeds, what face will the heavenly realm have left? What face will I have left? What?" The mother of Yaoqi's voice rose in pitch. "A third-generation disciple? The audacity of the sect of interception knows no bounds. This is a blatant affront to the heavenly realm. If Longji were to marry a third-generation disciple, it would imply that the statuses of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are equivalent to those of a second-generation disciple. Would that not make the celestial sovereign Lingbao their ancestral master? Back in the Zixiao Palace, the three pure ones acted with contempt towards me. Now they dare to publicly humiliate the heavenly realm. If I do not avenge this grievance, I am unworthy of being the celestial emperor." The Jade Emperor spoke with anger, but soon his fury transformed into a sense of helplessness. Regrettably, the two teachings have grown immensely powerful, nearly ensnaring all the foremost immortals under their banner. At present, our celestial realm lacks the strength to restrain them. Now, the interception of the significant karmic ties concerning Longji cannot be overlooked. At this moment, Longji had begun to comprehend much. Recalling the gentle youth from not long ago, a chill crept into her heart. Could it be that the boy was a disciple of the intercepting teaching, utilizing her in a scheme against the heavenly realm? Did he not genuinely wish to save her? No, that could not be. Those clear, innocent eyes could not belong to such a base and dishonorable being. If the boy truly harbored guilt, he would be incapable of possessing such untainted eyes. Suddenly, a voice emerged. "Esteemed ones, I have a thought that may alleviate the urgent predicament of our celestial realm." An elderly man adorned with a golden star insignia stepped forward, bowing to both the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool and the Jade Emperor. "Oh, what notion do you propose? Speak swiftly," the Jade Emperor inquired eagerly. This elder was known as Tai Bai Jin Xing, a man of great wisdom. Deeply trusted by the Jade Emperor, and serving as his confidant. He began to articulate his plan. The intercepting teaching is merely calculating based on the princess's identity and her dragon phoenix lineage. With the Peach Blossom Banquet approaching, we could use the princess's desire to experience the mortal realm as a pretext to strip her of her celestial status, thereby severing her dragon phoenix bloodline while retaining her cultivation. Afterward, whom she marries would be of no concern to our celestial realm. When the time comes, we could allow the princess to perish in the great war of the gods, drawing her true spirit into the divine ranking, effectively neutralizing this insidious plot. The old man of the moon nodded in agreement, sighing, "Karma is the most profound phenomenon in the universe. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect. The princess, having been ensnared in the mortal realm, owes a debt to her savior and has stirred mortal emotions. Thus, she must descend to repay this debt. If our celestial realm wishes to sever ties with the intercepting teaching, we must seize this opportunity. However, it would be too much to ask of the princess. No, this cannot be allowed." The queen mother of the Jade Pool interjected. "How can we justify such actions towards Waner? Do you wish for her fate to mirror that of Yinhua? Do you think I desire this?" The Jade Emperor retorted. "Yinhua is my sister, ensnared by the teachings of the Chan. How could I bear this? Now, Waner finds herself in a similar plight. She owes a debt to the intercepting teaching that must be repaid. If we strip her of her celestial identity, our realm will become a laughingstock. Moreover, Long Ji carries the secrets of the dragon and phoenix lineages. Should we fail to sever her ties, the dragon and phoenix clans may pose little threat. But the Yinglong and Shinbird certainly will not remain idle." Sighing deeply, the queen mother of the Jade Pool gazed at Princess Long Ji, her eyes filled with sorrow. Long Ji was her most cherished daughter, yet now she faced being reduced to a mere mortal for the sake of the celestial realm's dignity. Forced into a marriage with an ordinary human. The queen mother's resentment towards the three pure ones, and, in particular, the intercepting teaching grew ever stronger. At that moment, the Jade Emperor gently grasped her hand, saying, "Fear not, Yao Qi. I shall undoubtedly avenge Long Ji. I intend to eradicate the names of Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao from this world, even if it necessitates the introduction of Western powers." After the Jade Emperor spoke, he turned away. After a moment, he calmly instructed the old man of the moon, "Old man, examine the marriage ledger and discern the origins of the mortal named Hongjin. Tai Bai, prepare the necessary matters. After the Peaches of Immortality banquet, I shall demote Long Ji to the Qing Wando Quebec Chapter 14. The causes of annihilation during the deliberations among the Jade Emperor, the Yaoqi Golden Mother, and others." Princess Long Ji remained silent. She understood that anything she might say now would be futile. Moreover, she found herself at a loss for words, especially upon learning that the youth who had rescued her was likely part of a scheme orchestrated by Jie Jiao. It felt as if her dreams had shattered. Suddenly, several red threads appeared in the old man of the moon's hands. Interwoven among these threads, a tome radiating a faint red light slowly materialized from the air, the marriage ledger. This celestial artifact recorded the myriad causes and effects of the universe. Observing the ledger, the old man sighed, for while the world recognized its significance, few understood its origins. Originally, it was derived from the underworld's book of life and death, at a time when humanity had just emerged and the concept of marriage did not yet exist. Mengpa bestowed this tome upon herself. The marriage ledger, like the book of life and death, recorded the fates of beings across the three realms. However, its purpose and function differed slightly. As the old man perused the marriage ledger, Princess Long Ji's heart sank. It would not be long before the old man confirmed her fate, and she would face demotion to the mortal realm, losing her celestial essence and eventually meeting her demise. Yet, at that moment, she thought, perhaps this is for the best. By being cast down, I might encounter that youth once more, even if he truly was exploiting me. I must admit that at this moment, Long Ji found herself ensnared in a whirlpool named love. Much like the fairy Yinhua of yore, she was acutely aware that ahead lay a sea of flames, yet she felt compelled to leap into it. Even after being rescued by her son Yang Jian from the Peach Mountain, her heart remained heavy. Yang Tianyu had perished, and the heart of Yunhua had also died. Were it not for Yang Jian's presence, she would have long since succumbed to despair. Perhaps that was her fate. However, at this juncture, something felt amiss. The old man of the moon furrowed his brow. What has transpired? The Jade Emperor sensed the disturbance and turned around. In mere moments, the fury and anguish in his eyes dissipated. He cherished his daughter Long Ji dearly. However, if he could not maintain control over the heavenly realm, all his affections would be in vain. Under the relentless pressure from the two sects, the fate of the heavenly realm would undoubtedly be tragic. Thus, He was willing to forsake everything to uphold the majesty of the heavenly palace. Yet, the old man's gaze gradually reflected confusion and disbelief. Your Majesty, I have investigated the individual known as Hong Jin, and I have uncovered numerous doubts regarding his character. It seems that he is not as simple as we initially presumed, declared the god of marriage. What causality? Inquired the Jade Emperor hastily. The marriage ledger revealed the annotation. All causes have perished, making fruition impossible. There exists only a past life, with no future to speak of. What? Let me see. The golden mother of Yaoqi waved her hand, amplifying the divine power of the marriage ledger. Soon after, several onlookers beheld two swirling black vortices inscribed with the name Hong Jin, which appeared darkened and surrounded by ominous energy. Could it be? The golden mother of Yaoqi said incredulously. Indeed, the god of marriage affirmed her suspicion. Such a state can only imply one possibility. Hong Jin has been severed from his karmic ties, presumably rendered powerless, and secretly confined to an unknown realm. Consequently, his future has been entirely cut off, leaving only his past life without a subsequent existence. Moreover, there is not the slightest trace linking him to the princess. He is certainly not the one to rescue her. Could it be? The Jade Emperor mused, furrowing his brow, though his eyes did not reveal relief. They glimmered with a hint of hope. The one who saved the princess must be someone else. This individual likely has no connection to the schemes of the. Perhaps it is merely a fortuitous occurrence. The dragon princess suddenly lifted her head. He is not a disciple of the. He has not deceived himself. He is not exploiting me. In that instant, an inexplicable radiance filled her heart, and all her previous sorrows dissipated. If that were the case, what did it matter if she were demoted to a mortal? What difference would it make if she perished in the battle of the gods? At that moment, the star of Venus returned, riding on a white cloud. The elder bowed to the Jade Emperor and said, Your Majesty, I have made the necessary arrangements. Once the peach banquet commences, the princess can be stripped of her celestial essence and reduced to a mortal. Postpone this matter. The Jade Emperor interrupted the star of Venus with a wave of his hand and turned to the dragon princess, asking, Wanner, do you still recall the one who saved you? With unwavering determination, the dragon princess responded, That person I shall never forget throughout my life. While all this unfolded in the heavenly palace, Hong Jin, now transformed into a loathsome dog, was being carried by Su Cheng, who soared across the South Sea on a cloud, hastening towards the east. He aimed to seal Hong Jin, this dog, in the eastern sea before visiting Chun-Tang Pass to encounter the yet-to-mature Ne Zha and embark on his destined path. However, at that moment, a sudden clap of thunder echoed, and dark clouds loomed overhead. With a mighty roar, an azure dragon surged forth from the depths of the ocean. The dragon was bound by countless chains, stirring tumultuous waves. Yet its gaze upon Su Cheng radiated joy. Are you my second uncle? Su Cheng inquired, looking at the azure dragon. Indeed I am, came the reply of Su Cheng's second uncle, Ao Qin, the dragon king of the South Sea. I initially believed that someone was stirring up trouble in the South Sea, only to discover it was you, dear nephew. Ao Qin opened his mouth and said, To think that my elder brother would allow you to venture out from the East Sea and come to my South Sea. The ocean is indeed the home of the dragon clan. Long before Hong Jin summoned the whale spirit dragon, I had sensed it, when Su Cheng revealed her true form as the white dragon. The aged dragon king of the South Sea immediately recognized that a member of the dragon clan was facing an adversary. Thus, he hastened to offer assistance, only to find it was his elder brother Ao Guang's son, Ao Bing, the hope of the dragon clan. What is this wretched creature? With keen eyes, Ao Qin quickly discerned something amiss with the mangy dog that Su Cheng held and inquired, Could this be your foe? Indeed, Su Cheng replied. This mangy dog has an extraordinary origin. He is a disciple of the Jiejiao. A disciple of the Jiejiao? Ao Qin gasped, asking, Nephew, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? One must tread carefully with such matters. They could invite calamity upon oneself. Currently, the powers of the Chan and Jie sects are formidable enough to instill fear even in the heavenly palace, let alone our humble dragon clan. Do not be deceived by the facade of the dragon clan's dominion over the four seas. We are far from the era when the ancestral dragon reigned supreme in the wilderness. It is no longer the case that one can act with impunity, even against those with a mere background among mortals. The situation with Ao Bing is alarming. He has emerged and directly incapacitated a disciple of the Jiejiao, transforming him into a mangy dog. This is indeed a scenario unimaginable for the dragon clan. Should the Jiejiao become aware of this, particularly given the temperament of the three heavens, they may very well come seeking retribution with the golden dragon scissors and the Hunyuan golden dipper, causing chaos across the seas. Chapter 15. Journey to Chuntang Pass. I assure you, my words are not mere folly. Su Cheng, unperturbed, stated calmly. This disciple of the Jie is named Hong Jin, a second-generation disciple under the guidance of the immortal Fu Yuan. I have completely stripped him of his magical prowess and severed both his hands and feet. Ao Qin felt as though his head might explode, furious as he exclaimed, Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Yet, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Su Cheng is the hope of the Dragon Clan, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Had this been another Dragon Clan descendant committing such an act, Ao Qin would likely have expelled him from the clan without hesitation and taken him to the Jie to offer an apology. However, this matter concerns the Spirit Pearl, and Ao Bing is the son of Ao Guang. Ao Qin, despite his desire to intervene, found himself burdened with reservations. Moreover, since Ao Guang decreed that all Dragon Clan members must obey Ao Bing's commands, Ao Bing had effectively become the new leader, second only to the old Dragon King. Ao Qin had no authority to criticize him. He could even envision that if this incident were to reach Ao Guang's ears, Ao Guang would not reprimand Ao Bing. Rather, he would likely seek to absolve him of any wrongdoing. With a sigh, Ao Qin lamented, Nephew, your actions may bring harm to your father. He will undoubtedly not stand idly by while you face retribution from the Jie and may take it upon himself to confront them alone. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng chuckled and replied, Dear uncle, why do you exhibit such emotional depth? How can you still find humor in this situation? Ao Qin was momentarily speechless. How could one still smile at a time like this? There is no need for concern. The disciples of the will remain oblivious. Su Cheng remarked. Hong Jin is merely a trifling third-generation disciple of. At present, the celestial master of Lingbao is preoccupied with the affairs of the deification. And even if his disciples are formidable, they lack the profound calculations of a celestial master. I will handle Hong Jin swiftly and decisively. As long as my second uncle assists me in the aftermath, the disappearance of a third-generation disciple from will hardly stir significant ripples. Even if someone were to take an interest, they would likely find it impossible to trace it back to me, the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, Ao Qin gradually regained his composure. Indeed, as Su Cheng had stated, although there existed some animosity between the Dragon Clan and the former had maintained a respectful demeanor towards the latter over the millennia, never once acting in rebellion. Moreover, there was no motive for murder. Should Hong Jin be imprisoned in the depths of the sea? Unless a powerful figure such as the celestial master of Lingbao could discern the intricacies of this situation through their magic, it is unlikely anyone would discover him. He has a plethora of disciples, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. Under ordinary circumstances, the celestial master might have the inclination to intervene. But given the current critical juncture of the deification war, it is reasonable to assume his focus is elsewhere. With this realization, Ao Qin felt considerably reassured. Just then, Su Cheng continued, However, second uncle, since I have confided this matter to you, it must remain solely between us. It would be best if even my father remained unaware. Why? Ao Qin inquired. Su Cheng replied, The fewer who are privy to this matter, the better. Initially, I intended to send this scoundrel to the East Seas Inferno. However, upon further reflection, the East Seas Inferno is indeed inappropriate, as it is a significant site for the imprisonment of ancient beasts and attracts the attention of the heavenly realm. Imprisoning him there would inevitably draw the attention of the heavens. In contrast, your South Sea Inferno is different, being a branch of the East Sea. It would not attract undue scrutiny. Although it lacks the suppression of the sea god's needle, I believe a mere third-generation disciple, stripped of his powers, would not stir much turbulence. Thus, I hope you can assist me in temporarily confining him. If you grant me a few years, I shall grow strong enough to face, rendering this matter inconsequential. Few years? You have quite the audacity, Ao Qin exclaimed. For cultivators to elevate their realms, it typically requires millennia. Do you truly believe you can stand on equal footing with the formidable beings of in just a few years? That seems rather optimistic, does it not? I am the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, hence I possess the confidence to make such claims. Su Cheng retorted, tossing a mangy dog into Ao Qin's maw. Recognizing the gravity of this matter, Ao Qin understood that his nephew's trust in him was significant, and he promptly opened his great jaws and swallowed the dog whole. Seeing this, Su Cheng cautioned, Second uncle, do be careful. This creature is barely alive. You mustn't let him perish. If his soul reaches the underworld, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, Ao Qin could not help but admire his nephew's meticulousness in foreseeing such eventualities. He assured, Rest easy. I shall confine him within my being and return to the South Sea Inferno. Given that he currently possesses no abilities whatsoever, even contemplating suicide is beyond his reach. Should I employ the celestial elixir of the Dragon Clan to extend his life, it can ensure his immortality for at least 10 millennia. Su Cheng chuckled, saying, "There is no need for such a lengthy duration. I have already stated that just a few years will suffice for him to meet his end. I hope you can achieve this." Chen sighed, yet at this moment, he could only place his trust in Su Cheng. For the survival of the Dragon Clan rests in her hands. If Su Cheng were to falter, the condition of the Dragon Clan would hardly improve. "Do not worry, uncle. Your nephew will handle it," Su Cheng replied earnestly. In truth, Su Cheng did not expect to attain the strength to defy the in merely a few years. Not to mention figures as formidable as the Lingbao Tianzuan, even the disciples of our exceedingly powerful beings at the great Luo Golden immortal level. However, in a few years, once the War of the Gods fully commences, will be preoccupied with its own troubles, and countless disciples will perish, who would then concern themselves with the fate of a third-generation disciple. This is the foundation of Su Cheng's confidence. At that time, not only would he dare to confront Hong Jin, but he would even challenge second- and first-generation disciples. By the way, Chen suddenly recalled something and asked, "Nephew, are you returning to the East Sea, or will you continue your travels?" "I initially planned to return to the East Sea. However, having entrusted my troubles to you, uncle, I shall continue my journey. If you are traveling, then refrain from venturing to the North Sea for now," Chen advised. "Why? Has something happened in the North Sea?" Su Cheng inquired, taken aback. "Alas, this is a tale of misfortune. Let us not dwell on it for now. In short, the North Sea has been tumultuous lately, and we are seeking ways to resolve the conflicts. Therefore, it would be best for you to avoid it for the time being. Once matters are settled, you will have no cause for concern." "Understood, uncle," Su Cheng nodded. Chen nodded in reassurance, and, with the waves calming, he once again dove beneath the surface. Observing his actions, Su Cheng felt a twinge of curiosity. What could possibly be amiss in the North Sea? It seemed that the Dragon Kings were quite troubled. Chen's words only fueled her desire to witness the situation for herself. However, there was no rush regarding the affairs of the North Sea. She could hardly wait to visit Chintang Pass and meet the magical entity Ne Zha. Chapter 16. The Kunlun Mirror. At this moment, Kunlun Mountain is enveloped by a formidable barrier. Present among the 5 individuals are the Jade Emperor, Yaoqi Golden Mother, Yu Lao, Taibai Jinxing, and Princess Longji. All 5 possess extraordinary powers, particularly the Jade Emperor and Yaoqi Golden Mother, who have transcended the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, even when compared to the 3 purities of Taoism. They are only slightly inferior, though the gap is as vast as a chasm. Nevertheless, despite having established such a powerful barrier, the Jade Emperor remains exceedingly cautious. For this matter pertains to the fate of the heavenly realm and cannot be taken lightly. The boy appears to be around 14 or 15 years old, wielding a Fangtian Huaji. He has a handsome visage, but I cannot ascertain whether he has employed any magical techniques to alter his appearance, Princess Longji remarked. "Is that all? Are there no other distinguishing features?" the Jade Emperor inquired. "If one must speak of characteristics, it is that the youth exudes an essence reminiscent of the vast ocean, instilling within me a profound sense of familiarity," remarked Princess Longji. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow. If the boy who rescued Princess Longji were merely an ordinary human, it would be straightforward. At worst, he could bestow upon him an immortal body and invite him as a son-in-law. However, according to Princess Longji's account, this youth possesses divine abilities as well. If that is the case, careful consideration is warranted. Otherwise, whether the boy belongs to the Jie sect, the Chan sect, or the Western Church, the outcome would not differ significantly. Yet, the pressing matter remains to accurately ascertain the identity of the youth. "Well, can your book of marriage reveal this?" inquired the Jade Emperor. "No, the information is too scant. I find it difficult to pinpoint. However, allow me to speak candidly. The princess has already developed a deep affection for this young man. One day, a higher destiny will entwine their fates. A connection that even the book of marriage cannot impede," Yuelao responded slowly. The Jade Emperor fell silent for a moment, then turned to the mother of Yaoqi, saying, "Yaoqi, let us employ the Kunlun Mirror." The mother of Yaoqi nodded in agreement. It must be done. In the realm of chaos, there existed 2 demonic deities, one named Yangmei and the other Shurchen. These 2 deities vanished after Pangu created the heavens and the earth. Yet their treasured artifacts were obtained and refined by the Taoist Patriarch Hongjun. Subsequently, Patriarch Hongjun bestowed these 2 treasures upon 2 disciples of the Zixiao Palace, Haoyin and Yaoqi, who are now known as the Emperor Haoyin and the mother of Yaoqi, respectively. Both treasures are mirrors, one named the Haotian Mirror and the other the Yaoqi Spirit Mirror, also referred to as the Kunlun Mirror due to its nurturing in the celestial pond of Xikanlan. The Kunlun Mirror is the artifact of the demon Su Cheng, possessing formidable capabilities of time and space traversal. However, due to its immense power, Patriarch Hongjun sealed its abilities to prevent chaos within the celestial order, leaving only the capacity to observe past timelines, and its usage is not a simple endeavor. Consequently, although the mother of Yaoqi possesses the Kunlun Mirror, she seldom employs it, allowing it to be nurtured in the celestial pond, hoping to gradually dilute the seal and gain greater capabilities. Seated beside the celestial pond, the mother of Yaoqi gently raised her hand, and a mirror radiating a soft, ethereal glow slowly emerged from the pond. This mirror, resplendent with divine light, bore the intricate patterns of Tai and was of a deep bronze hue, exuding an air of elegance. The mother of Yaoqi channeled her spiritual energy into the Kunlun Mirror, her magical essence continuously flowing into it. Soon, a scene began to materialize above the Kunlun Mirror, gradually reversing in time until it settled in a small town near Phoenix Mountain, as recalled by Princess Longji. In the mirror, Princess Longji, adorned in a red garment, frolicked amidst the clouds, eventually reclining upon them and drifting into a serene slumber. At that moment, a gaunt old man appeared not far from the clouds, waving his hand, a spiritual talisman striking Princess Longji. Everyone present was aware that the old man was none other than the second-generation disciple of the Fu Yuan Xianwang. Instantly, a flicker of indignation surfaced in their eyes, and the Jade Emperor took note of this audacious individual who dared to disrespect the majesty of the heavenly realm, harboring a deep resentment towards. However, the pressing matter at hand rendered them indifferent to the old man. Their curiosity was solely fixated on the identity of the young lad. Suddenly, the scene shifted with a resounding cry of the phoenix, as Princess Longji transformed into a magnificent red phoenix, plummeting from the clouds in a state of panic. The red phoenix quickly flapped its wings and began to ascend gently. At that moment, a swift sound pierced the air as an arrow struck the red phoenix, sending it crashing down. The scene continued to evolve, and before long, the spectators found themselves holding their breath. Indeed, at this juncture, the young lad finally made his entrance. Strangely, this individual did not appear to be a mere youth, but rather bore the demeanor of a young man. Yu Lao pointed at the figure on the screen, a young man wielding a Fong Tian Hua Ji. It is a transformation technique, he remarked. No, it is not a transformation technique. The Jade Emperor replied with a downward gaze, his voice calm. This is either the 8-9 profound art or the 9-turn profound art. They are two forms of cultivation even more potent than transformation techniques. 8-9 profound art, 9-turn profound art. Tai Bai Jinxing faltered momentarily. Aren't those techniques of the Chan sect? It was said that after the downfall of the Wu clan, the Yuan Shi Tianzun created two divine arts by merging the corporeal cultivation methods of the Wu clan with the true teachings of Taoism. One was named the 8-9 profound art, and the other, the 9-turn profound art. The 8-9 profound art encompasses a transformation technique known as the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, specializing in the physical body. The 9-turn profound art includes a transformation technique called the 36 transformations of the celestial gangs, focusing on the spirit. Both are formidable cultivation methods. Yet they inherently repel one another, and due to their rigorous training requirements, few possess the aptitude to master even one, let alone both simultaneously. Could it be that this individual is a disciple of the Chan sect? This thought crept into the minds of the onlookers. Just then, the scene shifted again. After the young man departed with the red phoenix, his true form gradually became evident. Two dragon horns briefly flashed above his head before fading away, and a blue yin-yang fish emblem momentarily graced his brow before vanishing from sight. It is of the dragon clan. The 5 individuals present clearly witnessed this revelation. In contrast to Tai Bai and the others, the Jade Emperor and Yaoqi Jinmu were particularly struck by the sight of the yin-yang fish. Almost simultaneously, they exclaimed in astonishment. It is the spirit pearl. While the two supreme beings of the heavenly realm busied themselves in a flurry of activity, bewildered by the situation, Su Cheng had already arrived at Chuntang Pass. No sooner had he set foot on Chuntang Pass than a man clad in black with a leopard-like visage appeared before him. You ungrateful disciple. I knew you would come here. It was Shengong Bao. Master, what are you doing here? Su Cheng's expression shifted in an instant, and he took a couple of hesitant steps back, feeling a tinge of guilt for having secretly plotted against Shengong Bao not long ago. Chapter 17. A scheme within a scheme, ahaha. Master, how did you end up here? Su Cheng chuckled awkwardly. He truly did not expect that Shengong Bao would be waiting for him here. Judging by Shun Gongbao's demeanor, it was uncertain how long he had been waiting. Of course, I have been waiting for you, Shun Gongbao declared. Such trivial tricks of yours are no match for your master. How strange it is then. Why did you choose to wait for me at Chintang Pass instead of elsewhere? With a cold snort, Shun Gongbao replied, Do you know your true origins? My origins? Are you referring to the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl? Su Cheng inquired. Indeed, Shun Gongbao affirmed. In the past, Ne Zha crafted the 5-colored stones to mend the heavens. And from the crevices of the repaired sky, a primordial pearl was born. This primordial pearl greedily absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Enough. Su Cheng, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, interjected, that primordial pearl, in its insatiable hunger for the spiritual essence of the universe, accumulated power continuously, yet the energies it consumed were too chaotic. Entwined with both celestial and demonic forces, blurring the lines between good and evil. Eventually, it was refined by the primordial heavenly venerable into a spirit pearl and a demonic pearl, correct? He hastily completed Shun Gongbao's thought, unable to bear the stammering any longer. Shun Gongbao, taken aback, asked, Disciple, how do you know all of this? As the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, how could I not know? Su Cheng replied matter-of-factly. I retain many memories from my time as the primordial pearl. Being the spirit pearl, I am inherently more powerful than the demonic pearl, thus my consciousness is much clearer. Even in reincarnation, I can recall certain past events. However, the demonic pearl, I presume, cannot. This statement was, of course, a ruse to deceive Shun Gongbao, who likely could not see through it. Truly, you are my disciple, the Spirit Pearl, Shun Gongbao praised, giving a thumbs up. After a moment, he continued, But do you know where the demonic pearl is now? And do you know why you have been reincarnated into the Dragon Clan? I do not know. Su Cheng replied helplessly. In truth, having seen the film, he was aware. However, to articulate all the preceding events would be too illogical. Being able to speak of his origins could be attributed to his extraordinary talent, but remembering events after being refined and sealed by the primordial heavenly venerable would be terrifying. Haha, you are unaware, are you? Let me enlighten you. Shun Gongbao chuckled, recounting the backstory. His narration persisted for nearly an hour. Su Cheng nearly succumbed to exasperation amidst Shun Gongbao's stuttered storytelling. Goodness, this was indeed a torment akin to the tightening of a golden band. The tales Shun Gongbao shared closely paralleled the plot of the film. The Spirit Pearl and the Demonic Pearl originated when Ne Zha mended the heavens, birthed from a 5-colored stone intertwined with external demonic energies. This primordial pearl absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of the stars for a millennium. Eventually, it was refined by the primordial heavenly venerable into the Demonic Pearl and the Spirit Pearl. The primordial heavenly venerable cast a heavenly tribulation curse on the Demonic Pearl, proclaiming that after 3 years, it would be struck down by divine lightning. Meanwhile, he entrusted the Spirit Pearl to the great Master Tai, instructing him to reincarnate it as the 3rd son of Li Jing, the commander at Chintang Pass, who is none other than Ne Zha. After the successful completion of the task, Tai Junren officially ascended to the ranks of the 12 Golden Immortals. However, Shun Gongbao, whose cultivation surpassed that of Tai Junren, harbored discontent and thus devised a scheme to steal the Spirit Pearl, reincarnating it as Ao Bing, while transforming the demon pill into Ne Zha. Thus, the tale commenced. The reason for the certainty that Su Cheng would arrive at Chintang Pass was fundamentally due to the inherent allure of the Spirit Pearl and the demon pill. Especially after cultivating the 8-9 profound art, Su Cheng's perceptive abilities became remarkably acute, leading Shun Gongbao to predict that Ao Bing would sense the aura of the demon pill, prompting him to investigate at Chintang Pass. Child, I share this with you to convey a crucial truth. Ne Zha must perish. Should Ne Zha remain alive, the truth will inevitably come to the attention of Yuanshi Tianzuan, and at that juncture, both I and the entire Dragon Clan shall meet our demise. Shun Gongbao spoke earnestly. Your current mission is to devote yourself to rigorous cultivation. Once your power ascends to the level of Tai Golden Immortal, I shall devise a means to awaken Ne Zha's demonic nature. At that moment, you will incite Ne Zha to slay Tai Junren, and then intervene to thwart Ne Zha, allowing the heavenly tribulation curse to obliterate him. In doing so, you shall emerge as the hero of Chintang Pass, vanquishing demons and sealing your divinity. Upon hearing Shun Gongbao's assertions, Su Cheng felt unconvinced. Master, you are overly naive. What do you mean by this? It is simple, Su Cheng retorted. Do you believe Yuanshi Tianzuan could not annihilate the demon pill? Shun Gongbao fell silent for a moment before responding. The celestial sovereign, having invoked the heavenly tribulation curse, likely possesses that capability. Indeed. Allow me to enlighten you. Su Cheng continued. Yuan Shi Tianzuan can not only destroy the demon pill with the heavenly tribulation curse, but with a mere flick of his hand, he can utterly eradicate the demon pill from this world. This is evident from his ability to refine the Hunyuan pearl, separating the entwined spiritual and demonic energies. And so, Xinguang Bao inquired, if that is the case, why does Yuan Shi Tianzuan need to wait 3 years before using the heavenly tribulation curse to destroy the demon pill? Su Cheng pressed. Xinguang Bao was taken aback, and suddenly, as if a light bulb had illuminated in his mind, he realized the implications of Su Cheng's words, which struck him like a splash of cold water. Yes, with Yuan Shi Tianzuan's formidable strength, he could effortlessly obliterate the demon pill. Therefore, why the delay of 3 years? It is quite simple. Su Cheng roused Xinguang Bao from his contemplation, stating, because this entire scenario aligns with Yuan Shi Tianzuan's design. What do you mean? Xinguang Bao asked. He intended for the demon pill to reincarnate as Li Jing's third son, Ne Zha. Su Cheng explained. Although Ne Zha embodies the essence of the demon pill, if Tai Zhenren can instill humanity within this demon pill, then its origin becomes less significant. Conversely, if I, as the spirit pearl, were to stand idly by while Qintang Pass was ravaged by the demonic Ne Zha, I would not be worthy of being the spirit pearl. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's scheme has long since determined the outcome. It is not only a trial for Ne Zha, but also for Tai Zhenren, and indeed, for you, Master. Your meticulously crafted plan appears flawless, yet from its inception, it was doomed to fail. Chapter 18. Su Cheng's scheme. Su Cheng's words left Shen Gongbao drenched in cold sweat. Have I been defeated from the very beginning? Shen Gongbao murmured to himself. He began to ponder the implications of what Su Cheng had said. Indeed, if the primordial heavenly venerable could easily annihilate the demonic orb, why then impose a 3-year time limit? Moreover, why did he choose to vanish into the void right after I had stolen the spiritual pearl, only to discuss the matter of the divine list? Had the primordial heavenly venerable not retreated at that moment, even if I had stolen the spiritual pearl, I would certainly not have dared to do so. Otherwise, the true man of Tai could have easily calculated who had pilfered the pearl. Each of these coincidences had led me to mistakenly believe I had stumbled upon an unparalleled opportunity. Yet, upon reflection, could so many coincidences truly be mere happenstance? Master, have you come to your senses? Su Cheng inquired. Shen Gongbao abruptly turned around and fiercely brandished his magical artifact, the Thunder Whip. Boom. Accompanied by a powerful explosion of spiritual energy, an ancient tree was reduced to ashes. Even so, what of it? Shen Gongbao retorted angrily. The primordial heavenly venerable looks down upon me and the demon clan. His face suddenly contorted into a fierce leopard visage as he glared at Su Cheng, declaring, even if all of this was part of his design, I shall still tread this path of no return. I defy fate. I must break free from the shackles of this demonic form and become a true immortal. Observing Shen Gongbao's demeanor, Su Cheng could not help but heave a sigh. Those who watch the films know that Ne Zha defies fate, refusing to succumb to destiny. But what of Shen Gongbao? The primordial heavenly venerable has never regarded the demon clan with any respect. From the very beginning, he intended to use Shen Gongbao as a pawn. And the purpose of this piece was to accelerate the progress of the divine war. Shen Gongbao relished forming friendships, especially among the disciples of the Zhejiao, where he flourished. Thus, the primordial heavenly venerable seized upon this trait, exploiting Shen Gongbao's jealousy, ultimately compelling him to become a lethal weapon wielded by the Chan Jiao against the Zhejiao. Later, as the national master of the Shang dynasty, Shen Gongbao's simple plea, "Friends, please wait," led to the demise of countless Zhejiao disciples. In truth, the primordial heavenly venerable has never held Shen Gongbao in esteem. He would rather bestow the god-subduing whip upon Jiang Zia, who had yet to attain even the realm of immortality, than grant it to Shen Gongbao. Consider the magical artifacts in the possession of the true man of Tai, the Tai whisk, the golden brick, the yin-yang sword, the wind and fire wheels, the Qian Kuan circle, the heavenly silken cloth, the nine-dragon divine fire shield, the map of mountains and rivers, and then compare them to the solitary thunder whip crafted by Shen Gongbao. This is blatant favoritism. The biases lodged in the human heart are like an insurmountable mountain, and Shen Gongbao is not wrong in that regard. At least in the eyes of the primordial heavenly venerable, Shen Gongbao will forever remain a creature of the wild, clad in scales and horns. Ne Zha defied fate, ultimately transcending his destiny, withstanding the calamity of thunder, and subsequently becoming a great general of the Western Zhou, tasked with subduing the Shang dynasty. In the end, he ascended to godhood, becoming the great deity of the 3 altars of the sea, his achievements rivaling even those of Erlang, Shun Yongjian. Shun Gongbao, defying fate, became the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty, leading to the demise of countless friends and ultimately being sealed in the eye of the North Sea, forever subjected to the torment of servitude. Despite possessing a similar disposition, why did their fates diverge so drastically? Upon careful reflection, it is evident that their destinies were not the same. Although Ne Zha appears to rebel against fate, his destiny was, from the outset, orchestrated by the primordial celestial venerable. Shun Gongbao's path mirrors this as well. Master, please remain calm, Su Cheng said, as the sea-covering divine dragon spear suddenly materialized in his hand. With a thunderous roar, a frost enveloped the heavens and the earth as a formidable force surged forth with the spear, propelling Shun Gongbao several paces back. Su Cheng did not pursue him, nor did he exert his full strength. Given Shun Gongbao's cultivation, he would naturally remain unharmed. Su Cheng merely sought to instill a sense of calm within him. Stunned by the impact, Shun Gongbao remained motionless, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply. Then what do you suggest I do? Should I abandon all efforts and resign myself to fate? Upon realizing that everything might have been preordained by the primordial celestial venerable, Shun Gongbao felt a sense of helplessness. He truly did not know how to proceed. Should he simply forsake his plans and watch as Tai Junren ascended to become one of the 12 golden immortals, while he remained a lowly aberration within the Chan sect, forever unable to rise again? No, certainly not. A mysterious light seemed to shimmer in Su Cheng's eyes as he declared, I have a plan. If successful, not only will Master exact vengeance, but there is hope for the 12 golden immortals, and in the future, you will enjoy boundless fame, becoming a true master of great power. Hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Shun Gongbao, prompting him to exclaim, Disciple, quickly tell me. Unbeknownst to him, he had already placed his trust in Su Cheng, viewing him as a lifeline. Su Cheng smiled, squinting slightly as he spoke. This strategy is lengthy to explain. However, the immediate priority is for Master to set aside hatred and approach Tai Junren with a matter of importance. Tai Junren? Shun Gongbao was taken aback once more. Although Tai Junren was unaware that he was the mastermind behind the theft of the Spirit Pearl, Shun Gongbao had long severed ties with him, harboring a deep-seated enmity and even plotting his assassination. Yet now, his disciple Ao Bing urged him to seek out Tai Junren. What could this entail? Was it time to strike him down? Pondering, Shun Gongbao said, Disciple, although Tai Junren's cultivation is inferior to mine, he possesses numerous magical artifacts. Not to mention, that pig he rides is a transformation of a congenital spiritual treasure, capable of astonishing speed, covering thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. I truly lack confidence in being able to kill him. Who told you I wanted you to kill him? Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, finding Shun Gongbao's imagination rather excessive. He quickly clarified, Master, I never asked you to kill Tai Junren. I merely want you to inform him of the current whereabouts of the Spirit Pearl. While what? Shun Gongbao gasped in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? If we do that, we will both face dire consequences. If the matter of the Spirit Pearl were to be conveyed to Tai Junren in its entirety, there would be no need to await the emergence of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tai Junren would undoubtedly seek out the disciples of the Chan sect to eliminate Shun Gongbao. As for the Dragon Clan, they too would be implicated and summoned to the heavenly realm. Master, why did you not allow me to finish speaking? Who instructed you to relay the truth to Tai Junren? Su Cheng lamented. Although it is likely that those formidable beings possess a modicum of awareness regarding the magic orb and the Spirit Pearl, it is precisely for this reason that you must not disclose the truth to them. We must fabricate a narrative that transforms you, Master, and our Dragon Clan from instigators into victims. Only thus can we absolve ourselves and proceed with our ensuing plans. Chapter 19. The poisonous scheme. Shun Gongbao has now found himself ensnared in a predicament. If he were a disciple of the Jie sect, pilfering the Spirit Pearl and betraying Tai Junren would be justifiable. However, the crux of the matter is that he is, in fact, a disciple of the Chan sect. A traitor, save for the Western teachings, would find no faction willing to accept him. In other words, it is impossible for Shun Gongbao to seek refuge with the Jie sect. Even Lingbao Tianzuan, no matter how inclusive, would not welcome a renegade. Thus, to extricate himself from this quandary, he must navigate through the Chan sect. I have heard that there is a second-generation disciple of the Jie sect named Fuyuan Xianwan, who possesses exceptional skill in controlling talismans, Su Cheng remarked mildly. Therefore, it stands to reason that he would also excel in the manipulation of human control talismans. Suddenly, it dawned on her that in the film, Shun Gongbao utilized a human control talisman to steal the Spirit Pearl. The art of talismans is not overly common. yet not exceedingly rare either. Shen Gongbao is one practitioner, but Fuyuan Xianweng of the GS sect undoubtedly excels in this field, making him the perfect scapegoat. Furthermore, Su Cheng felt no moral qualms about framing him. Having subdued the whale dragon, Su Cheng had also shared a portion of its memories. She understood that Hong Jin's assault upon her was orchestrated by that old wretch, Fuyuan Xianwen. What was most intolerable was that this old fool sought to harm the dragon clan. Indeed, due to the shared memories with the whale dragon, Su Cheng had also come to learn the true lineage of Princess Longji's dragon phoenix bloodline. Nearly 2 millennia ago, the Yellow Emperor triumphed over Qiyu, aided by the Yinglong and Xianbird. However, the heavenly realm could not permit the dragon and phoenix clans to meddle in the mortal realm once more. Thus, they sealed the dragon clan to guard the 4 seas, while the phoenix clan relocated entirely to Wudong Mountain. After the handling of the dragon and phoenix clans, the Jade Emperor, concerned about the discontent of Yinglong and Xianbird leading to rebellion, demanded that they surrender a portion of their divine souls as a token of allegiance. Though reluctant, Yinglong and Xianbird acquiesced for the sake of the continuation of the dragon and phoenix clans, each relinquishing a fragment of their divine souls and 2 drops of dragon phoenix blood. The divine souls of the dragon and phoenix were preserved by the Jade Emperor within the Haotian mirror, while the dragon phoenix blood was bestowed upon Princess Longji, which is why her given name is Luoner. This chapter of history is known to the disciples of both the Chan and Jia sects. Though Fuyuan Xianweng is a second-generation disciple, his advanced age grants him a significant status within the Jia sect, allowing him to have inadvertently heard tales of this history. Furthermore, upon witnessing the schemes devised by the Chan sect against the ethereal Yunhua fairy, the venerable Shuyuan Xianweng contemplated employing similar tactics. Should he successfully seize control of Princess Longji, it would equate to dominion over both the dragon and phoenix clans, thus securing a place of significance within the celestial realm. Now that Su Cheng had comprehensively unraveled Shuyuan Xianweng's plot, he was naturally filled with indignation towards the old man. While he remained indifferent to the phoenix clan, the dragon clan was a sensitive subject for Su Cheng. It was his Achilles heel. The ambitions of Shuyuan Xianweng to meddle with the dragon clan had directly struck at his vulnerable spot. Shuyuan Xianweng? Shen Gongbao furrowed his brows, conjuring an image of a gaunt, shadowy old man in his mind. He remarked, I have indeed heard of this Shuyuan Xianweng. He maintains a notably low profile among the disciples of the Jia sect, seldom emerging from his abode, hence my unfamiliarity with him. Unfamiliarity is advantageous. Su Cheng silently breathed a sigh of relief. He had meticulously devised this plan. His only concern was whether Shen Gongbao shared a bond with Shuyuan Xianweng and would hesitate to act against him. However, it appeared that Shuyuan Xianweng, being the treacherous rogue he was, likely never regarded Shen Gongbao with much respect in the first place. Master, Shuyuan Xianweng is far from virtuous. Together with his disciple Hong Jin, they not only plot harm against their fellow disciples, but also scheme to betray the Jia sect and align themselves with the Western teachings. Su Cheng proclaimed loudly. He recounted the recent events with embellishments. In truth, Shuyuan Xianweng had no intention of aligning with the West. This was merely a fabrication of Su Cheng. Nevertheless, it served its purpose, surely inciting Shen Gongbao's wrath. After all, despite the overt and covert rivalries between the Chan and Jia sects being internal matters of Taoism, the Western teachings represented an external threat. Although, post the Fengshan War, some immortals had indeed turned towards the West, this period had yet to witness such treachery. Anyone daring to ally with the West would be deemed a traitor to the East. Indeed, upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Shen Gongbao erupted with fury. I cannot believe such a treacherous villain has emerged from the Jia sect. I shall not allow him to continue harming my fellow Taoists. Within the Jia sect, while not all were virtuous, most valued brotherhood and loyalty. Yet, it was true that the sect was a mixed bag. Figures such as the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, the 10 heavenly lords, and the Zhao siblings were honorable, generally engaging only in contests of magic without harming mortals. In contrast, the likes of Ma Yuan, Lvu, and Luo Xian were far from noble. Both Hong Jin and Shuyuan Xianweng belonged to this latter category. However, having witnessed the hypocrisy of the Chan sect, Shen Gongbao found himself preferring the company of his Jia sect brethren. Now, upon learning of Shuyuan Xianweng's sinister intentions, his rage was palpable. Master, your task now is to locate Tai Junren and lay all the blame for the stolen spirit pearls upon Shuyuan Xianweng. Furthermore, assist Tai Junren in dispelling the malevolent nature of the demonic pearl. By doing so, not only will you absolve yourself of blame, but you will also earn recognition for recovering the spirit pearls, ultimately altering Tai Junren's perception of you. With the Fengshan War on the horizon, We must accomplish this before the tempest unfolds. Only by gaining the trust of the primordial supreme being can one reap greater benefits in the future. Even if the master cannot wield the divine whip, as long as there is no formal severance with the Chan sect, he can still derive more advantages. The more Shun Gongbao listened, the more he felt the truth in these words. Unbeknownst to him, he had entirely fallen under Su Cheng's control, beginning to envision the scenario following their plan's success. However, suddenly, he recalled something and remarked, "Bing Bing, your plan is indeed commendable. Yet it seems to overlook one crucial detail." "What detail?" Shun Gongbao inquired anxiously. The primordial supreme being is a figure of the highest order. With a mere flick of his fingers, he could discern who stole the spirit pearl. "I fear we cannot conceal this from him," he cautioned. Su Cheng, upon hearing this, chuckled. "Master, you worry too much. The primordial supreme being is currently in the void, and with the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods, the causal threads are tangled. He may not discern the truth of the matter. Even if he were to uncover it, it would bear little consequence. For beings of such caliber, what my master has done does not pose a threat in their eyes. Rather, it is advantageous. After all, in terms of outcomes, my master has preserved the spirit pearl and the demon pill for the Chan sect, while allowing the Jie sect to bear the brunt of the blame, unifying the Chan sect's members. As long as the results remain as they are, the primordial supreme being will not concern himself with the truth." Shun Gongbao was utterly astonished. He gazed at Su Cheng with a dazed expression, unable to believe that this individual had only been born 6 months prior. Is this the power of the spirit pearl? In that instant, he realized the significance of one's origins. Fortunately, Su Cheng was his disciple and not his adversary. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 20. The Jade Clear Celestial Method, the Path of Cultivation. Shun Gongbao had initially intended to divulge his entire plan and persuade Su Cheng to act accordingly. However, after being persuaded by Su Cheng, his thoughts had entirely shifted. Instead, he began to contemplate the plan proposed by Su Cheng. "Bing Bing, you are right. This is how we shall proceed. It is my honor that my master acknowledges me." Su Cheng replied, No, Bing. You have only been in existence for half a year, yet your insights are remarkably profound. It seems the primordial pearl is indeed extraordinary," Shun Gongbao said, revealing his divine powers and ascending into the clouds. "We cannot delay. I shall seek out Taichi Zhenren." Watching Shun Gongbao depart, Su Cheng shook his head, hoping that his plan would succeed. Although he had appeared confident while persuading Shun Gongbao, the investiture of the gods would see many capable individuals rise, and numerous wise minds would be present. The likelihood of his simple ruse succeeding remained uncertain. Fortunately, he possessed the god-level selection system, which was his greatest trump card. However, truth be told, activating the god-level selection system was a troublesome affair. Since his reincarnation as Ao Bing, the number of times the system had activated was scarce. It seemed to only engage during significant choices, with the most recent instance being when he saved Princess Longji. As Su Cheng cleared her thoughts and was about to step into Chintang Pass, at that moment, Shun Gongbao returned, descending from the clouds. "Master, why have you come back?" Su Cheng inquired. "Bing Bing, I almost forgot something," Shun Gongbao replied. The system prompted, "Shun Gongbao wishes to offer you an item. Do you hope for the Sword of Slaying Immortals or the Jade Purity Immortal Technique?" "The Sword of Slaying Immortals?" Su Cheng furrowed her brow. "Isn't that a treasure of the Jade Dingzhenren? How could it be in Shun Gongbao's possession?" "I choose," she declared, confirming her selection. Shun Gongbao produced a jade tome from his bosom and handed it to Su Cheng, saying, "Binger, I initially intended to present you with a magical artifact. Last time at the bottom of the East China Sea, you expressed your desire for a sword. I went and stole the Sword of Slaying Immortals from my senior brother, the Jade Ding Daoist. That must not happen. If my master follows my plan, then this Sword of Slaying Immortals cannot appear in my disciples' hands. Otherwise, even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse the guilt." Su Cheng hurriedly interjected. Indeed, this was also the reason she did not select the Sword of Slaying Immortals. Su Cheng harbored dreams of becoming a sword immortal. Although the Fangtian Huaji was impressive, the image of a sword immortal riding the wind and vanquishing demons was what she truly envisioned. However, the Sword of Slaying Immortals was absolutely unacceptable. It was the treasure of the Jade Dingzhenren, exceptionally powerful, but its distinctiveness was too pronounced. If she wielded it in front of the Celestial Sect, she would undoubtedly be discovered. To the Celestial Sect, it would be akin to brandishing Ne Zha's fire-tipped spear in a chaotic manner, creating an overwhelming sense of incongruity. Yet, the fact that Shun Gongbao remembered her casual mention touched her deeply. Indeed, Shun Gongbao agreed. Although I never intended to betray the Celestial Sect, I also do not care much for the Jade Dingzhenren. After all, Ling Zhu has taken his treasure, and he likely wouldn't dare to say anything. However, given the current circumstances, this immortal sword is truly unsuitable for you. Please accept this instead. Shun Gongbao raised the jade tome he held, saying, "This is the Jade Purity Immortal Technique. Half a year ago, I intended to pass this on to you. But considering your innate ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, I refrained and instead imparted the 8-9 mystical art. It seems now that your foundational skills are somewhat lacking, especially in the realm of immortal techniques. You should thoroughly contemplate this Jade Purity Immortal Technique." Su Cheng accepted the Jade Tome of the Jade Purity Immortal Technique, and the system promptly notified her. Text information detected. Please choose. Ignore text content or read text content. I choose. Immediately, countless pieces of textual information from the Jade Tome surged through her mind. As these intricate characters swam through her consciousness, Su Cheng was astounded upon comprehending their meanings. It was at that moment that she realized the Jade Purity Immortal Technique, which she had previously overlooked, was not to be underestimated. This was the true path of cultivation. The Jade Purity Immortal Technique encompasses the essence of all doctrines. Its status within the celestial sect is akin to that of the Huangting scripture in Taoism. Although the 8-9 mystic arts are formidable, they do not encompass the principles of heaven and earth. They merely represent a pure transformation and the divine ability of body refinement. In contrast, the Yuling celestial method is the true epitome of profound Taoist teachings. While it may contain few divine abilities, limited to the 5 elemental immortal arts, the essence of the Yuling celestial method serves as the cornerstone of all cultivation practices. Upon grasping the Yuling celestial method, Su Cheng immediately sensed that the spiritual energy of the surrounding universe had become orderly, as if the essence of heaven and earth, which had never been foreign to him, was now more readily manipulable. However, upon attempting to harness it, he quickly realized that achieving this was no simple feat, even as a reincarnation of the spirit pearl. He would require a period of diligent cultivation to truly master it. Bing Bing, as a reincarnation of the spirit pearl, the chi refining aspect of the Yuling celestial method may not significantly benefit you. However, you must diligently cultivate the 5 elemental immortal arts contained within this text. Time is of the essence. I shall take my leave. With that, Shun Gongbao soared into the clouds once more. The 5 elemental immortal arts? Su Cheng furrowed his brow. Could it be that Shun Gongbao believed the Yuling celestial method was merely a simplistic manifestation of the 5 elemental immortal arts? The 5 elemental immortal arts are divided into the 5 elements of water, fire, earth, wood, and thunder. As a member of the Dragon Clan, he possessed a strong affinity for thunder and frost, yet he was less familiar with the other attributes. Now, with the Yuling celestial method at his disposal, he could gradually cultivate his abilities. However, the crux of the Yuling celestial method's significance to him lay in its depiction of the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. That path leads directly to the sanctity of the saints. Su Cheng even suspected that this was the very cultivation path expounded by the Taoist ancestor Hanjun in the Zixiao Palace. Yet, Shun Gongbao seemed to overlook its importance. Upon reflection, Su Cheng found some solace. After all, not everyone possesses the capacity to comprehend the Tao Te Ching. As a reincarnation of the spirit pearl, along with the support of a divine selection system, he was able to perceive the true profundities of the Yuling celestial method. Others might not share such innate talent. Although Shun Gongbao's aptitude was commendable, it still fell short compared to true prodigies, such as himself. On another note, since both the 8-9 mystic arts and the Yuling celestial method contain such vital divine abilities, could it be that the 36 transformations of the Tiangang are merely a truncated version of the 72 transformations? The more Su Cheng pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If the 36 transformations of the Tiangang were indeed a diminished form of the 72 transformations, why would the system still prompt him to make a choice? Clearly, he needed to persuade Shun Gongbao to acquire the 36 transformations of the Tiangang for further exploration. Perhaps there lay extraordinary opportunities within. Chapter 21. Entering Qintang Pass after Shun Gongbao departed, Su Cheng turned his gaze toward the nearby Qintang Pass. With Shun Gongbao now pursuing his own plans, he too had matters to attend to, specifically, a visit to the magical being Ne Zha. He wondered how Ne Zha was faring at present, according to his memories. Ne Zha would not begin learning celestial methods from Tai Zhenren for another year, meaning that the current Ne Zha was likely still confined within the Li residence. Su Cheng employed the mystical technique of the 8-9 profound arts to conceal his dragon horns and spirit pearl mark. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared several miles away. Qintang Pass, the largest gateway near the East Sea, is situated close to Jiuan River. Despite the tumultuous and impoverished times, the inhabitants of Chintang Pass lived relatively prosperous lives. Upon arriving in the town of Chintang Pass, Su Cheng was greeted by a cacophony of voices, with numerous vendors peddling delectable street food. Noticing a stall selling candied hawthorn, Su Cheng approached and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me the way to the Li residence?" The vendor, a middle-aged man of slightly stout build with a beard, frowned upon hearing Su Cheng's question and retorted, "Who are you calling, sir?" "I am a fine young lady." To Su Cheng's surprise, the voice that emerged was distinctly feminine. "Oh, a fine young lady. Do you have an issue with that?" "And no, not at all." Su Cheng, who had faced the vastness of the ocean without trepidation, found himself momentarily daunted by the formidable presence of this lady. Upon closer reflection, he recognized her resemblance to the ancient beauty, Ru Hua. "Then, dear sister, do you happen to know the way to the Li residence?" Perhaps influenced by the spirit pearl, Su Cheng exuded a warm and refined aura that elicited an immediate fondness. Coupled with his respectful address, the once irate vendor's demeanor softened. "Ah, the Li residence. I am quite familiar with it. You must be seeking General Li Jing. Am I correct? Judging by your attire, you hail from Chaoga, I presume?" "Indeed, you possess keen insight, dear sister. I am a wandering hero from Chaoga, here to seek General Li, having heard of his valor in defending the East Sea and protecting the people from harm. I hold great admiration for him and wish to meet him, if only I could succeed in this endeavor. Alas, you have arrived a few days too late. General Li has gone to the eastern outskirts to vanquish demons and is not expected to return for at least half a month." "Oh, in that case, I shall wait at the Li residence for a couple of days." "Absolutely not. You mustn't do that," the vendor exclaimed urgently. "You see, dear hero, Chintang Pass is not what it once was. A small demon star has emerged, a reincarnation of a formidable fiend known to devour humans. You must steer clear of the Li residence. Do not speak of such things. Do not utter that name. What if he hears it?" The nearby townsfolk began to panic, with many hastily admonishing the vendor. "A reincarnation of a fiend? Are they referring to Ne Zha?" Su Cheng's spirits were suddenly lifted. His true purpose for this journey was not merely to seek Li Jing, but rather to encounter Ne Zha. However, sensing the palpable fear in the air, he realized that he might not glean any useful information from them. Thus, he inquired, "Thank you for your warning, dear sister. Could you kindly point me in the direction of the Li residence? I shall return to pay my respects once General Li returns in half a month." Upon hearing this, Uncle Hua let out a delicate laugh, nearly causing Su Cheng to regurgitate his leftover meal. He then stated, "Young man, if you continue along this main road, you will find the grandest residence at the heart of the checkpoint, which belongs to the Li family. Although General Li is a noble of the Shang dynasty, he is a kind-hearted individual, deeply respected by all, including us common folk. It is rare to find someone of his status who remains so approachable. Thus, he is cherished by the local populace. However, nobility remains nobility, and the opulence of the Li residence is unmistakable. Young man, seeing that you have traveled far and have nowhere to stay, why not spend the night in my chamber?" Uncle Hua proposed. "Perhaps not," Su Cheng replied hastily. "I have been feeling unwell lately, experiencing some discomfort in my stomach and requiring rest." With that, he quickly made his escape. Heaven be merciful. This was the first time Su Cheng had been frightened away. The Li residence guards the Chintang Pass, strategically located at its center, which is evident. This explains why even someone like A.O. Bing, who seldom ventures from the East Sea, has heard of the Li residence. Although it was Su Cheng's first visit to Chintang Pass, he swiftly located the Li family's estate. From a distance, he sensed a profound and familiar spiritual energy emanating from afar. Is this the magic orb? Su Cheng thought, unconsciously quickening his pace. The spiritual energy ahead beckoned him like a fatal temptation. Indeed, as Shun Gongbao had suggested, both the spiritual pearl and the magic orb share a common origin. Born from the primordial pearl, which explains their intrinsic attraction. This may also elucidate why A.O. Bing and Ne Zha fortuitously crossed paths in the film. With a few agile movements, Su Cheng soon arrived at the entrance of the Li residence. "Who goes there? Do not approach," two voices called out in unison. Immediately, a thin golden barrier enveloped the area. Before Su Cheng appeared two small bronze figures resembling the statues from the Sanxingdui culture. Barrier beasts? Su Cheng's eyes brightened. So, these adorable creatures were the cause. "Oh, you have heard of us. It seems our fame has spread so far that even mortals know our name." The barrier beast on the left exclaimed. "You fool, he is clearly not a mortal. Look at the rich spiritual energy surrounding him and his ethereal demeanor. He is undoubtedly a cultivator, perhaps even an immortal." The barrier beast on the right retorted. "Who are you calling a fool? Do you dare to challenge me? Come over here if you have the courage." "Fine, I will." Sweat trickled down Su Cheng's brow as he watched the two barrier beasts nearly engage in a brawl, realizing that he could slip past them unnoticed. Nevertheless, he hurriedly interjected, "Brothers, please remain calm. I, too, hail from the Chan sect, a newly accepted disciple of the third generation. I have come at the behest of my master to observe Ne Zha. I kindly ask you to grant me passage." A third-generation disciple of the Chan sect? Here to see Ne Zha? Two boundary beasts exchanged glances, and the one on the left inquired, "Do you possess any means of verification?" "Indeed, I do," Su Cheng replied with a subtle smile, as a remarkably pure aura suddenly emanated from her. This was the spiritual energy cultivated through the Jade Purity celestial method. For practitioners, especially beings like boundary beasts that are acutely sensitive to spiritual energy, this aura served as an unmistakable emblem, irrefutably genuine. Acknowledgement of the new release. It has been published, and subscriptions are commencing. However, I trust that the readers who have reached this point are not overly concerned with a few cents, right? Laughs, crying. Lastly, I humbly request some recommendation votes. Feel free to bombard me with them. Chapter 22. Ne Zha indeed. This is the power of Jade Purity, exclaimed the left boundary beast. This girl is truly a disciple of the Chan school. Su Cheng, feeling a few black lines form on her forehead, slowly raised her right hand, clenching it into a fist. Bang! With a dull thud followed by a cry of agony, the golden barrier of the boundary beast gradually dissipated. It appears to be made of bronze. Striking it feels no different than hitting flesh, Su Cheng remarked with indifference. Please, esteemed immortal, restrain your anger. The right boundary beast stammered, cold sweat trickling down its brow as it looked at its companion on the ground, dazed and with stars in its eyes. A massive bump protruding from its forehead, trembling in fear. Good heavens! The body of a boundary beast is impervious to blades and spears. Yet this disciple of the Chan school knocked it unconscious with a mere punch. How dare you? I am a male, Su Cheng retorted fiercely. Having only emerged into the world for half a year, he bore the appearance of a youth, far from the mature visage of Ao being depicted in films. And coupled with his water attributes' gentleness, he appeared somewhat androgynous. However, it was certainly not to the extent of being mistaken for a girl. This boundary beast was truly courting death, Su Cheng mused. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, as an incarnation of the spirit orb, his growth was rapid. Within a year and a half, he would undoubtedly mature into a distinguished young gentleman of the world. Besides, if worse came to worst, there were always the 72 transformations to rely upon. Enough. I shall not waste further words with you. I intend to see Ne Zha, Su Cheng declared, clapping her hands. Yes. We shall clear the way for you, esteemed immortal. The right boundary beast said, esteemed immortal, you have broken the barrier yourself. How absurd. One word to describe you, weak. No wonder you cannot contain Ne Zha. Su Cheng scoffed as she stepped into the Li residence. As soon as she entered, a profoundly familiar aura began to envelop her from a distance, accompanied by a faint rumbling sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As she drew nearer, the vibrations intensified, gradually evolving into a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. What is happening? Su Cheng could not help but feel a tinge of confusion. Are they demolishing the house? He stepped forward and leaped onto the wall, only to see a shadow swiftly dart beneath it. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. Upon closer inspection, that shadow turned out to be a soldier clad in armor. In the distance, amidst the rising smoke and dust, another shadow gradually emerged, revealing a boy dressed in a red vest. The lad, with his hands stuffed into his trousers, appeared quite dejected. His distinctive bun hairstyle and dark circles under his eyes made Su Cheng immediately recognize him as Ne Zha. You all are truly pathetic, Ne Zha remarked, listlessly kicking a shuttlecock. All right, you can leave now. Don't think I don't know why you are here. It's merely because Mother sent you to keep an eye on me, right? Rest assured, I won't be going anywhere, especially with those two little octopuses maintaining the barrier. Su Cheng stifled a laugh, nearly bursting out. Little octopuses? Indeed. It was quite an apt description. Upon reflection, those two bronze barrier beasts, while originally resembling the bronze statues of Sank Singdui, bore a striking resemblance to Squidward from SpongeBob SquarePants. But, ma'am has instructed us to accompany the young master, a tall, slender soldier interjected. Just as he finished speaking, Ne Zha narrowed his eyes, saying, So you want to play with me a little longer? Hurry up and leave. Another short, stout soldier quickly grasped the tall soldier's arm and whispered, With the barrier beasts present, let us make a swift exit. If we linger any longer, that little rascal might just have us in a predicament. The tall soldier, feeling the urgency, nodded in agreement, and the two clumsily retreated. Watching their retreat, Su Cheng couldn't help but recall a scene from a movie where Ne Zha's mother, Lady Yin, had been advised by the soldiers to don armor during their first game of shuttlecock. It was no wonder they suggested armor. They had evidently already experienced Ne Zha's extraordinary strength. How unfortunate for them. TCH. A couple of cowards. Ne Zha scoffed, then widened his eyes in excitement, muttering to himself, now, I must devise a way to escape the Li residence and surprise those people. He stood up, preparing to head toward the exit. Just then, a voice rang out. Hey, little girl, where do you think you're going? Ne Zha spun around to find a young boy standing a short distance away. The boy was dressed in light blue attire, with a handsome yet youthful face, clearly still quite young, though he appeared a head taller than Ne Zha. It was Su Cheng. At this moment, Su Cheng had not yet matured into the figure of Ao Bing as depicted in the film, yet due to Ne Zha's powers being suppressed by the Qinquan circle, he appeared to be a few years older. In truth, both were of the same age. Little girl? Ne Zha's brow furrowed once more, indignantly retorting. Who are you calling a little girl? I am a boy. Hee. Su Cheng chuckled, deeply empathizing with Ne Zha's current mood. After all, just a few minutes ago, someone had referred to themselves in a similar manner. The fate of that individual was grim. At the entrance of the Li residence, a bronze boundary beast wept for its fallen companion, exclaiming, Brother, hold on. Don't leave me. How absurd it was to be laughing. Gazing at Su Cheng's smiling face, Ne Zha felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him. In a fit of fury, he kicked the shuttlecock into the air, following up with a flying kick that sent it soaring towards Su Cheng. Whoosh! The shuttlecock sliced through the air like a spark, propelled like a cannonball. Oh no! Ne Zha exclaimed in shock. Upon regaining his senses, he realized he might have exerted too much force. This strike would likely leave the young boy gravely injured, if not worse. Yet, to his astonishment, the fiercely launched shuttlecock was effortlessly deflected by the boy, who merely raised his chest to intercept it, allowing it to gently descend. Immediately afterward, the boy retaliated with a swift kick. Boom! It was as if an explosion had occurred in midair. The shuttlecock flew back with even greater speed and intensity. Bang! The shuttlecock struck Ne Zha squarely, the tremendous force sending the unsuspecting Ne Zha crashing through a wall. Weakling! Su Cheng feigned a cold laugh. Do you know who I am? How dare you kick a shuttlecock at me? I am the king of shuttlecock in the East Sea. Unmatched across the world, no one has ever surpassed my skills. Ne Zha, struggling to regain his footing, felt a surge of excitement in his eyes. Ah, the king of shuttlecock in the East Sea. Come, let us battle for 300 rounds. Chapter 23. Hope in the East Sea's Purgatory. The old Dragon King tilted his head slightly, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just moments ago, his younger brother, the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, had approached him with a matter of utmost secrecy. It was nothing trivial. He had discreetly confided a secret capable of gravely injuring the Dragon clan if revealed. His son, Ao Bing, had incapacitated a disciple of the Jiejiao sect, reducing him to a limbless, mangy dog. Indeed, despite Su Cheng's repeated warnings to Ao Qin not to disclose this to the old Dragon King, the gravity of the situation compelled Ao Qin to speak up. Naturally, he had taken precautions, erecting formidable barriers before their conversation to prevent eavesdropping. After listening, the old Dragon King fell into a long silence, dismissing Ao Qin before succumbing to contemplation. From the perspective of the Dragon clan, Ao Bing had unleashed a catastrophe of monumental proportions. In the current three realms, the Jiejiao and Chanjiao sects were the two most formidable powers. The Dragon clan, however, could not afford to offend even the heavenly realm. The repercussions of antagonizing the Jiejiao were dire. Even if they refrained from annihilating the Dragon clan out of respect for the Yinglong, they would still pursue various forms of persecution, inflicting severe casualties upon the Dragon clan. Indeed, should they provoke the celestial venerable Ling Bao, he would show no regard for the Yinglong, viewing it merely as a junior. Yet, Ao Bing represented the hope of the Dragon clan, stepping back 1,000 paces. Even if Ao Bing is not the hope of the Dragon clan, he is still his son. How could he possibly abandon his own child? Sighing, the old Dragon King lamented. If only it were the era when the ancestral dragon reigned supreme over the vast expanse of the wilderness. Just these past few days, he had been troubled by the affairs of the North Sea's malevolent dragon. Now, however, the issues of the North Sea seemed trivial in comparison. Wasn't Ao Bing the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl? His ability to attract trouble was akin to that of a demon seed. Yet, given the circumstances, the old Dragon King had no choice but to follow Su Cheng down a dark path. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Ao Guang. In that instant, the old Dragon King felt the surrounding waters begin to solidify. The relentless magma of the underwater hell appeared to halt its tumultuous flow. Time seemed to stand still. The suppressed beasts of the sea and the presence of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan vanished entirely. The old Dragon King's heart tightened. He understood that a being of great power had arrived. This was a manifestation of a divine ability that could still the fabric of space, creating a barrier of its own, an extraordinary law. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal would find it impossible to achieve such a feat. The only entities capable of this, apart from the eternal Taoist saints of the Three Pure Ones, were those of the legendary supreme realm of quasi-saints, transcending the three realms, which esteemed elder has suddenly descended. The little dragon dares not be negligent and humbly requests an audience, the old Dragon King said, his heart racing. That was indeed the realm of quasi-saints, a true powerhouse capable of surveying the world and obliterating a territory in a fit of rage. Even among the teachings of Chan and Jia, such beings were exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Could it be that someone from the Jia sect had discovered Ao Bing's actions and come to seek trouble? Lost in his thoughts, a man clad in golden robes appeared before him. Adorned with a golden crown, his face exuded an air of authority, his demeanor gentle yet unmistakably regal. The old Dragon King was all too familiar with this visage. It was the Heavenly Emperor, the supreme leader of the celestial realm, the Jade Emperor. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty, the Jade Emperor. May you enjoy eternal longevity and immortality. The old Dragon King quickly bowed his head. Despite the immense pressure the Dragon clan faced from the celestial realm, he had never harbored thoughts of rebellion. He regarded his son, Ao Bing, as the hope of the Dragon clan, not with the expectation that Ao Bing would overthrow the heavenly palace, but rather that he could achieve divinity in physical form and lead the dragon kin away from the ranks of demons. Though the Dragon clan harbored discontent towards the heavenly palace, they dared not defy the heavens. The Jade Emperor gazed at the stabilizing divine needle embedded in the magma of the Eastern Sea. Ever since the time of Diyu's flood control, the old Dragon King had relied on this divine needle to suppress the aquatic beasts beneath the sea, never daring to stray even a step away. Now, the old Dragon King had grown old, his dragon whiskers turned white. Ao Guang, once upon a time, you were merely a young boy beneath the auspices of the Yinglong. Now, 10,000 years have passed, and you appear older than I, the Jade Emperor remarked, his tone tinged with a sense of melancholy. As Ao Guang listened to the words of the Jade Emperor, a sense of unease enveloped him. The Jade Emperor had personally manifested before him, speaking in such a gentle tone, a phenomenon that had not occurred in millennia. Your Majesty possesses boundless powers. How could a mere minister like myself ever compare? The old Dragon King remarked. Observing the old Dragon King's timid demeanor, the Jade Emperor felt a pang of regret. Had he indeed been unjust to the dragon lineage? In the days of yore, when the ancestral dragon dominated the vast wilderness, it was a time of great vigor. The Dragon clan stood at the pinnacle among the three races, as the sovereign of all beings. Yet now, they had fallen into such dire straits. Ao Guang, you have endured much over the years, the Jade Emperor said. Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is my honor to alleviate your burdens, Ao Guang replied. A hint of irony in his tone. The Jade Emperor chuckled softly, saying, It seems you have taken quite a liking to this realm of torment. I fear my intentions to restore freedom to your Dragon clan may be in vain. At this, the old Dragon King was struck with astonishment. Restoring freedom? This is what the Dragon clan has longed for, yet could not attain. If the Dragon clan could truly regain their liberty and shed the title of monstrosity, then even if my soul were to dissipate and my form extinguished, it would be worth it. However, who could ascertain the veracity of the Jade Emperor's words? The old Dragon King hesitated, lowering his gaze in silence. Enough, the Jade Emperor gestured dismissively. Ao Guang, although you have lived for tens of thousands of years, in my eyes, you remain but a child. There is no need for you to employ shallow schemes. My purpose in coming here is to inform you that the good days for your Dragon clan are approaching. Is this true? The old Dragon King abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with hope. He fixed his gaze upon the Jade Emperor, beginning to believe. It was simple. To the heavenly realm, the current Dragon clan was of little consequence. The Jade Emperor had no need to come personally to deceive him. Indeed, the Jade Emperor affirmed calmly. Hope and ecstasy flickered in the old Dragon King's eyes. However, the Jade Emperor cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. Your clan's good days are on the horizon, but they are not here yet. The Jade Emperor's words brought a sense of sobriety to the old Dragon King. Indeed, matters were not so straightforward. The impending battle of deities suggested that the Jade Emperor had a purpose for the Dragon clan. Nevertheless, as long as there was hope, the old Dragon King was willing to strive for it. He nodded slightly and said, I do not know what your Majesty desires the Dragon clan to undertake, But as long as Ao Guang is able, I shall face any peril without hesitation, even if it means my obliteration, to serve your majesty. Chapter 24. Silencing dissent. The Jade Emperor observed the old Dragon King's demeanor and shook his head. Ao Guang, I have witnessed the actions of your clan over the years. There is no need for you to profess your loyalty. I have come to inquire about a matter. Your majesty, please proceed, the old Dragon King responded promptly. Do you recall the primordial pearl that Ne Zha used to mend the heavens? The Jade Emperor inquired. The old Dragon King felt a heavy weight in his heart. Indeed, the Jade Emperor had discovered the matter he had hoped to keep concealed. He believed that once Ao Bing achieved great merit, even if the truth were to be revealed, the merits would outweigh the faults, or perhaps the merits and faults would balance each other out. Your Majesty, I recall that after the primordial pearl fell to the mortal realm, it continuously devoured the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Both the Chan sect and the sought to seize it for two reasons. Firstly, to refine the primordial pearl and enhance their power. Secondly, to establish a connection with the Saint Enwa. Some 6 months ago, the primordial pearl was ultimately acquired by a disciple of the Chan sect, who divided it into the spirit pearl and the demon pill. The spirit pearl was then cast into the womb of Madame Yin, the wife of General Li Jing of Qintang Pass, and thus, it reincarnated as Ne Zha. Are you aware of this? Ministry has knowledge of it, the old Dragon King replied, his cold sweat pouring down. He never anticipated that the Jade Emperor was so well informed about this matter, grasping even the minutest details. Then why did the spirit pearl not reincarnate as Ne Zha, but rather as your son? The Jade Emperor's voice grew slightly louder, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, rendering the old Dragon King nearly breathless. The guilty minister deserves death. The old Dragon King could only bow his head, not daring to retort in the slightest. Humph. The Jade Emperor snorted lightly, retracting his oppressive aura. I possess the Haotian mirror bestowed by the Tao ancestor, which allows me to observe any corner of the three realms. How could you possibly conceal anything from me? This assertion by the Jade Emperor was somewhat exaggerated, as the Haotian mirror could not be activated at all times. The myriad entities of the world were far too numerous for the Jade Emperor to monitor continuously. However, he and the Yaoqi Golden Mother, leveraging the power of the Kunlun mirror, were indeed able to deduce this matter, which was not entirely hidden. Unbeknownst to the old Dragon King, he truly believed that this situation was entirely under the Jade Emperor's control. After pondering for a while, a possibility suddenly struck him. If the Jade Emperor was indeed fully aware of this matter, then why did he not prevent Shen Gongbao from stealing the Spirit Pearl? Could it be that he had intended from the outset to allow the Spirit Pearl to reincarnate within the Dragon Clan? Indeed, the more the old Dragon King considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Li Jing's master was known as the Hungry Taoist. Although Dui Taoist claimed to be a scattered immortal from West Kunlun, he was, in fact, a disciple of the Chan sect and a direct disciple of the Primordial Lord. Dui Taoist remained in West Kunlun largely due to the presence of the Yaoqi Golden Mother. This detail aside, it is evident that Li Jing could also be considered a disciple of the Chan sect. Furthermore, Li Jing's elder son, Jin Zha, and younger son, Mu Zha, were both disciples of the Chan sect's third generation, having taken 2 of the 12 golden immortals as their masters. Presently, Ne Zha has also taken Tai Junren as his master. If the Spirit Pearl were to reincarnate as Ne Zha, then ultimately, it would belong to the Chan sect as well. But what if the Spirit Pearl were to be reborn within the Dragon Clan? Despite the constant oppression faced by the Dragon Clan from the heavens. However, let us not forget that the Dragon Clan still constitutes a faction of the Celestial Palace. Should the Lingzhu be reborn into the Dragon Clan, then it too would be considered part of the Celestial Palace's power. The old Dragon King narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, the sinner deserves 1,000 deaths. Yet, my actions were solely aimed at strengthening the might of our Celestial Palace, the old Dragon King proclaimed. As of now, the Lingzhu has been reincarnated as my son, Ao Bing. For the past 6 months, I have diligently instructed him, hoping that one day he may contribute to the Celestial Palace and earn your Majesty's favor for our Dragon Clan. My loyalty to your Majesty is unwavering and will never change. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly, feigning anger. Humph, sweet words. Nevertheless, I have not forgotten the steadfast loyalty of the Dragon Clan throughout the years. This display from the Jade Emperor allowed the old Dragon King to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Indeed, he was not truly enraged. Considering your sincere loyalty, I shall overlook this matter, the Jade Emperor stated nonchalantly. The Lingzhu, as a reincarnation of a celestial spirit, possesses a kind heart and compassion. Furthermore, it is deeply intertwined with the Saint Enwa, undoubtedly standing on the side of justice in this primordial realm. Thus, Whether he is reborn within the teaching of the interception, the teaching of the establishment, the celestial palace, or the dragon clan, it matters not. This statement clearly signified a resolution to the issue, implying that since the Lingzhu is inherently virtuous, its place of rebirth is inconsequential. Are we not the righteous forces of the celestial palace? The old Dragon King felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. The Jade Emperor's words indicated that he regarded the dragon clan as kin, rather than mere subordinates, as in the past. It seemed that the Lingzhu was indeed extraordinary. Allowing it to be reborn as his son, Ao Bing, was truly the wisest decision he had ever made. However, the Jade Emperor shifted the conversation, stating, "The Lingzhu embodies goodness and justice. Yet, the Demon Pearl does not. The Demon Pearl is infused with the malevolent essence of the outer demons left by the demon ancestor. Inherently savage and bloodthirsty, should it remain in this primordial realm, it will undoubtedly become a calamity." Demon Pearl? The old Dragon King furrowed his brow slightly. Why was this suddenly brought up? It must be noted that the Demon Pearl was none other than Ne Zha, originally chosen by the Primordial Lord as the Lingzhu's candidate. Could it be that? The Jade Emperor continued, "Ao Guang, I now have an important task for you. To eliminate the Demon Pearl, Ne Zha. Of course, you must handle this matter with care, as it concerns the relationship between the celestial realm and the teachings of establishment. With the impending battle of deification, we cannot allow the disciples of the teaching of establishment to misunderstand the celestial realm. Do you not agree?" The old Dragon King immediately understood the Jade Emperor's intentions. To his surprise, the Jade Emperor was far more ruthless. He intended to silence the matter completely. Speaking of the Demon Pearl, one must say that Tai Junren, a disciple of the teaching of establishment, truly acted foolishly. How could he have momentarily confused the Demon Pearl with the Lingzhu? The Jade Emperor feigned a deep breath and remarked, "With such a foolish disciple in the Chan sect, there is no telling what greater troubles may arise in the forthcoming battle for divinity." The old Dragon King remained silent for a moment before raising his head to speak. "Your Majesty, the sinner deserves death. Within the Northern Sea, a nephew of mine has betrayed the Dragon Clan, committing heinous acts, and has long since been stripped of his dragon status. Now he stirs up chaos in the Northern Sea. It would be prudent to allow the demonic orb and this wretched dragon to perish together, thus restoring peace to this realm. Indeed, that would be a sound course of action. Let it be so," the Jade Emperor replied. "Furthermore, as a disciple of the Chan sect, Tai Junren must also bear responsibility for his misdeeds. It is likely that during the battle between the wretched dragon and the demonic orb, he will offer himself as a sacrifice, thereby clearing his name." Chapter 25. The Mirror of Heaven. Only at this moment did the old Dragon King comprehend the true purpose of the Jade Emperor's visit. It was evident that the Jade Emperor had neither come to reminisce nor to accuse. His genuine intent was to silence witnesses. Of course, it was not the Dragon King's voice he sought to silence, but rather that of Ne Zha and Tai Junren. The Jade Emperor intended to retaliate against the Chan sect. Upon learning that Lingzhu had reincarnated as a member of the Dragon Clan, the Jade Emperor had no intention of surrendering Lingzhu, but chose to employ the same method as Shun Gongbao, to eliminate any potential informants. By slaying Ne Zha and Tai Junren, the truth of Lingzhu's reincarnation would remain concealed, and even if the Primordial Lord wished to seek retribution in the future, he would find it impossible to proceed. After all, the Primordial Lord was currently adrift in the void of chaos. Moreover, with the impending battle for divinity causing a tumult of heavenly secrets, even with his profound cultivation as a Hunyuan Dayo Jingxian, he would be unable to discern the truth of the matter. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this matter will be handled with utmost discretion," the old Dragon King stated in a somber tone. "Do not refer to yourself as a sinner. What sin have you committed?" The Jade Emperor replied lightly. The old Dragon King felt a surge of encouragement and responded, "Yes, I shall obey." Additionally, aside from Tai Junren, Ne Zha's father, Li Jing, and his mother cannot be spared, the Jade Emperor asserted once more, this time leaving no room for ambiguity. "Yes, I understand," the old Dragon King acknowledged. The Jade Emperor paused briefly before inquiring, "Can Shun Gongbao be trusted?" The old Dragon King felt a jolt within and replied softly, "Your Majesty, Shun Gongbao is my sworn brother, known for his hospitality and fondness for our Dragon Clan. Furthermore, he is the architect of this plan. Should it be exposed, the repercussions would fall most heavily upon him." "Very well. If he can be trusted, that suffices." The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. The old Dragon King exhaled in relief, fearing that the Jade Emperor might also seek to silence Shun Gongbao. After all, the Dragon Clan's once-in-a-millennium opportunity was largely thanks to Shun Gongbao. Otherwise, Ne Zha would not be the reincarnation of Lingzhu at this moment. Your Majesty, the old Dragon King hesitated. There is one more matter I am uncertain whether to mention. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly and urged, speak. Humans possess 3 souls and 6 spirits. Individuals like Tai Junrin and Ne Zha possess even greater spiritual essence, the old Dragon King explained. In the event that their souls or spirits descend to the underworld, there exists a possibility that they may be resurrected by the primordial heavenly sovereign. This matter, as my friend Shingongbao has claimed, is quite manageable. Thus, I may be overthinking the situation. The Jade Emperor nodded, stating, your concerns are not without merit. However, you need not worry. Should they perish, I shall ensure their souls are utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of their true essence. Your Majesty is indeed formidable. The old Dragon King bowed his head in reverence. The Jade Emperor is the sovereign of the 3 realms. Though his authority is largely nominal, his cultivation is unparalleled. Since he has uttered such words, one can be assured of his confidence. As the Jade Emperor spoke of this matter, he almost overlooked it. With a gentle wave of his hand, divine radiance suddenly erupted. A resplendent 7-colored light burst forth in the space, and instantly, the fabric of reality seemed to rupture. From this rift, chaotic malevolence surged forth, and amidst the swirling chaos, a mirror glimmering with ethereal light appeared. This is the Haotian mirror, a primordial treasure imbued with the laws of space and immense powers. The Jade Emperor declared, should a person's soul fall within, they shall become ensnared in an endless illusion. Such a treasure is rightfully yours to possess. The old Dragon King replied, indeed, Your Majesty, the Haotian mirror is a wondrous artifact. Humph. I reveal the Haotian mirror not to elicit your flattery. The Jade Emperor responded coolly. Rather, I am lending it to you for a purpose. One must die and be cast into the Haotian mirror. Thereby, they will naturally perish, their path extinguished. Even if the spirit treasure sovereign were to intervene, he would struggle to ascertain this person's fate. The old Dragon King felt a profound shock. He immediately recognized to whom the Jade Emperor referred. Indeed, the Emperor spoke of Hong Jin, who had been rendered powerless and mutilated by Su Cheng, reduced to the status of a loathsome creature. It was astonishing that the Jade Emperor was aware of Hong Jin's plight, perhaps even before he himself was. Your Majesty, let this matter remain unspoken, the Emperor said. However, I must commend you. Your son Ao Bing has performed admirably. As for the specifics, that is knowledge not meant for you. Had it not been for Su Cheng, the heavenly palace would have been ensnared by the schemes of the immortal Fu Yuan, forcing them to demote Princess Long Ji to a mortal status, enduring great humiliation, ultimately becoming a source of ridicule across the 3 realms. Thus, the Jade Emperor felt immense gratitude towards Su Cheng. Moreover, although Su Cheng's dragon lineage may not seem significant, her reincarnation as a spiritual pearl indeed warranted her pairing with Princess Long Ji. Furthermore, from the Kunlun mirror, the Jade Emperor observed Su Cheng's actions and demeanor, which displayed both benevolence and decisive ruthlessness. He held her in high regard. Though the Jade Emperor did not articulate it, he recognized that Ao Bing was indeed worthy of becoming his son-in-law. However, the timing for such a union was not yet appropriate. The old Dragon King, though somewhat perplexed, could sense the goodwill emanating from the Jade Emperor. At the very least, it appeared that the Emperor intended to protect Ao Bing, which was undoubtedly a fortuitous sign. As for matters that one ought not to know, it is prudent to remain uninformed. Very well, you shall accept the Haotian mirror. This mirror now resides in your possession, containing a fragment of my true essence. Should you find yourself in need, simply utilize the Haotian mirror to communicate with me. The Jade Emperor spoke in a calm manner, then turned away, adding, moreover, if time permits, please entrust the Haotian mirror to Ao Bing. There are matters of great significance concerning your dragon clan's future that I must discuss with him. The old Dragon King gently opened his mouth and swallowed the Haotian mirror, then anxiously remarked, your humble servant understands. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Just remember, with a wave of his hand, the Jade Emperor vanished from sight. The confined space resumed its natural flow, and the waters began to ripple once more. Surrounding the old Dragon King, countless oblivious dragons remained unaware, as if the recent events had been but a fleeting dream. Only the old Dragon King comprehended that it was no mere illusion, for the Haotian mirror still resided within him, emanating formidable power. Where is Prime Minister Turtle? The old Dragon King inquired softly. I am here, responded a young maiden adorned with a dark green turtle shell, gracefully ascending from the depths of the sea. Her features were exquisite, yet her countenance bore a hint of languor, as she respectfully asked, what is it that the Dragon King desires of me? Immediately proceed to the South Sea and summon my younger brother, the South Sea Dragon King, to meet with me, the old Dragon King commanded. Chapter 26. We are now friends then. Ne Zha sprang into action with a powerful kick. The shuttlecock soared once more, tracing an almost perfect trajectory through the air. This flawless arc contained an astonishing force, posing a significant threat even to seasoned soldiers hardened by battle. Yet it was effortlessly deflected by Su Cheng with a mere flick of his sleeve. However, this time, Su Cheng did not return the shuttlecock, but instead held it firmly in his grasp. What is the matter? Ne Zha expressed some discontent, saying, "Continue. I have yet to fully enjoy myself." Since his emergence, it was the first time someone had engaged him so spiritedly in play, and he naturally did not wish for it to conclude so soon. Look at the time. It is no longer appropriate for play. Su Cheng replied with a hint of exasperation, gesturing towards the sky. When they had arrived, daylight still lingered, but now the moon was faintly visible, and the stars shone brightly. Although the last glimmers of the setting sun still flickered in the western sky, it was evidently late. In truth, Su Cheng was enjoying himself immensely. Although kicking a shuttlecock was generally considered a pastime for girls in his mind, engaging in this activity with Ne Zha was an entirely different experience. Psychologically, this was Ne Zha, the legendary deity Ne Zha. As a child, Su Cheng had eagerly watched the animated series The Legend of Ne Zha and Journey to the West every evening. In his world, countless literary works about Ne Zha and the Monkey King proliferated, from the Havoc in Heaven to Ne Zha Conquers the Dragon King, and from the Lotus Lantern to Investiture of the Gods. In the realm of Chinese mythology, apart from strange tales from a Chinese studio, the figures of the Monkey King and Ne Zha are inescapable. The portrayal of Ne Zha in Ne Zha, Birth of the Demon Child resonates profoundly with Su Cheng's imagination of the character. Although this version of Ne Zha is reincarnated from a demon orb rather than the traditionally conceived spirit pearl, his personality and demeanor endear him even more to Su Cheng. Engaging in a game of shuttlecock with Ne Zha and causing a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace alongside the Monkey King are two aspirations that Su Cheng dreams of fulfilling. Naturally, given his current lack of strength and background, he is not yet capable of instigating chaos in the Heavenly Palace. However, playing shuttlecock with Ne Zha is indeed a delightful prospect. Moreover, the experience of playing shuttlecock with Ne Zha is anything but mundane. Each of Ne Zha's kicks is imbued with immense power. Comparable to no less than 66 levels of Hong Jin, the weak Hong Jin has become a unit of measurement. Even though Su Cheng has recently begun to grasp the 8-9 profound arts and can exert some control over Ne Zha, he must remain cautious. A moment of distraction could lead to defeat. Initially, both exerted their full strength, making the shuttlecock soar like a cannonball. As their game progressed, they shifted to employing finesse. With each encounter showcasing considerable skill, it was an endlessly entertaining endeavor. Nevertheless, even the most enjoyable activities cannot be prolonged indefinitely. The sky was darkening, and although the last rays of the setting sun lingered in the west, continuing to play might lead to tedium. Su Cheng sighed in resignation. In fact, during their game, he had sensed several instances of someone stealthily observing them, undoubtedly the boundary beasts and the two soldiers. However, he remained unconcerned. If Shun Gongbao could successfully execute his plan, such matters would be trivial. Besides, as a celestial being of the Chan sect, this might explain why the soldiers had yet to intervene. "Are you leaving already?" Ne Zha inquired. Su Cheng nodded and replied, "Yes, I can no longer stay. If I continue, I might have to spend the night here." "So what if you stay? The Li Manor is vast enough. There's bound to be a place for you. If worst comes to worst, you can stay in my room. My bed is large enough for both of us." Su Cheng nearly choked on his laughter. "I think it's more suitable for me to reside alone. I have no interest in men. If you were a girl, that might be different." "Get lost. What are you thinking?" Ne Zha retorted. Fortunately, he had yet to begin studying the Tao. Otherwise, he might have already prodded Su Cheng with his fiery spear. "All right, I'll take my leave. I've grown weary of this as well," Ne Zha huffed, turning away, though a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Truth be told, this had been the most enjoyable day he had experienced. Since his birth, no one had ever treated him as anything but a monster. Even Li Jing and Lady Yin, despite their profound love for him, truly regarded him as a demon egg. This is precisely why, in the film, after 3 years, Ne Zha weeps following a game of shuttlecock with Ao Bing. No matter how formidable the Hunyuan Pearl may be, Ne Zha remains merely a child who has been in the world for less than 3 years. One must ponder, how would a normal individual react if they were perceived as an outcast from a young age? As they mature, even if they do not seek revenge upon society, they might inevitably become an introverted, taciturn, or even reclusive person. Ne Zha, as the reincarnation of a demon egg, has endured such treatment since childhood. Yet, he refrained from slaughter and even saved Chintang Pass, which could be deemed merciful. From this perspective alone, the term demon egg seems quite misleading. It can only be said that, upon the unsealing of his powers, he lost his rationality, albeit in a controllable manner. As for Ne Zha's intrinsic human nature, it has largely remained unaffected. Su Cheng let out a slight sigh, then a smile graced her lips as she softly remarked, I am leaving. Go ahead, who is stopping you? Ne Zha retorted with a cold snort. Am I truly leaving? Su Cheng questioned. Get lost. I am going. Su Cheng took a few steps forward. Ne Zha shifted his feet, then abruptly turned around. Hey, wait. Upon seeing Su Cheng still standing a short distance away, he was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Wait for what? Just hurry up and leave. Ne Zha, feeling both embarrassed and furious, punched a wall, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. How embarrassing. Do you not wish for me to depart? Su Cheng inquired. Ne Zha lowered his head, remaining silent. Was this a tacit acknowledgement? All right. I merely wish to ask where you reside. If time permits, I could visit you for a game of shuttlecock. Ne Zha said self-deprecatingly. After uttering this, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate and added, Of course, my intention in playing shuttlecock with you is to settle a score. I refuse to accept your title as the East Sea Shuttlecock King. Ne Zha turned away. Indeed, the present Ne Zha is not yet the future deity of the three altars, merely a child. Su Cheng smiled, retrieving a conch shell from her pocket. Ne Zha, with his head bowed, caught sight of the conch shell before him, his eyes widening slightly. Reminiscent of the excitement he felt when the little girl from the town had held a shuttlecock, wanting to play with him. We are friends now, Su Cheng said casually. In the future, whenever you wish to play shuttlecock, you may come to the beach to find me. As long as I hear the sound of the conch, I shall travel from afar to meet you. Ne Zha lifted his head. Oh right. I am not known as the East Sea Shuttlecock King. My name is Ao Bing. And you? Ne Zha raised his head slightly once more. I am Ne Zha. Chapter 27. The appearance of Tai Zhenren after parting ways with Ne Zha. Su Cheng refrained from wandering about Qintang Pass. Instead, she intended to return to the East Sea to pay a visit to the old Dragon King. Though his time outside has not been long, I must confess that I find myself somewhat nostalgic for the old Dragon King. It seems that in the span of these 6 months, I have truly come to regard the East Sea as my home, Su Cheng mused to himself. Indeed, it has only been a brief while since my departure, yet I already feel a yearning to return. Rather than viewing this journey as a mere trial, it feels more akin to a delightful escapade, much like spending an entire night at an internet CAF, only to find oneself without a place to rest the following day, and thus, returning in a rather dejected manner. Although this world's East Sea is not the Dragon Palace, but rather a realm of torment, Su Cheng felt no sense of discomfort there. The absence of the Dragon Palace made him furrow his brow slightly, as if a thought had struck him. Moments later, his expression relaxed, and he burst into hearty laughter. If there is no Dragon Palace, then I shall simply create one of my own. Yes. This idea suddenly ignited within him. He envisioned establishing a Dragon Palace to rival the Heavenly Palace, creating a harmonious balance between the sea and the sky. What is so amusing? A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Cheng instinctively took a step back, clenching his right hand into a fist, ready to summon the sea-overturning divine dragon spear to prepare for confrontation. Given the multitude of demons in this world, he remained exceedingly cautious in the open. However, he soon exhaled in relief. You startle me, master. Before him stood Shen Gongbao, draped in black robes, but this time he was not alone. Accompanying him was a portly middle-aged man, his appearance characterized by a round face and large ears. Clad in a blue outer garment and wielding a whisk, he presented an image that, while initially ethereal, appeared rather comical when juxtaposed with his rotund figure. Undoubtedly, this portly fellow was Tai Zhenren, junior brother. Is this the reincarnation of the spirit pearl you mentioned? Tai Zhenren scrutinized Su Cheng, commenting, I must say, this spectacle does not seem particularly promising. You are not merely spinning tales, are you, demon child? Su Cheng furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this fellow would resort to name-calling upon their first encounter. However, it seemed that Tai Zhenren's Mandarin, laced with a Sichuan dialect, included the term child, which in local parlance serves as an affectionate term from elder to younger. I am unaware of what you mean, Su Cheng feigned ignorance. This is your master's master, Tai Zhenren, Shen Gongbao explained. It is time to reveal the truth to you. The truth? Su Cheng's mind raced, quickly grasping Shen Gongbao's implication. It appeared that Shen Gongbao had successfully persuaded Tai Zhenren to join their cause. Indeed, Tai Zhenren continued, you were originally the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, but unexpectedly, a rogue from the stole it, and fortunately, my junior brother intervened. To my astonishment, that rogue, in a fit of anger, reincarnated you into the dragon clan. Though Tai Jinren spoke with a pronounced accent, he made every effort to articulate clearly for Su Cheng's understanding. Am I truly the Spirit Pearl? Su Cheng blinked and inquired, what exactly is the Spirit Pearl? Tai Jinren recounted the matter in its entirety. It turns out that for the past 6 months, Tai Jinren had been seeking assistance from his fellow Taoists in the Chanjiao regarding the predicament of Ne Zha. However, despite his extensive inquiries, he had been unable to discover a method to lift the heavenly tribulation curse, which was, after all, a spell cast by the primordial Lord himself. The heavenly tribulation curse was extraordinarily powerful, and the only solution lay in the method of the substitute talisman, as described by Chongqing Yun, requiring a blood relative of Ne Zha to take his place at the Void Gate. On this day, Tai Jinren, feeling helpless, intended to journey to the Golden Cloud Cave in Yuling Mountain to consult his senior brother, Yuding Zhenren, for potential solutions. However, Shen Gongbao unexpectedly sought him out. Initially, Tai Jinren harbored no fondness for Shen Gongbao, yet due to his relatively agreeable nature, he refrained from speaking harshly. To Tai's astonishment, Shen Gongbao revealed a monumental secret. According to Shen Gongbao, the culprit behind the theft of the Spirit Pearl was none other than the immortal Fu Yuan. Not only had Shen Gongbao intercepted the Spirit Pearl, but he had also diligently instructed the Dragon Clan for 6 months, thus becoming a significant contributor to the Chanjiao. This is how it transpired, Shen Gongbao explained. I had always intended to inform my senior brother of this news, but he has been absent from Chuntang Pass for the past 6 months, and I felt it inappropriate to disturb Li Jing and his wife. Thus, the matter lingered. Su Cheng quietly chuckled to himself. It was evident that Shen Gongbao was quite cunning. His web of deceit was impeccably woven. In truth, with Shen Gongbao's connections, locating Tai Jinren should have been a simple endeavor. Indeed, it had been less than a day since he had mentioned his absence, and already Tai Jinren had been lured by Shen Gongbao. Su Cheng even harbored suspicions that Shen Gongbao might have been covertly monitoring Tai Jinren all along. Shen Gongbao's cultivation surpassed that of Tai Jinren, and in the film, despite Tai Jinren possessing numerous magical artifacts, he had only managed to achieve a stalemate against Shen Gongbao. Thus, it would be effortless for Shen Gongbao to observe Tai Jinren without detection. So, it is true, he is the demon pill? Su Cheng began his performance. He feigned shock and exclaimed, the Ne Zha you speak of, I encountered him just today. How could he possibly be the demon pill? He does not emanate the slightest trace of malice. Have you truly witnessed him? Tai Jinren sighed. Indeed, it is the first time since my birth that I have encountered someone akin to myself, and I sensed no aura of demonhood about him. He is undoubtedly not a monster. Su Cheng pretended to express disbelief. Alas, what a fateful entanglement. It seems that the innate attraction between the demon pill and the Spirit Pearl has led to their swift encounter. Tai Jinren lamented. He is indeed not a monster, yet he is a demon. Sooner or later, the demon pill will lose his reason, and innocent souls at Chintang Pass will inevitably suffer. We should act now and eliminate him. Shen Gongbao insisted. Ah, junior brother, what are you suggesting? Such a desire for bloodshed is excessive, Tai Jinren replied. Ne Zha, I believe, still possesses some humanity. I have now subdued his demonic nature with the Qinkuan circle, hoping to reform him. Reform? What a farce. Even if you manage to mold him into a paragon of virtue, when the heavenly tribulation curse arrives, he is destined to perish regardless. Tai Jinren fell into silence. Indeed, from his perspective, this situation had spiraled out of control, entirely due to his oversight. Over the past 6 months, he had grown increasingly remorseful towards Ne Zha. Originally, Ne Zha was destined for a bright future as the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, yet due to his single misstep, he now faced the peril of death. Chapter 28. The Map of Mountains and Rivers, the Heavenly Tribulation Curse? What is this curse? Su Cheng once again donned an adorably perplexed expression, leaving both Tai Jinren and Shen Gongbao momentarily speechless. The former was genuinely convinced, while the latter was astonished by his audacity. How could Su Cheng be unaware of what the heavenly tribulation curse was? What kind of disciple was he teaching? Observing their reactions, Su Cheng began to doubt whether he had overstepped, and in a flustered manner exclaimed, Oh, I remember now. My master told me it is a formidable spell wielded by saints, invincible and comparable to the 3 calamities and thunder tribulations. Indeed, it surpasses even the 3 calamities and thunder tribulations. Tai Jinren sighed in resignation. Moreover, Ne Zha has taken to causing mischief everywhere. He has stirred trouble at Chintang Pass. And I fear that one day he may create a real mess that generally cannot explain. What do you intend to do then? Shen Gongbao inquired. With the might of the demon pill, your few boundary beasts could never restrain him. You cannot simply watch over him perpetually, can you? That is a concern you need not have. Tai Yizhenren waved his sleeve, and instantly, a scroll appeared before the three of them. The scroll depicted mountains and rivers, an exquisitely crafted ink painting, yet imbued with immense spiritual energy. In that moment, Su Cheng recalled a particular treasure, the map of mountains and rivers. Shen Gongbao exclaimed in astonishment, I never expected my master would even lend you this. He, it is not truly given to me, Tai Yizhenren replied. It is merely borrowed. After all, this treasure, strictly speaking, does not belong to my master. He pointed to the sky and added, the true spirit of Nuwa is still contained within it. Observing the expression on Tai Yizhenren's face, Su Cheng's mind raced, and he suddenly grasped a crucial insight. In the film, the appearance of the map of mountains and rivers was indeed peculiar. For this treasure did not originate from the primordial supreme being, but rather belonged to the mother of humanity, Nuwa. If that is the case, why would the primordial supreme being bestow this treasure upon Tai Yizhenren? Su Cheng had always found this strange, attributing it to the narrative's design. However, at this moment, he finally understood. Because Nuwa was concerned for Ne Zha, his suspicions had proven correct. Since the Hunyuan pearl was refined from Nuwa's hand, it could also be viewed as a representation of Nuwa's legacy. This was not depicted in the film, but an investiture of the gods. Ne Zha is the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, the sole disciple of Nuwa. If there exists some connection between the two settings, it suggests that from the very beginning, Nuwa and the primordial supreme one did not wish for the demon pill to be destroyed. The notion of my fate is determined by me, not by heaven, might merely serve as a test for Ne Zha. This also elucidates why Nuwa lent the formidable treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, to the primordial supreme one. The map of mountains and rivers is no ordinary artifact. It is one of the finest treasures that opened the heavens and the earth, containing records of the primordial landscapes and geological veins, akin to a cartographic representation of the primordial realm. Within it lies a vast universe, replete with mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, flora and fauna, and the intricate web of terrains, as if encapsulating a miniature world of sovereignty. Once one enters, even a great Luo golden immortal would find it nearly impossible to escape without a spiritual brush. In the forthcoming War of the Gods, Nuwa has repeatedly assisted the Chan teaching faction, aligning herself with the Western Zhou camp. It appears that acquiring the primordial pearl has indeed tied her fate to Nuwa. Of course, if this conjecture holds true, then, as a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, my connection to Nuwa would be profound, perhaps even closer than that to the demon pill. If one possesses this treasure, it could genuinely confine the demon pill, remarked Shunsheng Leopard. Tai Yizhenren shook his head, stating, I cannot perpetually restrain him. That would be trivial. I intend to impart to him mystical arts. Within the map of mountains and rivers, there exists ample illusion and rich spiritual energy that can facilitate Ne Zha's rapid growth. Are you mad? Shunsheng Leopard exclaimed, no longer stuttering in his fright. Although he entertained Su Cheng's speculation that the demon pill might have been deliberately placed here by the primordial supreme one, he pondered. What if Ne Zha learned mystical arts and experienced a surge in cultivation? What if one day he succumbed to madness? Shunsheng Leopard doubted whether his own Tai golden immortal cultivation could contain the demon pill. After all, the origins of the primordial pearl are unlike those of ordinary mortals. Just look at A.O. Bing. After only half a year of cultivating the 8-9 profound arts, he had already reached a level comparable to that of a golden immortal when combined with a treasure. I have always believed that Ne Zha's humanity could suppress his demonic nature, Tai Yizhenren asserted. Although Master has always emphasized the importance of lineage, I believe that one's origins do not determine their destiny. Tai Yizhenren's words left Shunsheng Leopard profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated that Tai Yizhenren would harbor such thoughts. In his memory, the Chan teaching, from the primordial supreme one to the generations of disciples, had always placed great importance on lineage and looked down upon those of demonic heritage. Could it be that he was mistaken? Primarily, Ne Zha is so adorable, unlike you, my junior brother, who is rather unattractive. Surely, he possesses more human qualities. Perhaps if I give him a little nudge, I might completely eradicate the demonic nature. Tai Yizhenren patted Shunsheng Leopard's shoulder. Instantly, Shunsheng Leopard's heart seethed with anger. It seemed he had overthought matters. Indeed, this fellow had looked down upon him from the very beginning. Whether or not Tai Yizhenren truly disdained Shunsheng Leopard aside, his emotional intelligence was evidently lacking. He certainly did not know how to express himself well. In the depths of his heart, Su Cheng silently criticized the increasingly sullen expression of Shen Gongbao. He gently cleared his throat and remarked, Master, I believe that my uncle's idea is quite commendable. With diligent instruction, We might even concoct a ruse to help him suppress his demonic nature. Who knows, it could indeed succeed. Success would be of little consequence, Shun Gongbao interjected. As I have stated before, even if he were to become a paragon of virtue, he would still be unable to escape the daily tribulations of the heavenly calamity. Junior brother, please refrain from further remarks, sighed Tai Jinren. There may indeed be a way to resolve this heavenly calamity. What method could that be? That curse was cast by our master. Unless a sage intervenes, even a great Luo golden immortal may find it impossible to resist. Substitution curse. Tai Jinren uttered 3 words. Shin Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. I went with General Li to seek our master, only to encounter that foolish young Yun. Indeed, Su Cheng was aware of this narrative. At that time, Li Jing, desperate to rescue his son, sought to implore Yuanshi Tianzuan to lift the heavenly calamity. However, by then, Yuanshi Tianzuan was already in the void, and the two only met Chongqing Yun. Chongqing Yun revealed to them a possible solution to the heavenly calamity. A blood relative could utilize a substitution talisman to replace Ne Zha and experience the calamity in his stead. Ultimately, Li Jing resolved to endure the calamity in Ne Zha's place, exchanging one life for another. Chapter 29. The scheme of Ao Guang. Meanwhile, beneath the East Sea. Before the abyss of purgatory, the old Dragon King faced another colossal dragon bound in chains, Ao Qin. As they conversed, they erected multiple barriers, accessible only to the trusted Minister Turtle. Before them floated a mirror radiating with iridescent light, the Haotian mirror. At that moment, Hong Jin, transformed into a leprous dog, was once again expelled from Ao Qin's mouth. Soaked in saliva, he barely had time to scream before being cast into the Haotian mirror for a second time. Beside him, Ao Qin inquired, "Is this truly sufficient? Will the disciples of the knot discover this?" The old Dragon King shook his head slowly and replied, "Currently, Lingbao Tianzuan, Dao Tianzuan, and Yuanshi Tianzuan are convening in the void to discuss the Fengshen Bang, isolated from the world, making it difficult to divine through spells. The Haotian mirror, bestowed by His Majesty the Jade Emperor, will ensure that Hong Jin will utterly vanish from the primordial realm." The old Dragon King spoke with confidence. In truth, this action grants Hong Jin the utmost respect. He is but a trifling disciple of the, and with countless disciples under their banner, Lingbao Tianzuan would hardly concern himself with an inconsequential mortal. What will happen to him once he is cast into the Haotian mirror? Ao Qin pressed further. At this point, the old Dragon King had begun to grasp the capabilities of the Haotian mirror and was aware of Hong Jin's fate. However, he remained silent, merely stating, "Let us not speak of this matter further." In truth, the Haotian mirror is a spatial mirror, not akin to the Shana Sheiji map, which claims to be a miniature world, but rather a genuine layering of space. Once Hong Jin is cast into the Haotian mirror, he would be instantly compressed into a flat form, his very soul rendered two-dimensional, resulting in his absolute demise. Moreover, due to the confinement of the Haotian mirror, Hong Jin's true spirit will not dissipate in the near future. It shall slowly fade away amidst the chaotic currents of space over the course of millennia, leaving not a trace behind. At that time, unless the Dao ancestor intervenes personally, even a Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian would be unable to rescue him. Second brother, the matter concerning Hong Jin has now come to a conclusion. What remains is a matter of even greater significance, the old Dragon King proclaimed. We must enlist the aid of the Northern Sea's wicked dragon to annihilate the demon pill, Tai Jinren, and the couple Li Jing, and likewise seal their souls within the Haotian mirror, ensuring they cannot attain rebirth for eternity. Ao Qin's heart quaked. The ruthlessness of this little one is astounding, and the elder even more so. Ao Bing had merely eliminated a third-generation disciple, yet now, the old Dragon King Ao Guang intends to target Tai Jinren, a direct disciple of the Yuanshi Tianzuan. It is crucial to note that Tai Jinren's cultivation is formidable, embodying the realm of Tai Jingxian, and is the favored disciple of the Yuanshi Tianzuan of the current Chan sect, entirely a different matter from Hong Jin. The death of Hong Jin might go unnoticed by Lingbao Tianzuan, but should Tai Jinren perish, would Yuanshi Tianzuan easily let it slide? Should we reconsider this matter? Ao Qin ventured. If this plan goes awry, it could spell disaster for our dragon clan across the 4 seas. This must be done, the old Dragon King replied, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, which soon transformed into a resigned expression. The situation has progressed to a point beyond our control. In truth, the old Dragon King was well aware that eliminating the demon pill and Tai Jinren would be a mere breath's effort for the Jade Emperor, should he choose to act personally. Yet, why does the Jade Emperor refrain from intervening? The first reason is the stirring of the quasi-saints, which might attract the attention of the 3 clear ones. However, The more critical reason lies in the desire to distance himself from the affair. The Dragon Clan, in the eyes of the heavenly realm, is merely a tool to be utilized. Should this matter come to light, when Yuan Shi Tianzuan comes knocking, the Jade Emperor would undoubtedly feign ignorance of the events that transpired. In such a case, the Dragon Clan would bear the blame alone. However, if the Dragon Clan chooses not to act, it is equally untenable. The current situation has left the Dragon Clan in a precarious position. If the theft of the Spirit Pearl is exposed, the outcome would be no better. Aoqin contemplated this reasoning and soon grasped its implications. Yet, despite the wicked dragon's strength, its cultivation is merely that of a Tai Jingxian. Can it truly eliminate Tai Jinren? Aoqin hesitated. This matter necessitates your involvement. When the time is ripe and they are engaged in ferocity, you shall strike and eliminate them. The old Dragon King instructed. Second brother, I entrust this task to you. I remain bound to the East Sea, suppressing the sea calming needle and cannot leave my post, but you, along with the third brother and fourth sister, can occasionally escape from the infernal prison beneath the sea. The affairs of the Northern Sea are a burden for our fourth sister. She must not be allowed to intervene any further. Therefore, I can only rely on you and the third brother. Aoqin sighed and remarked, Brother, to speak candidly, I have never been on good terms with you, nor did I ever perceive Ao Bing as the hope of our Dragon Clan. In fact, I found your decision quite ludicrous at the time. How could the future of our lineage be wagered upon a so-called Spirit Pearl? Yet, now that circumstances have unfolded to this extent, I have no choice but to follow you into the abyss. Moreover, during our interactions over the past 6 months, Bing has profoundly transformed my disposition. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter. I will persuade our third brother, but given the stakes involved concerning our fourth sister, we must approach this with utmost caution. Time is not on our side. The old Dragon King raised his voice slightly, saying, Furthermore, the emergence of the North Sea's aberrant dragon was a grave error. In the past, our fourth sister could suppress him to some extent, but how many years have passed? He has already broken free from his seal. If we continue to allow him to thrive, he will inevitably inflict irreversible damage upon our heavenly realm. Currently, he wreaks havoc only in the North Sea. Who knows when he might venture into the East Sea? The shores of the East Sea are teeming with humanity, and if he were to unleash a massacre, all of our clan's efforts over countless years would be rendered futile in an instant. Aoqin pondered deeply, letting out a heavy sigh. Very well. It seems we have no alternative. At that moment, a ripple suddenly coursed through their barrier. The old Dragon King hastily swallowed the Haotian mirror and inquired, Is it you, Prime Minister Turtle? What brings you here? A unique, slow, and gentle voice resonated from beyond the barrier. Report to the Dragon King. The third prince has returned. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the old Dragon King's eyes. It was not merely because Ao Bing was the sole hope of the Dragon Clan, but also because he was the old Dragon King's son. Brother, since Bing has returned, I shall take my leave. Yes, you may depart. After all, your duty is to guard the South Sea's purgatory. If Bing sees you here, he will undoubtedly have questions. This matter cannot be disclosed to him just yet. I leave it in your capable hands. Brother, I understand. I shall handle this matter. After Aoqin spoke, he employed his divine abilities and gracefully traversed from the barrier towards the ocean. Chapter 30. The 9 Transformations of Profound Art's Father. I have returned. Su Cheng was the first to navigate the waters, gently descending above the oceanic purgatory. Bing, you have returned. It seems your cultivation has indeed advanced. The old Dragon King observed with satisfaction as he gazed at Su Cheng. Advanced? Huh, where do you see that? Su Cheng could not help but retort. Advanced? Nonsense. I merely slept for a day, engaged in a skirmish, and spent an entire day playing with Ne Zha, and that somehow translates to advancement? Indeed, my friend. The Dragon King speaks the truth. Shen Gongbao gradually descended, adding, Your cultivation has indeed progressed. If you do not believe it, take a moment to truly sense it within yourself. Su Cheng tilted his head, then calmed his mind, and indeed felt as if his realm had soared. He was on the verge of genuinely attaining the golden immortal level. Could it be that it is the Yuqing immortal method? Su Cheng pondered. Indeed, it is highly probable. The Jade Purity Celestial Method embodies the profound principles of cultivation, and the system enables one to effortlessly master its teachings without extensive study, which surely aids one's cultivation significantly. Jade Purity Celestial Method? Junior brother, have you imparted the Jade Purity Celestial Method to this lad? The Grand Master Tai gradually descended. The Dragon King's pupils instantly constricted. Having lived for so many years, he surely recognized the Grand Master Tai. The issue was, the timing of Tai's appearance was rather fortuitous. Just moments ago, he had contemplated ensuring Tai's eternal demise, yet now, there he was, arriving alongside Shin Gongbao. Good heavens! Are you two not sworn enemies? Indeed, what of teaching the Jade Purity Celestial Method? My disciple, is it not possible for him to learn such foundational techniques? You foolish lad, are you truly so naive? Tai retorted. Ao Bing is the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl. He naturally absorbs spiritual energy. How could you possibly teach him the foundational principles of the Jade Purity Celestial Method? What then do you suggest I teach him? Shin Gongbao paused. Certainly. The 9 transformations of mystical arts. Tai declared. The 9 transformations of mystical arts is one of the core teachings of our sect, most suitable for those with exceptional innate talent. 9 transformations of mystical arts. Shin Gongbao hesitated. What about the 8-9 mystical arts? The 8-9 mystical arts should suffice. Yet it pales in comparison to the 9 transformations, Tai responded. The 8-9 mystical arts primarily cultivates the physical body and focuses on minor supernatural abilities, making it relatively easy to grasp. In contrast, the 9 transformations specifically hones the spirit. You are aware, dear brother, that matters concerning the spirit delve into the realm of advanced supernatural powers. Ao Bing's primordial spirit is a spiritual pearl. Therefore, the 9 transformations are undoubtedly more fitting. Sputter. Su Cheng nearly choked. What are you doing, child? You startled me. Nothing. Su Cheng cast a glum glance at Shin Gongbao. Master, you have led me astray. I initially thought the 72 transformations were superior, yet it appears I was mistaken. I had not anticipated that the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang would relate to the 9 transformations of mystical arts. Determining which is mightier between the 8-9 mystical arts and the 9 transformations is indeed a challenge, but Tai's judgment seems astute. It is evident that the 9 transformations are likely more suitable for him. Su Cheng, however, forgot that he had chosen the 8-9 mystical arts entirely on his own. Shin Gongbao was left speechless. By the way, why do you inquire about this? Tai couldn't help but reveal a hint of suspicion, saying, could it be that you have acquired the 8-9 mystical arts? That is Master Yuding's technique. No, certainly not. Shin Gongbao exclaimed. How could I possibly obtain Master Yuding's 8-9 mystical arts? Of course, I have not been taught it. At this moment, Shin Gongbao certainly would not admit to having pilfered the 8-9 mystical arts from Yuding Jinren. Otherwise, it would truly spell trouble. For the 8-9 mystical arts is a treasured technique of their sect, bestowed solely by the primordial supreme being to Master Yuding. Even their senior brother, Guang Chengzi, likely would not have access to it. Initially, Shin Gongbao's intention in stealing the 9 transformations' profound art was to cultivate it for himself. However, due to his insufficient aptitude, he could not embark on the journey of mastery and thus had to abandon the endeavor. Fortunately, his act of thievery allowed Su Cheng to learn this formidable divine technique. Tai Jinren let out a sigh of relief and remarked that there was still more to discuss. He expressed his willingness to teach the 9 transformations' profound art to Ao Bing, noting that since Ao Bing had only learned the Jade Purity Immortal Method, he should be able to cultivate both together. Teach it to Ao Bing? Shin Gongbao was taken aback. Is that appropriate? Absolutely. Su Cheng quickly interjected. Indeed. My master instructed me to pass on the 9 transformations' profound art to Lingzhu. Although Lingzhu is not Ne Zha at present, given how events have unfolded, I must teach both together. At that moment, a prompt from the system suddenly appeared. Tai Jinren wishes to teach you the 9 transformations' profound art. Do you wish to learn? Accept, decline. Without hesitation, Su Cheng selected accept. It was a jest to think he would miss this opportunity again after having done so previously. Tai Jinren produced a jade tablet from his hand and presented it to Su Cheng, saying, take this. It is the 9 transformations' profound art. You must diligently cultivate it in the future. Although you are of the Dragon Clan, you are still considered a being of the heavenly realm, and also my disciple in the Chan sect. Among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, one of my junior brothers possesses dragon blood as well, though he differs from your kind. Nevertheless, what truly matters is that your roots are still Lingzhu, and I believe it is not impossible for you to attain immortality during the investiture of the gods. As Su Cheng gazed at the jade tablet extended by Tai Jinren, he felt a slight shift in his perception of him. He had not anticipated that this portly figure, resembling Zhu Beiji, would be so gentle, devoid of prejudice against him due to his identity. In truth, Tai Jinren was neither foolish nor particularly wise. If he were truly foolish, then the primordial heavenly venerate would not have favored him, desiring him to become one of the 12 golden immortals. Wait, Shin Gongbao hastily interrupted. Shouldn't we refrain from rushing into learning? System prompt. Shin Gongbao fears that simultaneously cultivating the 8-9 profound art and the 9 transformations profound art may lead to demonic deviation. Do you wish to abandon your intention? Abandon, persist in learning. Su Cheng was taken aback. Cultivating the 8-9 profound art alongside the 9 transformations profound art could lead to demonic deviation? He hesitated momentarily. Indeed, in the future, when Bodhi Patriarch imparted the 36 transformations of the celestial and the 72 transformations of the terrestrial to Sun Wukong, he did not teach them concurrently. Yang Jin also only learned the 8-9 profound art. It seemed there might be genuine conflicts between the two. Should he abandon his pursuit? After careful contemplation, Su Cheng resolutely declared, I choose to learn. Chapter 31, Spirit Travel and Energy Control, Soul Out-of-Body Master. I wish to learn. Su Cheng proclaimed. Having the rare fortune to enter such a wondrous realm, how could he not strive for profound cultivation? Since the 8-9 profound art was not the most suitable for Lingzhu, even if it meant risking demonic deviation, he was determined to give it a try. Certainly, Su Cheng's decision was not entirely an act of reckless abandon. Although cultivating both techniques simultaneously is a daunting task for an ordinary genius, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Su Cheng. It is essential to remember that Su Cheng is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, with his soul being the very essence of the Spirit Pearl itself. Even if the two techniques were to conflict, the worst outcome would merely be the destruction of his physical form. As for the essence of the Spirit Pearl, it is nearly indestructible, save for the intervention of figures like the primordial heavenly sovereign. Moreover, Su Cheng possesses the ultimate trump card, the divine selection system. At this moment, Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback, and he looked at Su Cheng with profound emotion, his eyes misty. This child must be concerned that I would be discovered by Tai Junren for stealing the 8-9 profound art, prompting him to bravely pursue this path. Normally, Su Cheng would have no reason to refuse the 9-turn profound art. However, cultivating both the 8-9 and 9-turn profound art simultaneously is akin to scaling a mountain, fraught with the peril of falling into madness. Should I truly allow this child to proceed? Certainly not. Even if I were to acknowledge my transgressions in pilfering the 8-9 profound art, I, Shen Gongbao, would not wait. As Shen Gongbao wrestled with these thoughts, Su Cheng had already swiftly seized the jade tablet. Junior brother, what are you pondering? Why halt your studies? Tai Jinren furrowed his brow, then seemingly enlightened, grasped Shen Gongbao's hand with heartfelt emotion. Junior brother, are you concerned that I might face our master's wrath? Indeed, logically speaking, I should impart the 9-turn profound art to Ne Zha, yet Ne Zha is a demon essence. Junior brother, I am truly moved, but rest assured, I shall bear the responsibility alone. Shen Gongbao shook off Tai Jinren's grasp, casting a worried glance at Su Cheng. Tai Jinren may have been oblivious, but Shen Gongbao understood all too well. Su Cheng's talent was exceedingly high. Once he utilized his spiritual energy to read the jade tablet of the 9-turn profound art, he would likely grasp the fundamentals. Should the 8-9 and 9-turn profound arts oppose one another, the system prompted, would you like to read the textual content? Read the textual content. Ignore the textual content. I choose to read the textual content, Su Cheng decided. In truth, having accepted the jade tablet, he could have memorized its contents first and studied them gradually, thereby minimizing the potential conflict between the two arts and avoiding the descent into madness. However, Su Cheng was more inclined to learn it immediately, setting aside whether he could comprehend the oracle bone script of the Shang dynasty, which he certainly could not, even if he could understand it. The difficulty of learning would significantly increase. Given this, why burden himself unnecessarily? Furthermore, if he were to truly fall into madness, it would be better to embrace it now. With 3 beings of Tai golden immortal caliber by his side, and surrounded by the dragon clan in the depths of the infernal sea, where could be safer than here? Should he falter, it would not be so easy to meet his end in this place. The system prompted, confirmed choice to read the textual content. As the system's voice resonated, the jade tablet suddenly radiated a powerful brilliance. Amidst this luminous glow, a series of glyphs resembling tadpoles became vividly clear before him. Junior apprentice. Behold, this is the innate inheritance of the Spirit Pearl, exclaimed Tai Jinren, astonished. What is this? Shen Gongbao stammered in surprise. Tai Jinren's eyes sparkled with wonder as he continued. It is said that when one's innate talent reaches an extraordinary level, one can directly acquire knowledge through the external form of characters, unlike the usual method where one must learn to read before mastering divine abilities. The Spirit Pearl allows for immediate information retrieval through the written word. This means he can grasp the meaning of the text far more rapidly than an ordinary person. Your expression is quite revolting, Shen Gongbao retorted, though he quickly grasped the essence of Tai Jinren's words. Indeed, upon reflection, over the past 6 months. He and the Dragon King had provided numerous teachings to Ao Bing, predominantly focusing on divine arts and merits, without any instruction on the written language. How then had Ao Bing mastered the 8-9 mysterious arts? It must be noted that the 8-9 mysterious arts is rooted in authentic oracle bone script. Although simpler than the tadpole script of yore, it remains challenging for those unfamiliar with characters to comprehend. At this moment, Shun Gongbao finally understood. Indeed, possessing high talent allows one to achieve the extraordinary. Boom. Just as the two were still reeling from the astonishing revelation of Su Cheng's talent, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Suddenly, Su Cheng's body emitted a tremendous sound, followed by countless wisps of mist flowing slowly from his facial orifices. These wisps coalesced above Su Cheng's head, whereupon a miniature Ao Bing appeared, standing upon his forehead. Small Ao Bing manifested in the form of a dragon, and then transformed into an exquisitely crafted little figure, strikingly adorable. Goodness! This is the divine ability from the 36 transformations of Tiangang, the spirit manipulation technique. Tai Jinren gasped in astonishment. By the heavens, how long has it taken for him to master this technique? What do you mean by little one? Su Cheng blinked in confusion. What a bizarre term. And really, it's the Shang dynasty. Do you not feel the incongruity of using such modern expressions? Disciple, quickly return to your body. Shin Gongbao urged anxiously. You have only just acquired this technique and are not yet adept at it. If you attempt to use it carelessly, you may find it impossible to return. The matter of the primordial spirit is no trifling matter. Should he fail to return to his body, Su Cheng would risk becoming a wandering spirit. Concerning the primordial spirit, Shin Gongbao held no confidence in his ability to facilitate its return. Do not worry, master. As Su Cheng's primordial spirit performed a somersault in midair, it subsequently transformed into countless wisps of ethereal mist, which swiftly entered his corporeal form. He then stretched his arm, indulged in a languid yawn, and remarked, This 9-turn mysterious art appears to be less arduous to cultivate than I initially thought. Chapter 32. Celestial gangs encounter the earthly fiends. While Su Cheng delved into the 9-turn mysterious art, the old Dragon King was already drenched in cold sweat. He was well aware of the esteemed reputations of both the 8-9 mysterious art and the 9-turn mysterious art. Upon witnessing Su Cheng forcibly extricate his spirit from his body, he had nearly unleashed the Dragon Pearl, prepared to intervene at any moment. Terrified that Su Cheng might fall into demonic deviation, only when he observed Su Cheng's primordial spirit re-enter his corporeal vessel did he breathe a sigh of relief, followed by a surge of elation. Good heavens! Binger can simultaneously learn both the 8-9 mysterious art and the 9-turn mysterious art, two formidable divine abilities. Nearby, Shin Gongbao was equally astonished, nearly dropping his eyes in disbelief. The talent of Ao Bing was truly terrifying. Only Tai Jinren, who remained oblivious to the truth, seemed somewhat accepting of the situation. After all, from the perspective of the 9-turn mysterious art, achieving rapid mastery, while challenging, was not entirely inconceivable. Of course, had he known that Su Cheng had also made significant progress in the 8-9 mysterious art, his astonishment would have eclipsed that of Shun Gongbao and the old Dragon King. It is essential to note that these two divine arts are almost diametrically opposed. The 8-9 mysterious art follows the path of corporeal enlightenment, culminating in the complete integration of the spirit with the body. When the body endures, the spirit endures. Conversely, the 9-turn mysterious art is a powerful technique focused on the cultivation of the spirit. When perfected, the spirit becomes immensely powerful, capable of exiting the body, entering chaos without perishing, and venturing into the void without dissipating. What transpires when the 9-turn mysterious art, which fortifies the spirit, confronts the 8-9 mysterious art, which compels the spirit to merge with the body? The strongest spear colliding with the strongest shield, what will be the outcome? Undoubtedly, it would result in simultaneous annihilation, a mutual destruction. This is precisely why, historically, even the most gifted individuals, including the 3 pure ones, would never consider cultivating both the 9-turn mysterious art and the 8-9 mysterious art simultaneously, even when Yuanshi Tianzuan had yet to reach such heights. As for the earthly fiends' 72 transformations and the celestial gang's 36 transformations, they pertain to the arts of the body and spirit respectively, each possessing unique merits that do not contradict one another. It is also because Tai Jinren was unaware of the truth surrounding Su Cheng and Shun Gongbao, and the old Dragon King lacked a comprehensive understanding of the conflicting nature of these two arts, that they were merely astounded by his extraordinary talent. Upon Su Cheng's return to his corporeal form, a sudden voice from the system echoed forth. System notification. Due to the conflict between the 8-9 mysterious art and the 9-turn mysterious art within your body, continued cultivation may provoke adverse reactions. Please choose. Attempt to fuse the two arts. Requires a special environment. Ignore the adverse reactions and continue cultivation. Major in one art, minor in the other. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. The two arts could indeed be fused. Due to his cultivation of the 9 transformations' profound skill, he is acutely aware of its formidable power. However, he simultaneously recognizes the inherent conflict between the 9 transformations and the 8-9 profound skills, which brings him considerable distress. If forced to choose, recklessly pursuing both could lead him to the brink of death, with success remaining uncertain. Yet, the system now suggests that these two martial arts could potentially fuse. How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? I choose. System prompt. Fusion failed. A special environment is required. Please choose. Wait for the right moment to fuse. Disregard the repulsive reaction between the two skills and continue cultivation. Focus on one while secondary practicing the other. A special environment? Su Cheng furrowed his brow. What kind of environment could allow these mutually exclusive techniques to fully integrate? Would he be able to await such an environment? He contemplated asking the system, but it seemed merely a machine, incapable of addressing his inquiries. Never mind. Su Cheng sighed. Should he decide? To primarily focus on the 9 transformations profound skill, while secondary practicing the 8-9 profound skill, and once the 9 transformations reaches a certain level, transcend his physical form? At that point, transforming his body into a separate entity or one of the 3 corpses would not be out of the question. If the environment is lacking, I shall wait for it to arrive. If it truly does not come, I shall create the environment myself. I choose. System prompt. Selection to wait for the right moment to fuse confirmed. The cultivation functions of soul and body will be isolated. Oh, Su Cheng blinked. This implies that, with the system's assistance, he can now simultaneously cultivate both the 8-9 and 9 transformations profound skills, albeit with their interactions temporarily severed. Awaiting the arrival of a fitting environment would allow for their eventual fusion. Indeed, his choice was not misguided. Su Cheng reveled in this realization, while at that moment, the old Dragon King, Tai Jinren, and Shun Gongbao had begun to recover from their astonishment. Dragon King, my dear friend, I sincerely congratulate you. With such a prodigious talent as Binger emerging from the Dragon Clan, it is certainly not impossible for them to rise in prominence in the future, remarked Shun Gongbao. Tai Jinren also clasped his hands in respect, stating, I extend my congratulations to the Dragon King as well. Fate indeed plays tricks on us. Who would have thought that the Spirit Pearl would be reborn into the Dragon Clan? That detestable Shiezi Fuyuan, I shall make him pay dearly. Originally, the Chan and Jie sects were bitter rivals, and now the flames of conflict were reignited due to Su Cheng's cunning. Although Tai Jinren had previously held a disdainful attitude towards the Dragon Clan, with Su Cheng's emergence, he felt compelled to treat the Dragon Clan with a modicum of respect. Mindful of the formidable deity Nuwa, who stood behind Su Cheng, this respect was unwarranted, as Su Cheng should have belonged to the Chan sect. He should have been his disciple. All of this, Tai Jinren attributed to Fuyuan Xianwen. Fuyuan Xianwen? The old Dragon King slightly lifted his head. Having survived for millennia amidst the power struggles of various factions, he had long since become a seasoned tactician. In the fleeting moment of thought, it dawned upon me that this might very well be the scheme of Shun Gongbao. Thus, I remarked, what you say is indeed true. Shun Gongbao, upon hearing this, hurriedly interjected, yes, yes. On that day, I pursued the immortal Yuan. Arriving at the Eastern Sea just in time for the hatching of the Dragon King's egg, the immortal Yuan, realizing escape was impossible, desperately cast the spiritual pearl into the dragon egg. Such a malicious and detestable intent. Tai Jinren snorted disdainfully, affirming, indeed, that wretched fool, seeing no way out, would rather sacrifice the spiritual pearl to the Dragon Clan than jeopardize our plans for the Chan teaching. Alas, such occurrences are partly my fault. Had I been more cautious of his controlling talisman, it would have been different. Hearing this, Shun Gongbao feigned concern, saying, Brother, do not take it too much to heart. Even if this matter fails, our master will not blame you. At worst, you would lose your position among the 12 golden immortals. Do not mention the 12 golden immortals. Tai Jinren lamented, his face a portrait of despair. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he cast a pitiful glance at Su Cheng and, rubbing his hands together, proposed. My dear Su Cheng, I have imparted to you the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Why not become my disciple? Chapter 33. Refusal. What nonsense is this? Become your disciple? Su Cheng was taken aback, incredulous. Frankly speaking, had it not been for Shun Gongbao's sincere regard for her, she would not even consider taking him as her master. Although Tai Jinren did not appear to be a villainous character, in terms of cultivation, he was still inferior to Shen Gongbao. In perhaps a year and a half, she would be able to catch up? Certainly, Tai Jinren's willingness to teach her the 9 revolutions mysterious art was commendable, yet she pondered, was this truly advisable? Was it not said that once a disciple, forever a son? Having already taken Shen Gongbao as her master, could she simultaneously accept Tai Jinren as well? While Su Cheng was lost in thought, Shen Gongbao erupted in fury. Tai Jinren, what did you just say? You wish to take Su Cheng as your disciple? Not on your life. He pointed at Su Cheng, declaring, Ao Bing is my disciple. Do you understand? Oh dear brother, what are you doing? There is no need for such anger. Tai Jinren waved his hands dismissively. To be fair, it is against the rules for you to take Ao Bing as your disciple. I was appointed by our master to gather disciples for the spiritual pearl. Get lost. Shen Gongbao retorted. The master instructed you to take Ne Zha, not Ao Bing. If you have botched this, who can you blame? Go and find your Ne Zha. Tai Jinren's expression darkened, yet after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly lowered his head and donned a smile, rubbing his hands together. Brother, I offer you this friendly advice. Why speak so harshly? While it is true that I have made a mess of things, I am now trying to make amends. How about this? I shall relinquish my claim to the 12 golden immortals opportunity to you. You may take the 9 revolutions mysterious art and recruit Ne Zha as your disciple. No matter what fate befalls Ne Zha thereafter, I promise to fully support you in becoming one of the 12 golden immortals. The only cost is that you must hand Ao Bing over to me. Upon the utterance of these words, the Dragon King, Ao Bing, and Shen Gongbao were simultaneously taken aback. The 12 golden immortals. To think that Tai Jinren would be willing to relinquish his position among the 12 golden immortals in order to take Ao Bing as his disciple. It must be noted that the 12 golden immortals are not merely a title. They signify the core disciples of the Chan teaching. Attaining the rank of a golden immortal grants one extensive access to the resources of the Chan sect and ensures that one receives the utmost care from the primordial heavenly sovereign. A straightforward instance can be found in Investiture of the Gods, wherein the 3 heavens ladies, using the 9-bend yellow river formation, diminished the 3 flowers and 5 chi of the 12 golden immortals. The primordial heavenly sovereign, unhesitatingly, took matters into his own hands to eliminate the 3 heavens. It is well known that a sage is typically mindful of their reputation. Why would the primordial heavenly sovereign so shamelessly act against the 3 heavens? Simply put, it was due to the catastrophic loss of the 12 golden immortals cultivation because of the 9-bend yellow river formation. In a certain sense, the 12 golden immortals represent the very visage of the Chan teaching. Observing the aftermath of the 9-bend yellow river formation, where the 3 flowers and 5 chi dissipated, it is evident that for practitioners, the state of the 3 flowers and 5 chi is of paramount importance. Their dissolution implies that, at that moment, the 12 golden immortals may not have even qualified as immortals, relying instead on the celestial arts passed down by the primordial heavenly sovereign to traverse the realms. Even the likes of Qi Jingzi and Guang Chengzi found themselves unable to wield their treasures, incapable of overcoming their own disciples. However, by the time of the extermination formation and the 10,000 immortals formation, the powers of the 12 golden immortals had been restored, and indeed, they were even more formidable than before. What does this signify? It can only imply that the primordial heavenly sovereign undoubtedly extends special favor towards the 12 golden immortals. Thus, the status of the 12 golden immortals is indeed extraordinary. Yet, Tai Jinren is willing to forsake this esteemed position for Ao Bing. This revelation stirred Shen Gongbao's ambitions. Why did Shen Gongbao take the perilous risk of stealing the spiritual pearl? Was it not to become one of the 12 golden immortals? Now, this opportunity lay before him. All he had to do was to take Ne Zha as his disciple. Regardless of the outcome, Tai Jinren's mission would be deemed a failure, while Shen Gongbao would have accomplished a remarkable feat although he was not favored by the primordial heavenly sovereign, should Tai Jinren offer his full support. Out of consideration for his reputation, the primordial heavenly sovereign might indeed grant him the last position among the 12 golden immortals. After all, within the 12 golden immortals, there are indeed anomalies. One among them, known as Huang Long Jinren, is fundamentally a yellow dragon. While there are certain connections to the dragon clan of the 4 seas, they are not significant. Originally, the primordial heavenly sovereign held Huang Long Jinren in contempt, yet due to his remarkable contributions, he was reluctantly elevated to the rank of a golden immortal for the sake of appearances. Thus, it is evident that Shen Gongbao is not without his chances. He fell into silence. Tai Jinren inwardly chuckled, confident that Shen Gongbao would not refuse his request. As for why he was willing to surrender the position of a golden immortal to take Ao Bing as his disciple, he certainly had his own calculations. In Tai Jinren's view, since his mission had already gone awry, the 12 golden immortals may have slipped beyond reach. So perhaps it would be better to concede to Shen Gongbao. However, should I manage to take Lingzhu Aobing as my disciple, I could achieve great feats in the forthcoming battle for deification. As the saying goes, when one attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. As the mentor of Lingzhu, I would undoubtedly be met with great reverence everywhere I go. Furthermore, with Lingzhu Aobing exhibiting such formidable talent and having the support of the great goddess Niwa, it is evident that the battle for deification will not be the pinnacle of his journey. In the future, he is bound to achieve even greater heights. After all, unlike the primordial supreme venerable, the goddess Niwa does not disdain Aobing's dragon lineage. She may even cherish this identity. Thus, even if I cannot become one of the 12 golden immortals, the advantages I would gain would certainly rival those of the immortals. However, to my astonishment, Shen Gongbao merely fell silent for a brief moment before declaring vehemently, "Do not even think about it. Aobing is my disciple. Who is Ne Zha? I do not recognize him. Once a disciple, forever a son. Would you be willing to offer me your son? But I have no son." Tai Jinren rolled his eyes, then turned to Su Cheng with renewed hope. Even if Shen Gongbao disagreed, should Aobing acquiesce, there remains a possibility. Su Cheng chuckled softly. "Uncle Master, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Surely you, Uncle Master, cannot lack a father if you have no son?" Tai Jinren was momentarily at a loss for words. This pair of master and disciple, believe it or not, I truly have no father. After being rebuffed, Tai Jinren muttered a few words in frustration before turning away. Summoning a plump pig, he climbed atop the creature and casually saluted the old Dragon King, stating, "Brother Dragon King, enough of this idle chatter. I must attend to my Ne Zha and cannot linger here any longer. Indeed, there are numerous troubles awaiting me there." Chapter 34. Interconnected. Tai Jinren's visit to the East Sea, ostensibly to inform the old Dragon King, was in truth an endeavor to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lingzhu. Indeed, while Su Cheng belongs to the Dragon Clan, the current circumstances diverge from those depicted in the film. Su Cheng now stands for righteousness. In Tai Jinren's view, Su Cheng was coerced into the dragon lineage. The true culprits behind this predicament are not Shen Gongbao and the Dragon King, but rather the immortal Su Yuan. If that is the case, the one at fault is Tai Jinren himself. In the film, Tai Jinren believed the Dragon Clan had stolen the Lingzhu and could take the Dragon King to court in the heavenly realm. But now, who could he possibly accuse? Su Yuan? That seems unnecessary. The disputes between the way of the manifest and the way of the interception are beyond the current heavenly court's intervention. Would he then consider suing himself? Thus, he finds himself with no other options, even if Lingzhu reincarnates as a member of the Dragon Clan. With Lingzhu's innate talents and the backing of the goddess Niwa, it would be effortless for him to attain a physical form and achieve deification, even if he cannot elevate the Dragon Clan alongside him. As the scheme orchestrated by Su Cheng commenced, it yielded remarkably favorable results. The identity of the thief had transformed into that of a victim. After all, in this era, righteousness holds paramount importance. Why is Shen Gongbao so well suited for the Jia sect, yet dares not betray the Chan sect? Because betrayal brands one a traitor, forever burdened by infamy. Of course, within the investiture of the gods, there are indeed several who have betrayed yet thrived, such as Binger and Shen Gongbao himself. Once it was confirmed that Tai Jinren had departed, the voice of the old Dragon King gradually resonated. "Now, you may elucidate the matter at hand." The old Dragon King addressed his companion. "This tale is rather lengthy. Let Binger speak. Dear friend Shen Gongbao," he added, as beads of cold sweat trickled from his forehead into the sea. He wished to avoid the tedious rambling of Shen Gongbao for an entire day and night. "My father is wise," Su Cheng concurred wholeheartedly. Hence, Su Cheng succinctly recounted his plan and conjectures. With each word, the old Dragon King grew increasingly alarmed. "Heavens! I believed I had regarded Ao Bing with the utmost respect, yet I still underestimated him." This was solely due to Su Cheng's cunning plan, which simultaneously entangled the two mightiest sects in the realm, the Chan sect and the Jia sect. Should this scheme be unveiled, the repercussions would be unimaginable. "Do not worry, my father. I possess complete confidence that I can execute this plan successfully," Su Cheng reassured, observing the old Dragon King's astonished expression. "Child, do you comprehend the severity of the consequences should your plan fail?" The old Dragon King's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. Gazing into the old Dragon King's concerned eyes, Su Cheng could not help but sigh. The countless years spent beneath the sea had utterly dulled the old Dragon King's once vibrant spirit. He had lost the will to resist, to the point where even the thought of rebellion was anathema. In the original narrative, it was only after Ao Bing's demise that the old Dragon King transcended the fears imposed by the Chan and Jia sects, determined to avenge Ao Bing by flooding Chintang Pass. Yet, the current old Dragon King harbored no rebellious inclinations. Even when he pilfered the Spirit Pearl, he never contemplated opposing the heavenly court. His only desire was for Ao Bing to ascend as a deity in corporeal form, gradually altering the Dragon Clan's demonic image in the eyes of humanity and redeeming their reputation. Unbeknownst to him, this was nothing short of a farce. Even if Su Cheng genuinely assisted the Western Zhou in overcoming King Zhou, achieving deification, and redeeming his own image, the Dragon Clan would remain what it has always been. If redemption were indeed possible, it would have been accomplished long ago when the Yellow Emperor battled Qiyu, and the Yinglong had already cleansed the Dragon Clan's reputation. The failure of Yinglong underscores a fundamental truth. Conventionally speaking, Su Cheng would also falter. To transform the perception of the Dragon Clan in the hearts of the people, one must become stronger and better, not by seeking acknowledgement, but by compelling recognition. The foundation of all this lies in strength. Without power, all endeavors are in vain. My father, since this matter has already commenced, you must choose to support me wholeheartedly. Su Cheng's gaze began to sharpen. In that instant, the old Dragon King Ao Guang realized something significant. It turned out that his son Ao Bing had matured to such an extent. Perhaps this plan had long been conceived in his mind. The reason he hadn't consulted with his father was that if the plan did not commence, his own prudence would likely lead to hesitation, and such indecision could result in missing the opportune moment. Sighing, the old Dragon King said, Bing, there is something I should not have disclosed to you. However, you have truly grown, to the point where you are capable of succeeding my position. Therefore, I must now share this with you. What is it? Su Cheng was taken aback. Could there be a secret unknown to him? The old Dragon King slowly began. Not long ago, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the Jade Emperor, came to see me. The Jade Emperor? Before Su Cheng could respond, Shen Gongbao was already alarmed. The Jade Emperor knows about the Spirit Pearl? This is bad. We might be in trouble. Calm down, my friend, the old Dragon King reassured. His Majesty did not cast blame. Rather, he wishes to assist us in completely resolving this issue. The old Dragon King recounted the details of his meeting with the Jade Emperor. Su Cheng listened, his heart racing. He had not anticipated such developments during his absence. The Jade Emperor intended to silence Ne Zha and Taizhenren? Was he willing to offend the Chan sect? To be honest, Su Cheng did not find it surprising that the Jade Emperor was aware of the Spirit Pearl. After all, in any myth or legend, it was evident that the Jade Emperor was no ordinary figure. However, the fact that the Jade Emperor sought to intervene in the matter of the Spirit Pearl, and even to aid the Dragon Clan, was something Su Cheng could never have imagined. Assisting the Dragon Clan, while not without its advantages, posed a significant risk. If the Yuanshe Tianzuan discovered this, the Heavenly Palace would certainly face a fierce backlash from the Chan sect. The current Chan sect was not something the Heavenly Palace could afford to provoke. As for the possibility of the truth being exposed and the blame shifted onto the Dragon Clan, that was merely a futile attempt to deceive oneself. Could Yuanshe Tianzuan truly be unaware of the reality? Not to mention Yuanshe Tianzuan. Even someone with a modicum of intelligence could discern the discrepancies. If that were to happen, even if there was no overt suppression, the Heavenly Palace might face subtle sabotage, leaving the Jade Emperor in a precarious position. In light of this, Su Cheng pondered why the Jade Emperor would willingly risk so much, even lending the Haotian mirror, to assist the Dragon Clan. Was it perhaps due to Princess Longji? Chapter 35. A temporary borrowing of the Haotian mirror. The more Su Cheng contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. His only connection to the Heavenly Palace was likely Princess Longji. After all, in the original tale, the Jade Emperor was disinterested in the Four Seas Dragon Clan and would not offend the Chan sect for their sake. Binger, there is actually one more thing. The old Dragon King glanced at Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao suddenly realized that this matter was likely to be extremely covert. A sense of disappointment washed over him, yet he could also comprehend the old Dragon King's caution. Thus, he clasped his hands together and said, Friend Long, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As Shen Gongbao spoke, he prepared to invoke his powers and depart. However, at that moment, he felt a gentle tug on his wrist. Turning around, he discovered that it was Su Cheng who had grasped his wrist. Su Cheng's gaze was remarkably clear as she turned to the old Dragon King and said, Father, my master has been immensely kind to me. There is no need to conceal anything from him. Trust breeds trust. If we shroud Shen Gongbao's words in secrecy now, it will undoubtedly leave a lingering sting in his heart. Moreover, given Shun Gongbao's character, I can confidently ascertain that he is worthy of trust. Just look at how he has devoted himself to King Zhou. Even in the direst of circumstances, he did not abandon the king. This speaks volumes about his loyalty. If he were like Tai Zhenren, harboring ulterior motives, no matter how benevolent he was towards me, I would still maintain a degree of caution. At that moment, Shun Gongbao felt a lump in his throat, profoundly moved as he gazed at Su Cheng. He had never anticipated that after merely half a year of accepting Ao Bing, Ao Bing would place such trust in him. This was the essence of the bond between master and disciple. Resolutely, Shun Gongbao vowed to remember this moment, regardless of what transpired in the future. The old Dragon King cast a troubled glance at Su Cheng, and after a moment, nodded and said, "Very well. I hold great admiration for Shun Gongbao's character. This matter should not have been concealed from you, but it is of great significance, so I ask for your understanding." "Not at all. A simple nod will suffice," Shun Gongbao affirmed with a firm nod. The old Dragon King then raised his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Two beams of light radiated from his gaze, transforming into barriers that enveloped the surroundings. Gradually, he parted his lips, and suddenly, a resplendent array of colors illuminated the area as a finely crafted bronze mirror, exuding formidable power, floated before the three of them. Upon seeing the mirror, Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. She sensed that this mirror was extraordinary, as if it contained a hint of her own destiny. This must be a fateful object connected to me, she thought. Unfamiliar with its nature, Shun Gongbao, however, was taken aback, exclaiming, "The Haoyan mirror." "What mirror?" Su Cheng paused, then quickly grasped the significance. The Haoyan mirror, the legendary treasure of the Heavenly Palace. While Su Cheng was unaware of the mirror's capabilities and uncertain of its distinction from the demon-exposing mirror, its presence in the Eastern Sea spoke volumes. However, the old Dragon King did not present the Haoyan mirror merely to showcase this artifact. He gently turned the bronze mirror towards the two, revealing the ghastly image of a deceased mangy dog within its depths, which gradually transformed into flying ash. Within the remnants of the dog, a visage of true spirit appeared, frantically glancing about in a desperate bid to escape. However, no matter how it twisted and turned, it remained ensnared within the confines of the Haoyan mirror. Hongjin. Su Cheng immediately recognized the identity of this true spirit. "I never anticipated that the Jade Emperor was aware of your slaying of Hongjin." A fierce glint flashed in Shun Gongbao's eyes as he remarked, "I had been pondering how to manage the troubles from the immortal master Fu Yuan. But this simplifies matters considerably. With the true spirit trapped in the Haoyan mirror, even a Deluo golden immortal would find it difficult to escape. It appears the Jade Emperor is not only willing to oppose the Chan sect for the sake of my dragon clan, but is also prepared to confront the..." A wry smile crossed Su Cheng's face. The more benevolently the Jade Emperor treated the dragon clan, the more uneasy Su Cheng felt. For he understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although the Jade Emperor had intentions against both the Chan and from the outset, it was evident he would not place all his bets solely on the dragon clan. "My child, now you comprehend the meticulousness of the Jade Emperor's intentions. Do you not? He has already resolved to eradicate Ne Zha, Tai Zhenren, and the couple Li Jing. At present, the heavenly saints are convening in the void to deliberate on the matter of the investiture of the gods, and the Emperor's cultivation is boundless. Even if we refrain from action, the Jade Emperor will undoubtedly have contingencies in place. Thus, Ne Zha must perish." Su Cheng fell into silence. Realizing the unintended consequences of saving a dragon princess had led to such turmoil, the waters were becoming increasingly muddied. Now that the Jade Emperor himself had intervened, it was far more troublesome than the trivial schemes of Shun Gongbao depicted in the films. Was it possible that Ne Zha truly faced a near-death experience? No. If that were the case, would he not be indirectly responsible for Ne Zha's demise? Moreover, Ne Zha held significant importance in his life. Psychologically, Ne Zha represented his childhood. In reality, Ne Zha was an indispensable part of his future plans. Ne Zha could not die, Su Cheng declared resolutely, setting aside the fact that Ne Zha is my friend. Even if we were to take a step back, if Ne Zha were to perish, the repercussions involving the great goddess Nuwa and the Chan sect would inevitably fall upon my dragon clan. Although I am unaware of the connection between that wicked dragon in the North Sea and my clan, this situation cannot continue to develop in this manner. The wrath of two saints is a burden our dragon clan cannot bear. The old Dragon King, being heir, scrutinized Su Cheng intently. His greatest fear was that his son might act impulsively, allowing fleeting emotions to jeopardize the grand strategy of the dragon clan. However, after a moment, The old Dragon King discerned the confidence reflected in Su Cheng's gaze. At that moment, he finally realized that Su Cheng's thoughts might very well be correct. Given this, I shall refrain from making further arrangements for this matter. Sigh, indeed, I am growing old. It is time to entrust the heavy responsibility of our dragon clan to you. The old Dragon King gently exhaled, and the Haotian mirror floated towards Su Cheng. Bing Heir, I shall lend you this Haotian mirror for the time being. If there is a matter, you may directly contact the Jade Emperor through the Haotian mirror. Come here, and I shall impart to you the method of utilizing the Haotian mirror. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was taken aback, yet simultaneously filled with a sense of yearning. This was indeed an immensely powerful treasure of the Heavenly Palace. Although it was borrowed from the Jade Emperor, and it was likely imbued with his true essence, it was not something one could simply take. However, if she could temporarily borrow it, summoning the Haotian mirror in a moment of peril would surely allow her to protect herself, even against a great Luo golden immortal. Chapter 36. The intent of Longji Kunlun Mountain remained a picturesque haven of serene beauty. Princess Longji, donned in a flowing crimson gown, sat gracefully by the heavenly pool. Behind her, the golden mother of Yaoqi held the Kunlun mirror, and radiant streams of multicolored light flowed from it into Princess Longji's body. As the spiritual energy increased, her aura began to ascend, her demeanor becoming increasingly ethereal. How do you feel, Wanner? Asked the golden mother of Yaoqi after the last stream of spiritual energy entered Princess Longji's form. Princess Longji, sensing the level of her cultivation, replied, Mother, I have attained the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Following the incident involving Princess Longji, the Jade Emperor and the golden mother of Yaoqi deliberated, concluding that the primary cause was Princess Longji's insufficient cultivation. It is important to note that while the immortal elder of symbolic origins was formidable, he was merely a second-generation disciple of the. Though his encounters had granted him considerable strength, he was still only at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Had Princess Longji been stronger, even if ambushed, she would not have been sealed and forced back to her original form. After much discussion, the golden mother of Yaoqi resolved to use the spiritual energy accumulated by the Kunlun mirror over the millennia to forcibly enhance Princess Longji's cultivation. In truth, there are numerous spiritual items in the Heavenly Palace capable of boosting one's cultivation, such as the Peach of Immortality and the Huangzhongli. However, they often come with drawbacks. Unless one is innately divine, relying on such items for cultivation can either lead to inner demons or stifle future progress. Among the realms of heaven and earth, the only methods to enhance one's cultivation without any adverse effects are the 9 transformation elixir of the Supreme Lord Laozi and the spiritual energy from the heavenly pool of the Kunlun mirror. Yet, this heavenly pool energy is exceedingly rare, and both the Jade Emperor and the Golden Mother of Yaoqi desired to gradually unlock the seals on the Kunlun mirror using its energy. Thus, they had refrained from allowing Princess Longji to utilize it until now. But this time, driven by their love for their daughter, they could no longer afford to be cautious. Wanner, you must be careful and prudent when you venture outside. Do not think that being the daughter of the Jade Emperor grants you the right to act with impunity across the realms. There are many who do not fear the heavenly palace in this world. The golden mother of Yaoqi sighed softly. Princess Longji nodded, preparing to speak, when suddenly another voice echoed, Humph, one day, I shall make everyone bow beneath the majesty of the heavenly palace. The golden mother of Yaoqi quickly turned and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to your majesty. Princess Longji promptly declared, I pay my respects to father. There is no need for excessive formality, replied the Jade Emperor. His formidable presence softened upon seeing Princess Longji and the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. You are dear to me, and I shall endeavor to ensure your safety. However, as the Heavenly Emperor, I am bound by strict celestial laws. At times, one must lead by example. The Queen Mother of the Jade Pool immediately sensed the Jade Emperor's thoughts had turned to someone specific. Indeed, he was reminded of his sister, the Fairy Yinhua. Ever since her escape from Peach Mountain, she had secluded herself in Jade's Spring Mountain, under the protection of the celestial master Yuding. For the Fairy Yinhua, the Jade Emperor was no longer her brother, but the enemy responsible for her husband Yang Tianyou's demise. Thus, her feelings towards him had grown exceedingly cold. Without delving further into the tale, the Jade Emperor waved his hand and said, I have recently visited the Eastern Sea, and arrangements have been made regarding the Spirit Pearl. As for the debt of gratitude owed by Ao Bing for saving Wanner, it must reach a resolution. Wanner, I ask you, would you be willing to marry him? Princess Longji was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a direct inquiry from the Jade Emperor. Her cheeks flushed crimson. To admit it outright would embarrass even someone as unrestrained as she, who often disregarded decorum. Yet, to deny it would betray her true feelings. Caught in a dilemma, she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, and after a moment, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Father, being well-versed in the ways of the world, surely sees through my thoughts." The Queen Mother of the Jade Pool gently tugged at the Jade Emperor's sleeve, saying, "Your Majesty, Wanner is, after all, a young woman. Such directness may cause her undue embarrassment. Moreover, we know little of Ao Bing's character and abilities. If he does not prove to be an exceptional match, we should consider other means to settle this debt. After all, the Dragon Clan is not as difficult as the..." "Oh, I am well aware of the circumstances following my visit to the Eastern Sea," the Jade Emperor responded. "What more need be said regarding the Spirit Pearl's talents? What I admire most is this child's composure and cleverness, her decisiveness tempered with the grace of a gentleman. There is no need to overthink the matter of a suitor. I find it quite amusing that Wanner could be so flustered, which is a delightful surprise for a father." At this, the Jade Emperor burst into hearty laughter. Princess Longji's face turned even redder as she turned away, exclaiming, "Father, how can you jest with me so? Where is the dignity of the celestial sovereign? In Kunlun Mountain, it is rare for me to find a moment to shed these heavy responsibilities," the Jade Emperor remarked with a smile. "Moreover, the matter of selecting a husband inherently requires the consent of the parents," Princess Longji insisted. Seeing this exchange, the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Jade Emperor's journey to the Eastern Sea had gone smoothly. Otherwise, he would not be in such high spirits, even indulging in playful banter. The Golden Mother of Yaoqi is most apprehensive about the situation involving Ao Bing. Is there some ulterior motive at play? If so, it could entangle other forces, ultimately rendering Princess Longji a victim of political strife. Alternatively, should Ao Bing prove to be incompetent, lacking talent, and possessing a volatile temperament, that would pose another significant dilemma. After all, the current Princess Longji has already fallen deeply in love with Ao Bing. Love can cause one to forget prejudice. Yet, the Golden Mother of Yaoqi would undoubtedly reject an unworthy individual as her son-in-law. However, with the Jade Emperor's approval, the Golden Mother feels somewhat reassured. She inquired, "Your Majesty, during your journey to the East Sea, did you encounter Ao Bing?" The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied, "I did not formally meet him. I merely observed him from the shadows for a time. His exceptional talent is evident. Yet what pleases me more is his clear understanding of the teachings of the Chan and Jie sects, revealing profound wisdom within." It turns out that when Ao Bing met with Shun Gongbao at Shintang Pass, the Jade Emperor had already concealed himself nearby, observing for quite some time. Chapter 37. The Fury of the Celestial Master of Talismans. Once the Jade Emperor and the Golden Mother of Yaoqi discerned that Su Cheng's true identity was that of the Spirit Pearl through the Kunlun Mirror, the Jade Emperor immediately sought out Su Cheng with the Haoyan Mirror, arriving near Shintang Pass. Initially, the Jade Emperor intended to test Su Cheng directly, but unexpectedly, Su Cheng encountered Shin Gongbao. Consequently, the Jade Emperor concealed himself among them, quietly observing Su Cheng. Little did he know that this scrutiny would lead him to realize the meticulousness of Su Cheng's thoughts. He easily saw through the intentions of the primordial heavenly venerable and deftly shifted blame onto the adversaries of the Jie sect. Such cunning was not inferior to his own. As for Su Cheng's plan, the Jade Emperor expressed his full agreement. Nevertheless, he devised a contingency strategy. What is a contingency strategy? Quite simply, should Su Cheng's scheme fail, the Jade Emperor's plan would prevent Su Cheng from collapsing. The nature of this contingency was silencing. This silencing, unlike Shin Gongbao's childish attempts, wielded true lethal force. Distinct from Shun Gongbao, the Jade Emperor incorporated external powers capable of creating genuine, unforeseen events. If the Northern Sea's malevolent dragon were to slaughter the likes of Tai Junren, and he perished thereafter, then regardless of the multitude of doubts surrounding the incident, the Heavenly Court could easily cover it up. Even the primordial Heavenly Venerable, upon returning from the void, would find it exceedingly difficult to uncover the truth. Of course, the silencing was not solely aimed at Tai Junren. It was also directed at the Celestial Master of Talismans. While the Jade Emperor was visiting the Dragon King, the matchmaker had already sought out the Celestial Master of Talismans, but that is a matter for another time. At present, Tai Junren has begun to trust Shin Gongbao's words, initially falling into Su Cheng's scheme. However, Su Cheng's strategy is not infallible. After all, only the dead pose no threat. If the Jade Emperor's plan were to succeed, eliminating all witnesses and leaving Ne Zha, Li Jing, and Master Tai in utter despair, then naturally Su Cheng's scheme would unfold successfully, for no one could refute it. Even if, hypothetically, the Jade Emperor's plan were to fail, It could serve as a mere veil, concealing Su Cheng's intentions and rendering them all the more credible. This is precisely why the Jade Emperor refrained from meeting Su Cheng. He feared that Su Cheng might discern his actions. Upon revealing the entirety of this matter to Yaoqi Jinmu and Princess Longji, Yaoqi Jinmu could not help but inhale deeply. Although she herself was a person of profound cunning, in comparison to these intricately woven plots, she found herself lost in contemplation. If she were to become ensnared in such a web, could she truly grasp the entirety of the situation? The answer, of course, was no. However, Your Majesty, given that this individual possesses such depth of strategy, is he truly worthy of trust? Might he have initially calculated to manipulate our celestial palace, thus choosing to rescue Luoner? Yaoqi Jinmu inquired with concern. Princess Longji, upon hearing this, quickly interjected, "Mother, he is absolutely not that kind of person." The look in his eyes that day was so pure, it is something I shall always remember. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly and remarked, "Yaoqi, you are overthinking this. Depth of cunning is not inherently negative. At the very least, it allows him to safeguard himself and Luoner. Moreover, even if he were exceedingly shrewd, do not forget. He is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, not the reincarnation of the Demon Orb. He must possess an inherently simple and pure heart. The notion that he would deliberately scheme against our celestial palace is indeed laughable. No matter how powerful the Spirit Pearl may be, it has yet to attain the realm of a sage and cannot wield the divination arts of Fushi. How could he possibly know Luoner's true identity?" Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Yaoqi Jinmu felt a sense of relief and nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, Your Majesty, I have indeed been overly cautious. Even if the Spirit Pearl is extraordinary, it has only been born for half a year. What could he possibly comprehend? Therefore, let us summon the Old Man of the Moon to come forth. We shall promptly inscribe the marriage registry and see if we can hasten his meeting with Luoner," proposed the Jade Emperor. "Indeed, I shall issue the decree at once." Yaoqi Jinmu immediately cast a spell, and characters formed in the air like exquisite ink paintings, gradually fading away. Just then, the Jade Emperor suddenly furrowed his brow. Noticing this, Yaoqi Jinmu inquired, "What troubles you, Your Majesty?" "Nothing. It is of no consequence." The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Moments ago, through the Haotian mirror's true spirit, he sensed Su Cheng's movements. He had assumed that the Dragon King would not divulge this significant responsibility to Su Cheng, yet to his surprise, the Dragon King Ao Guang had entrusted everything into Su Cheng's hands. Meanwhile, Su Cheng had no intention of silencing Ne Zha. In fact, he spoke candidly before the Haotian mirror about the pros and cons of the situation, whether through memories of a past life or as the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Su Cheng was fully aware that the true spirit of the Jade Emperor resided within the Haotian mirror. Speaking before the Haotian mirror was no different from speaking in the presence of the Jade Emperor himself. Unless he initially refined the Haotian mirror and stored it away, he could not sever the connection between the true spirit and the physical body without the Jade Emperor's intervention in activating the true spirit. Therefore, he harbored no intention of concealing his motives. This course of action also served to prevent the Jade Emperor from devising further schemes against Ne Zha. After all, with the Jade Emperor being a quasi-saint with immense powers, should he be resolute in his desire to eliminate figures like Tai Junren, it would be remarkably effortless. Since you have undertaken this plan, I am eager to see how you intend to handle this matter and render the plan flawless, the Jade Emperor mused to himself. On an unnamed solitary mountain in the mortal realm, after the departure of the matchmaker, the immortal Fu Yuan could not help but furrow his brow deeply. Just moments ago, the matchmaker had delivered disconcerting news. Hong Jin had been captured. The matchmaker had initially conveyed that the Jade Emperor had consented to the union between Hong Jin and Princess Longji, a piece of news that should have brought joy to Fu Yuan. However, the matchmaker was unable to weave their fates together, as Hong Jin was now in captivity, ensnared by a nefarious dragon from the North Sea. The dragon, being unmanageable, coupled with the impending battle of deification, meant that the heavenly court could not spare any personnel, thus necessitating Fu Yuan to personally resolve this matter. This wayward disciple proved utterly useless. The gaunt visage of Fu Yuan gradually contorted into a ghastly expression, revealing a glint of ferocity in his gaze. Were it not for Hong Jin's potential utility, he might have been inclined to take matters into his own hands and eliminate him. How dare this vile North Sea dragon lay its hands on one of my disciples? As mist began to rise beneath Fu Yuan's feet, he scoffed, recalling that 300 years prior, this malevolent dragon had yet to attain the golden immortal realm. The North Sea dragon lineage truly was a congregation of ineptitude. With my cultivation as a Tai golden immortal, I need not rely on the powers of the heavenly court. Await your demise for daring to provoke me. Humph. Not just it. I shall punish the entire North Sea Dragon clan. Chapter 38. The Dragon Demon King in the North Sea's Inferno, a white dragon, bound in chains, spiraled through the magma. Suddenly, a battle-scarred shrimp soldier hurriedly approached from afar. Dragon King, the prince has returned. He is stirring up trouble on the sea surface, and none among our aquatic kin can withstand him. Upon hearing this, the North Sea Dragon King exhibited no extreme reaction, merely lowering her head and, after a moment, letting out a soft sigh. Command the aquatic kin to submerge into the magma. Do not confront him directly. Surprisingly, the North Sea Dragon King's voice was not that of a man, but rather a melodious, delicate female voice, indicating that she was indeed female. Understood. The shrimp soldier responded promptly, raising the signaling flag. Immediately, streams of spiritual light surged toward the ocean's surface. Soon, countless aquatic beings gathered around the North Sea Dragon King, and under her protection, they gradually submerged into the magma. At that moment, a cool, mocking voice rang out. Mother, upon seeing your child, why do you command the clan to stay hidden? Is it not disheartening for your child? With a cold laugh, a young man slowly materialized a short distance in front of the North Sea Dragon King. The young man's expression was impassive, his features androgynous, rendering it difficult to discern his gender. Clad in azure armor, beneath which flowed a long white robe, he wielded a colossal scythe of vibrant blue, its blade gleaming ominously, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Since you have extricated yourself from peril, why do you persist in disturbing the tranquility of the Northern Sea? The Dragon King of the North inquired, her voice low and somewhat hoarse. Mother, I do not bear the name Ouching, the young man replied coolly. I am not of the dragon lineage, and thus unworthy of the surname Ao. I am but a Jiao, so please refer to me as Jiao Demon King. As the words left his lips, the scythe in his grasp suddenly emanated a formidable aura of dark energy. Swiftly, he gripped the scythe with both hands and aimed a lethal strike at the Dragon King of the North. Roar! The Dragon King emitted a furious cry, her iron chains resonating as they intercepted the scythe. The impact produced a brilliant spark, illuminating even the depths of the ocean. Mother, though you have not nurtured me, you at least granted me life, the Jiao Demon King declared, a frenzied glint igniting in his eyes, yet his tone remained eerily calm. Surrender your dragon pearl, and in gratitude for the gift of life, I shall refrain from further troubling your kin. Otherwise, even if I am to be obliterated, I shall ensure that your dragon lineage endures no peace. Upon hearing his words, the Dragon King's gaze dimmed, and though she offered no reply, her imposing presence waned. The scythe in the Jiao Demon King's hands blazed with renewed intensity, poised to strike. Stop this insolence, you wretched son. Ouching has arrived. And Aoshuan too. Cease your defiance at once. Suddenly, as two thunderous roars echoed, two colossal dragons surged forth from the western seas. Each dragon was ensnared by long iron chains, their formidable presence undeniable. As they approached, the chains struck forth like bolts of lightning, aiming directly at the Jiao Demon King. Humph! The Jiao Demon King scoffed, wielding his mighty scythe to deflect the chain's assault. Utilizing the force of the impact, he soared above the surface of the sea, casting a nonchalant glance at the three dragons. Uncle, it is indeed fortunate that you have come. However, without breaking the chains that bind you, what can you truly achieve against me? The dragon pearl shall be mine, and we have all the time in the world. Upon uttering these words, the Jiao Demon King transformed into an immense azure Jiao, his body stretching hundreds of meters. As he writhed through the waters, he devoured thousands of fish, then ascended into the sky. Brother, you have come. The Dragon King of the North, upon seeing the Southern Sea Dragon King Ouching and the Western Sea Dragon King Aoshuan, revealed a profound weariness in her eyes. Ouching and Aoshuan exchanged glances, both filled with resignation. What a cursed fate this is. At that moment, having just learned the rudiments of wielding the Haotian mirror under the old Dragon King's tutelage, Su Cheng became acquainted with the tale of the Northern Sea's cursed dragon, known as the Jiao Demon King. Originally, the Jiao Demon King was the offspring of the Dragon King of the North Sea, named Ao Run, who was the only female among the four Sea Dragon Kings and the youngest sister ranked last. In truth, the four Sea Dragon Kings did not have an easy existence. They were not only confined within the four seas, but to guard the beasts of the underworld. They had to sacrifice a portion of their own cultivation to reinforce the chains of sealing. Consequently, all four Dragon Kings were only at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Had it not been for the chains sealing them, the Southern, Northern, and Western Dragon Kings would have reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, while the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, possessed the strength of the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Due to the command from the Elder Dragon King, despite understanding the Elder's intentions, the other 3 Dragon Kings remained deeply dissatisfied and at odds with him. Since the 4 Sea Dragon Kings were assigned to guard the underworld of the 4 seas, they have vigilantly watched over it for thousands of years. However, dragons are inherently spirited and reluctant to embrace solitude. During this time, Ao Ran, the Dragon Queen of the North Sea, fell in love with a python, giving birth to the Jiao Demon King, Ao Qing. From the moment of his birth, Ao Qing, being non-draconic, could not cultivate the dragon pearl, and thus was overlooked by the dragon race, even facing rejection from the aquatic beings. In the human realm, he was regarded as a monstrous fiend. Over time, his temperament turned exceptionally cold and violent, even bordering on madness. Ultimately, to prevent Ao Qing from wreaking havoc across the 4 seas, Ao Ran had to intervene personally, sealing him within the North Sea. However, due to the constraints of the sealing chains, Ao Ran's cultivation was limited to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Furthermore, Ao Qing's innate talent was astonishingly high. After being struck down, he fervently pursued cultivation, and in merely 200 years, he attained the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Breaking free from the seal, intent on seizing Ao Ran's dragon pearl. Such a tale left Su Cheng reflecting deeply. The identity of the Jiao Demon King might be unfamiliar to many, yet Su Cheng held memories of him. In Journey to the West, the Jiao Demon King is the sworn brother of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, ranking second among the 7 great saints. Judging by the prowess of the Bull Demon King, it is likely that the strengths of the 7 saints were not vastly different. Therefore, during the events of Journey to the West, the Jiao Demon King may have surpassed the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, attaining an even higher level of power. While this fact may not hold great significance, what truly matters is that the Jiao Demon King bore another title, the Great Sage of the Oversea. This title reveals the extent of the Jiao Demon King's animosity toward the 4 seas. The term Oversea parallels Sun Wukong's equal to heaven and the Bull Demon King's pacing heaven, symbolizing a desire to overturn the 4 seas. One can only imagine that the Jiao Demon King harbored deep-seated resentment against the 4 seas until that time. It is worth noting that the name of the Oversea Great Sage bears a resemblance to the Oversea Divine Dragon Spear in Su Cheng's possession. It raises the question of whether there is any connection. Poor Ao Qing, Su Cheng could not help but muse, as a member of the dragon race. He faced disdain due to his origins. Disregarding outsiders, even those from the 4 seas aquatic clan looked down upon him. Unlike Ne Zha, however, no one has guided the Jiao Demon King. In fact, the North Sea Dragon King Ao Ran personally sealed him away, which has driven his mind to further madness. This, too, is perhaps my fault. The old Dragon King sighed and said, at the time of Ao Qing's birth, the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Palace was fraught with tension. I feared that a malevolent demon bearing the name of the Dragon Clan would arise, and thus I harbored prejudice against him. In hindsight, had I taken the time to properly educate him, Ao Qing might have become a formidable member of our clan. The past is the past, let us not dwell on it. Yet, Father, since Ao Qing resides in the North Sea, how can you be certain you can lead him to Chintang Pass to confront Ne Zha? Su Cheng inquired. Indeed, the distance between the North Sea and Chintang Pass is not merely thousands of miles. Even if one were to ride the clouds, it would take at least a day or 2 to arrive. The Jiao Demon King harbors a deep-seated hatred for the 4 seas, particularly the North Sea aquatic clan. He bears no grudge against Chintang Pass. Even for the sake of feeding, he would surely choose a closer target, especially when he is aware that he might be manipulated. The Jiao Demon King cannot be foolish. In response to Su Cheng's concerns, the old Dragon King explained, although Ao Qing is of the Dragon Clan, he is a Jiao, not a true dragon. Thus, he possesses only the essence of a divine dragon and cannot forge a dragon pearl. This was one of the reasons the aquatic clans rejected him. Dragon pearl? Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, as he vaguely recalled the term. It is said that powerful demons of extraordinary birth, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, will crystallize an inner elixir. For dragons, this inner elixir is known as the dragon pearl. Each divine dragon, upon attaining a certain level of cultivation, is granted a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl embodies the entirety of a dragon's cultivation, akin to the heart of the dragon clan. The more powerful the dragon, the more formidable its dragon pearl. The mightier the dragon pearl, the greater the divine dragon's form. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon, possessing unrivaled power and reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, could manifest a body stretching 1,000,000 miles, nearly blotting out the sun. Its dragon pearl, a blazing and immense orb, could incinerate countless ferocious beasts in an instant, showcasing immense might and leaving onlookers in awe. Yet, the contemporary dragon clan pales in comparison. The old dragon king opened his mouth, and slowly, a round, golden orb, approximately half a meter in diameter, gradually emerged from his lips. This is the dragon pearl of the old dragon king. Although he can currently only exert the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal due to the seal of the iron chains, the oppressive force radiating from this dragon pearl astonishingly possesses the strength of a Deluo golden immortal. For Aoqing, the dragon pearl is both a nightmare and an aspiration. His greatest desire is to possess a true dragon pearl. The old dragon king stated, the demon pill can enable him to realize this dream. Demon pill? Su Cheng suddenly grasped the implication and tentatively asked, Father, speaking of which, I am also of the dragon clan, yet I seem to lack a dragon pearl. Could it be that the spirit pearl is your dragon pearl? In the eyes of the old dragon king, a glimmer of anticipation emerged. 6 months prior, the esteemed Xingguangbao had brought forth the spirit pearl, which I subsequently infused into the dragon egg, merging it with your divine soul. Thus, the spirit pearl has become your dragon pearl. However, its potency is such that an ordinary dragon requires merely a celestial realm to refine it into a dragon pearl, while you, reborn from the spirit pearl, must attain at least the great Luo golden immortal realm to even begin this refinement process. In terms of aptitude, you have already surpassed the illustrious Lord Long, which is one of the reasons why our dragon clan regards you as a once-in-a-thousand-years hope. Given this, can the demon pill also integrate into Aoqing's divine soul and become a dragon pearl? Inquired Su Cheng. I am uncertain, yet regardless of its authenticity, as long as Aoqing can be persuaded to believe, I possess the confidence to instigate trouble at Shintang Pass, replied the old dragon king. Su Cheng, unable to contain himself, began to pace lightly as the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather. Father, if that is the case, we must not delay. I shall set forth to the North Sea at once. As he spoke, Su Cheng lifted his foot, preparing to cast his divine technique and depart. However, midway through, he hesitated, his expression returning to its previous calmness. No, perhaps there is no need for such haste. Observing Su Cheng's demeanor, the old dragon king remarked, Binger, now that I have shared this with you, the decision to execute this plan rests with you. At present, your second and third brothers have yet to initiate their plans. If you wish to halt the operation, I shall raise the command flag to inform them. No, Father, let us proceed with caution, Su Cheng replied. The plan should unfold as intended. Aoqing possesses merely the Tai golden immortal realm. My master and I pose no threat to him. This matter remains well within our control. Moreover, given Aoqing's connections with our dragon clan, I am inclined to assist in resolving this predicament. Upon reflection, it became evident that the essence of the old dragon king's scheme did not hinge on the Jiao demon king. Despite the Jiao demon king's formidable prowess, he is still limited to the Tai golden immortal realm. Compelling him to eliminate a Tai true person is a considerable stretch, especially when confronting the indomitable essence of the demon pill. The true crux of the old Dragon King's plan lies with the South Sea Dragon King Aoqing and the West Sea Dragon King Aoshan. Their timely intervention could potentially lead to the demise of the Tai true person. The original strategy was to exploit the chaos during the fierce battle between the Jiao Demon King and the Tai true person, Ne Zha and Li Jing, allowing the South Sea and West Sea Dragon Kings to strike unexpectedly, eliminating the Tai true person and Li Jing, and subsequently binding Ne Zha to cast him into the Haotian mirror. When the heavenly tribulation arrives, Ne Zha would naturally be reduced to ashes. However, now that Su Cheng has the capability to command the forces of the Four Seas Dragon Clan, he also possesses the means to oversee the entire plan. Thus, even if the Jiao Demon King were to stir up considerable trouble, it would not culminate in any significant upheaval. Perhaps the execution of the plan may even yield unexpected rewards. My child, I place my trust in you and entrust all of this into your hands. Yet, you must exercise utmost caution. The old Dragon King, upon reaching this point, turned to Shun Gongbao and remarked, Friend Shun, although my son possesses remarkable intelligence, even the wisest can falter. I hope you might offer him guidance to prevent him from suffering due to his inexperience. Of course, Shun Gongbao nodded in agreement, saying, Rest assured, Dragon King. Chapter 40. Into the Trap in the Northern Seas Inferno. After the escape of the Jiao Demon King, the three Dragon Kings fell silent for a moment. Eventually, Aoqing, the Dragon King of the Southern Sea, sighed and spoke, Sister, this wretched creature is indeed deeply sinful. 200 years ago, out of affection for the bond between mother and child, You spared his life. Yet, he shows no gratitude and instead seeks to seize your dragon pearl. Such behavior is utterly intolerable. Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, concurred, indeed. Sister, our dragon clan was not unkind to this wretch, but when he goes mad, he brazenly devours the aquatic beings of our four seas. If we do not deal with this demon swiftly, I fear it will lead to even greater chaos in the future. Hearing this, Ao Run, the Dragon King of the Northern Sea, appeared increasingly despondent. After a while, she lifted her gaze and said, "This is a matter of my Northern Sea. Are you two brothers here merely on a whim to reprimand your younger sister? How can this be merely a family matter?" Ao Shun countered. "If this wretch succeeds in capturing your dragon pearl, will the Northern Sea's inferno fall into his hands? Moreover, I did not come on a whim," he continued. "Upon receiving news the day before yesterday, I intended to rush here to assist. However, my son of the Western Sea has just been born, making it difficult for me to leave the inferno. Hence, my arrival has been delayed until now." Ao Run's eyes revealed a hint of weariness as she spoke. The Dragon Clan exists for the sake of this so-called Dragon Clan. In the past, I may have shown favoritism towards this child, so it is only natural that he harbors animosity towards me. If it were not for the inability to escape this underwater inferno, would there be so much sorrow? Brothers, are you truly content with our current predicament? If it were not for Ao Guang, would we be losing our freedom today? Ao Qin responded, "Sister, you have misjudged your elder brother. The duty of guarding the inferno was decreed by the celestial realm, and even Lord Yinglong could not resist it, let alone your elder brother. His reluctance to oppose it was solely for the preservation of our dragon clan. Furthermore, the hope we have awaited for a millennium has now been born. Surely, it will not be long before we can escape this underwater inferno." Hope. A trace of derision flickered in Ao Run's eyes as she retorted, "Ah, what a fine hope indeed. Ao Guang has placed the future of our clan upon the spirit pearl, unaware that it is but an unattainable dream. When Lord Yinglong assisted the Yellow Emperor in vanquishing Qiyu, our dragon clan also played a significant role in controlling the waters. Yet, what has been the outcome? We remain mere jailers in this underwater inferno. Huh, how absurd, truly absurd. For that spirit pearl, you even rallied under the banner of the 10,000 dragons, sacrificing one of your own scales to create the 10,000 dragons armor. Do you realize how much this diminishes the overall strength of our clan?" As she reached the end of her lament, Ao Run's voice grew sharp. "I have had enough. I no longer wish to remain in this underwater inferno." Witnessing her husband and son perish one by one, labeled as monstrosities before her very eyes, she felt the weight of despair. The position of the Dragon King of the North Sea was one that anyone could claim, but even at the cost of her own disintegration. She yearned to escape this torment. After expressing her anguish, Ao Run, the Dragon King of the North Sea, radiated an immense brilliance from her colossal white dragon form. The chains binding her transformed into blue inscriptions that tightened around her. The magma of the North Sea hell began to bubble violently, and the surrounding rocks trembled fiercely. Fourth sister, remain calm. This is not the way. Ao Qing and Ao Shun, upon witnessing the turmoil, quickly joined forces to summon the dragon orbs. Two warm dragon orbs appeared above their heads, emitting a soft glow that enveloped Ao Run. As time ticked away, Ao Run's resistance gradually subsided, and her form retreated into the magma, sinking slowly to its depths. The North Sea returned to tranquility once more. Yet, a profound concern clouded Ao Shun's eyes as he turned to Ao Qing and asked, "Elder brother, will fourth sister be all right?" "She should be fine," Ao Qing reassured him. Ever since the death of her husband over 200 years ago, her temperament has evolved into what it is now. It appears that Ao Qing has become a source of her inner turmoil. However, once she vents her frustrations, she will find peace again. The seal set by our elder brother is not easily broken. But our plan, Ao Shun began, only to be interrupted by Ao Qing. "Silence, third brother." Ao Qing glanced around to ensure no one was near before continuing. "Third brother, the matter of the demon orb must remain a secret from fourth sister. Otherwise, she might divulge it to that wretched Ao Qing. If he learns of the demon orb's reincarnation at Shintang Pass and attempts to seize it, we will face dire consequences." Ao Shun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, elder brother, I had not anticipated that the demon orb would manifest in the mortal realm at such a time. The demon orb is the residual inner core of the demon ancestor, forged through millennia of refinement, and its spiritual essence has become exceedingly powerful. If Ao Qing were to consume the essence of the demon orb, he could potentially forge an immensely powerful dragon orb, advancing his cultivation significantly, perhaps even attaining the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. At that point, we would be doomed. Indeed, We must not linger here idly. We must hasten to locate that wretched creature and jointly subdue it, Ao Qing declared, transforming alongside Ao Shun into two streaks of light, racing towards the eastern sea. After Ao Qing and Ao Shun departed, a dark mist emerged from the shadows, coalescing into the form of the Jiao Demon King. The Jiao Demon King gazed towards the eastern sea, scoffing softly to himself. The demon orb has descended, has it? Huh. Second uncle, third uncle. You have delivered me splendid news. He then cast his gaze upon the now tranquil magma, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Mother, very well. Since the Dragon Clan has betrayed me, why should I harbor any affection for them? The Dragon King turned his head and remarked, however, since there exists a more suitable target, I shall refrain from making a move against Ao Ron, thereby avoiding alarming the snake by striking the grass. After speaking to himself, he transformed once more into a wisp of black mist and swiftly departed. Approximately 500 miles eastward in the waters of the Northern Sea, Ao Qing and Ao Shun gradually came to a halt. Did that wretched creature fall for it? Ao Shun inquired. There should not be any significant issues, Ao Qing replied. I shall investigate further shortly. If he has not proceeded to Chintang Pass, we shall devise another plan when the time comes. However, just moments ago, I could sense that creature lurking nearby. Our cooperation is seamless, with no flaws to be found. Chapter 41, Tempering Indeed. The dialogue between Ao Qing and Ao Shun was merely a ruse to deceive the Dragon King. Having endured the harsh conditions of the underwater purgatory for millennia, they were naturally astute and cunning. Compared to them, the Dragon King was but a child, having been born only a few hundred years prior. They anticipated that upon learning of the magic orb, the Dragon King would no longer attack the Northern Sea, which is why they deliberately spoke those words before the purgatory. However, the actions of the Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Run were no mere performance. He had truly descended into madness. Alas, sighed Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, if this plan succeeds, that wretched child may very well find himself without a burial place. His demise, while regrettable, is of little concern. I worry whether our fourth sister can endure such a burden. Thus, this matter must never reach her ears, Ao Qing asserted. The Spirit Pearl represents the hope of our Dragon Clan. Now, with Binger displaying exceptional talent and a calm demeanor, he is a rare prodigy of a millennium. We must, by all means, ensure the preservation of the Spirit Pearl. The reincarnation of the magic orb must perish, and we must lay the blame for his death squarely upon the Dragon King's shoulders. Only then can we extricate our Dragon Clan from this perilous game and avoid becoming mere pawns. Very well, Ao Shun conceded. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, we must impose this burden upon our fourth sister. Moreover, it is truly unjust for her to bear such a monstrous progeny. After taking possession of the Haotian mirror, Su Cheng engaged in casual conversation with the old Dragon King and Shun Gongbao before revealing her true dragon form and submerging into the lava, deep within the molten depths. Above the countless suppressed sea beasts, there lay a secluded aquatic realm, designated specifically for Su Cheng's cultivation. The pressure here was immense, compounded by the seething heat of the surrounding lava. Without invoking divine abilities or establishing protective barriers, even celestial beings would find it challenging to linger in such an environment. Nevertheless, Su Cheng, now at the golden immortal level and practicing the formidable 8-9 mystical art for body tempering, was undaunted by the harsh conditions. He did not invoke any divine abilities but relied solely on his physical strength to withstand the underwater pressure and the scalding, bubbling waters heated by the lava. At that moment, Shun Gongbao performed a water avoidance technique and gradually descended. What is it, master? I was just preparing to cultivate, Su Cheng remarked. Shun Gongbao still harbored some doubts about Binger's 9-turn mystical art. He had never encountered anyone capable of simultaneously cultivating both the 8-9 profound arts and the 9-turn profound arts. Now, as Su Cheng forcefully practiced, Shun Gongbao genuinely feared that this millennium-old hope might inadvertently lead to his demise. Do not worry, master. I am the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl's primordial spirit. The 9-turn profound arts are ideally suited for me and pose no challenge, Su Cheng declared. After all, he now attributed nearly everything to his innate talent. What can one say? I simply possess exceptional aptitude. That is sufficient, Shun Gongbao sighed in relief. He had been concerned that Su Cheng had forced himself to practice the 9-turn profound arts merely to spare his feelings. Now, Shun Gongbao felt considerably reassured. Master, there is something I still need your assistance with, Su Cheng said. What is it? Shun Gongbao inquired. Please find a way to temporarily confine the North Sea's malevolent dragon. Ao Qing, Su Cheng replied. Confine Ao Qing? Shun Gongbao was taken aback. Wasn't it your plan to have him come to Chintang Pass as arranged? Why the change now? Su Cheng nodded and explained, indeed, having Aoqing arrive at Chintang Pass is one of my plans, but I do not wish for him to slay Ne Zha. On the contrary, I seek to encounter him for the purpose of honing my skills. Honing your skills? Shen Gongbao echoed. Precisely, Su Cheng said calmly. Having reached the golden immortal realm, while simultaneously cultivating the 9-turn profound arts and the 8-9 profound arts, my progress may not accelerate as rapidly as I desire. Thus, I wish to leverage external pressure, such as that posed by Aoqing. I aim to confront him and refine my cultivation through this encounter. Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. Such madness was rare. Typically, cultivators preferred to retreat to secluded chambers for tranquil meditation. As the Lingbao Tianzuan once proclaimed, in stillness, recite the Huangting and comprehend the Tao of heaven. Who would willingly venture into peril, unless one had reached a certain level of cultivation? The ultimate aspiration of immortals was to roam freely, unbound by worldly constraints. Yet, Aoqing seemingly possessed true strength akin to a Tai golden immortal. Shen Gongbao hesitated. Could Su Cheng truly contend with his cousin, Aoqing? After all, the Dragon Demon King, Aoqing, had emerged centuries prior, while Ao Bing had only trained for half a year. By lineage, Aoqing could well be Ao Bing's ancestor. Therefore, I require you to delay him for some time. Master, it need not be extensive. If you can confine Aoqing for half a year, that would suffice. If half a year seems excessive, a month or two would be acceptable, Su Cheng suggested. A month or two? Shen Gongbao was incredulous. Are you implying that you intend to reach the Tai golden immortal realm within that time frame? Not quite, Su Cheng clarified. I have only recently entered the golden immortal realm. Achieving Tai golden immortal status in a month or two would indeed be quite challenging. Shen Gongbao finally exhaled in relief, grateful that Su Cheng did not assert he could attain the Tai golden immortal realm within such a short span. It was worth noting that he himself had cultivated for nearly a millennium to reach this stage, which was considered extraordinary. After all, he did not enjoy the same favor from the primordial supreme being as other disciples of the Chan teaching, like the corpulent Tai Jinren, who has presumably cultivated for thousands of years, yet remains merely a Tai golden immortal. If Su Cheng truly ascends from an ordinary dragon, devoid of cultivation, to the realm of Tai golden immortal within a mere 6 or 7 months, then I have indeed squandered my years in futility. However, just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Su Cheng's subsequent declaration rendered me speechless once again. Although I may not achieve the realm of Tai golden immortal, I am confident that once I stabilize my cultivation, I can challenge and perhaps even surpass those within the Tai golden immortal tier. Su Cheng proclaimed with unwavering assurance. How can you be so confident? I, Shen Gongbao, found myself at a loss for words. To challenge a Tai golden immortal and even prevail as a golden immortal? Are you suggesting that in a month or two, you could easily overpower your own master? My dignity as a mentor feels utterly diminished. Well, regardless of your potential, with several Dragon King allies at hand, your safety should be assured. You may entrust this matter to me without concern. I turned to leave, feeling increasingly like a disciple regressing beneath the shadow of my own student. Alas, everything now seems to hinge on this apprentice's guidance. Chapter 42. Refining the Haotian mirror. Observing Shen Gongbao's retreating figure, a smile escaped Su Cheng's lips. As for whether Shen Gongbao possessed the capability to confine the Jiao Demon King for several months, I harbored no doubts. Despite his seemingly constant misfortunes, he is, in truth, a formidable individual. In terms of intellect, though he may lack profound wisdom, he possesses a certain cleverness. Regarding strength, his status as a Tai golden immortal is undeniably impressive. However, what is most formidable is undoubtedly Shen Gongbao's extensive connections. With his skills, ensnaring an immature Jiao Demon King would be a trivial task. As for why I must adhere to the Jade Emperor's directives, apart from honing my own abilities, there remains a matter I have not disclosed to Shen Gongbao, my intention to subjugate the Jiao Demon King. Although the current Jiao Demon King exhibits a violent temperament, he has yet to commit significant atrocities or invoke grave karmic consequences. This implies that he remains unnoticed by the more powerful beings. The Jade Emperor may not regard the Jiao Demon King with any concern, but I certainly do. To revitalize the Dragon Clan, I cannot rely solely on my own strength. I require numerous allies and subordinates, and the Jiao Demon King stands out as a fitting candidate. Being of dragon lineage, his ferocity stems from years of being scorned. If I can alter his perception of the Dragon Clan, instilling in him a sense of belonging and loyalty, or, if necessary, subjugate him through sheer force, such outcomes are within the realm of possibility. Additionally, The Jiao Demon King's future identity is noteworthy. He is destined to be one of the 7 great saints, ranking second among them. It is essential to recognize that the 7 great saints represent the formidable leaders among the myriad of demons in Journey to the West. Not only are they immensely powerful, but their charisma is also extraordinary. Had it not been for Sun Wukong ultimately becoming a pawn of Western teachings, looked down upon by many formidable demons, he would not have encountered such numerous tribulations along his journey. The ability to subdue the Dragon King, compelling him to continue along the path of the 7 great saints, implies that one could potentially amass a formidable demonic force across this vast land of the divine. Although such power is precarious and fraught with the risk of backlash, Su Cheng possesses the confidence to wield it adeptly. Naturally, these intentions must remain unspoken to Shen Gongbao. Let us not forget that he currently bears the Haotian mirror. The Jade Emperor would never permit such actions. Next, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Cheng's eyes. He harbors a distaste for the surveillance capabilities of the Haotian mirror. The feeling of being constantly monitored is exceedingly vexatious. Fortunately, the situation is not insurmountable. Armed with the ritualistic methods for the Haotian mirror, while he cannot annihilate the true spirit within, he can initially refine it and subsequently store it within his dantian, thereby imposing certain limitations on the mirror's surveillance abilities. Thus, prior to cultivating the 9 transformations of the profound arts, Su Cheng resolved to first refine the Haotian mirror. He invoked the barrier techniques from the Yuqing celestial arts, establishing formidable barriers in the vicinity before summoning the Haotian mirror. The mirror shimmered with a resplendent brilliance, its 7-colored radiance appearing profoundly enigmatic. Through the ancient bronze surface, he faintly discerned a vast starry sky. From the very first moment he encountered the Haotian mirror, he sensed its extraordinary significance in his life, as if it contained his destiny. Now, that feeling intensified. Su Cheng channeled his spiritual energy, causing the Haotian mirror to hover before him in midair. He extended his right hand, gently caressing the archaic frame, the intricate patterns upon it reminiscent of fine sandpaper, offering a most comforting sensation. At that instant, the alert sound of the divine selection system resonated. System prompt detected the presence of the spatial spirit within the innate treasure. Haotian mirror. Please choose. Collect the spatial spirit. Ignore the spatial spirit. Spatial spirit? Su Cheng furrowed his brow. He immediately sensed that this spatial spirit was no ordinary entity. It could very well be a treasure capable of seizing the very fabric of creation. What exactly is a spatial spirit? Su Cheng found himself pondering. Yet, the system remained silent. Indeed, after all this time, Su Cheng had come to understand that the system lacked consciousness. It merely functioned as a machine, presenting choices before him like a test paper, devoid of answers. I choose. After a moment's hesitation, Su Cheng resolved to make a selection. His hesitation stemmed from a fear that claiming this so-called spatial spirit might draw the Jade Emperor's attention. However, upon careful reflection, if the spatial spirit could indeed be collected, it implied one possibility. The Jade Emperor had not yet realized the existence of this entity within the Haotian mirror. Even if this object is collected, it would not attract the attention of the Jade Emperor. Thus, there is no need for hesitation. Regardless of what this object is, once it is in my possession, the truth will inevitably reveal itself, confirming my choice. As the system's notification echoed, streams of spiritual energy flowed from Su Cheng's body into the Haotian mirror. What is this? The system is assisting me in refining the Haotian mirror? Su Cheng quickly realized. He calmed his mind, and as the spiritual energy accumulated, he grew increasingly familiar with the functionalities of the Haotian mirror. At that moment, suddenly, a formless radiance shot forth from the Haotian mirror. As one of the streams of spiritual energy that Su Cheng had inputted spiraled back and entered his spiritual sea. Simultaneously, a resonant hum sounded, and the interior of the Haotian mirror became vividly illuminated. Is this the Haotian mirror? Su Cheng's consciousness instantly enveloped the entire interior of the mirror. It was then that he discovered a vast, expansive plain within the Haotian mirror. This plain expanded infinitely, unlike the map of mountains and rivers. Though the Haotian mirror contained limitless space, its world resembled a sheet of paper, flattening any living beings that entered. At that moment, Su Cheng was taken aback. After such a brief refining process, he felt he could fully master the Haotian mirror. Under Su Cheng's consciousness, he also discerned 2 entities within the Haotian mirror. One was Hong Jing, whose true spirit had been flattened to paper, and the other was the nearly invisible true spirit of the Jade Emperor. Su Cheng sensed that with just a thought, he could unleash the immense spatial power of the Haotian mirror to utterly obliterate these 2 entities. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed once more. System notification. Due to the acquisition of the spirit of space, the Haotian mirror has recognized you as its master. A third-party true spirit has been detected within the Haotian mirror. Please choose. Activate rejection response to completely eliminate the true spirit. Or quell the rejection response and ignore the true spirit. I can eliminate the true spirit of the Jade Emperor? Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. Chapter 43. Manipulating Space. Who is the Jade Emperor? In Journey to the West. It is said that the Buddha Tathagata mentioned the Jade Emperor has endured 1,750 tribulations, each lasting an astounding 12,960 years. While it is uncertain if there is any exaggeration within this account, it is evident that the Jade Emperor is not as feeble as commonly perceived. In Su Cheng's view, the Jade Emperor is likely at least at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, or even approaching the quasi-saint realm. If that is the case, for someone of my golden immortal cultivation to potentially obliterate the true spirit of the Jade Emperor within the Haotian mirror would be utterly terrifying. Although this true spirit should only be a fragment of the Jade Emperor, and even if I were to eliminate it, the Jade Emperor would merely sustain a minor injury. However, it is essential to understand that to eradicate the true spirit within a magical artifact, the one refining the artifact must possess a cultivation level superior to that of the spirit itself. However, Su Cheng merely possessed the realm of a golden immortal. Could it be due to that so-called spirit of space? I choose. Su Cheng exclaimed hastily. Confirm. Choose to quell the rejection response of the Haotian mirror, disregarding the true spirit within. What a jest. Although she currently held the true spirit of the Jade Emperor, it was inconceivable for Su Cheng to erase it. Should she attempt to eradicate that portion of the true spirit imprint, the Jade Emperor would undoubtedly fly over from the heavenly palace in the blink of an eye. In such a scenario, even if she had 100 mouths, she would be unable to explain herself, even with Ne as her backing. The Jade Emperor would likely not let her off easily. This was the Haotian mirror, a primordial treasure bestowed upon the Jade Emperor by the Taoist patriarch Hongjun himself. While its power may not rival that of the Panga Banner or the Four Swords of Destruction, its unique attributes rendered it, in some respects, an unparalleled treasure in the universe. It was likely that the Jade Emperor had not fully mastered the Haotian mirror over the years. Yet, she had just acquired it and already possessed the highest degree of control, capable even of effortlessly obliterating the true spirit imprint within. If the Jade Emperor were to discover this, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the time being, she was already able to command the spirit of space within the Haotian mirror, and with a mere thought, she could unleash its power, annihilating the true spirit imprint. Thus, there was no need for her to rush. She could wait until her cultivation had improved to a point where she no longer feared the Jade Emperor, at which time she could take what she desired at will. Moreover, she did not need to undertake such actions at this moment. She could already utilize the full might of the Haotian mirror and was, in essence, its actual master. As for the minor true spirit imprint, it bore no substantial impact on her control. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to thoroughly discern the nature of this spirit of space, Su Cheng contemplated. With this thought, she calmed her agitated heart, concentrating her mind to carefully perceive the spirit of space that lingered within her soul. The spirit of space appeared akin to a jade pendant. Originally comprised of the 5 elements and 5 colors, upon entering Su Cheng's soul, it had taken on a deep, inky black hue. Though black, this color exuded no trace of malevolence, instead presenting an air of elegance, reminiscent of the ink used in traditional calligraphy. The pendant drifted slowly within Su Cheng's soul, continuously emanating wisps of dark mist that appeared to bear intricate patterns, akin to those on the frame of the Haotian mirror. Yet, Su Cheng felt no discernible movement, as if it were indeed non-existent. She attempted to surround the pendant with her spiritual energy, and instantly, it radiated even more pronounced black patterns. Simultaneously, Su Cheng suddenly sensed the surrounding space acquiring a sense of dimensionality. She extended a finger, gently manipulating a portion of her spiritual energy to stir the space before her. A resonant wave rippled forth in her vision, gracefully undulating. Is it truly this formidable? Su Cheng couldn't help but be taken aback. He could distinctly sense the essence of space, as if he were touching a basin of clear water. Just as humanity can stir water to create currents and whirlpools, Su Cheng felt he could manipulate space itself, shaping its contours and eddies. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of his exceedingly faint spiritual power. If he were to summon his full strength, he had an inkling that he could provoke a minor spatial tempest. What might occur with the formidable powers of a Tai Golden Immortal or even a De Luo Golden Immortal? Could he traverse through space and perhaps comprehend the profound laws governing it? Su Cheng believed it was entirely plausible. It dawned on him that this was the extraordinary might of the Haotian mirror. It appeared that even the Jade Emperor had never truly engaged with the spirit of space. But why was he able to? A question lingered in Su Cheng's mind. If it were due to the system, that seemed unlikely. After all, the system is inanimate. Without a specific catalyst, it would not actively assist him in refining magical treasures. This indicated that the spirit of space must have gravitated towards him, prompting the system to make such an option available. Magical artifacts possess spirits, and the more powerful they are, the more likely they are to develop sentience. Yet, cultivators often partition a portion of their true spirit to refine these treasures, while innate treasures are typically refined by those with immense abilities, whose true spirits can naturally substitute for the intelligence of the artifacts themselves. This is the essence of refinement. So, why did the spirit of space regard him so highly, willingly acknowledging him as its master? Su Cheng found this perplexing. However, he felt there was no need to dwell on it at this moment. The truth would reveal itself as his cultivation ascended to a higher realm. With this thought, he gently waved his hand, drawing the Haotian mirror into his inner dantian. Meanwhile, far away on Kunlun Mountain, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed that Su Cheng had begun to activate the Haotian mirror, which took him by surprise. To him, it seemed that Su Cheng had merely conducted a rudimentary refinement, learning to manipulate the mirror. Yet, the power of such a treasure was immense. The Jade Emperor had anticipated that achieving a preliminary grasp would take at least 10 days or half a month, which would be deemed extraordinary talent. However, he never expected that Su Cheng could wield the Haotian mirror with such ease in just a few hours. Indeed, this young man was remarkable. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly. Although Su Cheng displayed astonishing talent, it was not beyond the realm of acceptance. In ancient times, many individuals exhibited exceptional gifts. Even though this era was said to be one in a myriad of years, the occasional prodigy was still within the realm of acceptability. The talents exhibited by the Spirit Pearl brought the Jade Emperor joy rather than concern. After all, he viewed the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl as a manifestation of his own power and, indeed, his future son-in-law. No one wishes for their son-in-law to be a failure. Yet, the Jade Emperor could never have fathomed that Su Cheng was far more than simply capable of using the Haotian mirror. He was, in fact, its true master. Chapter 44. Cultivation. After refining the Haotian mirror, Su Cheng devoted some time to practice the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. The cultivation of the 9 transformations proved to be significantly more challenging. In terms of entry difficulty, the 9 transformations far surpassed the 8-9 mystical arts. After all, the cultivation of the spirit is inherently more arduous than that of the physical body. Fortunately, Su Cheng's primordial spirit is a reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, endowing him with exceptional talent. Thus, mastering the fundamentals is merely a matter of time. Previously, he could project his spirit outside his body merely for use. But true mastery would allow him to employ it in combat. Given his current pace, it is unlikely that he will attain a profound level in the 9 transformations in the near future. In contrast to the 9 levels of the 8-9 mystical arts, the 9 transformations also has 9 stages, but each stage only possesses 4 transformations. However, one should not underestimate these 4 transformations. The 8 transformations of the 8-9 mystical arts pertain to physical changes and belong to the realm of minor supernatural abilities. Conversely, the 4 transformations of the 9 transformations are major supernatural abilities related to the spirit, classified at a higher level of mastery. Consequently, the 9 transformations are more difficult to comprehend. Moreover, Su Cheng has yet to resolve the mutual repulsion between the 2 practices. Although the system assists him in cultivating both simultaneously, attempting to focus on both inevitably slows his progress compared to dedicating himself to one. Su Cheng estimates that to initially grasp the 36 major abilities within the 9 transformations, he will require at least a week. To refine them to perfection, it would likely take a few years, which feels exceedingly slow. Alas, Su Cheng sighed in resignation. If his lament were to reach those who have previously cultivated the 9 transformations, such as Yu Beiji, they might entertain thoughts of throttling him. 2 years to master the 9 transformations to a consummate level is indeed an impressive feat, yet he dares to express dissatisfaction. It is essential to remember that Marshal Tianpeng devoted an unknown span of time to mastering the 36 transformations of Tiangang, likely without achieving an extremely profound state. Ne Zha, who practiced the 9 transformations from the period of the investiture of the gods to the journey to the west, reached a level comparable to that of the Monkey King. Notably, Ne Zha's innate talent is arguably on par with Su Cheng's spiritual pearl reincarnation. Without the divine selection system's guidance, even with accelerated cultivation, It would be impossible for Su Cheng to attain mastery of the 9 transformations within 2 years. Of course, Su Cheng harbors a hypothesis regarding Ne Zha. During the investiture of the gods, Ne Zha was already formidable, wielding countless magical artifacts and possessing supernatural powers that likely rivaled those of Yang Jian. Yet, why did he struggle against Sun Wukong in the journey to the west? Given Ne Zha's temperament, he would certainly not hold back. It is worth noting that the chaos in the Heavenly Palace occurred approximately 8 or 9 centuries after the investiture of the gods. While 8 or 9 centuries may seem fleeting to a cultivator, why did Ne Zha show no progress during that time? Conversely, how could Yang Jian suppress Sun Wukong? Su Cheng speculated that, although there might be reasons stemming from Ne Zha himself, the manifestation of the lotus might also play a crucial role. Ne Zha's lotus incarnation comprises 2 lotus flowers and 3 lotus leaves, within which resides a golden elixir containing a soul. This vessel was created by the great Master Tai to resurrect Ne Zha, endowing this form with remarkable abilities such as immunity to soul-based attacks and pestilence. Furthermore, considering that Ne Zha's physical body, if unrestrained by the universe ring, risks falling into demonic madness, it now appears that the primary function of the lotus incarnation is to suppress the malevolence of the demonic orb. However, despite its numerous advantages, the lotus incarnation possesses a fatal flaw. Its quality is merely superior rather than exceptional. Unlike the legendary Chaos Lotus platform, Ne Zha's lotus incarnation is likely not an innate spiritual root. Coupled with the fact that the 9 transformations mystic art is a technique for cultivating the soul, there arises a potential conflict with the 8-9 mystic art. If this is indeed the case, it is highly probable that the lotus incarnation will subsequently limit the cultivation of the 9 transformations mystic art. Of course, this remains merely Su Cheng's conjecture, and cannot yet be substantiated. However, should this be true, Su Cheng would undoubtedly prevent Ne Zha from once again turning to ashes under the curse of heavenly tribulation, necessitating the use of the lotus incarnation for rebirth. As for himself, he harbored little concern. After all, the heavenly tribulation curse was not directed at him. As long as he prepared in advance, he would not meet the same fate as Ao Bing, who, driven by impulsive fervor, ended up like Ne Zha, with only his soul remaining. This time, Su Cheng had long since made his preparations. At the very least, he was confident in his ability to extricate himself safely. Naturally, rescuing Ne Zha from the curse of heavenly tribulation should also pose no insurmountable challenge. As Su Cheng contemplated this, rather than feeling any trepidation regarding the heavenly tribulation curse set for 2.5 years hence, he instead revealed a hint of anticipation. After all, it is under pressure that one finds motivation. For now, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. He immersed himself in practice for an entire month. Cultivation itself can be a rather monotonous endeavor. However, the thought of the splendid world that awaited him filled Su Cheng with boundless energy. During this month, he made initial strides into the 9 transformations mystic art, swiftly advancing past the first transformation and entering the second, mastering 8 types of soul-related grand techniques, including the ability to summon soldiers from beings and to project his soul from his body, while also gaining a rudimentary understanding of other techniques. In regard to the 8-9 mystic art, Su Cheng did not rush to cultivate the 6th layer. Instead, he solidified his grasp on the first 5 layers. Concurrently, he devoted the majority of his time to the Jade Pure Immortal method, not for the sake of the 5 elements immortal techniques contained within, but rather to delve into the foundational Taoist principles. The more he cultivated the Jade Pure Immortal method, the more he appreciated its profound and mysterious foundational teachings. Although this method is accessible to all within the Chan school, the myriad paths truly unfold from simplicity to complexity. Upon careful contemplation, he came to realize that the Jade Pure Immortal method embodies the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, resonating with the harmonious voices of sages. The 9 transformations of the mysterious art and the 8-9 mysterious art, no matter how formidable, ultimately serve as methods for refining the body and spirit. In terms of combat, perhaps the 2 are indeed superior. However, when it comes to pure cultivation of these arts, one might find it exceedingly difficult to attain a transcendent realm. On this particular day, Su Cheng paused from his training, intending to delve deeper into the realms of the Yuqing Immortal method. Yet, at that moment, a sound suddenly resonated in his ears. It was a resounding conch shell call, echoing across the East Sea, even reaching Su Cheng deep beneath the waves. This conch served as a communication artifact of the Dragon Palace, uniquely belonging to Su Cheng, and he could not possibly be unfamiliar with it. Could it be that Ne Zha is seeking me? Intrigued, Su Cheng promptly sat upright. It seemed he had not ventured out in quite a while. The monotony of sitting idle for training had grown tiresome, and it was high time to seek out Ne Zha for some amusement. Chapter 45. Reunion with Ne Zha. Su Cheng performed a water avoidance technique and gradually ascended from the fiery depths of the magma sea. In truth, given his current physical prowess, he could have emerged directly from the magma unscathed. Nevertheless, he chose not to do so. Though the 10,000 dragon armor could withstand the magma's heat, his other garments were mere mortal fabrics. Even though they could be magically transformed, it still felt peculiar. This was one of the reasons he rarely revealed his true form. In fact, in his true state, Su Cheng was at his most formidable. Upon surfacing from the magma to the purgatory of the East Sea, the old Dragon King immediately sensed his son's emergence and inquired with concern, "Binger, you've come out. How has your training progressed?" Throughout Su Cheng's month of cultivation, the old Dragon King had frequently probed his son's progress with divine thought, anxious about any potential mishaps in his training. However, the old Dragon King was reluctant to intervene too much, as, despite his own cultivation having reached the great Luo golden immortal realm, he had never practiced the 8-9 mysterious art or the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, and was thus quite ignorant of Taoist magical techniques. Had Shen Gongbao still been present, he could have provided insights, yet now Shen Gongbao was far away in the North Sea, struggling to subdue the Flood Dragon King. "Father, my 8-9 mysterious art has stabilized, and I have cultivated the 9 transformations of the mysterious art to the 2nd transformation, reaching approximately the mid-level of the golden immortal realm." Su Cheng replied. In truth, this progress was slightly slower than he had anticipated, primarily because he had dedicated most of his time to comprehending the heavenly principles of the Yuqing immortal method rather than focusing intently on his cultivation. Nevertheless, although his current realm was only mid-level golden immortal, with the enhancements from the 2 Taoist arts, coupled with the sea-subduing dragon spear and the 10,000 dragon armor, Su Cheng now felt confident in his ability to withstand the might of a Tai golden immortal. While the old Dragon King had grown somewhat numb to Su Cheng's remarkable talent, hearing that he had ascended from the early to mid-level of the golden immortal realm in just a month filled him with immense joy. "Well done. Truly worthy of being my son. However, you must remember, although the powers of Taoism are formidable, one should never underestimate the dragon god technique of my dragon clan. After all, it is a potent skill passed down from the ancestral dragon, and when cultivated to its utmost, it can even transform one into the form of a 9-clawed golden dragon, correct?" Su Cheng replied helplessly, "I understand, father. I shall not forget to practice the dragon god technique. It's just that I am currently occupied with preparing to meet my cousin Ao Qing." "No. I suppose he is my distant cousin?" The old Dragon King looked at his son with exasperation and, after a moment, said, "My child, do not take this lightly. Ao Qing has attained the realm of a Tai golden immortal. Though he lacks any magical artifacts, he should not be underestimated. Rest assured, father, I am well aware of this. Besides, even if I cannot prevail, I have my master and uncle to rely upon." Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "By the way, has Ao Qing made any moves in the past month? Could it be that master has truly ensnared him?" Although Su Cheng had great faith in Shen Gongbao's abilities, he was nonetheless curious about how his master managed to confine the Dragon Demon King, given their closely matched realms. Indeed, the old Dragon King nodded. "I commanded the sea patrolling Yaksha to investigate the North Sea and discovered that a formation has been set up there, comprised of 21 massive precious mirrors, brimming with thunder and lightning, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. It is likely that our friend Shen Gongbao has devised this formation to trap that wretched Ao Qing. There's no need to keep calling him wretched." Su Cheng remarked casually, though he was genuinely astonished. "A formation? I never expected Shen Gongbao to possess such skills." True, Shen Gongbao was knowledgeable in certain minor formations, but it was certainly beyond him to create one capable of confining a Tai golden immortal for an entire month. It seems that his master had once again employed a remarkable technique, enlisting the aid of a powerful expert well-versed in formations, and lured the Dragon Demon King into it. At this point, Su Cheng could not help but admire Shen Gongbao. Although his own strength was merely average, his ability to hire skilled individuals was truly remarkable. Oh, by the way, aside from hiring people, there is also a skill involving theft, stealing spirit pearls, pilfering the 8-9 profound art, snatching the immortal slaying sword, and absconding with the function list. In summary, it encompasses various forms of theft, earning Shen Gongbao the title of the God of Thieves, rivaling the future thief saint, Sun Wukong. Just then, the conch shell gifted to Ne Zha was blown once more. Upon hearing this, the old Dragon King could not help but ask, "Bing-er, to whom did you bestow the left-handed conch?" "The Turtle Prime Minister just informed me it was a little girl." "Could it be?" That was a boy. Su Cheng replied helplessly. Father, you must not be unaware. That child is the reincarnation of the demon pill, Ne Zha. The reincarnation of the demon pill? The old Dragon King raised his voice slightly. You truly mingled with the reincarnation of the demon pill? Do not forget, you are a spirit pearl. All right, father. I certainly will not forget that I am a spirit pearl. You need not worry. I am well aware of the gravity of this matter, Su Cheng assured him. After exchanging a few more words with the old Dragon King, he waved his hand and said, It is time for me to meet with my friends. I shall report back to you upon my return. Upon finishing his words, he stamped his foot and transformed into a beam of ethereal light, soaring towards the surface of the sea. Alas, the old Dragon King sighed. Although his son had only just been born 6 or 7 months ago, he could not shake the feeling that the child had grown beyond his control. Meanwhile, Ne Zha, standing upon the shore, had blown the conch shell several times, yet still saw no sign of Su Cheng. His heart began to churn with impatience. Could it be that he was deceiving me? Indeed, there are no good souls in Chuntang Pass. Enraged, Ne Zha contemplated throwing the conch away, but as he raised his arm, he paused halfway, his expression falling into despondency. Very well, he thought, I shall seek retribution upon the people of Chuntang Pass instead. He slightly turned away when, at that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the sea, as if an explosion had occurred. Ne Zha turned back in surprise, only to find the surface of the water rippling, with nothing else amiss. What on earth? He was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, a hand suddenly rested upon his head. Ne Zha was first startled. Then his expression brightened involuntarily. Little girl, what brings you here? I was just enjoying an afternoon nap, and your noise has disrupted my sweet dreams. Su Cheng smiled as she spoke. Need it even be said? I'm here to settle the score with you. Ne Zha retorted, and I've told you before. I am not a little girl. I am a boy. He abruptly turned around and produced a shuttlecock from his waist. You have no idea how boring this past month has been. A fellow riding a plump pig has been pestering me daily, claiming he wants to teach me sorcery. I had to exert considerable effort just to escape from home. Come, let us engage in a spirited match today. Chapter 46, A Joyous Voyage at Sea. Plump pig? Teach you sorcery? Su Cheng was taken aback. It seemed that the narrative of Tai Yizhen Rin teaching him sorcery had advanced unexpectedly. According to the original timeline, it appeared that Tai Yizhen Rin would not commence Ne Zha's training for another year, likely due to the time spent at the Void Gate, along with other postponements. However, it now appeared that perhaps due to her involvement, Tai Yizhen Rin had expedited the process. Could it be that this was born out of envy? Seeing my exceptional talent, did he wish to cultivate a genius of his own? Su Cheng mused with a hint of malice. Nonetheless, judging by Ne Zha's demeanor, it seemed that Tai Yizhen Rin had yet to succeed. Indeed, initially, Ne Zha had not shown much interest in cultivation, only discovering the joy of transformation when trapped within the map of mountains and rivers. And it was the allure of slaying demons and gaining admiration that spurred him to take his training seriously. However, this would not do. After all, Ne Zha could be considered a friend, and given his character, he would undoubtedly assist in the revitalization of the Dragon Clan in the future, for both emotional and rational reasons. Su Cheng could not allow him to squander his time idly. That fellow riding a plump pig. He himself was rather rotund. The young master had no interest in sorcery or celestial arts. Come, King of the East Sea, let us play shuttlecock. With great enthusiasm, Ne Zha raised the shuttlecock in his hand, took 3 steps back, and delivered a swift kick to send it flying. Hold on. Su Cheng gently waved his sleeve, intercepting the swiftly approaching shuttlecock and catching it in his hand, casually tossing it while saying, Ne Zha, how about we don't play shuttlecock today? Not playing shuttlecock? Ne Zha paused, asking, what else do you want to play? Besides shuttlecock, there is indeed something else fun. Oh, what is it? Su Cheng inquired with keen interest. Of course, we could go to Chuntang Pass and play tricks on those villagers. Ne Zha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. We could play hide and seek. And those who are caught will be punished by being thrown into the sky. Su Cheng was momentarily speechless. He almost forgot that Ne Zha was not only skilled at playing shuttlecock, but also adept at causing mischief. Is that game really amusing? Su Cheng remarked. Playing trivial games with a bunch of ordinary mortals. What is the point even if we win? What fun games do you have then? Ne Zha asked, somewhat defiant. Let me take you to witness what true all looks like. Su Cheng elegantly waved his sleeve, and a jade token emerged from within. Indeed, it was the spirit beast token. As the token appeared, a brilliant flash of light streaked across the sky. Come forth, whale dragon. Su Cheng called out loudly. With his voice, a fearsome roar echoed, and a colossal creature over 60 meters long emerged from the ocean's surface. It was the divine beast, the whale dragon. After more than a month of mastering the dragon god technique, the whale dragon had become even more extraordinary. Its scales shimmered brilliantly, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. And its four tails, akin to dragon tails, stirred up tumultuous waves, its might akin to a mountain collapsing into the sea. What is this? Ne Zha gazed at the whale dragon, his eyes widening in astonishment. What kind of monster is this? Quick, Ao Bing, hide behind me. I'll deal with this beast. Ne Zha exclaimed hurriedly. Having heard tales of countless demons and magical beasts across the vast land, encountering the whale dragon for the first time, he naturally assumed it was a ferocious monster. Ne Zha, there's no need to be so anxious. Su Cheng waved his hand reassuringly. This is not a beast. It is my tamed spirit beast, the whale dragon. Come, whale dragon, meet my good friend Ne Zha and greet him. Roar. The whale dragon let out a mighty roar, its tail sweeping up a wave that crashed towards Ne Zha, who was caught off guard and tumbled over. The whale dragon playfully thrust its forehead against Ne Zha, tossing him onto its own back. Ha ha ha, Ne Zha, it's just saying hello. It's saying, hello little one. Su Cheng stood elegantly on the shore, effortlessly dispersing the towering waves summoned by the whale dragon with a flick of his hand. Uffed. Ne Zha spat out a mouthful of seawater, looking like a drenched chicken. However, his eyes soon sparkled with exhilaration. This is so much fun. Ao Bing, how did you tame this spirit beast? This is simply stunning. How did you tame it? It is quite simple. It is, of course, by the strength of one's fists. Su Cheng extended his right hand, clenching it into a fist. The whale dragon emitted a deep, resonant roar. What could it be expressing? Could it be anger? Ne Zha inquired. Nothing of the sort. It is merely flattering me. Su Cheng replied with a smile. Huh, look at you boasting. One might think you were about to soar into the heavens, Ne Zha retorted. How did you know I was going to ascend? Su Cheng chuckled, gradually lifting off the ground, floating gracefully in midair. He performed a gentle roll in the breeze before landing before the whale dragon, pointing towards the vast ocean and declaring, Ne Zha, brace yourself. Whale dragon, let us embark. Our journey leads to the stars and the sea. With a powerful roar, the whale dragon surged into the ocean, diving beneath the waves and then surfacing, creating tumultuous waves in its wake, a sight to behold. Ne Zha felt the relentless onslaught of seawater enveloping him, yet his youthful spirit found exhilaration in the experience, as if every pore in his body had been opened, invigorating him to the utmost. Ao Bing, this is incredibly fun, Ne Zha exclaimed, gripping the whale dragon tightly. After a brief period of acclimatization, he began to master the creature's movements. Under Su Cheng's command, the whale dragon obediently followed Ne Zha's lead, responding with joyous roars as it sped through the boundless depths of the ocean. The fierce winds howled, the waves parted, glistening under the blazing sun, creating a magnificent spectacle. This is infinitely more enjoyable than surfing of later times, Ne Zha proclaimed. Indeed, this is a privilege few can ever experience. Ao Bing floated effortlessly at Ne Zha's side, impervious to the tempestuous winds and waves, his garments remaining entirely dry. Observing Ao Bing's poise, Ne Zha could not help but express his admiration, asking, Ao Bing, how do you manage this? Not only can you tame such a powerful spirit beast, but you also glide through the ocean without getting your clothes wet. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, Su Cheng replied with a smile. With your talent, you could reach my level in no time, perhaps in less than a decade. What? A decade? How long did it take you? Ne Zha asked incredulously. Me? I would say around 6 months, Su Cheng answered. Ne Zha, initially pleased, suddenly grew indignant. Who do you think you are looking down upon? If it took you 6 months, I could master it in 3, or even 1 month. 10 years. Nonsense. I do not believe it. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Huh, just you wait. Ne Zha exclaimed, pressing down on the whale dragon with force, causing it to momentarily halt. The waves churned back, drenching Ne Zha anew. Seeing Ne Zha's strength, Su Cheng nodded in approval. No wonder you are the reincarnation of a demon core. Your ability to absorb spiritual energy rivals even that of my own reincarnation of a spiritual pearl. Ne Zha's strike possessed an astonishing force. Despite his lack of mastery over any spells, the demonic orb continuously refined the spiritual energy within him, naturally endowing him with strength that surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Do not be disheartened. If you believe your talents exceed mine, why not engage in a wager? Su Cheng proposed. What sort of wager? Ne Zha inquired, momentarily taken aback. I need not 3 months. If you can achieve this level within 2 years, I shall grant you a request. Conversely, if you fail, you must concede to one of my requests. What say you? Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. What would that request entail? Ne Zha asked curiously. I have yet to determine it. But rest assured, it will be within your capabilities. As for your request, do enlighten me. No need. I shall reveal it once you concede to me, Ne Zha declared emphatically, clapping his hands. Su Cheng smiled softly. Then, with a subtle flick of her sleeve, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted skyward. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar resonated. Countless waves surged from the ocean, resembling an army of colossal dragons, obscuring the sky and seemingly rallying the entire East Sea in celebration of his prowess. How astonishing! Ne Zha exclaimed, utterly captivated. Onward! Su Cheng gently commanded. The multitude of wave-formed dragons surged forth, specifically targeting Ne Zha, or more accurately, the whale dragon. With a mighty roar, the whale dragon stomped upon one of the towering waves, launching itself onto an even higher wave. The colossal waves cascaded one after another, and the whale dragon ascended atop them as if traversing an endless staircase, causing Ne Zha to forget the earlier mockery, erupting into ecstatic shouts of joy. Wow! This is incredibly exhilarating. Exhilarating indeed? Su Cheng reappeared before Ne Zha, stating, if you can master the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, not only shall you frolic upon the sea, but also engage in the skies. You could traverse the East Sea in the morning and wander the Kangwu Mountains by dusk. What greater joy could there be than to revel in the world? With a graceful wave of her hand, a jade tablet materialized before Ne Zha. It contained the inscriptions of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. Though Ne Zha lacked Su Cheng's divine selection system, being the son of Li Jing, he had servants instructing him in literacy, albeit with a rather unfortunate fate. His innate talent rendered the comprehension of these inscriptions effortless. A torrent of inscriptions surged into Ne Zha's mind, and instantly, a brilliant light seemed to illuminate his vision. He leaped up, standing atop the whale dragon's head, channeling spiritual energy in an attempt to ascend. Boom! A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Ne Zha's back, propelling him skyward. However, owing to the intensity of his effort, he soared to several hundred feet above the ground. Ah, Ao Bing! Ne Zha screamed in exhilaration. What is the rush? Su Cheng chuckled helplessly, waving her hand. A thick mist began to rise from the ocean's surface, coalescing into a cloud that gently cradled Ne Zha. The 9 transformations of mystical arts are far from simple. Mastering the art of manipulating the ethereal energy is considerably more challenging than mere wind control. It would be prudent for you to practice diligently before attempting to fly. After all, while your physique may be resilient enough to withstand falls, it would be quite unbecoming to land in such a humiliating manner, wouldn't it? Su Cheng chuckled. Get lost. I'm not that foolish. Ne Zha retorted, his voice rising as he inquired who had just called his name so loudly, as if in desperate plea for help. With a slight frown, Su Cheng smirked and remarked, if you maintain this attitude, I shall not be responsible for your fate next time. Humph. Ne Zha scoffed and chose to ignore Su Cheng, closing his eyes to delve into the intricacies of the 9 transformations of mystical arts. The decision to impart this knowledge to Ne Zha was not taken lightly. Akin to himself, Ne Zha was a reincarnation of a demonic essence, possessing an exceptionally formidable spirit. Undoubtedly, the 9 transformations would suit him far better than the 8-9 mystical arts. Furthermore, Su Cheng was aware that sooner or later, the true one of Tai would learn about his teaching. If he were to impart the 8-9 mystical arts, it would be challenging to justify. As for the Yuqing celestial techniques, they were considerably more difficult to master, a dilemma best left for the true one of Tai in the future. In truth, it was quite possible that even the true one had yet to fully grasp the Yuqing celestial techniques. Nevertheless, that could be addressed later. After bestowing the 9 transformations upon Ne Zha, Su Cheng began to guide him through the subtleties of the mystical arts amidst the endless sea and its tumultuous waves. It must be noted that Ne Zha's innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for Su Cheng's systematic assistance, even with decades of additional experience, he would not have surpassed Ne Zha by much. Initially, Ne Zha's impatient nature led to frequent errors in his control over the spells. Either he acted too hastily or lacked sufficient force. However, gradually, Ne Zha began to grasp the 36 transformations of spirit, even achieving a basic level of control over the spells. At that moment, Su Cheng noticed a concerning issue. While Ne Zha was learning to navigate and manipulate the ethereal energy, his spirit nearly awakened the demonic essence within him. Fortunately, Su Cheng promptly suppressed it with his divine powers and advised Ne Zha to bypass that particular technique for the time being. It was no wonder that in the films, the true one of Tai refrained from hastily teaching Ne Zha the 9 transformations, opting instead to instruct him in the fire control technique and transformation arts. This was likely the reason. Ne Zha, if you do not master these 36 transformations carefully, there could be significant dangers. Therefore, You must first learn the cultivation techniques within the 9 transformations that strengthen the spirit, solidifying it to a certain level before you proceed with the 36 transformations. Su Cheng advised. All right, I understand. You're quite bothersome, Ne Zha replied with a furrowed brow and a dismissive snort. Yet, deep down, he recognized Su Cheng's concern for him. However, Ne Zha felt somewhat embarrassed to show too much gratitude. Conversely, being too aloof seemed inappropriate as well. Thus, he added, You needn't worry. Just watch. In 2 or 3 days, I shall elevate my spirit to profound realms. Let us hope you can achieve that. I am looking forward to being defeated by you, Su Cheng replied with a smile. Once, it was said that I, having been instructed by the esteemed Tai Jinren before, have now become a mentor to Ne Zha. Is it not amusing? Chapter 48. The Method to Overcome Prejudice. Ao Bing. Let us venture forth, Ne Zha exclaimed, pointing towards the frothy waves ahead, once again commanding the mighty whale dragon to surge forward. The two engaged in merriment for roughly another hour, watching the sunset paint the western sky with splendid hues of fiery clouds. Su Cheng remarked, Ne Zha, the hour grows late. We should return for today. Ne Zha paused, momentarily taken aback, then expressed his discontent. What? I have scarcely been here for half an hour, and you wish for me to leave? Scarcely half an hour? Su Cheng nearly sputtered water onto Ne Zha's face. Brother, you have been here the entire afternoon. If you stay any longer, you shall find yourself sleeping in the East Sea tonight. Let it be. I have no desire to return home anyway, Ne Zha replied nonchalantly. Nay, you must return. Su Cheng stated calmly. Whale dragon, escort him back. With a resounding roar, the whale dragon turned and surged toward the shore. Hey, stop, you scaly beast, Ne Zha shouted, delivering a punch to the whale dragon's head. The creature seemed momentarily dazed, but, being a descendant of divine beasts, it was resilient and suffered no harm. With a powerful thrust, it flung Ne Zha onto the shore. Rising from the ground, Ne Zha spat out sand and angrily called out to Su Cheng. Oh, Bing, you scoundrel. When I return, having mastered my powers, I shall reclaim my honor. Such youthful exuberance. Where did you learn such colorful language? Su Cheng gracefully landed on the shore, urging. Enough. Return home now. Your parents must be quite worried about you. He seemed to have forgotten that he himself was not much older. Uft. Do you know how difficult it is for me to venture out? Ne Zha rubbed his right fist. Meanwhile, at the Li residence in Chintang Pass, Tai Jinren gazed upon the 2 barrier beasts that had just awakened, their heads adorned with 2 bright red lumps, casting sorrowful glances at him. Tai Jinren exclaimed in anger. What is the meaning of this? You 2 cannot even keep watch over a young child like Ne Zha, who is yet to cultivate. Do not blame me. The beast on the right pointed at the one on the left. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at him. Had he not thought I was attacking him, we would not have allowed Ne Zha to escape. Bah, you fool. Can this be attributed to me? That girl possessed strength that rivaled any warrior. I had no chance to cast the barrier spell before being knocked unconscious. The left beast retorted angrily. Enough. A deep voice interjected. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged from the Li residence, brandishing a long sword. He addressed Tai Jinren. Master, time is of the essence. We must hasten to find Ne Zha. If he stirs up trouble in Chintang Pass, I, Li Jing, shall have no words to face the people. The individual in question is none other than General Li Jing of Chintang Pass. Indeed, a true figure. Behind him stood Lady Yin, Ne Zha's mother, clad in armor, who remarked, This predicament cannot solely be blamed on the 2 barrier beasts. My son's cleverness is surely beyond the grasp of these 2 octopuses. The 2 barrier beasts, upon hearing this, nearly spewed blood, yet dared not speak further. After all, they had been toyed with by Ne Zha on numerous occasions. Although the barrier spell was formidable, capable of ensnaring the powerless demon orb, the issue lay in their lack of intellect. Since you find it difficult to emerge, I shall seek you out next time, Su Cheng stated. Is that so? Ne Zha, initially disheartened, turned to Su Cheng with excitement. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Su Cheng replied, Let us set our appointment for tomorrow. At dawn, I shall officially visit the Li residence. I have long held great respect for the esteemed Lord Li Jing. What is so special about meeting him? You may not even get the chance, Ne Zha retorted, crossing his arms. Lord Li is preoccupied with vanquishing demons and may not even be at home tomorrow. It seems you harbor quite a bias against your father, Su Cheng remarked. I dare not. Ne Zha turned away. All right then, we shall meet tomorrow. Hush. Su Cheng suddenly placed a finger to his lips. Silence. Someone approaches. With that, he gently pulled Ne Zha to hide behind a tree. In the distance, beneath the twilight, 5 children strolled towards the coastline. These 5 youngsters varied in height and build. The eldest appeared to be around 14 or 15, while the youngest seemed scarcely 9. Su Cheng instantly recognized them as the children from Chintang Pass. When he had previously visited, aside from the memorable Uncle Ru Hua, these 5 children were the only ones left in his mind. They seemed to harbor a prejudice against Ne Zha, viewing him as a monster. "Ah, it's them," Ne Zha said with newfound interest, rubbing his hands together. "These 5 are just in time. I was looking to stir up some trouble with them. After I teach them a lesson, I'll head home." "Wait." Su Cheng quickly grabbed Ne Zha. "Why do you wish to punish them? Have they wronged you?" "TCH, why should that concern you? I am your friend, am I not?" Su Cheng replied. Ne Zha paused, contemplating, before slowly responding. "Who told them to hurl insults at me as a monster every time we meet, seeking to slay me? If I do not teach them a lesson, should I simply let them be? They are merely children, filled with youthful passion. Are you certain that by punishing them, they will come to like you?" Su Cheng countered. "Even if you force them to fear you, they will still harbor disdain and curse you in their hearts. Even if you were to kill them, it would only result in an even greater outpouring of hatred and curses. I have no need for their approval," Ne Zha declared. Though after a moment's hesitation, he sighed, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "Why does everyone despise me?" Hee. A sly smile crept across Su Cheng's face as she remarked. "In truth, winning their affection is not without its methods. In fact, it can be quite simple." "What?" Ne Zha was momentarily taken aback and quickly urged, "Do tell me." However, he soon felt a twinge of embarrassment and added, "Just to clarify, I am merely curious about how to go about it. I am not genuinely concerned about whether they like me." All right, I understand." Su Cheng chuckled softly and whispered, "The simplest way to endear yourself to them is to shatter their prejudices. They have labeled you a demon, have they not? Then let them witness what a true demon is. When their lives hang by a thread, and they are on the brink of despair, that is when you should come to their rescue. At that moment, naturally, their perception of you will transform." Chapter 49. The Jiao Demon King breaks the formation at Chintang Pass. The belief that Ne Zha is the reincarnation of a demon orb is merely a manifestation of ingrained prejudice. Under the protection of Li Jing and his wife, Chintang Pass has enjoyed relative peace, with scarcely any demons in sight. Thus, the villagers' impressions of demons are largely shaped by stereotypes, as they have never truly encountered a genuine demon. Upon hearing the claim that Ne Zha is a reincarnated demon, the citizens of Chintang Pass instinctively deemed him a monster. When they later recognized the dragon lineage of Ao Bing, their animosity swiftly shifted towards him. This explains why, after Ne Zha's victory over Ao Bing, the villagers were able to discard their biases and kneel in gratitude. Ultimately, the people of Chintang Pass resemble sheltered children, lacking their own moral compass to discern good from evil. Anyone associated with demons is deemed malevolent, while those linked to celestial beings are considered virtuous. Even the elderly, who are hard of hearing and sight, hold such simplistic views, and the 5 children are even more naive and ignorant. Perhaps only a child who cannot yet speak would be capable of accepting Ne Zha, which is why the little girl in the film was willing to play with him. Thus, to alter this mindset, the most effective approach is undoubtedly to let them witness a true demon. Upon hearing this, Ne Zha's interest was piqued. He was uncertain about other matters, but the thought of seeing those 5 little imps in a state of terrified despair delighted him, for he himself was a fearless child. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Ne Zha hesitated and said, "While the reasoning is sound, where might one find such a demon?" "Demon?" Su Cheng smiled faintly and suddenly activated her mystical powers. Her form expanding dramatically, muscles bulging, the dragon armor transforming into plates of armor, her eyes turning blood red, her face darkening, and 3-inch fangs sprouting from her mouth. "How about this? Is it terrifying enough?" she uttered in a gravelly voice. Uft. Ne Zha nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "No way. This is far too damaging to my image. Quickly change it," Ne Zha declared, overwhelmed by the transformation. Although Su Cheng's appearance indeed resembled that of a demon, anyone witnessing the transformation of a dashing young man into a fearsome creature with a green face and sharp fangs would be taken aback. "Is it possible for a demon to be both aesthetically pleasing and terrifying?" Ne Zha inquired. Su Cheng was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that Ne Zha would be one to value beauty. "Your request is rather challenging. Is there such a monster that is both beautiful and frightening? Let me ponder," Su Cheng mused, finding himself in a dilemma. Who could embody both allure and terror? The bone demon? The spider demon? The fox demon? Ugh, they are all female. No way, as a steadfast and pure man, I cannot transform into a female demon. That is simply unacceptable. At that moment, while Su Cheng was grappling with his thoughts, a formidable formation had emerged over the North Sea a month prior. This formation had persisted for over a month, gathering the sun's true fire within its bounds. With thunderous roars and flickering lightning resonating from within, emanating immense power. Passers-by, aware of its might, dared not venture near. However, on this day, an unusual occurrence transpired. Boom. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, a burst of golden light erupted, accompanied by a furious roar as a massive black serpent, hundreds of meters long, soared skyward. Shrouded in dense black smoke that obscured the sun, ascending into the heavens. Following this spectacle, two figures emerged from the golden light. Among them, one was clad in black with a pale complexion, none other than Shin Gongbao. The other wore radiant robes, possessing a striking appearance yet exuding a menacing aura, her brows etched with severity. "Piggy," Shin Gongbao exclaimed. "I am not a pig. Please address me differently," the woman replied with exasperation. "Very well," Shin Gongbao replied calmly. "Are you all right, Golden Light friend?" The woman was none other than the Golden Light Saintess, one of the 10 heavenly lords and a second-generation disciple of the. Although her cultivation was not particularly formidable, she had devised a formidable formation known as the Golden Light Array through her studies of thunderous techniques. The Golden Light Array harnessed the essence of the sun and moon, concealing the energies of heaven and earth. Within the array, 21 treasured mirrors were suspended from tall poles, each placed atop a high stand. Should an enemy enter the array, the primary array master could channel their spiritual power, causing the mirrors to resonate with thunder, unleashing powerful golden lightning. Even a Tai Golden Immortal would find it challenging to surpass this formation. Shin Gongbao understood that while he could stall the Serpent Demon King, it would be difficult to confine an existence of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Thus, he made his way to Golden Arowana Island. At that time, 9 of the 10 heavenly lords were in secluded meditation, but fortunately, Zhu Peinyang had just concluded her retreat and came to assist, successfully luring the Serpent Demon King into the Golden Light Array, where he had been trapped for a month. "I am unharmed," Zhu Peinyang said, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. However, this foul creature indeed possesses extraordinary abilities. Initially, I had the intention to eliminate him swiftly, yet I was taken aback to discover that he could preserve his strength within my Golden Light Array. It was only moments ago that he discerned a significant flaw in my formation, enabling him to breach it. It appears that the Dragon Clan is not as feeble as one might have imagined. However, my friend, rest assured, his forceful escape must have incurred considerable depletion. We can pursue this vile creature nearby, and undoubtedly, we shall capture him. "That is unnecessary," replied Shin Gongbao, stroking his beard. "I am grateful for your assistance, Golden Light friend. I have my own plans for this beast." Shin Gongbao calculated that he had successfully delayed the Jiao Demon King for over a month, thus fulfilling a portion of their agreement. Moreover, both the South Sea Dragon King and the West Sea Dragon King had arrived at Chintang Pass, and with their presence, Ao Bing was certainly in no peril. As for the fate of Chintang Pass, that was not for Shin Gongbao to ponder. "Is that all?" Zhu Peinyang asked, momentarily taken aback. "Rest assured, my friend, you have always been generous and honorable, fostering deep ties with my 10 heavenly lords. Aside from senior brother Wenzhong, few friendships are as profound as ours. Now that you face adversaries, it is only right that I assist you." "Truly, it is not necessary," Shin Gongbao insisted. "This incident shall be discussed at length with you in the future. You should take your leave for now. I will certainly come to express my gratitude in due time." Upon hearing this, Zhu Peinyang nodded. "In that case, I shall take my leave first. I have discovered numerous flaws in my Golden Light Array during this initial combat, and I must return to refine it." With that, Zhu Peinyang ascended in a beam of golden light and flew northward. Shin Gongbao watched her depart, feeling a swell of gratitude. He had not anticipated his popularity. Zhu Peinyang had hastily come to his aid upon learning his predicament. Such loyalty was surely rare among his fellow disciples in the Chan sect. Chapter 50. The three-legged divine bird. Zhu Peinyang soared through the air, using her golden light escape, heading back to Golden Ao Island to further refine her array. However, shortly after her escape commenced, a frail yet urgent voice called out, "Golden Light sister, please wait. I have matters to inquire." Upon hearing this, Zhu Peinyang halted her flight and turned to see a gaunt old man wielding a massive talisman approaching. "Which fellow cultivator calls for me?" she inquired. "Greetings, sister. I am Fu Yuan, a second-generation outer disciple." The thin elder introduced himself as Fu Yuan Xianwang. Zhu Peinyang's impression of Fu Yuan Xianwang was rather faint, which was understandable given that there were countless disciples within the Chan sect. Even during the grand teachings of Lingbao Xianjuan, when myriad immortals gathered, it was common for disciples to be unacquainted with one another, especially in the vastness of the ocean. Nevertheless, the clear and vibrant aura of upper clear qi emanating from Fu Yuan was unmistakable, a testament to the teachings of Lingbao Tianzuan's upper clear wonderful method, embodying a sense of freedom and transcendence that could not be feigned. Moreover, she had heard that some within the Chan sect were adept in talismans. Oh, it is junior brother Fu Yuan. What brings you here? Zhu Peinyang inquired, offering a slight bow. Although in appearance, Zhu Peinyang is a charming young woman. Seemingly no more than 20 years of age, Fu Yuan, as an outer disciple, naturally refrains from overstepping his bounds and respectfully addresses her as senior sister. Senior sister Jingguang. I have come to inquire whether the Qingshan Thunder Array established over the Northern Sea a month ago was set by you, Fu Yuan inquired. Zhu Peinyang nodded and replied, Indeed, it is the extraordinary formation I crafted, inspired by the supreme clear divine thunder technique, and it is called the Jingguang Array. Fu Yuan pondered silently. Ever since the matchmaker informed him of Hong Jin's capture by the Jiao Demon King, he had rushed to the Northern Sea. In truth, he had arrived here over half a month ago, but upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Jingguang Array, he dared not approach and could only conceal himself 100 miles away to gather intelligence. Now, with the Jiao Demon King having broken the array and departed, and with the Golden Light Saintess Zhu Peinyang being a disciple of he finally felt emboldened to inquire. Is this array intended to slay the malevolent Jiao Ao Qing of the Northern Sea? Fu Yuan asked. Precisely, Zhu Peinyang responded with surprise. How did you come to know of this? To speak candidly, I have come in pursuit of Ao Qing as well. I have an inept disciple who has reportedly been captured by the malevolent Jiao Ao Qing. I surmise that when the demon wreaked havoc upon the Northern Sea 2 centuries ago, it was merely at the Golden Immortal Realm, and I intended to subdue it. However, I unexpectedly witnessed Senior Sister's Jingguang Array, and given your vast powers, surely that beast has met its end? Fu Yuan could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Zhu Peinyang's expression turned fierce. It turns out that the vile creature has wrought such calamity, truly despicable. However, you need not worry overly much, for that malevolent beast has suffered severe depletion under my Jingguang Array. Now, the esteemed Xinguang leopard from the Chan sect has gone to pursue it, and I am certain it can be captured. As a disciple of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, you should not fear it. You may accompany Xinguang leopard in the pursuit. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuan furrowed his brow. Yet, upon reflection, although Xinguang leopard is a disciple of the Chan sect, he has thrived within being somewhat of an outsider. While Fu Yuan did not harbor much fondness for Xinguang leopard, he recognized the utility of the situation. Thus, he replied, in that case, I am grateful for your guidance, senior sister. I shall proceed to hunt down the malevolent Jiao. Do not mention it. My Taoist sanctuary lies upon the Golden Turtle Island, 3,000 miles to the north. Should you require assistance, feel free to come. Though we disciples of the lead a carefree life, we shall certainly lend our full support in your time of need, Zhu Peinyang assured. What will it ultimately transform into? On the shores of the Eastern Sea, Su Cheng remains perplexed about what kind of demon or monster he should become to maintain elegance, while also instilling terror. A bull-headed figure? A horse-faced one? No, too ugly. A water ghost? A malevolent spirit? A hanged ghost? Why are they all specters and zombies? It seems such things have yet to gain popularity in this era. It is utterly vexing. Have you made up your mind yet? If you don't decide soon, they will all be leaving, Ne Zha remarked, hands tucked into his trousers. It's infuriating. It wouldn't be so peculiar if you hadn't insisted on such an outlandish request, Su Cheng replied in exasperation. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, I've got it. As long as I don't transform into a human, that will suffice. Having spoken, Su Cheng transformed into a golden mist, and moments later, a colossal three-legged divine bird enveloped in flames appeared before Ne Zha. Each feather of the three-legged divine bird was composed of fire, emanating an intensely scorching and formidable aura. Ne Zha's eyes sparkled with wonder. What is this magnificent creature you have become? It is truly beautiful. The three-legged divine bird responded with human speech. This is no mere creature. I am the ancient divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow? Ne Zha exclaimed. Indeed, that is precisely what I am. However, I must confess, this is merely my imagined form. I cannot guarantee how closely it resembles the true three-legged golden crow, Su Cheng remarked. At this point, he suddenly recalled that there indeed seemed to exist a real three-legged golden crow in this world, and it appeared to be a remarkably powerful entity. He doubted his current self could rival it. Enough of this chatter. Let us begin. I can hardly contain my excitement, Ne Zha urged eagerly. I understand, but do not be too hasty in revealing yourself. Allow me to frighten them first, Su Cheng replied, as he swiftly took to the skies with a powerful flap of his wings. Meanwhile, the 5 children, who had come to the seaside for a day of fun, were engrossed in their play when the eldest suddenly proclaimed, "I have an idea." "What sort of idea?" inquired a short, stout child. "An idea to vanquish Ne Zha," the eldest declared enthusiastically. "All we need to do is set a trap to lure Ne Zha into the sea. I have heard that this demon spawn has only been in existence for half a year. He surely cannot swim. The ocean is treacherous and tumultuous. If we can manage to make him fall into the water and drown, unless he begs for my mercy, I shall certainly not rescue him." "Brilliant, eldest," praised the youngest child, though he hesitated and asked, "But how do we entice Ne Zha over here?" "Well, let me ponder that for a moment," the eldest mused deeply. At that moment, a sharp bird call pierced the sky. "Eldest, look," one child exclaimed in terror, pointing skyward. "What is it?" "Just a bird, oh my." The eldest's words trailed off abruptly. In the sky, a magnificent divine bird, radiating powerful and blazing flames, soared upward, seemingly causing the very sunset to pale in comparison. The flames appeared to ignite the air itself, turning a corner of the sky a fiery crimson. Chapter 51. A Misguided Scheme. What a stunning bird. The 5 children were entranced, having never witnessed such beauty in their lives. The golden divine bird before them must surely be the auspicious omen the adults in their village often spoke of. However, Su Cheng, in the form of the 3-legged golden crow, observed that the children showed no signs of fear. Instead, they appeared to admire him with appreciation, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. This was not how it was meant to be. He had emerged to frighten them, yet now it seemed as though he was performing for their delight. Speechless, Su Cheng let out a prolonged scream, and simultaneously, a colossal fireball descended from the heavens, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous roar. The sand along the coast ignited, erupting into a fierce blaze. "Wow, how beautiful! What is it doing?" the youngest child exclaimed. "I believe it might be greeting us," the eldest replied uncertainly. "Indeed. This must be a friendly gesture. Look how splendid the flames are," chimed in another short and stout child. "Hello, divine bird." One child waved at Su Cheng, asking, "Where do you come from? Would you like to rest at Chintang Pass? My family sells candied hawthorn. I can give you some." The mention of candied hawthorn evoked a vision in Su Cheng's mind of a young girl selling the sweet treat. "Look, it seems a bit unwell. Could it be sick?" the youngest child observed. "Sick? That is not good. Should we hurry to find the adults for help?" the eldest suggested. "You all stay here. I'll run to Chintang Pass." One of the children dashed off. Su Cheng felt a surge of frustration. This was a failure. Initially, he intended to intimidate the children and then allow Ne Zha to make a dazzling entrance. However, faced with these 5 little ones, he found himself unable to act harshly. After all, they were merely mischievous children who, despite their poor upbringing and prejudice against Ne Zha, had not committed any grave offenses. If they were malicious demons or adults like Hong Jin, Su Cheng would not hesitate to take action. But against these 5 children, even if they had crossed him, he could merely educate them on behalf of their parents. Now, with their goodwill directed towards him, he felt more like the aggressor. Damn it. I should have foreseen this and not transformed into something so charming. No, upon further reflection, he should not be concerned with Ne Zha's opinions. He had already emerged to frighten them. What need was there for an image? Wouldn't a fearsome visage suffice? He need not even lift a finger. These 5 children would surely be frightened to tears. With his head bowed, Su Cheng decided it was best to avoid any embarrassment and swiftly depart. Just as he prepared to take flight, a familiar voice echoed, "Monster, where do you think you're going?" In an instant, a flash of red light illuminated the scene, and Su Cheng felt a powerful force strike his body, unexpectedly propelling him into the waters of the East Sea. The moment he plunged into the ocean, a fierce reaction ensued between the flames and the sea, sending plumes of steam spiraling upward. "Perhaps I was a bit too forceful," Ne Zha mused, observing Su Cheng sinking beneath the waves, regretting his excessive display of power. However, he shrugged it off, reassured that this resilient figure would likely emerge unscathed. That afternoon, Ne Zha truly experienced the formidable strength of Su Cheng and realized that his current prowess could not harm him, thus he felt no concern for him. Ne Zha donned a radiant smile, striving to make his grin as dazzling as possible, and addressed the remaining 4 children. "Do not worry, I have already dealt with the monster." Hee. The 4 children seemed momentarily stunned, and then the youngest suddenly shouted, "Ne Zha, quick, run away. It's Ne Zha." The short, chubby child hurriedly exclaimed, "Ne Zha is here. No, we cannot flee." Although the eldest was terrified, he insisted, "The divine bird was struck into the sea by Ne Zha. We cannot abandon the divine bird. What is wrong with you?" "There is no need to worry. I have slain the monster." Ne Zha continued to widen his smile, attempting to emulate Su Cheng's elegant demeanor, in hopes of appearing gentler. Unbeknownst to him, This scene only instilled fear in the hearts of the four children, as if they were witnessing a fearsome specter roaring. Ah, run. The chubby child could no longer withstand the terror and bolted towards Chintang Pass. You are the monster. You actually killed the divine bird. The eldest roared. You demon, perish. Ne Zha's confidence faltered momentarily. What did you just say? He inquired in a low voice. Don't provoke him, the youngest child urged, but the eldest, disregarding the consequences, shouted angrily. You are a monster. In the depths of the sea, Su Cheng had just resurfaced and witnessed this scene. It appeared he had made a grave miscalculation. Primarily, he had not anticipated the immense force of the magic orb, even with his current golden immortal status. He had been momentarily shaken. However, injury was out of the question. After all, Ne Zha had only just embarked on the path of cultivation. He hastily attempted to revert to his original form, to intervene and stop Ne Zha. At that moment, Su Cheng suddenly sensed a powerful demonic energy surging from the north. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the ground between Ne Zha and the children seemed to be struck by a meteor, with sand and debris soaring into the air, enveloping the vicinity in dust and chaos. As the dust settled, a youth of androgynous appearance emerged before everyone. The youth's features were indistinguishable in gender, exuding an effeminate aura. Clad in armor beneath a flowing white robe, wielding a massive scythe that glinted ominously, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Su Cheng's pupils constricted. This individual possessed formidable power and should not be underestimated, likely at the Tai golden immortal level. Coupled with that appearance and the impure dragon bloodline he radiated, the newcomer was undoubtedly the dragon demon king Awakens. Is this Chintang Pass? The dragon demon king surveyed the surroundings coldly, remarking, Humph, for little brats. Little brats? Originally filled with rage, Ne Zha was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Jiao demon king. Upon hearing the latter's casual reference to little brat after surveying the area, Ne Zha initially assumed he was referring to the 5 children present. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that 2 of those children had mysteriously vanished. It dawned on Ne Zha that this unexpected figure was even directing insults at him. Old woman, whom do you call a little brat? Ne Zha glared furiously at the Jiao demon king. Old woman? The Jiao demon king's gaze turned even colder as he slightly turned his head towards Ne Zha. Were you addressing me just now? Gazing into the Jiao demon king's eyes, Ne Zha involuntarily shivered. Yet, in the next moment, sensing the potent dragon bloodline emanating from the Jiao demon king, Ne Zha's expression softened, and he chuckled. Ao Bing, so it is you. Indeed. I was referring to this visage, elegant yet fearsome. Chapter 52. Su Cheng takes action. Upon hearing Ne Zha's words, the Jiao demon king, who had initially intended to strike, was momentarily taken aback. What is this little brat babbling about? Ao Bing. Who is Ao Bing? The Jiao demon king inquired in a low voice. Although he had never heard this name before, he was still intrigued by the surname Ao. Furthermore, while the name Ao Bing was unfamiliar, the Jiao demon king had heard of the 2 sons of the dragon king of the East Sea, the elder, Ao Jiao, also known as Ao Mo Jia, and the younger, Ao E, referred to as Ao Long due 300 years prior. They had been sent to the Western Spirit Mountains Dragon Transformation Pool, serving as guardians of the pool. Although the Jiao demon king had no direct dealings with them, he held a certain disdain for them. After all, in this era, the Western Church was still considered barbaric. How could the old dragon king willingly send his sons to act as gatekeepers for such individuals? Ao Bing, are you still pretending? Ne Zha shrugged, saying, forget it. I have no interest in playing with these little rascals anymore. Let us depart. With that, he reached out and grasped the Jiao demon king's right arm. Impudent. The Jiao demon king swung his right arm violently, only to find that this little brat possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength, making it impossible to break free. Alarmed, the Jiao demon king quickly summoned his magical powers. A fierce wind howled as Ne Zha felt a tremendous force slam against his chest, propelling him backward. Boom. Ne Zha crashed into a large rock, fracturing it into several cracks before it shattered completely. What madness is this, Ao Bing? Ne Zha exclaimed, dazed as he rose to his feet. You are courting death. The Jiao demon king's eyes turned a murky green, with golden light radiating from his pupils. Behind him, a colossal phantom of a dragon gradually coalesced. Monstrous fiend. The elder sibling gasped in shock at the sight of the Jiao demon king, while the other 2 children trembled in terror, too afraid to utter a word. At that moment, a sudden clamor of voices erupted. From the direction of Chintang Pass, led by the 2 children, a throng of villagers surged forth. Chintang Pass is not far from the coast of the East China Sea, and with several villagers nearby engaged in fishing, they quickly gathered. It is right there. The guides were the two children seeking assistance, fearful of fleeing. The stout child cautioned, "Everyone must be careful. Ne Zha seems to be in a furious rage, unable to control himself." "What did you say?" "Nonsense," Ne Zha retorted. "I came out to help you fight the monsters. Although it's a fabrication, you are the one truly enraged." "Monsters?" The stout child exclaimed in anger. "You are speaking absurdities. That was clearly a divine bird." "Divine bird, you say?" The child seeking help remarked. "Did you not slay it?" "Regardless, Ne Zha escaping from the Li residence is undeniably his fault. We must inform Lord Li," a middle-aged man declared. "Yes, lock Ne Zha away again, lest this reincarnation of the demon orb becomes even more arrogant." The villagers grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, suddenly, another voice emerged. "Reincarnation of the demon orb?" This voice was deep and chilling, causing the crowd's gaze to fixate upon the dragon demon king. At that moment, the spectral figure of the dragon behind him began to fade, rendering it less conspicuous. Yet the chilling aura emanating from him instilled a profound unease among the villagers. "Who are you?" A burly man wielding a harpoon inquired. "This is Chintang Pass. You, lurking here, ought to leave at once." Before he could finish, he was abruptly cut off. The dragon demon king had casually waved his hand, and a beam of frost struck the burly man, accompanied by a flash of cold light exploding upon him. In an instant, the stout man transformed into an ice sculpture. Ignorant mortal! The body of the dragon demon king began to swell and expand. Within mere breaths, it morphed into a massive spring-green dragon, stretching hundreds of meters in length. Its colossal shadow eclipsed the sky, resembling a great mountain on the East China coast. Truly, what a serendipitous encounter, effortlessly obtained. The dragon flicked its tongue. Its enormous head turned towards Ne Zha, emitting a murky voice. "So you are the reincarnation of the demon orb. If I devour you today, I shall surely refine a dragon pearl and attain the realm of the great Luo. Thereafter, I shall traverse the world, leisurely roaming the seas, instilling reverence and fear among all gods and Buddhas." "Ha ha ha ha, how preposterous. It is a dragon demon. Quickly, attack and slay him." The villagers of Chintang Pass were taken aback. However, true to the fearlessness of the innocent, rather than fleeing, they seized their weapons and hurled them towards the dragon demon king. Hundreds of harpoons shot forth like a meteor shower. Yet, as these harpoons struck the dragon demon king, they merely produced a clanging sound, as if piercing steel, inflicting no harm whatsoever. A band of foolish ants. Humph. Well then the dragon demon king slightly tilted his head, gazing at the villagers of Chintang Pass, and declared, "Regardless, I have already resolved to become a demon. Thus, there is no need to be concerned about the slaughter today. Let me unleash a massacre and devour you all." Roar. The dragon demon king soared into the sky, his immense form looming like a mountain, pouncing upon the crowd. The body of the dragon obscured the sun, as it unleashed a blood-red tongue, its eyes glowing like two ominous lanterns, instilling dread in all. The overwhelming presence of the dragon struck terror into the hearts of the villagers, who watched in horror as the dragon prepared to consume them. At that moment, Ne Zha truly realized that this was not Ao Bing, and he shouted urgently, "Everyone, be cautious." Yet, it was too late. There was no time for rescue. In the midst of this dire situation, suddenly, a divine light appeared. Boom. The divine radiance shot forth from the East Sea, striking the left side of the dragon demon king's head. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of divine brilliance, the colossal body of the dragon demon king veered off course. Its trajectory abruptly disrupted, with half of its form and head crashing onto the sandy shore. Amidst the swirling dust, as a fierce flame gradually dissipated, Su Cheng's figure emerged before the villagers. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, the fiery aura from his previous transformation as a divine bird still lingering, rendering him even more formidable. As if sensing the majesty of the flame, the youngest child exclaimed, "It's the divine bird. The divine bird has come to save us." The eldest also quickly grasped the situation. "The divine bird has attained immortality. Wonderful, we are saved." At this moment, he suddenly felt a flush on his face. Just as the dragon demon king revealed its true form, he had felt an unexpected warmth in his trousers. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to him. Chapter 53. A nonchalant redemption. Who are you? The dragon demon king was not significantly injured. Although Su Cheng's strike was indeed a powerful blow, the dragon demon king, being of the Tai golden immortal realm, possessed substantial strength and was not easily harmed. Sensing the pure, overwhelming aura of the divine dragon emanating from the youth not far away, the dragon demon king felt an inexplicable annoyance. He transformed back into human form, raising his scythe and pointing it at Su Cheng, declaring, You wild spawn, how dare you obstruct me? The Dragon Demon King? Dragon Demon King? Humph. Su Cheng chuckled derisively, responding, Ao Ching, you are nothing but a hybrid of dragon and serpent. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am Ao Bing, the third son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, who suppresses the hell beneath the sea and countless demons, a true disciple of the Taoist teachings, and a grand disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, embodying the essence of the orthodox way. The third son of the Dragon King of the East Sea? Upon hearing this title, the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. The third son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, is he not of the dragon lineage? A middle-aged man remarked. The dragon lineage is a breed of demons. We cannot trust him. Indeed, the dragon lineage is monstrous. How can we trust a monster? Perhaps he seeks to conspire with demons to deceive us, another voice interjected. Silence. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire exclaimed with indignation. Did you not hear him? He is the true disciple of the celestial teachings, a direct descendant of the primordial supreme being. Even if he belongs to the dragon clan, he must surely be an enlightened immortal. How dare we question an immortal? Indeed, that is the primordial supreme being, the epitome of the mystical path. Moreover, observe that he bears no trace of malevolence. He is certainly not the monstrous entity we might imagine. Furthermore, he just stated that the dragon clan suppresses the abyssal hell and countless demons. What demon would subdue another demon? Another interjected. Certainly. I have also heard that it was the dragon clan that aided the Yellow Emperor in vanquishing Qi Yu, and that they controlled the waters during the reign of Great Yu. Came the response. With a gentle smile, Su Cheng listened to the villagers' discourse, feeling somewhat gratified. The reason he had intentionally emphasized his identity as a disciple of the celestial teachings was that, in this era, the celestial and the intercepting schools were almost synonymous with the righteous immortals. Reflecting on the character of Ne Zha, the so-called demon pill, it dawned on him that this was merely a single perspective presented by Tai Junren. Prior to that, the villagers of Qintang Pass were completely oblivious to the concepts of spiritual pearls and demon pills. Why did they place such unwavering trust in Tai Junren? It was simply because he was a disciple of the celestial teachings. Otherwise, a man of such portly stature would be dismissed as a mere fool, fortunate not to be expelled immediately. In fact, compared to Li Jing and his wife, the villagers were more inclined to believe Tai Junren's words. Otherwise, they would not have held Ne Zha in such disdain. That Ne Zha could eventually gain their recognition and acceptance must surely relate to this aspect. Even if he were truly a fearsome demon, as long as he identified himself as a disciple of the celestial teachings, he would possess the potential for redemption. Not to mention, he was of the dragon clan. Although generally perceived as a menace, the legends predominantly depicted them as champions of justice. Take, for example, the tales of Great Yu's flood control and the Yellow Emperor's battle against Qi Yu, which have been recounted for millennia. The totem of the Xia dynasty was once the dragon. Had it not been for the Shang dynasty's rise after the descent of the Xian bird, the dragon clan would not have faded into obscurity, and their reputation would not have suffered so gravely. With a few casual remarks, Su Cheng managed to transform his identity from that of a demon to that of an immortal, an unexpected turn that, upon reflection, made perfect sense. Ao Bing. Humph. So you are Ao Bing, the Jiao Demon King sneered, his disdain for Su Cheng intensifying. With a hint of mockery, he added, Ao Bing, you ought to refer to me as your elder brother. Do you not consider your attitude toward your elders? Haha, today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Such audacity. Su Cheng scoffed dismissively. What a fine elder brother you are. However, I find your demeanor more fitting of a sister. Sister Ao Ching, since you have resolved to betray the dragon clan. Does that mean if I were to slay you now, it would be considered an act of righteousness? The Jiao Demon King's face contorted with rage as he retorted. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the Jiao Demon King swung his scythe fiercely. Buzz. The cold radiance flickered as a formidable blade of spiritual energy shot towards Su Cheng. The Jiao Demon King could sense that his cousin, Ao Bing, possessed strength approximating that of a golden immortal. Although he had expended considerable energy while breaking through the golden light array, he was nonetheless a being of the Tai golden immortal level. With all his might, he believed that if his opponent did not evade, even if Ao Bing did not perish, he would surely be gravely injured. Should Ao Bing choose to dodge, the Jiao Demon King would seize the opportunity to pursue and gain the upper hand. After all, the suppression of power levels was evident. As long as he maintained the advantage, he was confident he could swiftly eliminate Ao Bing. The Jiao Demon King's calculations seemed astute. Yet he could not have anticipated that Su Cheng would exhibit no fear of his onslaught. As the blade of spiritual energy hurtled towards him, Su Cheng remained steadfast, allowing the blade to strike him directly. With a thunderous crash, a violent surge of malevolent energy erupted from Su Cheng, as countless dark forces clawed at him like ferocious beasts. "Ao Bing!" Ne Zha exclaimed in alarm. How foolishly overconfident. The Jiao Demon King rejoiced. He had initially thought his strike would miss and require some effort, but he was taken aback by his opponent's brazen audacity to remain unmoving. Perish. He leapt into the air, raising his scythe high, and with a flash of cold light, he brought it down forcefully upon Su Cheng's right shoulder. The scythe, forged from the fangs of numerous ferocious beasts in the depths of hell, though not classified as a magical artifact, was still a sharp weapon. Logically, this strike should have cleaved through even the body of an immortal, severing his shoulder cleanly. Yet, when the blade struck Su Cheng, it felt as though it had been plunged into a mound of soft cotton. What? The Jiao Demon King was taken aback. Am I merely tickling you? Su Cheng sneered, then clenched his right fist with ferocity. Bang! A punch imbued with immense power surged forth, the force of a tempest. The Jiao Demon King suddenly felt as though a heavy iron fist had struck his face, the overwhelming strength crashing upon him like a tidal wave, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into dozens of ancient trees in the distance. How formidable! Ne Zha exclaimed involuntarily. The Jiao Demon King's strength had been witnessed by all. Yet even such a powerful entity could not breach Su Cheng's defenses. Chapter 54. The will of the magical artifact. The Jiao Demon King, disoriented from Su Cheng's punch, finally came to a halt after colliding with numerous towering trees. However, as a true dragon and a being of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, although Su Cheng's blow had been potent, he had not sustained any significant injury. He steadied himself, gazing intently at Su Cheng. Impossible, he thought. That strike should have severely wounded anyone of the Golden Immortal Realm, let alone another Tai Golden Immortal of the dragon lineage. There must be some secret within him that allowed him to withstand such an attack. The Jiao Demon King fixed his eyes firmly upon Su Cheng. At that moment, a soft blue luminescence suddenly flickered from the white robe worn by Su Cheng. Under the sunlight, his robe shimmered like dragon scales. The Jiao Demon King was taken aback and stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, "Ao Bing, is your white robe made of dragon scales?" "Oh, I did not expect your perception to be so keen," Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, what I wear is the treasured armor woven from the reverse scales of the dragon clan of the Four Seas, known as the 10,000 Dragons Armor." The Jiao Demon King murmured thoughtfully for a moment, his eyes gleaming with malice, and then he laughed maniacally. 10,000 Dragons Armor. What a remarkable piece. Ha ha. Ao Bing. It seems you are truly the beloved son of Ao Guang. Today is truly a double delight. Not only have you obtained the demon pill, but you also encounter the offspring of your enemy. Enemy? Su Cheng furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why did he not recall such a connection? Although the old Dragon King had mentioned that the Jiao Demon King was not favored by the aquatic clans and was even sealed by his own mother, this seemed unrelated to the East Sea. If the old Dragon King and the Jiao Demon King were indeed enemies, then his plans would need to be amended. Even if he were short of manpower, he could not accept an enemy into his ranks. Of course, the Jiao Demon King retorted angrily. My father perished at the hands of Du, and your father and the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas are complicit. Du? Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. Enough with the pleasantries. Today, you must perish. The Jiao Demon King transformed into a streak of light and lunged forward. The scythe in his hand was imbued with a formidable dark energy as it swung menacingly towards Su Cheng, aiming straight for his forehead. The Jiao Demon King's plan was rather astute. Although the 10,000 Dragons Armor was powerful, it could not protect the head. For an average celestial being, the three flowers gather at the crown, and should the head be severed, death would not be far behind. Overestimating yourself. Su Cheng, witnessing the imminent threat, set aside the Jiao Demon King's words. Regardless of the past, he needed to subdue the Jiao Demon King first. A surge of dark energy suddenly materialized in his hand, growing increasingly potent. Su Cheng gripped the dark energy as if it were a beam of black light. He swung it forcefully, just as the Jiao Demon King's scythe descended. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated around them as a massive halberd appeared in Su Cheng's grasp, effectively blocking the scythe's attack. The halberd was enveloped in wisps of lingering dark energy, glinting with cold light and exuding an imposing aura. It was none other than the sea-covering divine dragon halberd. The sea-covering demon halberd. The Jiao Demon King gasped in astonishment, his eyes gradually turning a fiery red. Ao Guang actually bestowed this upon you? Do you recognize this halberd? Su Cheng inquired. It is my father's treasured artifact. You, Ao Bing, today I shall tear you to shreds, and reclaim my father's legacy. The Jiao Demon King's aura surged, and his scythe radiated a terrifying demonic energy as he struck once more. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Su Cheng did not dare to underestimate the situation. He summoned the profound essence of the 8-9 mystical arts, causing the muscles in his left arm to swell slightly. The sea-overturning divine dragon spear once again radiated an immense pressure, thrusting fiercely towards the scythe. A thunderous clash resonated as a gust of energy erupted from the point of contact between their weapons. Both combatants simultaneously channeled their magical powers, leading to a resounding boom. The collision of spiritual energies birthed a tempest of black and white, swirling violently and dispersing like a storm. Around them, the air was filled with anguished cries as countless citizens of Chintang Pass were violently swept away by this tempest. Some were hurled into the ocean, while others landed upon the rocky shore. Fortunately, the residual force from their battle had lost its magical potency, and most of the populace sustained only minor injuries, escaping with their lives. Furious, the Dragon Demon King seethed. He could distinctly sense that Ao Bing's cultivation was merely at the golden immortal level. Yet, despite his own formidable status as a supreme golden immortal, he found himself evenly matched. What could be the reason for this? One must understand that the disparity of a major realm is not easily bridged. Even with the considerable energy expenditure he had endured under the golden light array, it should not have been possible for a mere golden immortal to contend against him. Yield, Ao Ching. Su Cheng's gaze turned icy. Your cultivation surpasses mine. Yet the treasures and techniques I wield are extraordinary. Engaging me in combat will yield you no victory. How audacious! The Dragon Demon King, enraged, tightened his grip, causing the scythe to emanate a blood-red glow as he sought to shatter Su Cheng's momentum. However, the sea-overturning divine dragon spear remained unwavering, akin to an immovable rock, impervious to his assault. Narrowing his eyes, the Dragon Demon King calmed himself, attempting to convey his will into the spear, murmuring, "O sea-overturning demon spear, you are a mighty weapon forged by my father. You should possess your own will. Now that I have returned, why do you not pledge your loyalty to me and eliminate Ao Bing?" This stream of spiritual consciousness traversed through the scythe into the spear. Simultaneously, the sea-overturning divine dragon spear in Su Cheng's grasp began to radiate warmth, as if responding to something. "What have you done?" Su Cheng inquired, a note of concern creeping into his voice. The Dragon Demon King remained silent, intensifying his grip, continuing his attempt to communicate with the spear through sheer will. At that moment, the sea-overturning divine dragon spear stirred. A flicker of joy crossed the Dragon Demon King's face, believing the artifact had returned to him, and he instinctively eased his pressure. However, in the next instant, boom! A surge of formidable magical energy erupted from the sea-overturning divine dragon spear, transforming the halberd into a vibrant crimson hue, its spiritual power surging dramatically. Though Su Cheng was unaware of the precise nature of the event, he recognized that the spear had been activated with tremendous strength. With a determined flourish of his hands, he unleashed a powerful strike that sent the Dragon Demon King staggering backward. The Dragon Demon King was propelled 10 paces away, his foot sinking into the sand and creating a deep crater. His right hand trembled slightly, as if he had sustained a minor injury. Simultaneously, a faint cracking sound echoed as a fissure appeared on the scythe in his right hand. "Ao Ching, what have you done?" Su Cheng wore a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine, inquiring, "Are you enhancing the power of my sea-subduing dragon spear? If so, I must extend my gratitude to you. But that seems impossible." The Serpent King stared in disbelief at the sea-subduing dragon spear in Su Cheng's hand, acutely sensing its recent, vehement rejection. Could it be that the spear willingly acknowledged Ao Bing as its master, even to the extent of threatening its own destruction? Chapter 55. Ice Jade in 9 Heavens. Meanwhile, the sea-subduing dragon spear, now glowing a fiery red, heated rapidly, akin to a glowing iron. After a moment, its crimson hue gradually cooled, reverting to its original gleaming form. Although its surface temperature had diminished, it felt more fervent, as if one were clasping a ball of flame. The sea-subduing dragon spear had undeniably grown more formidable. Even an average celestial being might withstand its weight, but would surely falter before its searing heat. However, for Su Cheng, who had cultivated the profound arts of the 8-9 mysteries, this temperature was hardly formidable. He could sense that the spears might have escalated to a level incomparable to before. Originally, the sea-subduing dragon spear was a postnatal spiritual treasure, powerful yet of a typical caliber. Now, it seemed to have awakened a powerful force within, indicating the presence of latent secrets yet unknown to him. Yet, this realization left Su Cheng feeling somewhat helpless. The dragon clan appeared to be rather impoverished. A mere postnatal spiritual treasure had become a prized possession of the Dragon Palace. It seemed likely that this treasure was not even originally owned by the dragon race. If it weren't for the need of the sea-calming needle to suppress the depths of the abyss, it was probable that the old Dragon King would have claimed it for himself. Of course, to be frank, even if the old Dragon King offered it to him, he would refuse. That was the weapon of the Monkey King, and as a refined gentleman, wielding a formidable halberd was already quite a departure from his image. The thought of brandishing a monkey's staff was out of the question. As for the lollipops brandished by the two minor characters in the movie, they were even more beneath his disdain. "Ao Bing, what have you done to my father's relic?" The Serpent King bellowed in anger. "Have you reforged it? Otherwise, the sea-subduing demon spear could never willingly heed your command. Ah, as the ancients say, heaven's will is capricious. Only the virtuous may claim it. This sea-subduing dragon spear has chosen me as its rightful master. Even if it once belonged to your father, it is mine now. How about you acknowledge me as your adoptive father?" Su Cheng replied with a chuckle. Although he was unaware of why the sea-subduing dragon spear had pledged such loyalty to him, he recognized the significant blow this dealt to the Serpent King. Naturally, he found delight in provoking him further. "You infuriate me to no end. Today, I shall rend your body to pieces. No, I shall bind you in the northern sea, subjecting you to endless torment, leaving you with no hope of life or death." The Serpent King radiated an ominous green light. "Endless torment? How audacious!" Su Cheng's expression turned icy. "It seems that you are one who does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Come forth. Whether in battle of arms or in the duel of essences, I harbor no fear of you." The voice of the Dragon Demon King gradually grew murky. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon Demon King revealed his true form, transforming into a towering azure serpent, stretching several hundred meters in length. The malevolent serpent soared into the sky, and immediately, the ocean behind it roared to life, unleashing a cataclysmic tsunami that surged hundreds of meters high. "Die! If weapons cannot vanquish you, then I shall subdue you with divine powers." The Dragon Demon King bellowed, and in an instant, the monstrous wave came crashing down. This tsunami, stretching hundreds of meters, rolled forth with an awe-inspiring force, enveloping all within its grasp. "Run, run! It's a tsunami! Flee!" The villagers of Chintang Pass were struck with terror. Just moments before, during the duel, they had felt a flicker of hope, believing themselves to be mere spectators. Yet now it was evident that this fiend intended to annihilate them all. "Ao Bing, be cautious. I shall assist you." Ne Zha rushed forward, his body emanating waves of spiritual energy. "Step back. You are yet unaware of how to control your power." Su Cheng swiftly waved his hand, summoning a tempest that sent Ne Zha flying several dozen feet away. Ne Zha, being a reincarnation of the demon pill, possessed an innate ability akin to the spirit pearl, automatically absorbing spiritual energy. Over the past 6 to 7 months, he had accumulated a formidable amount of spiritual power, yet he lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. After all, he had only been studying the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts for a single day. Not only Ne Zha, even Su Cheng himself found it challenging to harness this power for combat. "Humph, do you still have time to concern yourselves with others? You shall all perish." The Dragon Demon King's voice was frigid as he accelerated the release of his demonic energy, hastening the tsunami's approach. Soon, the waves towered hundreds of meters high, resembling a colossal maw ready to engulf the crowd. "Do not presume that you alone command magic." Su Cheng scoffed, raising the sea-suppressing dragon spear high. A vibrant ice-blue light emanated from the spear's tip, while a formidable surge of magical energy ascended skyward. "Ice Jade of the 9 heavens." Boom. Su Cheng's magical force shot directly into the monstrous tsunami. In an instant, the vast wave began to crystallize, transforming before the onlookers into a magnificent ice sculpture. Realizing the peril, the Dragon Demon King roared in fury and ascended into the sky, narrowly escaping the magical backlash. This ice sculpture was astonishing. Maintaining the form of the wave and extending hundreds of meters, its apex curving like a giant maw, nearly 1,000 meters wide, casting shadows over a vast expanse of coastline. Within the ice, one could even discern countless bizarre fish frozen mid-flip. This Ice Jade of the 9 heavens was a powerful ice attribute spell from the Jade Purity Immortal Technique. Su Cheng, being naturally adept with ice magic, found it far more effective than the other elemental arts he could barely wield. The Dragon Demon King's tumultuous waves had unwittingly played into his hands. However, the exertion of such formidable magic undoubtedly took a toll on Su Cheng. After all, he was merely at the Golden Immortal realm, significantly inferior in strength to the Typhoon Golden Immortal, the Jiao Demon King. The Jiao Demon King was filled with uncertainty. When had the Dragon Clan produced such a powerful figure? It was evident that Su Cheng's displayed might was scarcely inferior even to that of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. He realized that he could no longer afford to linger in combat. The Jiao Demon King thought to himself. Having previously shattered the Thunder Array had already depleted much of his magical energy, and the two Typhoon Golden Immortals might be closing in. If the battle continued, the arrival of reinforcements could spell disaster. Moreover, the reincarnation of the demon orb was of utmost importance. He slightly turned his head to gaze at Ne Zha amidst the panicked crowd of villagers in Chintang Pass. The citizens were engulfed in chaos, with some frantically fleeing towards Chintang Pass, while others had fallen to the ground, entangled and rolling in disarray. In the presence of this true demon, no one seemed to fear Ne Zha, the reincarnation of the demon orb, any longer. Chapter 56. The fierce battle. The Jiao Demon King's thoughts raced, formulating a plan. He suddenly rolled through the sky, his enormous serpentine form generating a formidable, malevolent aura. In an instant, with a resounding crash, his tail struck fiercely against the ice sculpture. Boom! The tsunami ice sculpture, having endured the full force of a Typhoon Golden Immortal's strike, shattered instantly. The Jiao Demon King opened his massive jaws, unleashing a tempest. As countless colossal ice shards hurtled like boulders towards the citizens of Chintang Pass. Oh! Su Cheng slightly tilted his head. This attack posed no threat to him. However, should the citizens of Chintang Pass be struck by these ice blocks, they would likely meet their demise. If Su Cheng diverted his attention to protect the townsfolk, he risked losing the upper hand in the offensive. Yet, if he chose not to intervene, the casualties among the citizens would be grievous. Humph. Do you think I care for these mortals? He raised his Fong Tian Hua Ji, and with a thunderous roar, a fierce wind erupted, shattering countless ice blocks as it surged towards the Jiao Demon King. The lives of ordinary villagers were of concern to Su Cheng. Those he could save, he would, while those he could not were simply fate's decree. The Jiao Demon King watched intently. One was a golden immortal, the other a Typhoon Golden Immortal. Their magical powers were vastly disparate, and should Su Cheng expend all his energy to save the villagers, he might unwittingly provide the Jiao Demon King with an opportunity. After all, if a Typhoon Golden Immortal were determined to kill, even one of equal standing might struggle to impede them, let alone Su Cheng, who was currently only at the Golden Immortal realm. The storm swept through, and while Su Cheng's strike obliterated numerous ice blocks, 2 or 3 massive shards still hurtled towards the citizens of Chintang Pass. A chorus of gasps erupted, as some villagers, upon witnessing the impending doom, could only close their eyes in resignation. Yet, at that critical moment, a shadow darted through, colliding with the ice blocks and shattering them with a thunderous crash. As the citizens of Chintang Pass looked on, they were astounded to discover that the one who had intercepted the ice blocks and saved them was none other than Ne Zha. Many stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the being they had regarded as a demon would come to their aid in such a perilous moment. Swiftly reacting, Su Cheng cast a fleeting glance at Ne Zha. Given Ne Zha's speed and reflexes, it was not surprising that he could accomplish such feats. However, Su Cheng was somewhat taken aback that Ne Zha chose to rescue these individuals, as their fates were ostensibly of no concern to him. It seemed likely that his earlier words had made an impression. At that moment, the Dragon King roared in fury once more, shattering the expansive ice sculptures created by the tsunami, sending countless ice blocks hurtling through the air. In tandem with the icy barrage, his form morphed into a dark shadow, plunging from the sky with ferocity. Seizing the opportunity amidst the flurry of ice, the Dragon King unleashed his full power. Do not be so arrogant. Su Cheng invoked the 8-9 profound arts with all his might, and his body began to swell dramatically. This was the divine ability of the 8-9 profound arts, manifesting the heavens and the earth. In a matter of moments, Su Cheng transformed into a towering giant, standing 100 meters tall. With the formidable sea-overturning dragon spear in hand, he struck down upon the Dragon King's body with immense force. The Dragon King let out a pained roar, seemingly suffering significant injury. He howled in rage, spewing forth plumes of black smoke that enveloped the surroundings, obscuring Su Cheng's vision. Frowning, Su Cheng tightened his grip on the Fong Tianhua Ji, which radiated a powerful crimson light, and struck again at the Dragon King. The Dragon King, in desperation, darted towards the citizens of Chintang Pass. In that instant, Su Cheng recognized his intent. The Dragon King was targeting Ne Zha. He was willing to endure Su Cheng's strikes to seize Ne Zha. How audacious of Ao Qing! With determination, Su Cheng stepped forward, utilizing the power of the heavens and the earth. His stature, now akin to that of a giant, allowed him to wrap his arms around the Dragon King, pinning him down with great force. The Dragon King roared again, thrashing wildly as dark energy coalesced around him. Yet, with his formidable magical prowess, he could not break free from Su Cheng's grip. It was important to note that the 8-9 profound arts was indeed a body-refining technique. And coupled with Su Cheng's draconic bloodline and the manifestation of the Spirit Pearl, he possessed immense strength. Even though the Dragon King's true form was that of a dragon, he could not match Su Cheng's power. Admittedly, the scene was somewhat incongruous. The elegant Su Cheng had transformed into a muscular giant, grappling with the dragon. During their clash, the waves roared and the earth trembled, evoking the spirit of a primal struggle. "Ao Qing, will you not surrender? What are you waiting for?" Su Cheng spoke coldly. However, to be truthful, he had already become quite formidable in this moment. Indeed, there exists a discernible disparity between the realms of the Golden Immortal and the Supreme Golden Immortal. Currently, Su Cheng, equipped with an array of magical artifacts and the formidable 8-9 mystical arts, is capable of vanquishing the Jiao Demon King. However, the prospect of slaying him appears exceedingly daunting. "Ao Bing, do not become too complacent. I shall take my leave." Suddenly, the Jiao Demon King opened his immense jaws, and in an instant, his serpentine form lost all vitality, his eyes gradually dimming to a dull void. "What?" Su Cheng gasped in astonishment. From the Jiao Demon King's mouth, a stream of mysterious light shot forth, and upon closer inspection, it revealed a shadowy figure of deep azure hue. Remarkably, it was the very soul of the Jiao Demon King. "You have forsaken your corporeal form?" Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the Jiao Demon King's resolute decision. The realm of the Supreme Golden Immortal is characterized by the convergence of 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies converging as one, allowing the primordial spirit to exit the body independently. However, it is important to note that the primordial spirits of most practitioners are exceedingly fragile, rendering them ill-suited for combat. This is precisely why the wandering spirit technique within the 36 transformations of the Celestial General enhances the soul, imbuing it with formidable power, a grand supernatural ability. Without the corporeal body of the Jiao Dragon, the Jiao Demon King would effectively suffer a substantial loss of power. What madness is Ao Qing indulging in? Su Cheng hesitated momentarily. In that fleeting instant of doubt, the Jiao Demon King's soul lunged towards Ne Zha, suddenly seizing him by the throat. A surge of potent demonic energy transformed into a chain, binding Ne Zha firmly. With his status as a Supreme Golden Immortal, Ne Zha was currently powerless to resist. "The Demon Pearl belongs to me," laughed the Jiao Demon King's soul maniacally. "Once I forge the Dragon Pearl, I shall have the prospect of attaining the Tao fruit of the Great Luo, and at that time, I shall roam freely through heaven and earth." He abruptly pointed at the Jiao Dragon's body, which then ignited in a blaze of black flames. An intense heat surged from beneath Su Cheng, overwhelming him. Despite the protection of the 10,000 dragon armor, he could not help but feel the sheer might of the black flames. What manner of flames are these that seem even more potent than the true fire of Samadhi? Chapter 57. The 9 Netherine Fire. As Su Cheng felt the black flames enveloping the Jiao Dragon's form, his eyelids involuntarily flickered. These black flames were capable of penetrating the 10,000 dragon armor and inflicting harm upon him. Such a formidable fire. At his current Golden Immortal realm, even with the protection of the 8-9 mystical arts, it seemed he could not endure the relentless burning of these flames. With urgency, he exerted all his strength, forcefully casting the Jiao Dragon's body into the air. With a whoosh, accompanied by a powerful gale, the Jiao Dragon was hurled into the vast ocean. What followed was utterly astonishing. The black flames engulfing the Jiao Dragon ignited a vast plume of steam upon meeting the ocean, yet remarkably, they were not extinguished by the seawater. As the steam billowed upward, the flames upon the Jiao Dragon grew even more formidable, appearing to consume the ocean itself, an awe-inspiring spectacle of power. "What manner of divine power is this?" Su Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. With the might of the Jiao Demon King, a Tai Golden Immortal, one should not be capable of wielding such extraordinary abilities. It appears that the Jiao Demon King harbors secrets of remarkable significance. His curiosity regarding the Jiao Demon King only deepened. "Ao Bing, you have forced me to summon the 9 Netherine Fire, greatly depleting my strength. Heed my words closely." In the distance, in a state of divine consciousness, the Jiao Demon King spoke coldly. "The enmity of today shall be avenged in the future." With a fierce roar, the Jiao Demon King's head abruptly transformed into a fearsome dragon's visage, bellowing violently at Su Cheng. As the dragon's roar echoed, A torrent of black flames surged towards him once more, prompting Su Cheng to leap into the air to evade the searing grip of the 9 netherine fire. Observing this, the Jiao Demon King swiftly transformed into a radiant azure light, darting towards the ocean with Ne Zha in tow. In mere moments, he plunged into the still-burning body of the dragon beneath the waves. His primordial spirit had not been detached for long, but upon returning to his physical form, the dragon stirred once again, and the flames rapidly extinguished. However, it was evident that the dragon's body had significantly shrunk, indicating the considerable toll the 9 netherine fire exacted, likely consuming its very essence to manifest such power. Curse you, you four-legged reptile. Release me. Ne Zha struggled and cursed. But before he could finish his words, the revived Jiao Demon King swallowed him whole. Fearing that Su Cheng might react, he hastily plunged into the depths of the sea. After all, he was a dragon born of the ocean, believing that if he could immerse himself in the waters, even the dragon clan would find it challenging to track him down. As he swiftly swam away, he let out a boisterous laugh. Farewell, Ao Bing. When I forge the dragon pearl next time, it shall be your doom across the 4 seas. Ha ha. Hearing the Jiao Demon King's arrogant proclamation, Su Cheng gradually returned to his original size, a hint of derision gracing his features. Heh, do you think you can escape? With a swift leap, he crossed 2 steps to the surface of the sea, and simultaneously, with a mighty roar from a colossal beast, a whale dragon erupted from the depths, bearing him aloft. Standing atop the whale dragon, Su Cheng gazed at the fleeing Jiao Demon King and declared, Think you can flee? You should inquire whether I consented. Jiao Demon King, you shall not escape. The whale dragon let out a furious roar and surged forward in pursuit of the Jiao Demon King. The East Sea erupted with towering waves, crashing and parting violently. Though the Jiao Demon King moved swiftly, the whale dragon was not slow either, and in an instant, they traversed dozens of miles, racing towards the ocean in a relentless chase. Have they departed? The chase between the Jiao Demon King and Su Cheng unfolded across the East Sea, while the coastal area gradually fell into a serene calm. Many panicked citizens of Chintang Pass had managed to flee, while others began to calm their frayed emotions. Did Ne Zha just save us? A middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. The crowd's emotions were a tapestry of complexity, each person grappling with their thoughts and feelings. At that moment, a plump celestial pig swiftly soared across the horizon, atop which sat a rotund figure wielding a whisk, none other than the esteemed Tai Junren. Finally, Tai Junren and the couple, Li Jing and Lady Yin, arrived at the scene. Lady Yin hastily inquired, Have you all seen Ne Zha? Just moments ago, this place was engulfed by demonic energy, accompanied by the tumult of divine spells, which had drawn Tai Junren and his companions to this location. However, the duel between Su Cheng and the Jiao Demon King had not lasted long, and thus the trio had arrived too late. One of Ne Zha's 5 children, the eldest, hesitated briefly before declaring, Ne Zha has been captured by a monster. A divine bird has pursued after him. What bird? It is a divine dragon. The youngest child interjected. He claims to be the 3rd son of the Dragon King and a disciple of the celestial master of the Chan school. He is certainly not a bird. The 3rd son of the Dragon King? Tai Junren suddenly realized who it was and remarked, It is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl? Li Jing furrowed his brow. Over the past month, Tai Junren had conveyed all the information he received from Shun Gongbao to Li Jing, who understood that what was supposed to be his own son's Spirit Pearl had been reincarnated into the realm of the East Sea Dragon King, becoming the Dragon King's 3rd son, Ao Bing. Initially, Li Jing harbored no fondness for the Dragon clan. However, upon learning the truth, his character prevented him from holding a grudge against them. Instead, he directed his grievances towards the so-called Elder of Talismans. Ne Zha must be in danger. My lord, we cannot delay. We must hasten to pursue them, Tai Junren urged. Indeed, Ne Zha must be in peril. My husband, let us go and rescue him. Lady Yin expressed her concern. All right, we shall leave at once. Above the East Sea, as Su Cheng observed the fleeing Jiao Demon King in the distance, she felt a sense of assurance. The current momentum of the Jiao Demon King had waned considerably, rendering him no match for her. This was hardly surprising, given that the Jiao Demon King had been ensnared in the Northern Sea Formation for a month, emerging in a weakened state. Moreover, having just employed the formidable technique known as the 9 netherine fire, he likely sustained damage to his very essence. Additionally, she was not alone. Had she pursued the Jiao Demon King by herself, it might have required considerable effort, and a moment's lapse could allow him to escape. However, this was the East Sea. The Jiao Demon King fancied that once he entered the East Sea, no one could follow him. demonstrating a profound underestimation of the strength of the dragon clan across the four seas. Su Cheng produced a conch shell from her bosom, placing it to her lips and blowing a resounding note. In response to the sound of the conch, two mighty dragon roars echoed from the west and south. Roar, roar. With the dragon roars, two towering waves surged forth from those directions, heralding the arrival of the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin and the West Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, who had long been lurking nearby. Chapter 58. Capturing the Jiao Demon King. Su Cheng held two conch shells in her hands, one a left-handed conch and the other a right-handed conch. Two conch shells were forged into magical artifacts. The former was given to Ne Zha for communication, while the latter was utilized by him to summon the aquatic tribes of the nearby seas. As the sound of the right-spiraled conch grew increasingly thunderous, the Dragon King of the Flood suddenly regained his senses. This is dire. The Dragon Kings of the West Sea and South Sea are approaching. These are two formidable Tai golden immortals, and with my current diminished powers, I stand little chance of escaping their grasp. I can no longer flee beneath the waves. With a furious roar, the Dragon King ascended into the sky, massive waves crashing around him as he desperately took flight into the heavens. But escape was not so simple. At that moment, another voice resonated. With the utterance of the words, a thunderous clap resounded as a bolt of lightning struck the Dragon King's colossal form. Upon closer inspection, it was not a spell but rather an iron whip, the Thunder Goddess whip. "Master, you two have arrived?" Su Cheng exclaimed with delight. From the clouds above, a figure clad in black gradually emerged. It was Shun Gongbao. Initially, he had anticipated needing more time to ensnare the Dragon King. For if the Dragon King took refuge in the clouds, it would be the domain of the Dragon tribe, necessitating a delay in pursuit. Yet, unexpectedly, Shun Gongbao was nearby. This development made the task considerably easier. As an esteemed disciple of the Chan sect, his cultivation reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, and he adeptly wielded the profound arts of the Chan sect, making it a trivial matter to intercept the Dragon King in the skies. "Behold my magic," Shun Gongbao bellowed, as the Thunder God's whip radiated an overwhelming electric energy. The lightning coalesced into a vast, interwoven net, ensnaring the Dragon King with unyielding force. The Dragon King struggled fiercely, his serpentine form exuding acrid black smoke, clearly suffering under the might of a true Tai Golden Immortal's divine power. "Cursed be this fate," he roared, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Indeed, the Nine Netherine fire. "Master, be cautious. The Nine Netherine fire is no ordinary flame. It can incinerate the soul," Su Cheng urgently warned. Upon hearing this, Shun Gongbao was taken aback and swiftly retreated to evade the flames. However, the Dragon King managed to break free, darting swiftly toward the opposite side of the sky. Yet, it was too late. At that moment, two colossal divine dragons suddenly burst forth from the west and south. One an azure dragon and the other a white dragon. Both were ensnared by black chains, their hues dimmed, yet still exuding an awe-inspiring presence. These magnificent dragons stretched over 1,000 meters in length, a size more than double their usual stature, evidently utilizing their full might. "Wretched child, where do you think you can escape?" Ao Qin roared, summoning towering waves that surged toward the Dragon King. "Nephew, I shall assist you in capturing this fiend," Ao Shun bellowed, unleashing a torrent of profound water from his mouth. Thunder rumbled in response. The two attacks struck the body of the Jiao Demon King simultaneously, causing him to spew forth a jet of black blood that tainted a vast expanse of the sea. At that moment, the iron chains binding the West Sea Dragon King Ao Shun and the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin suddenly extended, rapidly stretching thousands of fathoms, and forcefully ensnaring the Jiao Demon King from both directions. The Jiao Demon King struggled mightily, but his strength waned, rendering him unable to break free from the iron shackles. Having already suffered severe damage from the combined assaults of three Tai Golden Immortals, he was now utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. Su Cheng let out a cold chuckle, ascending into the air as he waved his hand, retracting the whale dragon back into the spirit beast card. Grasping the sea-covering divine dragon spear, he parted the waves and slowly approached the Jiao dragon. "Ao Qin, why not continue your flight?" With a furious roar, the Jiao dragon unleashed a jet of 9 netherine fire once more, yet its power had diminished significantly. With a mere flick of his sleeve, Su Cheng summoned the myriad dragon armor, deflecting the flames aside. "Your roar is still quite loud. How amusing," he remarked, raising the sea-covering divine dragon spear and striking the Jiao dragon across the face, leaving a deep crimson gash. "Keep roaring. Even if you cry out until your throat is raw, no one can save you from this doom. Release Ne Zha, and perhaps I may spare your life." The Jiao Demon King, Ao Bing, growled in a murky voice, resentment glimmering in his eyes as he glared at Su Cheng. Do not think you have triumphed so easily. The demon orb lies within me. Should I summon the 9 netherine fire, it will instantly obliterate his soul. Even if I cannot forge a dragon pearl, I shall take him down with me. Ha! Seeing how much you care for him, should he perish, you will undoubtedly be engulfed in remorse. If I can make you regret your actions for a lifetime before my demise, I shall have avenged my grievances. Humph, Ao Ching. I once thought you to be a pitiable soul. Yet now, it appears that every unfortunate being harbors a despicable side. Being of dragon and snake descent is inconsequential, as one's lineage is beyond their control. But when ambition fades, one is doomed to eternal degradation. Those like you, cowardly and vile, even if you were to forge a dragon pearl, would only live in hiding, scraping by for sustenance. How dare you present yourself before me like a mad dog, barking wildly? Su Cheng's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. What do you mean by that? The Jiao Demon King raged, unable to tolerate the insult. More so, Su Cheng's disdain was not merely directed at his mixed heritage, but at his very character. How could the prideful Jiao Demon King endure such indignation? That is precisely what I mean. Su Cheng's disdain deepened as he continued. As the saying goes, grievances have their source, and debts have their masters. Since it was you who killed your father, if you seek vengeance, it is he you should pursue. Now, lacking the power to exact revenge, you can only harm your kin, bringing pain to your loved ones and delight to your enemies. You have become a tool in another's hand. Yet you foolishly believe yourself to be a hero defying fate. How laughable. It truly amuses me. With that, he spat upon the Jiao Demon King's face, inciting his fury further. Ao Bing, the Dragon Clan has shown me no mercy. They are indeed my adversaries. How can one speak of the pain of kin and the joy of foes? Release me at once, or I shall commence the refining of the demon pearl. Ha! How truly amusing. Su Cheng laughed heartily, remarking, You claim the Dragon Clan is your enemy, yet as far as I know, it has been a millennium since you tamed the waters. If the Dragon Clan were truly your foe, how is it that you have survived for so long? The Jiao Demon King was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, you are of mixed blood, a hybrid of dragon and serpent, unacknowledged by the aquatic beings. And the Dragon Clan harbors no expectations for you. Yet, has the Dragon Clan ever sought your life? 2 centuries ago, you wreaked havoc upon the aquatic beings. Had you been an ordinary demon, you would have long since met your demise. However, your mother, the North Sea Dragon King Aru, merely sealed you away, sparing your life and even allowing you to retain your powers. Even now, she toils day and night in worry for you. Is this what you call an adversary? Chapter 59. Obsession with Delusion. Su Cheng's words struck the Jiao Demon King like a dagger, piercing into his heart. In truth, he had long harbored doubts. Although the Jiao Demon King was not weak, possessing the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, his inability to forge a dragon pearl indicated that he could never attain the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. While the Tai Golden Immortal is formidable, it would not be difficult for the Four Seas Dragon Clan to eliminate him if they so desired. Yet, why had he persisted into the era of the journey to the west, even forging a brotherhood with Sun Wukong? It is highly probable that the Four Seas Dragon Clan had shown leniency, perhaps out of deference to the North Sea Dragon King Aru, who restrained the old Dragon King from fully exterminating the Jiao Demon King, possibly even offering him protection. The Dragon Clan has indeed treated you not unkindly. Su Cheng continued. From your words, it seems your father was a scourge during Daiyu's flood control. Are you aware of what befell such scourges? Look upon the abyss of the underwater purgatory. You ought to be there. The Jiao Demon King was taken aback, and self-doubt began to creep in. Could it be that I have wronged my mother? Despite Aru sealing herself away, she had not treated him poorly. In fact, compared to the harshness of the underwater purgatory, the seal in which he resided was far more serene. Otherwise, how could an ordinary demon, sealed away, cultivate peacefully and break through to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal in merely 2 centuries? Mother, the Jiao Demon King's gaze seemed tinged with melancholy. But then suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany. No? He abruptly raised his head, glaring at Su Cheng, and laughed maniacally. Ao Bing, you truly have calculated well. Me? Calculated well? Su Cheng was taken aback. What madness was the Jiao Demon King exhibiting? Humph, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? The Jiao Demon King sneered. You attempt to deceive me with your words so that I might release the demon pearl into your hands. Ha! I nearly fell for your scheme. Ao Bing, you possess a truly silver tongue. After declaring this, the Jiao Demon King began to ignite with a faint black flame, his aura swelling ominously. Ao Bing, release me at once, or I shall refine the demon pearl and bring about your complete annihilation. Su Cheng's gaze turned icy as he raised the sea-covering divine dragon spear and struck fiercely. With a resounding crack, the spear once again struck the head of the Flood Dragon King, who let out a pained cry. His formidable aura diminished significantly. A deeper crimson gash appeared upon his forehead. "You dare!" The Flood Dragon King roared in fury. "Very well. It seems you are determined to push your friends to their doom." 9 Underworld, fire. Boom. A great conflagration erupted upon the body of the Flood Dragon, and the chains of the South Sea Dragon King and the West Sea Dragon King ignited as well. Both mighty Dragon Kings felt the intensity of the flames and promptly summoned their magical powers to suppress the fire. "Brother Bing, this wretch is beyond redemption, unrepentant. Let us slay him now," Ao Qin declared. "Indeed." Ao Shun laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. This vile creature believes that refining the demon pearl will yield him a dragon pearl. He is oblivious to the fact that this very notion was a fabrication of our design, intended to ensure his mutual destruction with the demon pearl. Wretch, unleash your flames even more fiercely. Do not hold back." In the eyes of Ao Qin and Ao Shun, Ne Zha was destined for death. As this was a decree from the Jade Emperor, they remained unaware of Su Cheng's intent to protect Ne Zha from such a fate. "Do not attempt to deceive me. I know the reincarnation of the demon pearl is crucial to Ao Bing, and he will never allow it to be refined by me." The Flood Dragon King continued to doubt. In truth, he had indeed surmised part of the truth. For both emotional and logical reasons, Su Cheng could not permit Ne Zha to perish here. Yet, he remarked, "Ao Qin, you underestimate the demon pearl. Go ahead and exert your utmost effort in your attempt to refine it. If you succeed, not only will I release you, but I shall even offer my life to your discretion." "Heh, those are your words." A fierce glint appeared in the Flood Dragon King's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Resolute, the 9 Underworld fire upon him blazed even more intensely. Boom. A storm of black flames surged upon the ocean's surface, prompting Ao Shun and Ao Qin to furrow their brows, calling forth the full force of their Tai golden immortal powers. "My friends, I shall assist you." Seeing this, Shun Gongbao conjured 2 orbs of magical energy with his hands, which transformed into 2 azure rainbows that infused Ao Qin and Ao Shun. "What manner of flame is this? So overwhelming!" Ao Shun exclaimed in astonishment. The flames, summoned in the Flood Dragon King's current state of exhaustion, required the combined might of 3 Tai golden immortals to withstand. This fire was truly terrifying. Ao Qin, as if struck by a revelation, remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this 9 Underworld fire likely originates from the primordial sorcery of the Witch Clan. If it indeed stems from that source, perhaps it could truly refine the demon pearl. Indeed, it is derived from the primordial powers of the Zhu Long." The Jiao Demon King revealed a hint of ferocity in his eyes and declared, "Do not forget, my father is a descendant of the Candle Dragon, a minister of Gonggong. Naturally, I have inherited the essence of the Candle Dragon. Release me at once. This is your final opportunity, or else the demon pill shall perish." Candle Dragon? Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the 9 Nether fire bore such an illustrious origin, which explained its formidable potency. The Candle Dragon, despite its name, was a member of the shamanic clan. Su Cheng was unaware of any connection between the Candle Dragon and the dragon lineage, but even if there were ties, they would only pertain to the ancestral dragon of Ur, bearing little relation to the contemporary Four Seas dragon lineage. The Candle Dragon was also known as Candle 9 No wonder this black flame was designated as 9 Nether fire. Nevertheless, even if the Jiao Demon King's ultimate trump card truly stemmed from the primordial magical powers of the ancient sage, Su Cheng remained unimpressed by his capabilities. Were the Candle Dragon to personally invoke this 9 Nether fire, it would not be inconceivable to consume not just the demon pill, but the entirety of the Four Seas. Yet, the likes of him, Jiao Demon King Ao Qin, was unworthy. It is important to note that the essence of the demon pill was indestructible. Although this statement might be somewhat exaggerated, it was certainly beyond the capacity of a mere Tai golden immortal to refine. Use your full strength. Should you manage to refine the demon pill, I shall concede defeat. Bang! Su Cheng levitated slightly and forcefully stamped his foot upon the Jiao Demon King's head. Flames blazed beneath his foot, yet a scornful smirk lingered on his face. Too feeble. The current 9 Nether fire paled in comparison to the flames that had previously scorched him, let alone its ability to refine the demon pill. Chapter 60. Disembowelment. Seeing this, the Jiao Demon King steeled himself, ceasing his words, and began to fully channel the 9 Nether fire. Whoosh! A surge of 9 Nether fire, tenfold more potent than before, gradually materialized from the belly of the Jiao Dragon. Su Cheng focused intently, observing a bulging shape resembling Ne Zha emerging from the area of the Yin fire on the Jiao dragon's abdomen, writhing incessantly. "Release me, you fiend." A voice, reminiscent of Ne Zha, echoed, infused with vigor and devoid of any sign of weakness, indicating that he had sustained no injuries. The demon pill is remarkably formidable. The Jiao Demon King couldn't help but feel astonished. He could sense that his 9 netherine fire had inflicted minimal damage upon the demon pill. As he noticed the mocking grin deepening on Su Cheng's lips, a surge of unbridled rage ignited within the Jiao Demon King's heart. "You have forced my hand." His eyes widened, the blood vessels resembling a spider's web intertwining, while the flames in his abdomen grew darker, an intense magical fire erupting. "Scorching. It burns. Release me at once." Instantly, Ne Zha's demeanor transformed from indifference to anguished cries, and moments later, his voice gradually diminished in intensity. Su Cheng felt a tightening in his chest. The might of this 9 netherine fire was evidently far more formidable than before, and he was uncertain whether Ne Zha could withstand it. Indeed, even if the essence of the demon pill is indomitable, it does not imply that its corporeal form is impervious to destruction. He raised the sea-covering divine dragon spear, prepared to strike. However, at that moment, an unusual phenomenon compelled Su Cheng to halt. There, in the abdomen of the Flood Demon King, a denser, ink-like black light flickered ominously. The 9 netherine fire swirled within the Flood Demon King's belly, as if conjuring a tempest. Yet, almost immediately, it began to rapidly diminish. From Su Cheng's perspective, the potency of the black light emanating from the Flood Demon King's abdomen grew increasingly formidable. "This," the Flood Demon King gasped in astonishment. "The demon pill is siphoning my demonic energy." He summoned his magical power with all his might, only to discover it was utterly futile. As the black light intensified, his demonic energy dwindled, with even the 5 energies within his belly showing signs of disarray. If this continued, he feared he would be cast down in rank, unable to maintain even the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. This revelation startled not only the Flood Demon King, but also Su Cheng, Shen Gongbao, and the 2 Dragon Kings. The demon pill could actually absorb another's demonic energy. At that moment, Su Cheng suddenly recalled that the primordial pearl could absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and besides that, even the formidable lightning magic of the heavenly tribulation curse could be devoured in a short span. It must be noted that this was a sorcery bestowed by the primordial heavenly venerable, given that even the lightning magic of such a saint could be consumed. The Flood Demon King's 9 netherine fire was surely no exception. Certainly, the current potency of the demon pill could not compare to the primordial pearl after its fusion with the spirit pearl. Yet the 9 netherine fire was, after all, not on par with the heavenly tribulation curse. "Ha ha ha." Su Cheng laughed heartily. "Ao Qing, you truly find yourself in a situation where you've lost both your wife and your soldiers. Surrender quickly, admit your wrongs to me, and call me cousin. Perhaps I could still save your life." "Cousin? I can't believe it. I am the cousin here. 200 years ago, you weren't even born yet." Ao Qing and Ao Shan, the 2 Dragon Kings, were left speechless. What a time for Ao Bing to be making such jest. Furious, the Flood Demon King retorted, "Ao Bing, do not revel in your triumph. If it comes to the worst, I shall self-destruct. Even if I cannot slay you, I will ensure you are grievously wounded." At this juncture, the Flood Demon King was beyond caring. He summoned all his magical power. The grand power of the Tai Golden Immortal surged within him, clearly on the verge of detonating his soul, which would result in a cataclysmic explosion. "This is dire. He intends to self-destruct," Shen Gongbao exclaimed in alarm. Even though the Flood Demon King was nearly out of strength, the 3 flowers and 5 energies of the Tai Golden Immortal still resided within him, and triggering a self-detonation could indeed inflict severe injuries upon them. What folly! Su Cheng's gaze turned cold as he spoke with an icy calm. "I shall not permit you to perish. Even if you wish to die, it is impossible." He extended his left hand, where a pure white radiance gradually coalesced, and soon, a precious mirror manifested in Su Cheng's grasp. The mirror shimmered with a faint 7-colored light, revealing itself to be the Haotian mirror. As soon as the Haotian mirror emerged, a beam of light radiating like a rainbow enveloped the head of the Flood Dragon. This power, the Flood Demon King was utterly astonished, feeling as though his very soul was ensnared by an overwhelming force. The thought of self-detonation was rendered an impossible fantasy, let alone the manipulation of magical energy. However, there was a silver lining. With his magical essence bound, the 9 netherine fire enveloping the Flood Demon King rapidly dissipated, and the speed at which the demon orb absorbed demonic energy began to slow. preventing his cultivation from being utterly destroyed. The Haotian mirror, Ao Qin and Ao Shun, were taken aback. As Dragon Kings, they instantly recognized this celestial treasure. How could Ao Bing possess the Haotian mirror? That was the supreme treasure of the Jade Emperor. Doubts flooded Ao Qin and Ao Shun's minds as they cast their gazes towards Su Cheng, their perception shifting. Initially, they harbored some skepticism towards Su Cheng, but upon witnessing the summoning of the Haotian mirror, any trace of disdain vanished from their eyes, replaced instead with a glimmer of hope. Alongside hope, there was also a hint of admiration. After all, this was a treasure of the heavens. Even the Yinglong could not lay claim to it. It was inconceivable that it was stolen. If Ao Bing possessed such a treasure, it must mean he was deeply favored by the Jade Emperor. Previously, the dragon clans of the Four Seas had merely been pawns of the celestial realm, hardly worthy of mention. Yet now their nephew Ao Bing had produced the Haotian mirror, a veritable treasure. It seemed the old Dragon King's decision was indeed wise. What is this treasure? The Flood Demon King weakly inquired. At that moment, he had lost all hope and could no longer muster the will to resist. Unlike Ao Qin and Ao Shun's burgeoning hope, the Flood Demon King was engulfed in profound despair. Unable to self-destruct, his life was entirely in the hands of his adversary. Anyone would feel hopeless in such a predicament. The nature of the treasure was irrelevant. What mattered was that the opportunity was presented to him. Yet he failed to cherish it. He had no one to blame but himself. Suddenly, a scarlet flame erupted from the sea-subduing dragon spear in Su Cheng's hand. He swung the spear fiercely, thrusting it into the abdomen of the Flood Demon King. With a sickening sound, black blood splattered. Even the Flood Dragon's formidable body could not withstand the onslaught of the crimson spear, which swiftly cleaved him open. Were it not for the Flood Demon King's status as a Tai Golden Immortal, he would likely have perished on the spot, his soul severed from the mortal realm. As the Flood Dragon's abdomen was sliced open, Su Cheng channeled his magical energy, and a green light gradually floated into the wound. Moments later, the green light lifted Ne Zha's body, gently elevating it into the air. Chapter 61. The Bloodline of the Candle Dragon. At this moment, Ne Zha's garments had been reduced to ashes by the 9 netherine fire, and he lay unconscious. Clearly, while the 9 netherine fire had not inflicted substantial harm, its power was still formidable. The flames of the Candle Dragon were indeed powerful. How I wish I could wield such flames, Su Cheng mused softly. With the dwindling power of the Dragon King, the ferocity of the 9 netherine fire was astonishing. As a reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, my innate gifts and foundations far surpassed those of the Dragon King. If I could harness the 9 netherine fire, it would serve as an unparalleled trump card. However, as Su Cheng contemplated this, the system's prompt echoed in her mind. System prompt detected the presence of the Zhulong bloodline within the body of the Dragon King Ao Qing. Please choose. Absorb the bloodline using the power of the Spirit Pearl requires a tease time. Temporarily forego and await a more opportune moment. Ignore. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, only to be flooded with a rush of excitement. To think that she could absorb the bloodline of the Dragon King. This was the bloodline of the Zhulong. Even if it paled in comparison to the ancestral dragon's bloodline, it would still be formidable. The dragon bloodline she currently possessed, although refined by the Spirit Pearl, was at best comparable to that of the Yinglong, and perhaps even inferior. Before she could cultivate the Dragon God technique to its utmost, it was impossible for her to wield the immense power of the 9-clawed golden dragon. Now, with the opportunity to acquire the Zhulong bloodline, how could she let it slip away? Master, uncles, please protect me. I have something to do, Su Cheng declared. Noticing the urgency in her eyes, Shun Gongbao and the 2 Dragon Kings exchanged glances, and without further inquiry, nodded in unison. Very well. Roar. The 2 colossal dragons unleashed a thunderous roar, intertwining to form a vast magical array. Shun Gongbao brandished the Thunder God Whip, wielding immense power to shield the sky with lightning, as the 3 enveloped Su Cheng, the Dragon King, and Ne Zha tightly. Ne Zha remained unconscious, and gazing at the bound Dragon King, Su Cheng resolutely made up her mind. What do you intend to do? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the Dragon King mustered some spirit to ask. What do I intend to do? Su Cheng scoffed coldly. Need I say more? You have committed such acts against my friend. I certainly cannot let you off lightly. I intend to make you suffer. She gestured towards the naked Ne Zha. What do you mean? The Dragon King roared in fury, though a hint of fear crept into his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, Ao Bing, I am your cousin. Did you not just express that the Dragon Clan treats me well? I have come to my senses now. Release me, and I shall join the Dragon Clan, serving it with utmost loyalty. Hearing the Dragon King's words, Su Cheng, who had held a modicum of inclination towards persuasion, suddenly solidified her resolve. "Oh, is that true?" She smiled as she retracted the Haotian mirror into her being, reaching out to commune with the spirit of the space, calmly sealing away the mirror. The forthcoming actions must not be discovered by the Jade Emperor. "I choose," Su Cheng declared to the system. The reason for her choice, rather than opting to wait, was rooted in her fear of prolonged uncertainty. Now, the wretched visage of the Jiao Demon King suggests that he may soon meet his demise. And at that moment, not only will the lineage of the Candle Dragon elude him, but he may not even gain a whisper of it. Selection confirmed. The host has chosen to absorb the bloodline using the power of the Spirit Pearl, requiring the time of a tea brew. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Su Cheng felt a surge of energy emerge from his spirit, the essence of the Spirit Pearl. As the words fell from his lips, he abruptly raised his right hand. The index and middle fingers converged to form a sword-like gesture aimed fiercely at the center of the Jiao Demon King's brow. With a thrust, Su Cheng's finger pierced directly into the Jiao Demon King's forehead, dark blood gushing forth and cascading from the heavens. A howl erupted from the Jiao Demon King, a lamentable cry as his entire form quaked and struggled against the chains that bound him, clanging in a cacophony of metal. Yet, with his dwindling magical power, escape from the chains was an impossibility. As Su Cheng's finger embedded itself in the Jiao Demon King's brow, the power of the Spirit Pearl surged forth mightily. Waves of potent and pure energy flooded into his body, emanating an aura of primordial antiquity, immensely formidable. In that fleeting moment, he recognized this power as the formidable essence of the Candle Dragon bloodline. With unwavering focus, he exerted himself to harness this power. The Candle Dragon bloodline gradually flowed into Su Cheng's being, intertwining with his inherent divine dragon lineage. At this juncture, the system's prompt resonated once more. System notification. The Candle Dragon bloodline encompasses the dualities of the Witch Clan and the Primordial Dragon Clan. Please select, separate them, or merge them with the host's existing bloodline. Su Cheng paused, contemplating briefly before providing his response. "I choose." After all, he possessed but one body. Should he attempt to separate the powers of the three bloodlines, he risked losing control over their formidable forces. Thus, merging was the optimal choice. Even if the system did not facilitate the fusion, he would assuredly utilize the Spirit Pearl's power to amalgamate the three forces. Now that the system proposed it, he was spared the effort. Selection confirmed. Boom. As the system affirmed his choice, the three bloodlines began to intertwine within him, forming a powerful torrent. Instantly, he felt an intense heat within, akin to fire. Even with the protection of the profound arts, this searing sensation was nearly unbearable. Simultaneously, as Su Cheng integrated these three bloodlines, the bloodline from the Jiao Demon King surged more rapidly into his own. At this moment, the still wailing Jiao Demon King finally grasped a grim realization. Ao Bing had no intention of sparing him. "Ao Bing, how ruthless you are!" The Jiao Demon King screamed in anguish. "I am your cousin. Even if you seek to kill, it should not be you who does so. You cannot proceed like this. Cease at once." "Humph, merely claiming to be my cousin is not enough," Su Cheng replied, exerting his full effort to merge the powers within him. "Initially, I had no intention of killing you. However, I have now come to realize that you are beyond salvation. If I do not eliminate you, the future will undoubtedly bring endless troubles to my dragon clan." Initially, Su Cheng genuinely intended to subdue the Jiao Demon King. After all, the Jiao Demon King represents the pinnacle of the demon race's power, and securing his allegiance would be a remarkable achievement. However, from the moment the Jiao Demon King displayed his obstinacy, Su Cheng realized that Ao Qing would never be under her control. For 200 years, or perhaps even longer, hatred had consumed him. Chapter 62. Xianzhu Tianhua. Hatred has indelibly imprinted itself in the Jiao Demon King's mind, possibly becoming an integral part of his very beliefs. Even towards his biological mother, the Dragon King of the Northern Sea, he harbored intentions of seizing the Dragon Pearl. What then of his feelings towards the other three seas? A being like the Jiao Demon King, who possesses such profound animosity towards the Dragon Clan, is someone Su Cheng cannot afford to spare. Moreover, there exists another troublesome aspect in the endeavor to subdue the Jiao Demon King. It would be exceedingly difficult to conceal such actions from the Jade Emperor on the other side of the Haotian mirror. After all, the Jiao Demon King poses nothing but harm to the Dragon Clan, and Su Cheng has no justification to show him mercy. Had there been a shred of consideration for the Dragon Clan in the Jiao Demon King's heart, Su Cheng might have used the excuse of the benevolent nature of the Spirit Pearl to spare him, especially since the Haotian mirror, sealed by him, could obscure the Jade Emperor's surveillance. However, at this juncture, such considerations are utterly unnecessary. Very well. Let the matters of the demon clan be entrusted to another in the future. With this thought, Su Cheng ceased to hold back, summoning her full power to absorb the bloodline of the Candle Dragon from within the Jiao Demon King. Roar! The Jiao Demon King let out a final roar, which gradually weakened into a low whimper. His massive form swiftly began to wither, and after the passage of a short time, Su Cheng had completely merged with the bloodline of the Candle Dragon. Indeed, this is the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, undeniably potent. It is regrettable that so little remains after passing into Ao Qing's body. Otherwise, I would be significantly more formidable now. Su Cheng marveled at the transformations within her. The blood coursing through her veins had transformed from the original icy blue to a powerful dark golden hue. Of course, externally, Su Cheng still bore no visible changes, retaining her light blue hair and the exposed dragon horns. Yet, internally, a monumental transformation had taken place. Her original attribute was ice, but now, under the influence of the Candle Dragon's bloodline, her affinity for the 5 elements had greatly enhanced, particularly in relation to fire, which had nearly reached parity with her previous ice attribute in strength. She gently raised her left hand, and a dark golden flame materialized above it. This was the original Juyo Inhua. However, unlike the Jiao Demon King's black flames, Su Cheng had fused the Candle Dragon's bloodline with that of the Divine Dragon, giving rise to a flame that leaned more towards the dragon race's essence, manifesting as a dark golden fire. Therefore, it is no longer apt to call it Juyo Inhua. Since you are birthed from the flames of the Candle Dragon, I shall name you Xin Zhu Tianhua. Su Cheng gazed at the dark golden flames enveloping his left hand. He then turned his attention back to the Dragon Demon King, who was not yet completely vanquished. Although it appeared he was on the brink of death, Su Cheng was aware that his 3 flowers at the apex had not entirely dissipated. Grasping the sea-overturning Divine Dragon spear, he raised it high. Upon sensing his formidable power, the spear surged with excitement, fully acknowledging Su Cheng as its master at that moment. Previously, the spear had recognized him due to the profound 8-9 mystic art, a powerful technique derived from the shaman clan. As a weapon of the shaman descendants, it was naturally compelled to yield to such formidable prowess. Now, with Su Cheng having fully fused with the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, their bloodlines intertwined, the spear's immense power was further unleashed. Die! Su Cheng shouted as he swung the sea-overturning Divine Dragon spear with ferocity. With a piercing whoosh, the spear was engulfed in dark golden flames. The mystic candle, celestial fire. The strike landed squarely upon the Dragon Demon King's head, shattering it completely. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of flames erupted around the dragon's body. At that moment, from within the dragon's form, the soul of the Dragon Demon King surged forth, attempting to flee, but was ensnared by the fiery storm. Ah, help! Save me! I do not wish to perish. The anguished cries of the Dragon Demon King's soul echoed, yet Su Cheng showed no mercy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded from the north, followed by a colossal dragon tail crashing against the protective formation surrounding Su Cheng. Stop! Do not harm my child! A feminine voice rang out, and in that instant, Su Cheng recognized the newcomer, the Dragon King of the North Sea, Ao Run. It seemed she had sensed the perilous plight of the Dragon Demon King and had finally arrived. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the Dragon Demon King. Mother has come to save me. Su Cheng's heart softened at the sight. Did the Dragon Demon King still possess a shred of conscience? Should he spare him, considering he was the biological son of the North Sea Dragon King? Contemplating this, he eased his grip slightly. At that moment, the Dragon Demon King suddenly fixed his gaze upon Su Cheng, and he saw the venomous resentment in the Demon King's eyes. Boom! The mystic candle celestial fire erupted violently, its flames soaring high, instantly consuming both the Dragon Demon King's soul and his dragon form. With a swift motion of his left hand, Su Cheng summoned the Haotian mirror, which emitted a radiant beam of multicolored light, swiftly encasing the true spirit of the Dragon Demon King and drawing it into the mirror. Heaven's misdeeds can still be forgiven. One's own transgressions, however, are inexcusable. Su Cheng sighed softly. Had the Dragon Demon King harbored guilt towards his mother rather than resentment towards him, Su Cheng might have chosen to spare his life. Just then, the formation erupted with violent crashing sounds, followed by the furious roar of the South Sea Dragon King. Ao Qing, sister, what are you doing? Get away at once. The voice of the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, resounded. Fourth sister, do not strike the great formation again, or do not blame me, the third brother, for lacking compassion. No. Ao Run roared in anger. My son is in grave danger. As a mother, how can I stand idly by? A millennium ago, my husband was slain by Deyu himself. At that time, my elder brother stopped me. But today, you shall not hinder me again. The voice of the North Sea Dragon King grew more thunderous as he began to recklessly assault the formation. Su Cheng furrowed his brow and with a flicker of thought, conceived a plan. He opened his mouth and, using the profound technique of 8-9 mysteries, swallowed the still unconscious, shrunk Ne Zha into his belly, then calmly said, "Second uncle. Third uncle, master, please allow my aunt to enter." Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Shingongbao and the two Dragon Kings hesitated for a moment but ultimately relented, releasing the formation to let the North Sea Dragon King enter. With a fierce roar, a blue dragon, its body entwined in chains, surged into the space and bellowed at Su Cheng, "Ao Bing, where's my son?" The force of her roar was imbued with immense power, intended to intimidate Su Cheng. However, he merely snorted coldly, and his white robe shimmered with a pale blue light, shielding him from Ao Run's formidable magic. "Aunt, why the urgency? Ao Ching is my cousin. I would not truly seek his life." Chapter 63. Pleading for mercy. Hearing Su Cheng's words, Ao Run finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Ao Bing was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, known for its inherent benevolence, and would not be excessively cruel. Moreover, regardless of the reality, Ao Ching remained his cousin in name. Surely, for the sake of family honor, he would spare Ao Ching's life. Ao Run thought to herself, and as she did, her overwhelming aura diminished somewhat. She inquired, "If that is the case, where is my son?" Ao Run continued, "I implore my nephew to return my son to me. In the future, I shall take him back to the North Sea and ensure he is well guarded, so he dares not act recklessly again." The Xianzhu Tian Huo was exceedingly powerful, and in a mere instant, it consumed the exhausted Jiao and Mo Wang entirely. Thus, while Ao Run could sense the powerful flames in the air, she remained unaware that her son had already been reduced to ashes. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Aunt, cousin Ao Ching possesses exceptional talent, his cultivation having reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm, yet you are aware of his tempestuous nature. If I were to return him to you, what assurance do you have that you could subdue him, or even inspire him to repent?" At these words, Ao Run's eyes dimmed slightly. Yes, she could not manage Ao Ching. Even 2 centuries ago, despite her absolute advantage in cultivation, she had failed to guide him properly. How much less could she hope to do so now that his cultivation had reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm? Furthermore, Aunt, this matter has transcended the internal affairs of our 4 seas. Su Cheng waved his hand, and the Haotian mirror erupted in brilliance, radiating a spectrum of colors. It was then that Ao Run noticed the celestial treasure beside Su Cheng and gasped, "Haotian mirror, what has become of my child? Could it be that His Majesty the Jade Emperor?" Su Cheng remarked, "Cousin Ao Ching has proclaimed himself the great sage of overturning the sea, determined to upend the 4 seas and flatten the heavenly palace. This has even incited the wrath of the Jade Emperor. If we fail to resolve this matter properly, then all of us from the 4 Seas Dragon clan will be implicated." Ao Run was momentarily stunned. Of course, the words spoken by Su Cheng were merely fabrications. To the Jade Emperor, the Dragon King Ao Ching was no more than a mere insect, not only in the present, but even in the future when he might claim the title of Great Sage of Overturning the Sea, the Jade Emperor would scarcely deign to acknowledge him. Currently, the Dragon King was merely a nascent Tai Golden Immortal. The Jade Emperor would likely not even cast a glance his way. Were it not for the intention to eliminate the demonic orb, he might remain blissfully unaware of such a being's existence. However, Ao Run was oblivious to this. In a mother's heart, a child's significance is eternally profound. Upon hearing that the one seeking to eliminate Ao Ching was not the 4 Seas Dragon clan, but rather the sovereign of the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor himself, she was struck as if by lightning, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Seeing Ao Run's expression, Su Cheng couldn't help but sigh. This time, her concern was genuine. The heavenly realm's intimidation over the 4 Seas Dragon clan was immense. In the hearts of the current 4 Seas Dragon kings, the words of the Jade Emperor were regarded as the ultimate authority, the very truth. For millennia, the Jade Emperor had instilled a deep-seated fear within them. When the Dragon King of the North, Ao Run, arrived with fervor, the mere utterance of the Jade Emperor's name deflated her spirit entirely. As a member of the dragon lineage, Su Cheng felt a pang of disappointment. In the era when the ancestral dragon reigned supreme, the Jade Emperor was but an unborn child. Now, he had become the nightmare of the 4 Seas Dragon clan. Contemplating this, Su Cheng's feelings towards the Jade Emperor were complex. On one hand, he held her in high regard, which surprised her, yet on the other. The dragon race must eventually confront the Heavenly Palace if they were to rise again. Su Cheng resolutely refused to allow the Heavenly Palace to perpetually oppress the dragon clan, nor would she accept the so-called authority looming over her. Despite Ao Run's silence, a sudden resolution ignited within her. Her gaze grew resolute, and summoning her magical powers. With a thunderous sound, the Tai golden immortal energy surged within Ao Run, simultaneously forcing a dragon pearl from her body. Ao Run's expression bore a hint of pleading as she spoke. Nonetheless, he is my son. My debts to him over the past millennium have been more than enough. Today, come what may, I must save his life. Aunt, what are you planning? Stop at once. Su Cheng exclaimed in alarm. Ao Run's head blossomed with 3 flowers, and 5 energies converged in her chest as her cultivation surged forth into the dragon pearl. In no time, her magical energy significantly waned, while the dragon pearl gradually brimmed with power. Nephew, I have always looked down upon your father and harbored feelings of disdain. I hope you can forgive your aunt for this. However, Ao Cheng is my only son. The debts of these past years weigh heavily upon my conscience. Aunt, I implore you, beseech the Jade Emperor on behalf of your cousin. The Jade Emperor has entrusted the Haotian mirror to you, a testament to his esteem for you. Surely, if you intercede, there may yet be hope for a favorable outcome. Rest assured, I shall not place you in a difficult position. Today, I am willing to exchange my life for my son's, offering all my cultivation to plead on his behalf. With a tremendous force, the dragon pearl erupted, its power astonishing, gradually diminishing after a while. With a resonant hum, the dragon pearl gently floated towards Su Cheng. Nephew, this is my dragon pearl, a symbol of my status as the Dragon King of the North Sea. From this day forth, I shall no longer be the Dragon King of the North Sea. Arwen said, her voice slightly weakened. The chains binding her seemed to grow heavier, making it exceedingly laborious for her to stand. Su Cheng observed Arwen closely. At this moment, she had already fallen from her previous realm and could no longer maintain even the celestial state. The separation from the dragon pearl dealt a grievous blow to the dragon clan, akin to a celestial being losing their 3 flowers and 5 chi, leaving them with only a mortal form. Arwen, in her current state, truly lacked the qualifications to continue as the Dragon King of the North Sea. Were it not for the East Sea's purgatory, which suppresses the 4 seas with the sea-calming needle, the beasts of the North Sea's purgatory would likely break free from their confinement. Su Cheng could not help but sigh. Regardless of Arwen's past, she undeniably embodies the essence of a great mother now. Alas, no matter what Arwen does, she cannot resurrect Ao Cheng, for Ao Cheng has long since perished, and the remaining true spirit has been crushed and sealed within the Haotian mirror, suffering a fate as tragic as Hong Jin's. Little aunt, why must you endure such pain? Su Cheng sighed, brushing his sleeve to gather Arwen's dragon pearl into his robe, while also retrieving the Haotian mirror into his body. After completing these actions, he looked at Arwen, his gaze tinged with complexity, and said, very well. Since you have taken this stance, I shall brave any risk to plead with the Jade Emperor to ensure that Ao Cheng does not perish. Rest assured, I believe you and your cousin will soon be reunited. But what is it? Arwen inquired hastily. However, even if Ao Cheng survives, to prevent future calamities he must relinquish all his cultivation and the memories of his hatred, Su Cheng stated. Chapter 64. Aftermath. Arwen fell silent for a moment, then nodded, saying very well. If this child can turn over a new leaf, then losing his cultivation may not be such a bad thing after all. Nephew, I must trouble you with this. Had it been any of the other Dragon Kings seeking to slay the Jiao Demon King, Arwen might have harbored some resistance. However, upon invoking the name of the Jade Emperor, she had no choice but to relinquish any defiance. In her current state, all she wished for was to preserve her son's life. Feeling Arwen's gaze of gratitude and plea upon her, even Su Cheng, with her thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. This time, she found herself both the villain and the benefactor. It was she who had sought to eliminate the Jiao Demon King. Yet she cleverly masked her actions, shielding the Haotian mirror's surveillance and shifting the blame onto the Jade Emperor. Even Ao Cheng's mother, Ao Run, was kept in the dark, unaware that Su Cheng was the true adversary, mistakenly believing instead that he was the savior of the Jiao Demon King. How treacherous the heart is. However, to be fair, Su Cheng found himself in a predicament. The Jiao Demon King must perish, otherwise, given his nature, he would inevitably become a significant calamity. Yet, Su Cheng could not lay a hand on the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, as she was, in name, his aunt and the sister of the 3 great Dragon Kings of the Southeast. Should he resort to force against Ao Run, It would undoubtedly chill the hearts of the 3 Dragon Kings and plunge the 4 Seas Dragon clan into irreparable turmoil. Furthermore, it might even provoke the vigilance and suspicion of the Jade Emperor. After all, Su Cheng was the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, not of the Demon Sphere. In the eyes of those mighty beings, the term Spirit Pearl is nearly synonymous with innate goodness. If his covert actions were to be discovered, it would create a profound dissonance in perception, potentially leading to considerable trouble. Currently, Su Cheng, while exhibiting intelligence and resourcefulness, ultimately stood on the side of righteousness. The slaying of Hong Jin was a response to Hong Jin's aggression. The betrayal of Fu Yuan's Xian Wing stemmed from Fu Yuan's own despicable nature. Rescuing Ne Zha was rooted in brotherly loyalty. The demise of Ao Qin could be seen as carrying out the will of heaven, performing a righteous act against kin. Moreover, these actions aligned with the interests of the Celestial Palace and even the teachings of the Chan sect. Once a preconceived notion takes hold, the people would regard Su Cheng as one of their own, naturally overlooking his ruthless strikes and perhaps even growing to admire and value him more. However, if he were to use force against his own aunt, it would be utterly indefensible. After all, the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, was not a villain at heart. She was, in fact, the biological sister of his father. Thus, Su Cheng had no choice but to deceive Ao Run with words. Only by doing so could the 4 Seas avoid fragmentation and the outbreak of conflict. Master, second uncle, third uncle, this matter has reached its conclusion. I implore you both to withdraw your powers, Su Cheng proclaimed loudly. With the utterance of his voice, 2 dragon roars resonated from outside, and the great formation suddenly collapsed. The West Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, retracted his powers and immediately cast a worried glance at Ao Run. He feared a confrontation between his nephew, Ao Bing, and Ao Run, which would complicate matters for them as uncles. At first glance, it appeared that no conflict had arisen between the two, and the atmosphere was not particularly tense, allowing Ao Shun to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon closer inspection, he was suddenly struck with alarm. Fourth sister, what has happened to your cultivation? Hearing this, Ao Qin quickly turned to Ao Run. At that moment, they discovered that Ao Run's Tai golden immortal cultivation had entirely dissipated, and even the dragon pearl had vanished without a trace. The 2 great dragon kings exchanged puzzled glances with Su Cheng. Could it be that he was responsible? Yet that did not seem plausible. How could so little time have passed? Not to mention that Ao Bing had not even reached the Tai golden immortal realm. Even if he were truly at that level, it was inconceivable that he could cause Ao Run's cultivation to be utterly destroyed in such a short span. Could it be the formidable power of the Haotian mirror? If it is indeed Ao Bing who has caused his aunt's cultivation to be ruined, then the situation could become quite dire. It is feared that the 4 Seas may descend into chaos. After all, the reputation of the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, remains quite high, and it would be difficult to explain this to their elder brother. Just as Ao Qin and Ao Shun were consumed by suspicion, Ao Run spoke first. Second brother. Third brother, do not overthink. My sister's cultivation was relinquished by myself. The wretched child has committed such a grave error, and as her mother, I can only suffer in her stead. I hope my nephew can speak a few words of kindness before the Jade Emperor and plead for my son's clemency. Upon hearing Ao Run's words, a heavy stone finally lifted from the hearts of Ao Qin and Ao Shun. Yet, they could not help but feel a sense of melancholy, reflecting on the fact that Ao Run has held the position of Dragon King of the North Sea for tens of thousands of years. Today, however, Ao Qin and Ao Shun felt a pang of sorrow, akin to the feeling of a hunted rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Sister, must you truly go to such lengths? Ao Qin remarked. The sins of that wretched child have nothing to do with you. By doing this, you only bring suffering upon yourself. Indeed, sister, why must you go to such extremes for that ungrateful creature? Ao Shun sighed. Although he had numerous offspring of his own, he knew he could never bring himself to willingly forsake his cultivation as Ao Run has done. Ao Run shook her head, saying, Second brother, third brother, please forgive my earlier rudeness, and allow me to extend my apologies to elder brother. His choice is indeed the right one, regardless of his temperament or lineage. My nephew Ao Bing is undoubtedly an exceptional choice for our Dragon Clan's leader. It is not an exaggeration to call him the hope of the Dragon tribe. Henceforth, the North Sea Dragon Clan will undoubtedly support Ao Bing wholeheartedly. Pausing for a moment, Ao Run continued. However, it is perhaps inappropriate for me to say this. From now on, I shall no longer be the Dragon King of the North Sea. I ask that you two discuss this matter further with elder brother. With that, Ao Run slowly descended into the sea. Ao Qin and Ao Shun exchanged glances, seemingly ready to take action, But upon seeing Su Cheng, they restrained themselves. Unbeknownst to them, both had begun to regard Su Cheng with a sense of respect and admiration, viewing him as a true leader. Noticing their demeanor, Su Cheng quickly said, "Uncles, my aunt's cultivation has been entirely destroyed. To prevent any danger to her, I ask that you both keep a watchful eye on her. I will take care of matters here. But nephew Ao Bing, what of the Jiao Demon King and the Demon Pill?" Ao Qin hesitated to inquire. He and Ao Shun were not as oblivious as Ao Run. They knew that the Jiao Demon King and the Demon Pill were entities that the Jade Emperor intended to eliminate. Surely, forgiveness would not come easily. "I will handle this matter myself. There is no need for you to worry. The safety of my aunt is of utmost importance. You two should return for now. Leave this to me and my master," Su Cheng assured them. He felt no need to divulge his entire plan to Ao Qin and Ao Shun. For the fewer who know, the less trouble there will be. Very well. Ao Qin and Ao Shun, the two Dragon Kings, exchanged a glance and conjured a fierce wind as they hurriedly pursued Ao Run. Chapter 65. The Naming Genius. Where is that magic orb? After the three Dragon Kings departed, Shen Gongbao approached and inquired, "Is he dead?" To be frank, Shen Gongbao held no concern for the fate of the Jiao Demon King. In truth, a creature like the Jiao Demon King, devoid of any substantial backing, was not worthy of Shen Gongbao's regard, even if he possessed the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal. Had Shen Gongbao truly desired the demise of the Jiao Demon King, the latter would have perished countless times over in the North Sea. Furthermore, given Shen Gongbao's esteemed reputation and status, he had no fear of retribution from the North Sea Dragon King. In fact, he might even garner support from the Elder Dragon King. Such is the power of connections. From the outset, Shen Gongbao had dismissed the Jiao Demon King. His genuine concern lay with the reincarnation of Ne Zha within this magic orb. Although Ne Zha's current cultivation was rather insignificant, his lineage and background were of paramount importance to Shen Gongbao. Notably, the present predicament was that the Jade Emperor sought to eliminate Ne Zha to silence him, while his own disciple Ao Bing was resolutely determined to protect Ne Zha. This was indeed a troublesome situation. In truth, Shen Gongbao contemplated the notion that if Ne Zha were truly to be refined by the Jiao Demon King, it would alleviate many complications. But was it that simple? Su Cheng shot Shen Gongbao a sidelong glance and remarked, "Master, the primordial spirit of the magic orb is exceedingly powerful. Not even Ao Qin, with his Tai Golden Immortal status, could accomplish more than merely destroy Ne Zha's physical form, even if a great Luo Golden Immortal intervened." He gently opened his mouth and, in an instant, released a 3-inch tall child. Ne Zha now shrunk. Su Cheng deftly caught Ne Zha in his palm. Upon his release, Ne Zha initially appeared bewildered, but soon, as he sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Su Cheng's hand, he gradually awakened fully under its influence. "Is this the magic orb?" Shen Gongbao approached Su Cheng's palm with curiosity, gazing at Ne Zha. This was, after all, his first close-up encounter with Ne Zha. "Where am I?" Ne Zha looked around, perplexed, before fixing his gaze upon Su Cheng's face. "Ao Bing, how have you grown so much? What has become of that green mud loach?" "It is not that I have grown. Rather, I have shrunk you," Su Cheng explained. "You were just scorched by that green mud loach's fire and nearly perished. Look, your clothes have been reduced to ashes." Ne Zha was taken aback, suddenly realizing his garments lay in charred remnants, leaving him exposed before Ao Bing and a rather dubious-looking older man. Blushing with indignation, he exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here? Ah, my eyes." Ne Zha impulsively struck Shen Gongbao's right eye with a punch, causing Shen Gongbao to clutch his eye and cry out in pain. Fortunately, as a Tai immortal body, he would not be permanently harmed. Otherwise, he might have been reduced to a one-eyed dragon. "My clothes," Ne Zha wailed, flailing about in Su Cheng's grasp. Su Cheng quickly pressed his hands together, channeling the 8-9 profound arts to suppress Ne Zha's divine power. Ne Zha had absorbed a portion of the Jiao Demon King's demonic energy, rendering him even more formidable than before. "Calm down," Su Cheng remarked. "I have already told you, your clothes were set ablaze by the Serpent Demon King. Is this truly worthy of such an uproar? For heaven's sake, you are a man. We have no curiosity regarding your physique." Ne Zha, nearly overcome with indignation, almost spewed blood in disbelief. "Surely, that is not the reason. Would you willingly strip for me?" "Of course not. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal," Su Cheng replied. "Enough. Let us not dwell on this matter any further." From within her garments, Su Cheng produced a leaf and with a gentle touch, transformed it into a coarse green garment. "Here, put this on." "How unsightly." Ne Zha grimaced as he reluctantly donned the attire. Yet, despite his disdain, he was relieved to have something to cover himself. Steadying his composure, He turned to the still shrieking Shin Gongbao, pointing and inquiring, "Ao Bing, who is this skeleton spirit?" Shin Gongbao was left speechless. Ne Zha truly had a knack for peculiar names. He had already conjured up names such as Octopus Brother, Green Mud Eel, and now another one, Skeleton Spirit. "I am your master, uncle," Shin Gongbao retorted angrily. "I am Shin Gonggong." "Oh, I see, Shin Gonggong. Pa, I am Shin Gongbao." With a laugh, Su Cheng could not suppress himself any longer, chuckling at the familiar exchange. However, midway through his laughter, he felt it somewhat unbecoming of his genteel demeanor and cleared his throat, saying, "Ahem, let us leave this matter for now. In any case, you are safe now. And that demon has paid the price. Be cautious, my disciple. Someone is approaching," Shin Gongbao suddenly warned. At his words, Su Cheng felt a shift within him. He grasped the sea-overturning divine dragon spear, readying himself for defense. Simultaneously, from the north, a flurry of yellow paper talismans soared into the sky. Amidst this display, a gaunt, emaciated old man appeared, riding upon a massive talisman. The old man's gaze scrutinized Shin Gongbao's face, and it seemed he recognized him immediately. Slightly inclining his hand, he said, "Ah, it is you, Shin Gongbao. I am Fu Yuan, honored friend." "Fu Yuan, the immortal?" Shin Gongbao gasped in astonishment. He had not expected to encounter the immortal Fu Yuan here. Fu Yuan, the immortal? Upon hearing Shin Gongbao's words, Su Cheng's heart raced. After all, he had long been calculating against this second-generation disciple of the he had never met. It was crucial to note that the sole vulnerability in Su Cheng's plan was Fu Yuan. If Fu Yuan were to be summoned by the Supreme One to confront, any ensuing complications could lead to dire consequences. Unlike the Jade Emperor, who sought to silence all witnesses, Su Cheng believed that as long as Fu Yuan met his demise, the truth of the matter would be forever concealed. If he handled it adeptly, no one would investigate further. Thus, Fu Yuan had long been marked as a target for Su Cheng, yet he had not anticipated this day would arrive so soon. Could it be that the Jade Emperor was secretly aiding him? The more Su Cheng pondered, the more convinced he became of its likelihood. He tightened his grip on the sea-overturning divine dragon spear. At that moment, the frail old man, Master Fu Yuan, also took notice of Su Cheng. He furrowed his brow as he glanced at the dragon horns atop Su Cheng's head, seemingly indifferent, merely muttering, "Dragon lineage? Humph. I never expected to encounter such repugnant rabble everywhere." Master Fu Yuan had come here because of the Dragon Demon King, who hailed from the dragon race. And thus he harbored animosity towards the entire dragon lineage. His purpose for this visit was not only to rescue Hong Jin, but also to deliver a severe blow to the dragons. Upon encountering one, he naturally did not expect kind words to emerge from his lips. However, he was unaware that his words had incited Su Cheng's fury. Although Su Cheng had already marked him as a target for elimination, she did not immediately retaliate. Instead, she let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with a hint of frost. Chapter 66. The Great Deceiver. Though Su Cheng refrained from responding, Shin Gongbao felt a surge of anger within him and exclaimed, "Master Fu Yuan, Ao Bing is my disciple. What do you mean by that remark?" Master Fu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Su Cheng was merely a helper summoned by Shin Gongbao, but he had not anticipated that she was actually his disciple. When did the Chan sect ally with the dragon lineage? Nevertheless, it was said that Shin Gongbao originated from the demon race and was fond of making acquaintances everywhere. It was not surprising for him to befriend the Four Seas Dragon Kings, and taking a dragon as a disciple was not an extraordinary occurrence. With this thought, Master Fu Yuan diminished his intent to trouble the dragon lineage. After all, Shin Gongbao held considerable prestige within the Chan sect, and he had to take his standing into account. "I see. You are the esteemed disciple of my friend Shin Gongbao. Please do not hold my words against me." Master Fu Yuan clasped his hands in respect towards Su Cheng. Shin Gongbao cast a glance at Su Cheng, and the thunder whip in his hand flickered with a hint of electricity. He understood that Master Fu Yuan had to be eliminated. Otherwise, if Su Cheng's plans were exposed, their situation, along with that of the dragon lineage, would become perilous. Shin Gongbao was certainly not one to show mercy. The stakes of this matter were significant and could not be taken lightly. Moreover, Master Fu Yuan had no prior ties to him. Not at all, not at all. At that moment, Su Cheng suddenly clasped her hands and said, "Since you are a friend of my master, how could I address you merely as friend? To be frank, since you have come to the Eastern Sea, I ought to host you on behalf of my father. However, we have just encountered a significant incident in the Four Seas, making it difficult to extend proper hospitality." "What incident?" Master Fu Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be related to his purpose for coming? Su Cheng sighed and said, "I feel quite ashamed to say this, but a Qing Jiao has emerged from the North Sea's purgatory of my dragon clan. wreaking havoc across the seas and even attempting to seize the reincarnated spirit pearl of Ne Zha. The reincarnated spirit pearl? The immortal Fu Yuan was taken aback. He had initially come for Hong Jin, but upon hearing the word spirit pearl reincarnation, his thoughts shifted entirely away from his apprentice, Hong Jin. After all, while Princess Longji was significant, she did not compare to the magnitude of the spirit pearl. The princess represented the influence of the heavenly palace at most, and even the latent powers of the dragon and phoenix origins within her were of little use, considering both clans had fallen into decline. Yet the spirit pearl? The spirit pearl symbolized Ne Zha herself. With the impending onset of the divine wars and the escalating tensions between the Chan and Jia sects, whoever could win the allegiance of the spirit pearl would essentially gain the favor of Ne Zha. If he could possess the reincarnated spirit pearl, why would he risk offending the heavenly palace and betraying the Jia sect? Fu Yuan's eyes shifted, suddenly focusing intently on the figure of Ne Zha in Su Cheng's hand. Due to the nature of the 9 transformations, Fu Yuan was unable to discern the mark of the demon orb. Moreover, Ne Zha, unlike Su Cheng, did not conceal her power, radiating a formidable aura. In an instant, a possibility emerged in Fu Yuan's mind. He inquired, "Dear dragon friend, what does the reincarnation of the spirit pearl entail?" Su Cheng immediately displayed a panicked expression and turned to Shen Gongbao, saying, "Master, no, Senior Fu Yuan, I misspoke just now." Ne Zha seemed momentarily taken aback and asked, "Ao Bing, who is this old man? What are you all discussing? What reincarnated spirit pearl? Wasn't that green mud eel just now grabbing me?" Indeed, Fu Yuan's attention was now fixated on Ne Zha, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This little girl was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. If he could take her as a disciple, or even arrange for her to marry his apprentice, he would undoubtedly earn immense merit within the Jia sect. After the divine wars concluded, he could then enjoy a position of divinity, ascending to great heights. His gaze shifted, no longer questioning Su Cheng but addressing Shen Gongbao instead. "Friend Shen Gongbao, I have heard of your generosity and extensive connections. Your reputation within our Jia sect is exceedingly high. This matter is of great significance. How could you possibly bear to take it on alone?" Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Cheng, puzzled by his apprentice's intentions. Why not simply eliminate Fu Yuan? What advantage was there in allowing him to misinterpret the situation? Nevertheless, since his apprentice had chosen this path, he, as the master, could only follow the script. Trusting Su Cheng immensely, he had no doubts at this point. "Fu Yuan, my friend, it is not that I wish to conceal anything, but this matter is indeed critical," Shen Gongbao stated. "You are aware that I am not well regarded within the Chan sect. However, if we can locate the spirit pearl, naturally, the master would regard me with newfound respect," declared Shen Gongbao. In truth, there was a measure of sincerity in his words. The reason he had exerted great effort to subdue the primordial pearl was to garner the admiration of the primordial heavenly venerable. However, it was disheartening that the one who had toiled the hardest was overlooked, while the one who had been harshly punished by the primordial pearl, the supreme lord of Tai, was given such significance. "Alas, it is not for me to say," sighed the venerable Master Fuyuan. "While the way of the Chan is commendable, the biases of the 2 heavenly venerables are excessively pronounced, adversely affecting the ethos of the Chan teachings. My friend Shen Gongbao, observe how the disciples of the Chan look upon you with indifference, whereas my own disciples exhibit unwavering loyalty. Just a few days ago, due to a single remark from you, Sister Zhu devoted herself wholeheartedly to setting up a grand formation to assist you. Does this not serve as proof of something significant? These trivial matters, why must you conceal them from me?" Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao donned a troubled expression. Su Cheng, noticing this, seemed to exhale in relief and said, "So it is, Master. I believe there is some truth in Senior Fuyuan's words. After all, Senior Fuyuan possesses a dignified countenance and an ethereal aura, clearly a person of great attainment. Moreover, since both the Chan and the Jia sects share a common origin, there is likely nothing to conceal between them. Perhaps it would be best for me, as your disciple, to convey this matter to Senior Fuyuan on your behalf." Shen Gongbao glanced at Su Cheng, inwardly lamenting. Such acting is remarkably convincing. Her audacity is truly astounding. When you previously denounced Senior Fuyuan as despicable and shameless, you certainly did not express it in this manner. Chapter 67. Coercion. Unaware of the underlying tensions, Master Fuyuan was elated to hear Su Cheng's words. Initially, he had dismissed her identity as a member of the Dragon Clan, but now she appeared much more agreeable. After all, matters concerning the spiritual pearl were of utmost importance. "Very well," Shen Gongbao feigned a sigh and said, "In that case, my disciple, please proceed." Su Cheng clasped her hands in respect and nodded, saying, "Yes, master." She then continued, "This tale is rather lengthy, beginning with my encounter with young Ne Zha at Chintang Pass." "Young Ne Zha?" Master Fu Yuan furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is she not a girl?" Ne Zha retorted angrily, "I am most certainly male." "Ahem, let us put this matter aside for now." Su Cheng cleared her throat and stated, "Upon meeting young Ne Zha, we quickly forged a brotherly bond." Ne Zha was momentarily taken aback. "When did this happen?" "That day. While we were admiring the coastal scenery, we were unexpectedly confronted by the Dragon King Awakens, who swallowed Ne Zha whole. Later, Master came to inform me that the Dragon King sought Ne Zha due to his identity." "My identity?" Ne Zha was further perplexed and asked, "What is my identity? Is it because I am the son of the general of Chintang Pass?" "No, it is because your true identity is the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl," Su Cheng proclaimed. "Reincarnation of the spiritual pearl? What is the spiritual pearl?" Ne Zha exclaimed in astonishment. "The spiritual pearl is not an object. Good heavens. I mean to say, the spiritual pearl is a person," Su Cheng clarified. "Do you understand why everyone fears you and regards you as an anomaly? It is not merely your reincarnation as a spirit pearl that endows you with innate divine strength and a formidable physique that matters. Rather, it is the fact that the Jiao Demon King, Awakens, has long sought to forge a dragon pearl. However, being a hybrid of dragon and serpent, he is incapable of creating a pure dragon pearl. Thus, he intended to devour you, hoping to transmute you into a dragon pearl." Upon this realization, Ne Zha's eyes lit up with understanding. "I knew that the aura of that green mud eel bore a striking resemblance to yours. It turns out you both belong to the dragon lineage." At this juncture, he suddenly exclaimed with gleaming eyes, "By the way, since you are of the dragon race, can you also transform into a flood dragon?" I am not a green mud eel," Su Cheng replied, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. "I am a true divine dragon. My true form is that of a azure dragon. However, it would be somewhat inaccurate to merely label me as such. Ideally, Su Cheng should embody an azure dragon, but due to the ice blue attribute of the spirit pearl, her true essence is imbued with a potent ice blue aura. Now, having integrated the bloodline of the candle dragon, her essence is somewhat ambiguous. Typically, it displays an ice blue aura, but when she unleashes the Xianzhu Tianhua, her form exudes a formidable dark golden spiritual energy. "Ah, whatever," Ne Zha chuckled. "As long as you are a dragon, that suffices. One day, let me ride on your back and soar through the heavens. Get lost." Dear disciple," the elder Xianyuan interjected, "let us set that aside for now. I wish to inquire about the current state of the flood dragon." As he spoke, Su Cheng redirected her focus to the matter at hand, almost forgetting the pressing issue amidst her banter with Ne Zha. "The flood dragon? Humph, that Awakens is overestimating his capabilities. He attempted to refine the spirit pearl, only to have it drain him of all his demonic power. He has now been reduced to nothingness." "Reduced to nothingness?" "The spirit pearl is indeed formidable." Elder Xianyuan narrowed his eyes. In truth, when he learned that the Jiao Demon King had ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in a mere 200 years, he felt a twinge of trepidation. It is worth noting that Elder Xianyuan had heard of the Jiao Demon King in the past, as both the Chan and Jia sects were involved during the Great Yu's flood control efforts. However, 2 centuries ago, the Jiao Demon King was merely at the Golden Immortal stage, hardly a cause for concern. He had presumed that in such a short span, his cultivation would not have advanced significantly, yet he had unexpectedly reached such heights. Yet, a powerful Tai Golden Immortal had been completely drained by the Spirit Pearl. Furthermore, it appears that this Spirit Pearl has yet to undergo any cultivation. Elder Xianyuan couldn't help but express his astonishment, while simultaneously his desire to possess the Spirit Pearl grew ever stronger. However, now that this Spirit Pearl reincarnated is intertwined not only with the dragon race, but also entangled with the Chan sect, the situation becomes rather complicated. The dragon race is manageable, but the Chan sect must not be underestimated. After all, both sects now hold equal standing, each with a heavenly sovereign overseeing them, and none dares to fear the other. It would be impossible to achieve one's goals using ordinary means. Elder Xianyuan furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao had trapped the Jiao Demon King over the North Sea for a month and had recently engaged in a fierce battle, naturally depleting his cultivation. Then, he observed the dragon Ao Bing, who seemed to possess only the strength of a golden immortal. His brow furrowed deeply, and a fierce glint began to emerge in his eyes. "Shen Gongbao, my friend." The immortal master Fu Yuan wore a feigned smile as he remarked, "I never anticipated that the Spirit Pearl would hold such extraordinary occurrences. My journey to seek Ao Qing was prompted by the news of my disciple, Hong Jin, being captured by him. Now that Ao Qing has met his demise, I trust that my disciple, Hong Jin, is safe. Time is of the essence. I shall take my leave to find my disciple. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss, given Fu Yuan's previous treachery. How could he depart so readily upon hearing about the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl? Could it be that he genuinely cared for Hong Jin? Unlikely, to one like Fu Yuan. Hong Jin was merely a pawn in his grand scheme. Su Cheng tightened her grip on the sea-subduing dragon glaive. Upon hearing Fu Yuan's farewell, Shen Gongbao's face betrayed a flicker of urgency as he raised his hand, preparing to speak. At that moment, whoosh, a spirit talisman shot forth from beside Fu Yuan, radiating an intense, blinding light that momentarily seared Shen Gongbao's eyes, forcing him to close them. Boom! The talisman exploded in the air, sending dust and debris swirling about. Shen Gongbao felt a sharp pain in his chest as a dagger embedded itself there, entwined with a yellow talisman that emitted a crimson glow, surging demonic energy into his chest, causing him to cough up blood. You! Shen Gongbao clutched his chest, propelled backward, and exclaimed in alarm, "Disciple, be cautious." A stiff smile crept across Fu Yuan's face as two talismans affixed to his legs glimmered with a pale blue light. In an instant, he moved with lightning speed, catching Su Cheng off guard. In one swift motion, he ensnared Ne Zha with a talisman and then delivered a punch to Su Cheng's chest. Surprisingly, despite Fu Yuan's frail appearance, Su Cheng felt an immense force behind the blow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a yellow talisman affixed to Fu Yuan's fist, confirming the old man's formidable prowess in talismanic arts. True to his name. Chapter 68. The dramatic performance begins. Su Cheng had intentionally provoked Fu Yuan into action, although she had not anticipated his decisiveness. One moment they had been sharing pleasantries, and the next, he erupted into aggression. Fu Yuan was indeed a man of character. However, the more resolute Fu Yuan became, the more delighted Su Cheng felt, as this alleviated much of her burden. As Fu Yuan's punch, imbued with tremendous force, approached, she stood her ground, allowing it to strike her squarely in the chest. Her chest caved in from the impact, and she was propelled backward several yards before regaining her footing, spitting blood that splattered onto Fu Yuan's garments. Ne Zha, in a state of alarm, could not comprehend why the old man had shifted from amiable to aggressive in the blink of an eye. "Ao Bing, what has come over you, you old wretch? Release me at once." He struggled fiercely, radiant waves of spiritual energy flickering and surging within the talisman. The venerable Xian Wang furrowed his brow, silently admiring the power of the spiritual pearl. He hastily formed a series of hand seals, causing several talismans to reappear beside him, each inscribed with the character for subdue. A number of these subduing talismans bound and entangled Ne Zha, significantly diminishing his strength in resisting. "So you are the mastermind behind the theft of the spiritual pearl. As Ao Qing mentioned, run, I will hold him back." Su Cheng weakly exclaimed, his eyes wide, seemingly using his last ounce of strength to transform into his true form. With a resounding dragon roar, a massive ice-blue divine dragon, approximately 500 to 600 meters long, soared into the sky, surging towards the venerable Xian Wang with formidable spiritual energy. "What? The mastermind behind the theft of the spiritual pearl?" Xian Wang was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Su Cheng's words. Yet time was of the essence. The ice-blue divine dragon was already charging towards him, leaving him no time to ponder. He quickly spread his hands, summoning forth 30 to 40 thunder talismans behind him. These talismans intertwined and adhered tightly to Su Cheng's form. And then Xian Wang abruptly propelled his magical energy. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning erupted upon Su Cheng's divine dragon body, crackling and sizzling incessantly, and in an instant, Su Cheng found himself enveloped in a storm of thunder. "Disciple." Shen Gongbao's eyes widened with rage. He attempted to rush forward to assist, but having just been ambushed and injured, he was once again forced back by the might of the divine thunder after only taking a couple of steps. "Huh, you dare to impede my quest for the spiritual pearl? Truly seeking your own demise." Xian Wang laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "My supreme divine thunder talisman is immensely powerful. Even a mere golden immortal like you, let alone your master, would be reduced to naught. Ao Bing, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me." Ne Zha cried out, deeply pained, before roaring in anger, "Curse you, old wretch. Release me, for I shall pierce your eyes." However, before Ne Zha could finish, Xian Wang's talisman once again wrapped around him, sealing his mouth. What do you know? They are nothing but remnants. Only by following me can you realize your true worth." Xian Wang sneered ominously. "But it matters not. Even if you harbor resentment towards me, what can you do? Once I discover the secret method to erase your memory, you will be at my mercy." While Xianwing chuckled sinisterly, Su Cheng furrowed his brow deeply. "This supreme divine thunder is rather feeble, isn't it? How could that be? Isn't that the thunder method of the saints? It is surely Xian Wang's inadequate mastery of it." Bathed in lightning, he felt as though he were luxuriating in a bath. He could not discern whether it was the overwhelming power of the Nine Nine's mysterious art or his own extraordinary spiritual pearl constitution, or perhaps both. "No, this won't do. How can I continue the act like this?" Su Cheng felt somewhat helpless. With a sudden resolve, he summoned his magical energy to ignite his inner self with the mysterious candle heavenly fire, instantly turning his body a charred black. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." His dragon form began to thrash violently. The agonized cries were indeed genuine. It is not for any other reason, but primarily due to the overwhelming power of the Xian Zhu Tianhua. Observing Su Cheng, who struggles amidst the relentless lightning, and the immense magical energy emanating from the divine dragon's body, the elder of the symbolic Yuan sect felt a swell of pride. Yet, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Why did the Shangqing divine thunder he summoned today seem extraordinarily potent? Could it be that, having acquired the spirit pearl, his thoughts had become clearer and his cultivation had advanced? Indeed, it must be so. Tears welled in Bing Nez's eyes, and his heart brimmed with fury towards the elder of the symbolic Yuan. At that moment, he finally realized that this frail old man was the true mastermind behind everything. The wretched old creature was utterly despicable. First, he sent forth that green mud loach to play the villain, while he posed as the Good Samaritan, striking unexpectedly. Such treachery was truly vile. "Symbolic Yuan elder, wait for me. I shall rend your body to pieces," roared Shen Gongbao, seething with rage as he brandished the thunder whip, unleashing a torrent of lightning towards the elder. Due to Su Cheng's exceptionally convincing performance, even Shen Gongbao was deceived, believing that his disciple had sustained grave injuries. In a furious retaliatory strike, the elder of the symbolic Yuan did not dare underestimate the attack. The massive talisman beneath his feet suddenly shot up, transforming into a gigantic yellow paper umbrella that enveloped him. Boom! The thunder whip struck the yellow umbrella, failing to inflict any real damage on the elder, yet blackening the surface of the umbrella significantly. "Humph, Shen Gongbao, what can a mere unappreciated disciple of the Chan teaching do against me? Do you intend to summon my fellow disciples to contend with me?" The elder taunted with a mocking smile, swiftly waving his hand as 7 or 8 more Shangqing divine thunder talismans surged toward Shen Gongbao. Injured and wary, Shen Gongbao quickly retreated several paces, summoning back the thunder whip for defense. Boom! Before the talismans reached him, he managed to deflect them with his magical prowess. However, the elder of the symbolic Yuan had already retreated 10 zhang away, laughing. "I shall not indulge you any longer. We shall meet again in the next battle of deities." With a cackle, he prepared to escape using his spiritual talisman. Yet at that moment, a dragon's roar erupted, suddenly ensnaring the elder of the symbolic Yuan. "You shall not harm Ne Zha while I am here." Su Cheng, still bearing charred remnants upon her body and her voice faltering, evoked both admiration and deep sorrow in Ne Zha, who stood beside her. "I cannot believe you can still move. It seems I have underestimated you." The elder of the symbolic Yuan sneered coldly, and from behind him, 7 or 8 more Shangqing divine thunder talismans emerged, unleashing powerful bolts of lightning that relentlessly struck the divine dragon's body. Chapter 69. A contest of performances. As the lightning continued to rain down, Su Cheng's vitality waned, seemingly on the brink of collapse, unable to sustain herself for another second. However, at every critical moment when Su Cheng was on the brink of collapse, he seemed to summon the last vestiges of his potential, continuing to stand resolutely in front of the venerable Fu Yuan. "You vile serpent, if you do not retreat, I shall send your soul to oblivion." Fu Yuan roared in fury. How could this dragon be so tenacious? The divine thunder of Shangqing had been striking for nearly half a period, yet it still managed to resist? Fu Yuan grew impatient, disregarding everything else. He raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of mana, as the divine thunder talismans manifested as bolts of lightning as thick as pillars, crashing relentlessly against the dragon's body. However, aside from the charred scales that painted a grim picture, it appeared that Bing had not truly lost the ability to move. Could it be? A realization struck Fu Yuan. Could this dragon possess a physique of wind and thunder? If so, it would make sense. Though formidable, the divine thunder talismans could not inflict significant harm on one with such a constitution. With this thought, Fu Yuan smirked ominously, retrieving another red talisman from his robe, inscribed with the ancient character for fire. This talisman, unlike the divine thunder talismans, was singular, yet its power surpassed that of any individual talisman. The red paper talisman shot forth, and with a thunderous boom, a great surge of flames erupted. Ao Bing, experience my true fire of samadhi. Fu Yuan clapped his hands, and the red talisman instantly adhered to Su Cheng's form. In an instant, the true fire of samadhi erupted, engulfing him in flames, radiating a crimson light akin to that of a fire dragon. Woo! Ne Zha grew increasingly anxious, struggling more fiercely. This fire was formidable, seemingly more powerful than the divine thunder. Could Ao Bing truly withstand it? Though Ne Zha was frantic, Xinguang Bao, observing from the side, narrowed his eyes. Initially, Su Cheng's acting had deceived him, but he was gradually regaining his composure. The divine thunder and the true fire of samadhi, while potent, could not possibly compare to the 9 netherine fire wielded by the Dragon Demon King. As a reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, Su Cheng would not fear the 9 netherine fire. Could he truly be harmed by the divine thunder? Upon reflection, it seemed implausible. It was likely this lad was merely acting. Damn it, I almost fell for it myself. Xinguang Bao cursed internally, yet he felt a wave of relief. He had genuinely worried for Su Cheng's safety. Nonetheless, he pondered, what was Ao Bing's intention behind such theatrics? Wasn't it simpler to directly eliminate Fu Yuan? Now, having reached this point, he had been injured by Fu Yuan due to his own carelessness. Initially, the two of them had a substantial chance, 7 or 8 parts out of 10, of slaying Fu Yuan by summoning the aid of the aquatic clans from the 4 seas. Now, the outcome was uncertain. After all, Fu Yuan possessed the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. His array of talismans, while not overwhelmingly powerful, were exceedingly troublesome. If he truly wishes to escape, he would prove to be far more formidable than the Dragon King. To perish, indeed. Just then, the jubilant laughter of Master Fu Yuan interrupted Shun Gongbao's thoughts. With all his might, he summoned his magical powers, and the formidable essence of the Samadhi true fire surged forth, roaring fiercely and engulfing the entire body of the divine dragon, stretching over 500 to 600 meters. Su Cheng let out a wretched cry, as if finally depleted of energy, gradually shrinking in radiance, reverting to human form and landing on the clouds, gasping for breath. At that moment, having regained his human shape, he bore charred marks all over his body, while the Samadhi true fire continued to torment him, relentlessly scorching his white robe. Even Shun Gongbao could hardly bear to watch. My goodness, this is the dragon scale armor. How could it be set ablaze like this? Disciple, you are overacting a tad. Hee. Ao Bing, do you think transforming into human form would diminish the harm of the Samadhi true fire? Meanwhile, Master Fu Yuan remained oblivious, reveling in his own pride. His gaunt face seemed to merge into a sinister smile as he proclaimed, this Samadhi true fire is no ordinary flame. It is refined from essence, chi, and spirit, sealed within talismans by my divine powers, making it far more potent than typical Samadhi true fire. Not only can it incinerate flesh, but it can also injure the soul. I had no intention of killing you, but since you seek death, I shall ensure your soul is shattered, rendering reincarnation a distant dream. Hurry, flee, disciple. I will hold him back. Shun Gongbao, with reddened eyes and frenzied determination, brandished the thunder whip and charged forward. Master Fu Yuan was taken aback. Having been so consumed by his own triumph that he nearly forgot Shun Gongbao was lurking nearby for an opportunity. He swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a magical force to counter Shun Gongbao. Such powerful magic. What was intended merely as a defensive act unexpectedly ignited an explosion in the air upon contact with Shun Gongbao's thunder whip. The blast seemingly struck Fu Yuan, injuring him severely, and he fell exhausted into the sea. How did I become so formidable? Master Fu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Although Shun Gongbao should have suffered significant injury from his ambush, how could this Tai Golden Immortal be so easily dispatched into the ocean? Unbeknownst to him, upon plunging into the sea, Shun Gongbao performed a water-evading technique, quietly surfacing beneath the waves. After all, I have no idea what nonsense this rebellious disciple Ao Bing is concocting. I can hardly be bothered with this mess any longer. You all can resolve it yourselves. Shun Gongbao mused. Su Cheng was equally astonished, exclaiming, my goodness, how shameless. This Shun Gongbao is an excellent master, far more unscrupulous than I. However, master, isn't your performance a tad exaggerated? This Master Fu Yuan is so inept. Are we being a bit excessive? To be honest, this Samadhi true fire causes less harm to Su Cheng than the Qingjing divine thunder. At least the Qingjing divine thunder can tickle him a bit. The Samadhi true fire feels less potent than the magma he uses for bathing. The true fire of Samadhi is indeed a formidable divine power. yet its potency is contingent upon the wielder. The Samadhi fire wielded by the immortal master Fu Yuan is likely only slightly more powerful than that of Jiangxia. For someone as formidable as Su Cheng, who possesses the terrifying Xianzhu Tianhua, it is truly incapable of causing even the slightest harm. However, immortal master Fu Yuan, oblivious to this fact, casually waved his hand and sent Shun Gongbao crashing into the sea. He felt a vague sense of curiosity, pondering for a moment before suddenly realizing, and with a cold smirk remarked, "Humph, I thought this rascal Shen Gongbao was up to something, but it turns out he seeks to summon reinforcements from the East Sea." Chapter 70. The arrival of Tai Junren summon reinforcements? Su Cheng was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Immortal master Fu Yuan mockingly laughed. Shen Gongbao, in his foolishness, has indeed shown some cleverness. Aware that he cannot defeat me, he attempts to retreat into the depths of the sea to call upon the Dragon King of the East Sea. Humph, what a clever scheme. Since that is the case, I must conclude this swiftly. Prepare to meet your end, Ao Bing. Behold my divine power. With a sudden flourish of his hand, the enormous yellow talisman he previously used to fend off the Thunder Lord's whip surged forth once more. This talisman, a postnatal magical artifact known as the Yuan talisman, was no less formidable than the Thunder Lord's whip. Fearing that delaying might lead to unforeseen complications, he fully unleashed the power of the artifact, and the Yuan talisman shot forth with great intensity. As Su Cheng beheld the approaching talisman, he could not help but feel a sense of resignation. This old man truly is a genius of logic. Upon further reflection, it all made sense. Given Shun Gongbao's character, if he truly found himself at a disadvantage, summoning reinforcements was entirely within the realm of possibility. Yet now, Su Cheng could ascertain with certainty that Shen Gongbao was not seeking help, but rather lurking nearby to observe the unfolding spectacle. With a sigh, Su Cheng focused his attention on the talisman. Although he was unaware of its origins, he recognized it as a reasonably decent magical artifact. Its power, while not overwhelming, was certainly not to be underestimated. As the talisman surged toward him, it suddenly expanded and transformed in midair into a colossal maw, preparing to engulf him whole. Su Cheng hesitated, contemplating whether to offer some resistance. The talisman evidently possessed binding powers. Should he surrender without a fight, immortal master Fu Yuan would surely escape, rendering any pretense of resistance meaningless. A surge of spiritual energy began to emanate from him as he prepared to utilize the 8-9 profound art to evade. However, at that very moment, Su Cheng abruptly halted his movements, narrowing his eyes slightly. In the southwestern direction, a purple aura began to rise slowly. A spark of realization ignited within him. At last, they have arrived. It seemed unnecessary for him to feign resistance any longer. With this thought in mind, Su Cheng relinquished his efforts, allowing the enormous maw formed by the talisman to swallow him whole. Humph, truly effortless to subdue. Immortal master Fu Yuan chuckled sinisterly, waving his hand as the talisman transformed into a small brocade pouch, which flew into his grasp. He did not rush to eliminate Su Cheng. Instead, he seized the bound Sensiyuan Ne Zha and tossed him into the pouch as well. He then activated his escape technique, preparing to flee. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed, urging the speaker to stand firm. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the southwest, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a sweeping dust whisk. This celestial whisk, imbued with formidable magical power, surged towards the venerable Su Yuan, the immortal elder. The Tai dust whisk. Su Yuan was taken aback. This was a primordial spiritual treasure bestowed by the primordial heaven lord, a symbol of the Tai true man's status. As a member of the, Su Yuan unmistakably recognized this significant artifact. He hastily conjured a spiritual talisman, but just as the Tai dust whisk ensnared him, his form began to dissipate, transforming into a yellow paper talisman. In a moment of peril, Su Yuan had cleverly utilized a substitution talisman to escape, reappearing 5 zhang away. At that same instant, a rotund figure wielding a dust whisk and riding a pig materialized in the clouds from the southwest. Upon spotting Su Yuan, his expression shifted to one of fury. If I'm not mistaken, you must be that wretched Su Yuan, attempting to slink away. Su Yuan naturally recognized the Tai true man, yet he was more astonished that the Tai true man recognized him. He typically conducted himself in a remarkably low-profile manner, and unless intentionally seeking acquaintances, few were aware of his profound background, even among the. How could the Tai true man possibly know him? Little did Su Yuan know that ever since the revelation of the stolen spirit pearl by the cunning Shingong Bao, the Tai true man had been relentlessly searching for allies, inquiring about Su Yuan's likeness, harboring a deep-seated hatred for him. Could one blame him? The trust of the primordial heaven lord, the fateful opportunities of the 12 golden immortals, and the calamities incited by the demonic orb were all laid at Su Yuan's feet. The current Tai true man was likely seething with a desire for vengeance. Hold on, brother Tai. I am Su Yuan of the... He began, hoping to deceive with words now that Shingong Bao was absent, but before he could finish, the Tai true man summoned his treasure once more. The dust whisk sweeping towards him like a multitude of whips. You insolent wretch, today I shall make you pay dearly. The Tai true man, fueled by rage, unleashed his power. Though his magical prowess was inferior to Shingong Bao's, the Tai dust whisk, as a primordial spiritual treasure, was immensely potent. The whisk rushed forth, radiating like a blinding light, leaving Su Yuan aghast. Behold the treasure, the 1 yuan talisman. Su Yuan swiftly waved his talisman pouch, which transformed into a massive yellow paper umbrella, shielding him from the onslaught. With a deafening crash, the umbrella was struck, creating a substantial hole. Through this aperture, Su Cheng peeked out, and, upon seeing the Tai true man, his face lit up with joy. It's Uncle Tai. Quickly save us, he is Su Yuan. Seeking to abduct me. Abduct you? Su Yuan was taken aback. I have no interest in you. My concern lies with the spirit pearl. The irate Tai true man retorted. You thieving scoundrel, you indeed stole the spirit pearl. If I do not avenge myself today, I shall no longer be known as the Tai true man. Upon encountering Su Cheng, Tai Jinren's anger intensified, and he summoned his whisk for the 3rd time. The venerable Fuyuan Xianweng, filled with rage, exclaimed, You, Tai Jinren, do not think that I am afraid of you. Speak such vile words, and do not blame me for showing no mercy. As the whisk approached, he grasped a red paper talisman with his left hand, the Samadhi True Fire Talisman. Boom. Once the red paper talisman was activated, a torrent of formidable Samadhi True Fire erupted, instantly engulfing Tai's whisk in flames. Although the whisk was a congenital spiritual treasure, it bore no resistance to the Samadhi True Fire. The flames swiftly climbed the whisk, nearly singeing Tai Jinren's trousers. Wow, it's so hot. Tai Jinren hastily extinguished the flames, his embarrassment morphing into a deeper fury. You have provoked my wrath. Just wait and see how I deal with you. He reached into his trousers, rummaging for a while, and finally produced a bell-shaped, adorned with 9 golden dragon patterns, radiating brilliance and treasure-like energy. So, you wish to witness true Samadhi True Fire? Allow me to show you. Tai Jinren hurled the bell into the air, where it expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal form that descended upon Fuyuan Xianweng. Although Fuyuan Xianweng did not recognize this magical artifact, its overwhelming aura and vibrant glow warned him of its might, prompting him to swiftly affix 2 talismans to his legs, unleashing potent spiritual energy to evade the bell. Tai, I shall no longer play your games. We shall meet again in the battle of the gods. Fuyuan Xianweng leaped from the circle, ready to unleash his powers and flee. Chapter 71. The 9-Dragon Divine Fire. Just as Fuyuan Xianweng sought to escape, 2 beams of sword light suddenly flashed into existence. Demon, do not flee. Face the sword. A man and woman clad in armor arrived on the winds, their dual swords uniting to block Fuyuan Xianweng's path. These 2 were none other than Ne Zha's parents, Li Jing and Lady Yin. The glimmering swords caught Fuyuan Xianweng off guard. However, given his superior cultivation, he managed to grasp both swords firmly at the last moment. Simultaneously, 2 yellow paper talismans appeared on the backs of his hands. You 2 mere earth immortals dare to obstruct me? The talismans each bore the character for strength. And as Fuyuan Xianweng channeled his magical power, his frail hands transformed, embodying an immense force. With a resounding crack, he shattered the 2 swords effortlessly. Die! Fuyuan Xianweng drew a dagger from his robe, the very artifact that had previously wounded Shingongbao. The dagger sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lady Yin. Madam, be careful. Li Jing's heart raced, horrified as he watched the dagger hurtle towards her. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across, shattering the dagger into fragments with a thunderous crash. Old thief, this time I shall see where you can run. A dark figure emerged, Shingongbao suddenly appearing before Li Jing and Lady Yin. Although his aura was diminished, his spirit remained unyielded, indicating that the earlier injury had not significantly impaired him. From the very moment the esteemed Tai Jinren made his appearance, Shingongbao instantly grasped the intricacies of Su Cheng's scheme. The underlying motive behind Su Cheng's feigned vulnerability to lure the venerable Fuyuan Xianweng into action was to thoroughly tarnish his reputation. Should Shingongbao and Su Cheng launch their assaults in unison, given Fuyuan Xianweng's mastery as a Tai golden immortal, there would still remain a possibility for him to escape. Even if they could barely annihilate his corporeal form and divine essence, the chance of his true spirit slipping away would ultimately present a dilemma. Moreover, this strategy would serve to solidify Tai Junren's trust in Shingenbeo. As someone who had faced exclusion within the Chan sect, even if Tai Junren were to believe Shingenbeo's assertions, a shadow of doubt would likely linger. Furthermore, while Su Cheng's plan appeared meticulously crafted, it was not entirely foolproof. Should any trace of their intentions be uncovered, it would be fortunate if the Chan sect chose not to investigate further. However, should they pursue the matter, even if Su Cheng's identity as a spiritual pearl spared him from repercussions, Shingenbeo would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. At this juncture, Fuyuan Xianweng had personally apprehended the spiritual pearl and the demon orb, which constituted undeniable evidence. Presently, he was the sole puppet master behind the scenes. Even if Fuyuan Xianweng were to regain his composure and present a plethora of proof of his innocence, no one would believe him again. It could be said that Fuyuan Xianweng was beyond redemption. Shingenbeo recognized this reality and harbored great admiration for his disciple's stratagem as he observed Tai Junren's arrival. In order to prevent Fuyuan Xianweng from fleeing or causing unforeseen complications, he chose to reveal himself and suddenly struck. Shingenbeo. Fuyuan Xianweng felt a surge of anxiety. Had the Eastern Sea Dragon King also arrived? Fuyuan Xianweng was acutely aware that the true strength of the Eastern Sea Dragon King was that of a Deluo Golden Immortal. And even if his powers were suppressed by the Dragon Lock, he would still be a formidable opponent. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have feared, especially with the support of the Jie sect, but the current situation was decidedly precarious. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. Although Li Jing did not know Shingenbeo personally, he held him in high regard for having saved his wife. No need for formalities. Shingenbeo waved his hand dismissively. From a distance, Tai Junren noticed Shingenbeo and, contrary to his usual disdain for his junior, found him unexpectedly endearing. However, upon noticing the bloodstain upon his chest, he could not help but inquire, "Junior brother, are you injured? Did that rascal do this to you?" Indeed, indeed. Ao Bing and Ne Zha are in his grasp. He seeks to seize the spiritual pearl. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng could not help but mentally commend his master for deftly shifting the blame. This clever remark could be interpreted one way by Fuyuan Xianweng and another by Tai Junren, creating a misunderstanding that was impossible to contest. For in truth, the spiritual pearl was indeed in Fuyuan Xianweng's possession. However, he mistakenly believed Shingenbeo referred to Ne Zha, while Tai Junren assumed he meant Ao Bing. "Junior brother, come assist me. Together, let us deal with this wretched turtle today," declared Tai Junren. Absolutely. Shun Gongbao, for the first time, found himself in complete agreement with the words of Tai Junren. With a swift motion of his thunderbolt whip, he unleashed a crackling lash imbued with electric energy towards the venerable Fu Yuan. Alarmed, Fu Yuan hastily formed a spell with both hands, attempting to summon the primordial Yin talisman. However, Su Cheng was not inclined to allow him any success. At that moment, a chilling glimmer abruptly appeared in Su Cheng's grasp. With a rip, the sound of yellow paper tearing echoed as the primordial Yin talisman's protective yellow paper umbrella was cleaved in two by the cold light. Fu Yuan was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the diminutive Su Cheng held a 5-inch-long Fangtian Huaji, which had directly sliced the yellow umbrella in half. Impossible! Fu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. In his eyes, Su Cheng was merely a lowly golden immortal, someone he could easily subdue with a mere wave of his hand. Yet now, this seemingly weakling had utterly destroyed his most formidable treasure. After cleaving the yellow paper umbrella of the primordial Yin talisman, Su Cheng seized the still struggling Ne Zha, channeling the 8-9 mystic arts to transform with the wind, escaping a distance of 10 zhang, gradually returning to a size akin to that of an ordinary person. "Return the spirit pearl to me," Fu Yuan bellowed in fury, intent on pursuit. However, at that moment, watch the whip. Electricity surged, and a fierce wind howled as Shun Gongbao's thunderbolt whip ensnared Fu Yuan, emanating powerful jade, clear purple lightning. Zizzes. In an instant, the jade clear purple lightning erupted upon Fu Yuan, staining the entire cloud with a dark purple hue. Unlike Su Cheng, Fu Yuan possessed no extraordinary physical attributes. His body became rigid under the electric onslaught, and he emitted a harrowing scream. "Junior brother, what a splendid technique. As your elder brother, I cannot be outdone. You scoundrel. Behold my 9-dragon divine fire shield." Tai Junren waved his hand, summoning the previous bell-shaped shield once more. This time, tightly ensnared by Shun Gongbao's thunderbolt whip, Fu Yuan had no chance to escape as the 9-dragon divine fire shield enveloped him. Amidst his cries of agony, Fu Yuan fell into the nine-dragon divine fire shield, instantly engulfed in confusion, perceiving nothing but an all-encompassing darkness. At that moment, Tai Jinren pressed his hands into a spell formation, and with a command, the shield ignited with furious three realms true fire. From within the flames surged 9 fiery dragons, roaring forth to viciously assail Fu Yuan. Chapter 72. Reduced to ashes the nine-dragon divine fire shield. Su Cheng beheld this artifact, stirring a profound response within him. While Fu Yuan lacked appreciation for its significance, Su Cheng was well aware of the nine-dragon divine fire shield's origins. This treasure was a congenital spiritual artifact, the guardian treasure of the Golden Light Cave in Qianyuan Mountain, holding a status comparable to that of Guang Qingzi's Fantian Seal and Qi Jingzi's Yinyang Mirror, immensely powerful indeed. In the investiture of the gods, Tai Jinren utilized the nine-dragon divine fire cover to successively vanquish both Shiji Nyang and Sun Liang, one of the 10 heavenly lords, later passing it on to Ne Zha. This artifact proved to be even more formidable than the fire-tip spear and the mysterious sky silk. Once the nine-dragon divine fire cover was summoned, 9 fiery dragons would emerge, unleashing flames that embodied the devastating power of the 9-layered Samadhi true fire, exceeding the potency of the Samadhi true fire wielded by the elder of the symbolic Yuan by more than 10-fold. Tai Jinren, I am a disciple of the Jie sect. Do you dare to slay me? Elder symbolic Yuan bellowed in agony. If you dare to kill me, my fellow disciples will surely avenge me. As he was relentlessly consumed by the Samadhi true fire, it seemed that even his very soul was gravely wounded. Jie sect? How dare you? I shall annihilate your Jie sect. Tai Jinren exclaimed, filled with both fury and mirth. You have thwarted my endeavors, disrupted my mission, and caused me to forfeit my opportunity among the 12 golden immortals. If I do not make you suffer today, I am not Tai Jinren. His rage erupted, releasing the pent-up frustration he had carried for over half a year. Poor Elder Symbolic Yuan's final thought, as he faced his demise, was one of confusion. When did I ever thwart your chance at the 12 golden immortals? The might of the nine-dragon divine fire cover was immense. Within the span of a tea break, Elder Symbolic Yuan was reduced to ashes, his body and soul wholly consumed, even to the extent that his true spirit ceased to exist. Su Cheng observed with a sense of dread. He had initially contemplated using the Haotian mirror to contact the Jade Emperor and eradicate Elder Symbolic Yuan's true spirit to prevent future troubles. However, he realized that there was no need for his machinations, as Tai Jinren, fully channeling the nine-dragon divine fire cover, had resolved the matter thoroughly. The foundation of the Chan sect was indeed formidable. It was no wonder that Shun Gongbao would not hesitate to kill without regard for the survival of true spirits. In this era, prior to the establishment of the investiture list, powerful artifacts could indeed obliterate true spirits. Although Shun Gongbao himself possessed no notable artifacts, given that he managed to steal the sword of immortal slaying from Yuding Jinren, it was plausible that he could acquire other artifacts of equal caliber. While these may be hidden from view, as long as he annihilated the true spirit before returning them, it would likely pose no significant issue. However, this situation undeniably left no evidence behind. Su Cheng glanced at Shun Gongbao, who happened to be looking back at him. The two exchanged a knowing nod. The plan had succeeded. Now, the only individuals privy to the truth of the Spirit Pearl were the Dragon King of the East Sea and the Jade Emperor. It could be said that Su Cheng's plan to cleanse his identity had reached a true and complete fruition. After eliminating Elder Symbolic Yuan, Tai Jinren waved his hand and retracted the nine-dragon divine fire cover, placing it once more within his trousers, prompting Su Cheng to frown. While others conceal treasures within their sleeves, you store yours in your trousers. Pray, Tai Jinren, can we not maintain some semblance of celestial grace? Such treasures deserve better. Following the incineration of Elder Symbolic Yuan, not a trace remained at the site, yet in the air, a jade token gleamed brilliantly, miraculously untouched by the Samadhi true fire within the nine-dragon divine fire cover. Su Cheng's attention was instantly drawn to the jade token. Could this be? He pondered, his thoughts racing. With a mere gesture, the great Master Tai summoned the jade tablet to his hand, yet after a fleeting glance, he lost interest, exclaiming, "Pa, I had expected it to be some precious treasure, but it is merely a spiritual stone, its essence utterly consumed by the Samadhi true fire." He casually cast the jade tablet into the vast ocean, where it quickly vanished amidst the surging waves. At that moment, with the death of the celestial elder, the restraints binding Ne Zha dissolved, and the talismans adorning him turned to ash. Ne Zha hastened to Su Cheng's side, expressing his concern. "Ao Bing, are you unscathed? Let me have a good look." He grasped Su Cheng's shoulders, displaying genuine care. Of course, I am fine. My magical prowess is formidable, and that old rogue seemed not intent on killing me, merely wishing to capture me like you. Su Cheng replied, brushing off his white robe as he spoke. Behold, not only am I uninjured, but with the dragon armor bestowed upon me by my father, I have merely expended some magical energy and feel a tad weakened, he added, only to erupt into a fit of coughs. This immediately heightened Ne Zha's anxiety. You claim to be fine? I suspect you might be concealing your injuries with your magic to spare me worry. I truly am well, Su Cheng replied, his voice tinged with frailty. Internally, he felt a wave of shame for deceiving a child scarcely 6 or 7 months old. Yet, given his prior display of distress before Ne Zha, he felt compelled to feign some internal injury. Otherwise, appearing suddenly vigorous would seem most unreasonable. Meanwhile, Li Jing and Madame Yin exchanged glances, astonished by Ne Zha's unusual display of concern. They were acutely aware of Ne Zha's character. He rarely expressed outward worry, even for his parents, unless injuries were grave. Simply put, he was the type with a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Who, then, was this young man capable of eliciting such concern from Ne Zha? Wait a moment, Ao Bing? Could he be the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl? Li Jing suddenly realized this, clearing his throat as he approached with the wind at his back. Esteemed friend, my son encountered danger at the hands of a demon, and it is thanks to your intervention that he has narrowly escaped with his life. Ne Zha, express your gratitude to our friend. Friend? Ne Zha's brow furrowed at the implication. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we should become brothers? Should I then refer to him as uncle? Ne Zha, do not be disrespectful. I have yet to settle the score for your escapade, Li Jing retorted in anger. As the tension between father and son threatened to escalate, Su Cheng quickly interjected. Generally, please. I am Ao Bing, the third son of the East Sea Dragon King. Ne Zha and I have been like brothers for several months. There is no need for formalities. You may call me by name. Indeed, he is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Observing the refined and cultured demeanor of this young man, Li Jing could not help but feel a pang of envy. How could there be such a vast difference between children of the same age? Compared to Ne Zha, Ao Bing seems like a mere mischievous child. Strictly speaking, shouldn't the Demon Pearl and the Spirit Pearl be of the same caliber? Contemplating this, Li Jing cast a glance at Master Tai. Chapter 73. The fabrication of lies. Upon noticing Li Jing's gaze upon him, Master Tai hurriedly averted his eyes, his face slightly flushed. After all, while the true culprit, Elder Fu Yuan, has now turned to ashes, Master Tai bears some responsibility for the incident involving the Spirit Pearl. Had it not been for his indulgence in wine, he would not have fallen into the traps set by the thieves, nor would he have lost the Spirit Pearl. Ever since that fateful day, Master Tai has abstained from even a drop of alcohol, a testament to his profound remorse. Is this General Li? Asked Shen Gongbao, stepping forward on a cloud. I am Shen Gongbao, the master of Ao Bing. Shen Gongbao? Li Jing furrowed his brow. Is it Shen Gong or Gongbao? What exactly is a Gongbao? Perhaps it is a mother bao? It is Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao? Shen Gongbao nearly choked on his own breath. It is Shen Gongbao. Seeing the unfolding scene, Madame Yin first found it amusing, then composed herself and addressed Li Jing with a serious demeanor. My husband, I believe this esteemed figure before us is indeed the Taoist Shen Gongbao, as the master mentioned. Precisely, Shen Gongbao exclaimed, raising his thumb in approval. It seems the lady possesses keen insight. Speaking of which, my junior, what exactly transpired? Master Tai queried, suddenly appearing on a pig. Logically speaking, since Elder Fu Yuan failed 6 months ago, he should have no desire to seize the Spirit Pearl again. After all, this matter is exceedingly perilous. And with the schism between the Jie sect and the Chan sect, Elder Fu Yuan must be aware of the consequences of his previous failure. Why then does he dare to act again? Su Cheng, perceiving the underlying concern in Master Tai's words, felt a tightening in his chest. Indeed, Master Tai was not as foolish as he seemed. In response, Shen Gongbao did not hesitate, stating, I too am unaware of the details. Initially, it was the dragon Ao Qing from the East Sea who attacked Ao Bing and Ne Zha. Sensing something amiss, I pursued and killed Ao Qing, only to discover that Elder Fu Yuan was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Shen Gongbao intentionally omitted many details, seeking to mislead Master Tai. After all, Ne Zha had been present throughout the ordeal, although he had lost consciousness for a while. Revealing too many specifics could easily expose inconsistencies. Su Cheng couldn't help but admire Shen Gongbao's adept handling of the situation. He stepped forward and explained, Master Tai. The matter unfolded thus. Ne Zha and I were playing along the coast when he was suddenly attacked by a dragon. I pursued, but was no match for the creature. And it was only with Master S' assistance that we managed to slay the dragon. However, we unexpectedly encountered this individual named Elder Fu Yuan, who ambushed us, capturing Ne Zha first, and then me, declaring that it was inconsequential who possessed the spirit pearl, as long as they were all captured. That man wielded formidable powers and even plotted against Master. Had you not arrived, we might have fallen into his clutches. Unclear about which spirit pearl? Tai Jinren pondered for a moment, glancing at Ne Zha, and was astonished to discover the immense power of Ne Zha's spirit. Evidently imbued with the essence of the nine turns profound art. He nodded and remarked, "This old fellow has indeed never encountered the primordial pearl. And your energies are exceedingly unique, having also learned the nine turns profound art. It's no wonder." At this juncture, Tai Jinren surmised that Su Cheng must have secretly imparted the nine turns profound art to Ne Zha. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but express his admiration for Su Cheng's ingenuity. Despite his own attempts over the past month to entice Ne Zha's interest in the spells, it was Su Cheng's intervention that had led Ne Zha to obediently engage in learning the nine turns profound art. However, Tai Jinren worried that this art might not be entirely suitable for Ne Zha at the moment. The nine turns profound art was specifically selected by Yuan Shi Tianzun for the spiritual pearl, designed to cultivate the spirit, and thus was highly compatible with the pearl, yielding exceptional results in practice. Yet, Ne Zha was different. As a reincarnation of the demon pill, if his spirit grew too powerful to be restrained by the Chinquan circle, he might lose consciousness and succumb to demonic madness. This was precisely why, in the film, Tai Jinren refrained from directly teaching Ne Zha the nine turns profound art. In truth, the 8-9 profound art would have been far more appropriate for Ne Zha. Unfortunately, Yuding Jinren and his disciple Yang Jian were currently untraceable, leaving only a few Taoist boys to guard the Taoist practices at the Golden Mist Cave of Yuling Mountain. Thus, Tai Jinren could not readily borrow the 8-9 profound art. However, he acknowledged Su Cheng's good intentions in imparting the knowledge to Ne Zha and found no fault in it. After all, when Tai Jinren taught Su Cheng the nine turns profound art, he had not mentioned any prohibitions like not to be passed on to others. Of course, the omission was primarily because this technique was not universally learnable. Even if Su Cheng passed it on, whether it could be learned depended on one's aptitude. At that moment, Shen Gongbao suddenly interjected, "Exactly. The old rascal Fu Yuan Xianwen cannot ascertain that Ne Zha is the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl. Hence, after acquiring the pearl, he wishes to capture my disciple Ao Bing." "Ne Zha is the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl?" Tai Jinren was taken aback. "Indeed, Master, have you forgotten? You intended to impart the nine turns profound art of the spiritual pearl and then have the pearl stand in for the heavenly sovereign to vanquish demons." Shen Gongbao winked at Tai Jinren. Suddenly, Tai Jinren comprehended Shen Gongbao's implication. So that was it. No wonder Ne Zha, as the reincarnation of the demon pill, had not succumbed to madness while learning the nine turns profound art. He had assumed it was Ao Bing's formidable cultivation that kept it in check, but in truth, it was his junior brother Shen Gongbao's guidance that enabled Ao Bing to teach Ne Zha the nine turns profound art. This made perfect sense. With Shen Gongbao overseeing the process, he would certainly prevent any mishaps that could lead Ne Zha astray. Moreover, to ensure Ne Zha remained motivated to learn, his junior brother had even fabricated a tale, falsely claiming that Ne Zha was the spiritual pearl to prevent him from losing confidence upon discovering the truth. Tai Jinren gazed at Shen Gongbao and Su Cheng with tear-filled eyes, utterly moved. The disciples of Shen Gongbao willingly chose to conceal the identity of the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, merely to alleviate their own burdens, hoping to guide Ne Zha towards a path of righteousness. Reflecting on his past disdain for Shen Gongbao's demonic lineage, he now realizes the error of his ways. Ao Bing, too, exemplifies the virtues of the spirit pearl's reincarnation, embodying unparalleled kindness. With such companions, what more could one desire? In this moment, Shen Gongbao's reputation in Tai Jinren's eyes underwent a profound transformation, elevating Su Cheng's image as well. Observing the deeply moved Tai Jinren and the impeccably crafted lies of Shen Gongbao, Su Cheng felt compelled to bestow upon him numerous silent accolades. Chapter 74. The Master-Disciple Dynamics. Shen Gongbao's actions effectively sealed the last remaining flaw in his plan. Indeed, the final vulnerability was Ne Zha. Given Ne Zha's personality, should he boast about being the reincarnation of the spirit pearl to Tai Jinren, it could lead to complications. Although Su Cheng had already prepared excuses, Shen Gongbao's words spared him much trouble. This exemplifies the power of a divine ally. Meanwhile, Madame Yin was filled with joy upon hearing this. She immediately grasped the implications of Shun Gongbao's words and cast a grateful glance his way, then eagerly inquired of Ne Zha, do you intend to diligently train in magic with your master and slay demons in the future? Well, I have little interest, Ne Zha replied. But as the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, I suppose I could occasionally vanquish monsters and save people. He declared with a hand on his hip. That is splendid news. Madame Yin exclaimed with delight. In truth, not only Madame Yin but even Li Jing felt a swell of joy, expressing immense gratitude towards Shun Gongbao. He turned to Ne Zha and said, in that case, return home with me and train diligently under the master. Who said I would return home with you? Ne Zha retorted with a scoff. Indeed, I wish to cultivate my magic, but I never said I would train with that plump pig. He pointed at Tai Yizhenren. The plump Tai Yizhenren was momentarily taken aback, while he projected an intimidating demeanor before the venerable symbolic Yuan. He faltered in the presence of the adorable yet fierce Ne Zha. My dear child, if you do not train with your master, how will you learn your magic? I will learn from Ao Bing, Ne Zha declared. Tai Yizhenren was bewildered. What did you say? The demon pearl learning magic from the spirit pearl? Surely. I must have misheard. This is the most ludicrous joke I have heard in a millennium. Jar, do not jest, Li Jing warned, his anger rising. Becoming a disciple is not a trivial matter. Moreover, while Ao Bing is your friend, and I do not oppose your friendships, to take him as a master would be exceedingly disrespectful. Indeed, absolutely not. Su Cheng interjected hastily. Ne Zha, let us set aside our relationship for now. My proficiency in magic is far from adequate. How could I possibly teach you? How so inadequate? Ne Zha challenged. Didn't you teach quite well on the coast before? Ne Zha inquired. I can only introduce you to the basics. Besides, I have only been practicing the 9 transformations of mysterious arts for a month. To be honest, it was my master Tai who taught me this technique, he replied. Is that so? Well, fine. Ne Zha nodded with a hint of resignation. Master Tai finally let out a sigh of relief, then with a touch of pride said, you see, my child, I am undoubtedly the most suitable teacher for you here. Humph, I refuse to learn from you. Ne Zha turned away, suddenly pointing a finger at Shun Gongbao, and declared, since Ao Bing is not capable, I will learn from Shun Gongbao instead. Shun Gongbao? Master Tai initially froze, then suddenly realized, damn it, Shun Gongbao? He glared at Shun Gongbao, junior brother. You must think this through. I just expressed my gratitude to you. What do you mean by taking the spirit pearl and not even sparing the demon pill? No. My disciple already has Ao Bing. Besides, I do not know the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, Shun Gongbao quickly replied. That's fine. You can just play the role of a bargain minter, Ne Zha said. I have no expectations that you could teach me anything. The atmosphere became awkward instantly. Li Jing wanted to scold, but found himself at a loss for words. Ne Zha truly lived up to his reputation as a demon pill, not to mention anything else. His verbal skills were indeed remarkable. Master Tai's eyes flickered, and he reached into his pants, retrieving a long spear after a short while. The spearhead was shaped like a flame, with 3 sharp tips, and the entire spear measured about 5 meters in length, adorned with flame patterns. The spear was none other than the renowned magical weapon, the fire-tip spear, which immediately captured Ne Zha's attention. It also attracted Su Cheng's gaze. Wow, you truly have a universe in your pants. How did you manage to fit a 5 or 6 meter long fire-tip spear in there? Su Cheng suddenly felt an urge to lean over and peek into Master Tai's pants to see what other strange items he might have. Hey, catch this, child. Master Tai tossed the fire-tip spear towards Ne Zha. Ne Zha caught it and began to play with it. This is the fire-tip spear, and the mechanism on it can ignite the true fire of Samadhi, Master Tai explained. True fire of Samadhi. What is that? Ne Zha, while toying with it, inadvertently activated the mechanism with his spiritual energy, causing the flame-shaped metal piece at the spear's tip to retract suddenly. With a loud explosion, a massive burst of flames erupted. In an instant, the clouds above the East Sea were engulfed in flames, as if the fire could scorch the very clouds, instantly dyeing the vast sky into a fiery red. Child, release it quickly. Master Tai hastily pointed at the fire-tip spear, stabilizing it. He was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the demon pill's spiritual energy to be so formidable. The potency of the fire-tip spear ultimately depended on the user's level of spiritual energy. Ne Zha's ability to achieve such a feat clearly indicated his own remarkable strength. Truly, one's superiority over another can be striking, and comparing goods can lead to discarding the inferior. Initially, there existed a spiritual pearl known as Ao Bing, and subsequently a demonic orb named Ne Zha. The prowess of Ao Bing is well understood, yet Ne Zha, who had never undergone any cultivation and had only been in existence for a mere 6 months, possessed a formidable spiritual power that was astonishingly on par with his own. It is worth noting that Tai Junren had spent countless years in cultivation. Such marvels are indeed astonishing. Is it akin to the chalice you presented moments ago? Ne Zha found himself intrigued, yet upon further contemplation, he resolved to conceal his interest. For this was not his possession. It was not merely a cup, but the nine-dragon divine fire shield. Tai Junren remarked, "My child, since you have chosen me as your master, would you accept this fire-tipped spear as a token of my goodwill?" Ne Zha, dismissively tossing the spear back to Tai Junren, attempted to place his hands on his hips, only to realize he was clad in green attire. With a touch of sulkiness, he turned away and declared, "I shall not pay my respects. What is so commendable about this? I must become a disciple of the esteemed Master Shun and stand as a senior to Ao Bing." Indeed, Master Shin Bao was somewhat vexed. The temperament of this demonic orb suggested that becoming his disciple would cost him at least 500 years of life. Moreover, Ne Zha, do not forget that Ao Bing was the first to enter the fold. Should you choose to be my disciple, you would have to address Ao Bing as your senior brother. How could you possibly be a senior to Ao Bing? Chapter 75. The Life Exchange Talisman. Master Shin Bao's words sparked a thought in Ne Zha's mind. There was merit in what he said. Ao Bing was indeed the first to enter the fold, and should he follow as a later disciple, he would be relegated to the status of a junior. This was not a favorable position. Observing Ne Zha's hesitation, Tai Junren's cunning mind devised another plan. Chuckling softly, he said, "My child, in truth, Master Shun Bao is my junior brother, and we are both disciples of the Chan sect. By choosing me as your master, you would still be regarded as a brother to Ao Bing. Furthermore, since I am a senior to Shin Bao, my disciple would naturally be a senior to his disciple as well. Would that not suffice?" Ne Zha's eyes brightened. Such an arrangement was indeed feasible. "Yes, this is quite acceptable. Not only could I acquire a magical artifact, but I would also stand as a senior to Ao Bing." Enthralled by the prospect, he glanced at Tai Junren and feigned reluctance, saying, "Well, since you are so earnestly beseeching me, I suppose I shall reluctantly agree." Tai Junren felt a sense of exasperation. It seemed he had truly become the one seeking Ne Zha's apprenticeship. Alas, this little rascal was indeed a divine punishment sent to vex him. Li Jing, relieved that an agreement had finally been reached, felt a weight lift from his heart. "In that case, Ne Zha, time is of the essence. The day is waning, and you should return home to your mother." Returning home? Ne Zha frowned. He did not wish to be confined within the Li residence. However, glancing at Su Cheng, he acknowledged the lateness of the hour. After all, he had been thoroughly exhausted by the trials imposed by the Jiao Demon King and the immortal elder Fu Yuan. Despite his formidable constitution as a demonic orb, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Thus, he addressed Su Cheng. "Very well, I shall return for now. Ao Bing, let us meet again. By the way, do not forget to rest and recover from your injuries sustained at the hands of that old curmudgeon." Now that Ne Zha had come to grasp the truth of his identity, he no longer harbored excessive fears. In jest, one might declare oneself to be the reincarnation of a spirit pearl, asserting that no one can confine one's freedom. "Once I return to my cultivation and master my spells, I shall emerge to contest with Ao Bing once more. After enduring months of disdain, I am finally liberated from that burden. Very well, until we meet again." Su Cheng waved his hand in resignation and remarked, "You need not worry about me. As a member of the Dragon Clan, my constitution is unique, and those minor injuries are of little consequence. The hour grows late. It is time for me to return." "Very well," Ne Zha acquiesced. Observing Ne Zha's willingness to return home, Li Jing exhaled in relief and addressed Lady Yin, saying, "Madam, please take Ne Zha and depart. I still have matters to discuss with the two esteemed immortals." "Very well, my husband," Lady Yin replied, recognizing Li Jing's desire to converse further with Tai Junren and Shingong Bao. She nodded and took hold of Ne Zha, instructing, "Ne Zha, let us go," and they soared into the southwest direction towards the location of Chuntang Pass. Lady Yin and Li Jing had cultivated under the guidance of the esteemed Junren since their youth. While their talents may not rival those of the 12 golden immortals, they were nonetheless exceptional, having mastered sword techniques and the 5-element evasion methods. Though they were unlikely to achieve immortality, their combined strength could rival that of earthly immortals, allowing Li Jing to feel assured about Lady Yin venturing alone. Once Lady Yin and Ne Zha had departed, Li Jing turned to Shungong Bao and bowed in gratitude, saying, "I am deeply thankful for your assistance, esteemed immortal, and even more so for your dedication to teaching my son the ways of cultivation. Should my son be able to amend his ways, I shall not forget your contributions. In the future, should you require anything, I would face any peril without hesitation." There is no need for such formalities, generally. You need not refer to me as an esteemed immortal. Simply call me fellow Taoist. Shingang Bao waved his hand and replied, Since Ne Zha is a friend of my disciple and a student of my senior brother, I would naturally not stand idly by. However, there is one matter I find perplexing. Please elucidate, esteemed immortal, Li Jing inquired respectfully. Generally, you must be aware that the primordial heavenly venerable has invoked the heavenly calamity curse. That curse is exceedingly potent. Even the most exalted Deluo golden immortals may struggle to withstand it. What hope is there for Ne Zha to amend his ways? Shingang Bao questioned, voicing his confusion. Despite having learned from Su Cheng that the demonic orb was likely a scheme orchestrated by the primordial heavenly venerable, he remained uncertain about how to unravel the heavenly calamity curse. The curse was no trivial matter. It was far more terrifying than the lightning tribulation faced by cultivators. And even Deluo golden immortals would find it challenging to confront. Even if all 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect joined forces, they might still fail to protect Ne Zha. Moreover, Shingang Bao was aware of Tai Yizhenren's capabilities, and he doubted whether Tai Yi could gather the 12 golden immortals for assistance within 3 years. Glancing at Tai Yizhenren, who nodded in affirmation, Li Jing retrieved 2 talismans from his waist. What is this? Shingang Bao exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the talismans. His knowledge allowed him to recognize them. A life exchange talisman. He finally understood that Li Jing intended to employ a life for a life, seeking to rescue Ne Zha from the grip of the heavenly calamity curse. The life-exchanging talisman was crafted by the great Luo Golden Immortal, enabling one to bear the tribulations of heaven in place of another. Initially, this powerful artifact was devised by a deity to assist their offspring in overcoming the 3 calamities. Within the teachings of the Chan school, aside from the primordial supreme being, only a handful of individuals possess the ability to inscribe such a talisman. Should one possess this talisman, during the impending calamity, Li Jing and Ne Zha could don it mutually, thereby redirecting the heavenly tribulation from Ne Zha to Li Jing. However, should that occur, given Li Jing's cultivation level, which is yet to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals, it is feared that not only his physical form and soul, but even his true spirit would be irretrievably lost. Observing the gaze of Shingang Bao, Li Jing recognized that further explanation was unnecessary and simply stated, As a father, having chosen to bring forth my son, I cannot stand idly by as he perishes beneath the wrath of the thunder. He continued, I kindly ask the 2 immortal elders not to disclose this matter to my son or my wife. Is such an action truly worth it? Shingang Bao pondered, momentarily touched by Li Jing's paternal love. In the cinematic portrayal, Shingang Bao had initially schemed for Ne Zha to slay Li Jing, rendering him incapable of empathy. Yet, from the perspective of standing in solidarity now, Shingang Bao found himself imbued with newfound understanding, even sympathy, towards Li Jing's resolve. There is no consideration of worth or worthlessness. As a father, I must act thus, Li Jing asserted firmly. At that moment, Su Cheng interjected, General Li, forgive my candor, but I believe it would be prudent for you to abstain from using this talisman. The 3 present were momentarily taken aback. Ao Bing, are you aware of the purpose of this life-exchanging talisman? Tai Yizhenren inquired. In theory, while the life-exchanging talisman is not a secret kept from all, its knowledge is not typically accessible to the average person. Given that Su Cheng had only been cultivating for 6 months, how could she possibly comprehend its significance? Forgive me for overstepping, she began. Though I am unaware of the talisman's exact purpose, I surmise that General Li intends to exchange his own life for Ne Zha's. After bowing, she continued, While I do not know the specific dangers Ne Zha faces, General Li, as the ancient saying goes, heaven does not wholly forsake mankind, regardless of the peril. I believe that if we unite our efforts, we shall surely find a resolution. Dear disciple, you may not fully grasp the gravity of this matter. Tai Yizhenren sighed, explaining, Ne Zha is the reincarnation of the demon pill, and to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the world, the celestial sovereign has long since imposed the heavenly tribulation spell to eradicate the demon pill's original spirit. This spell is exceedingly powerful, far more terrifying than the lightning calamity among the 3 disasters of wind, fire, and thunder. Even those at the quasi-saint level might not emerge unscathed from its assault. What? Even the quasi-saint level would sustain injuries from enduring this spell? Su Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. This seemed almost too exaggerated. Above the great Luo Golden Immortal lies the quasi-saint realm, a state of being that transcends the earthly plane, capable of existing in the void without succumbing, and of traversing the chaos without perishing. The Jade Emperor himself embodies the quasi-saint cultivation. To think that even a quasi-saint could be wounded under the heavenly calamity curse is indeed astonishing. It seems this curse is far more terrifying than one could ever imagine. Yet, upon reflection, it is somewhat reasonable. After all, the one who cast the curse is the primordial Lord, the second among the three pure ones, whose cultivation is unattainable for any quasi-saint. Even if he did not exert his full strength, merely casting a spell with a flick of his hand is still formidable. In the cinematic portrayal, the power of the heavenly calamity curse is already astounding. It first obliterated the dragon armor, and then even the primordial pearl, formed from the fusion of the spirit pearl and the demon orb, could not absorb the curse's divine energy. Ultimately, the great Master Tai, sacrificing the 3 flowers and 5 chi, summoned the 7-colored lotus, barely securing a slender chance of survival. However, even then, this act only preserved the souls of the 2 and could not save their corporeal forms. It is worth noting that the dragon armor is no ordinary treasure. Composed of the scales of countless dragons and the reverse scales of the dragon kings from the southeast, it is immensely powerful, capable of withstanding even the firepoint spear. It stands as the most formidable magical artifact in Su Cheng's possession. In fact, Su Cheng believes that this dragon armor likely surpasses the innate spiritual treasure, the 8 trigrams purple ribbon immortal garment, under the tutelage of red essence. Yet, despite its might, the dragon armor was instantaneously annihilated by the heavenly calamity curse. Su Cheng speculated that had it not been for the 7-colored lotus bestowed by the primordial lord, even the great Master Tai might not have been able to save the spirit pearl and the demon orb. The grade of the 7-colored lotus remains uncertain, but it is astonishing that it could withstand the heavenly calamity curse. However, this leads Su Cheng to a troubling realization. The 7-colored lotus, while powerful, seems incapable of preserving the physical body, only safeguarding the soul. This is one reason why Ao Bing and Ne Zha ultimately had their corporeal forms destroyed in the film. Sighing, the great Master Tai expressed his despair regarding the heavenly calamity curse. If only the Lord had not retreated into the void, or if other senior uncles had not done the same. The might of the heavenly calamity curse, issued by a saint of the heavenly Tao, is overwhelmingly potent and cannot be easily dispelled. Su Cheng also came to understand that this situation might be more dire than he had initially perceived. Thank you, young brother Ao Bing, for your concern, but I have made my decision. Please do not urge me further, Li Jing stated. Now that Ne Zha had taken great Master Tai as his teacher, becoming Su Cheng's senior brother, it was no longer appropriate for him to address him as a fellow Taoist, but rather as a younger brother. Su Cheng sighed, General Li. Your deep affection for your son is truly touching. But have you considered how Ne Zha would feel if you were to sacrifice yourself for him? Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated this question. Su Cheng continued softly, General Li, put yourself in my shoes. If my father were to perish to save me, leaving not a trace of his true spirit, I would suffer a lifetime of anguish. Even if I were to survive. After all, humans are beings of emotion. One cannot simply sacrifice oneself for another without considering the consequences. Ultimately, even if one were to sacrifice themselves, it may not necessarily lead to the fulfillment of another. To a certain extent, what you perceive as love for Ne Zha is, in fact, a thrust into an abyss more harrowing than death itself. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Li Jing was engulfed by sorrow, struck as if by lightning, and fell into a profound silence filled with self-doubt. Indeed, if he were to act thus, how would his wife and Ne Zha cope? To speak candidly, if his wife were to perish for Ne Zha, he would undoubtedly be consumed by grief. Had he truly erred in his judgment? Yet, was he to stand idly by and witness his son's demise? Ta Yizhenrun and Shun Gongbao exchanged glances, astonished by Albing's insight. They acknowledged Li Jing's determination and paternal love, but they felt powerless to intervene. However, upon reflection, one life for another. Would Ne Zha truly find happiness in such a trade? As Albing articulated, all beings are driven by emotions. Although Ta Yizhenrun and Shun Gongbao, as primordial beings, lacked parents, their prolonged existence in the world had granted them some understanding of human sentiments. After a moment, Ta Yizhenrun gently placed a hand on Li Jing's shoulder and said, General Li, you need not resort to this life exchange talisman. He then took the talisman from Li Jing's grasp, channeling his power to reduce it to ashes. He had never supported Li Jing's notion of trading lives, and having come to this realization, he could not allow Li Jing to proceed with such a course. After all, if Ne Zha's situation culminated in a tragedy, the blame would rest squarely on his shoulders. As Li Jing watched the talisman turn to ash, he let out a long sigh, lamenting, Yet how can my wife and I simply stand by and watch our son perish beneath the heavenly thunder? At that moment, Shun Gongbao spoke up, General Li. Perhaps it would be best to leave this matter to me. To you? Li Jing was taken aback. While he held a favorable impression of Shen Gongbao due to his previous assistance to Lady Yin, he still regarded him merely as Ta Yizhenren's junior. Logically, Shen Gongbao's abilities and artifacts should not surpass those of Ta Yizhenren. If even Ta Yizhenren was at a loss, what could his disciple possibly achieve? Indeed, junior brother, what could you possibly do? Ta Yizhenren echoed in disbelief. Shen Gongbao hesitated before responding. Over the years, I have made the acquaintance of many fellow practitioners. Perhaps I could seek their assistance. Even if they cannot counter the heavenly tribulation, they could at least offer counsel. Ta Yizhenren furrowed his brow and replied, Junior brother, it's not that I doubt you, but how could those unorthodox individuals you know be of any help? He was aware that Shen Gongbao had a wide network and had met many extraordinary figures before joining the Taoist sect. However, most of them were merely at the level of Tai Jingxian, and some were even affiliated with the Jiejiao sect. In Ta Yizhenren's mind, if the matters concerning the demonic orb attracted the involvement of Jiejiao, the situation would inevitably deteriorate further. Su Cheng subtly shook his head, finding himself in agreement with the thoughts of Tai Yizhenren regarding the matter at hand. Although Shen Gongbao possessed formidable connections, the truly remarkable individuals he knew were rather few. A survey of Fengshen Yini reveals that Shen Gongbao's acquaintances can be categorized into two groups, one comprising the second-generation disciples of the, such as the 10 heavenly lords and Liu, and the other consisting of extraordinary figures and wandering immortals, like Ma Yuan and Luo Xian. As for the first-generation disciples of the, including the 4 holy mothers and Daobao Daoist, Shen Gongbao had no rapport whatsoever. Given Shen Gongbao's network, he would certainly be more than sufficient to deal with someone like the Jiao Demon King, who lacked any backing. However, expecting them to withstand the heavenly tribulation curse was utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, the matter of the demon pill remained a secret, and it was unwise to divulge it to so many unrelated individuals. Master, Uncle, General Li, since we currently have no effective means to resolve the heavenly tribulation curse, it would be prudent to focus on immediate concerns and expedite Ne Zha's growth, Su Cheng suggested. Indeed, I concur with A.O. Bing's sentiments, Tai Yizhenren nodded. With 2 years and 4 months remaining until the heavenly tribulation curse, there is ample time for us to devise a solution. Moreover, it is possible that the events surrounding the Fengshen list may conclude swiftly, allowing the celestial lord to emerge earlier. Perhaps this is the destiny of my son. Li Jing sighed. If that is the case, we can only place our hopes in it. Esteemed immortals, A.O. Bing, given the circumstances, I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. Perhaps a miracle may yet occur. As the hour grew late, Li Jing, with a respectful bow, expressed his gratitude to the 3 once more before taking to the winds on his return to Chintang Pass. After Li Jing's departure, Shen Gongbao could not help but reflect. General Li's paternal affection for Ne Zha is truly moving. Alas, the heavenly tribulation curse is indeed a source of great distress. Shen Gongbao began to question Su Cheng's earlier assumptions. According to Su Cheng's predictions, the reincarnation of the demon pill should not pose any genuine danger. Yet, everything before him appeared overwhelmingly bleak. No, perhaps there is still a way, Tai Yizhenren suddenly interjected. What method do you speak of? Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. Tai Yizhenren regarded Shen Gongbao thoughtfully. In the past, he would not have shared much with him, but over the past month, Shen Gongbao's performance had earned his respect, and unbeknownst to him, Tai Yizhenren had come to trust him. Thus, he continued, Junior brother, you have accomplished such a significant feat that I cannot keep this hidden any longer. In my possession, there is an innate spiritual treasure. Under specific conditions, this treasure can even exhibit the defensive capabilities of a primordial artifact. Perhaps it could save Ne Zha. Shen Gongbao was taken aback by the mention of a primordial artifact. If such a treasure truly existed, there might indeed be hope. Of course, this primordial treasure would need to be one dedicated to defensive prowess, much like the Haoyan mirror, which, to some extent, is comparable to a primordial artifact. It is nonetheless a unique treasure that does not excel in defensive capabilities. Otherwise, there would be no need for such complications. One could simply withstand the heavenly tribulation curse with the Haoyan mirror. What artifact are you referring to? Shen Gongbao inquired, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be? Indeed, it is the 7-colored lotus, replied Tai Yizhenren. The 7-colored lotus is a divine treasure of Nuwa, from which even the lotus lantern originated. If we could conceal Ne Zha within it, perhaps we could successfully rescue him. However, this matter requires further contemplation. Should any misfortune befall the 7-colored lotus, it could provoke the ire of the goddess Nuwa. At this moment, Su Cheng paused, taken aback. Nuwa again? I did not anticipate that the origins of this seven-colored lotus were so profound, akin to the map of mountains and rivers, both of which are merely lent to the primordial heavenly venerable. Furthermore, it is intertwined with the lotus lantern. It seems the depths of this situation are becoming increasingly intricate. However, this realization brought a sense of relief to Su Cheng. If Ne Zha had lent these two treasures, it implied that Ne Zha was of significant importance to her. In that case, Ne Zha would likely be safe, perhaps only losing his physical form while preserving his spirit, much like in a movie. Of course, despite this alleviation, Su Cheng remained cautious. After all, there was still a possibility that for Ne Zha, the true significance lay not in the magic orb but in the spirit pearl, which could explain her lending of the two innate treasures. This possibility could not be dismissed. Well then, let me ponder this matter some more, Tai Jinren said, shaking his head. It is getting late, and I must prepare my lessons for Ne Zha. I shall not linger here any longer. With that, he mounted the heavenly pig, giving it a gentle pat on the rear as he departed towards Chintang Pass, leaving a fleeting trace of clouds behind him. Once Tai Jinren left, only Shen Gongbao and Su Cheng remained, the master and disciple. Shen Gongbao glanced at Su Cheng, and upon confirming that there was no third party nearby, he finally felt a sense of relaxation. Disciple, are you truly going to allow the magic orb to escape unchallenged? He still held reservations, for he was ultimately the mastermind behind this predicament. Although the scapegoat, the immortal Yuan, had already met his demise, Ne Zha remained alive, and should any details emerge, it could lead to complications. Rest assured, Master, Su Cheng replied confidently. You need not worry about this matter any longer. The issue of the magic orb has been perfectly resolved. If there is something to be concerned about, it would be the heavenly tribulation curse instead. You do not genuinely intend to rescue Ne Zha, do you? Shen Gongbao cautioned. I must remind you that the heavenly tribulation curse is no trifling matter. You must not interfere. Otherwise, your soul may be scattered, and the hopes of the dragon clan could be extinguished. Chapter 78. Candidates for the heavenly mandate of canonization. Shen Gongbao, fearing that Su Cheng, as a reincarnation of the spirit pearl, might be driven by compassion to recklessly plunge into the heavenly tribulation curse, repeatedly warned her. Observing his concerned demeanor, Su Cheng sighed helplessly. Master, you need not worry. I have a clear understanding of such matters. Shen Gongbao glanced at Su Cheng and sighed. I understand that as a reincarnation of the spirit pearl, you possess an innate kindness that prevents you from witnessing the demise of Ne Zha. Very well. I shall contemplate a way to assist. Su Cheng was taken aback by Shen Gongbao's genuine intent to rescue Ne Zha, and realizing it was for her sake, she felt a wave of gratitude. Master, your willingness to act in this manner fills me with immense appreciation. However, regarding the calamity curse, there is no need for you to exert yourself further. I believe the primordial supreme being has already devised a plan. Shen Gongbao was momentarily stunned, then grasped the implication of Su Cheng's words. According to her previous deductions, the primordial supreme being did not genuinely intend to bring about Ne Zha's demise. Otherwise, there would be no need for a calamity curse. After all, the supreme being's powers would easily annihilate a demon core. Yet, whether this assumption held any validity remained an enigma, merely a conjecture. Nevertheless, seeing Su Cheng's unwavering conviction, Shen Gongbao refrained from dashing her hopes and even considered it a relief, as it spared him from further complications. Ultimately, he held no genuine concern for Ne Zha's fate. Although he was moved by Li Jing's paternal affection, the reality was that Ne Zha's life or death had no bearing on him, and might even yield benefits. Were it not for Su Cheng's redemption plan, he might have devised another scheme to eliminate Ne Zha to silence him. Master, in truth, beyond the calamity curse, there exists a matter of even greater importance that requires your attention, Su Cheng stated with sudden seriousness. An even more crucial matter? Noticing Su Cheng's solemn demeanor, Shen Gongbao grew cautious, knowing that his disciple had a sharp insight and profound foresight. When she was earnest, she would not utter superfluous words. Thus, he inquired with gravity. What is it? Su Cheng organized her thoughts and replied, Master, are you familiar with the Fengshen Bang? The Fengshen Bang? Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao immediately responded, of course. The Fengshen Bang is a critical artifact from the Fengshen War, one of the celestial texts among heaven, earth, and humanity. If a name is inscribed on the Fengshen Bang, and that individual meets their end, their true spirit shall ascend into the Fengshen Bang, becoming one of the 365 righteous deities of fortune. The primordial supreme being's journey into the void was to confer with the celestial treasure supreme being and the moral supreme being regarding the names inscribed on the list. However, attaining a place on the Fengshen Bang is not necessarily a fortuitous event. Being listed as a deity on the Fengshen Bang is distinct from being conferred divinity post-war. Although both serve in the Heavenly Palace, the former is subject to the commands of the Jade Emperor, losing their freedom, while the latter can choose to heed or disregard the Jade Emperor's edicts. For instance, Erlang Xinyang Jian belongs to the latter category. Moreover, as evidenced by the later chaos instigated by Sun Wukong in the Heavenly Palace, it appears that those disciples of the listed on the Fengshen Bang likely did not heed the Jade Emperor's authority. Otherwise, capturing Sun Wukong among the 365 righteous deities would have been far more feasible. Nonetheless, considering that most were disciples of the, even if they entered the Fengshen Bang, out of respect for the celestial treasure supreme being, the Jade Emperor likely refrained from summoning them at will. Without delving into other matters, let us speak of the 28 lunar mansions, particularly the Kuemu wolf, who illicitly consorted with the celestial maiden and descended to the mortal realm to abduct the reincarnated princess of the heavenly maiden. Consequently, upon being apprehended and returned to the celestial court, the punishment meted out to him was to be relegated to the Doshui Palace, tending to the flames for the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, with the prospect of reinstatement contingent upon merit and further penalties imposed for lack thereof. This hardly qualifies as punishment. It is more akin to a holiday, and a paid one at that. By the time Kuemu Wolf re-emerged, he had already regained his former position. As the saying goes, a day in heaven equates to a year on earth. Judging by the duration of his so-called punishment, it seems his task of tending the fire was merely superficial, perhaps lasting less than a week. The Jade Emperor must have felt considerable exasperation at that juncture. Previously, he exhibited no such severity towards his own sister's daughter. Why then did he not dare to confine Kuemu Wolf beneath the Peach Mountain or Mount Hua? Nevertheless, regardless of circumstances, one significant disadvantage of being inscribed on the list of deities is the irrevocable loss of freedom and the inability to further cultivate one's skills. In this era, the prevailing sentiment among practitioners is the pursuit of the immortal realm, akin to the leisurely existence among the clouds. No self-respecting cultivator aspires to be inscribed on the list of deities, even if one were to achieve divinity. Being corporeally bound as a god while one's true essence is manipulated in life and death would be exceedingly torturous. The war for the deification is imminent. Does your master know who the appointed deity is? Su Cheng inquired once more. The expression of Shun Gongbao tightened with concern. Within the context of the deification war, there exists an individual designated as the appointed deity. Presently, the three pure ones are still deliberating over the list of deities. Thus it stands to reason that the identity of the appointed deity remains unestablished. Shun Gongbao paused and remarked, "How could I possibly know? I would surmise it to be an immortal from either the Chan or Jia sections. If it were from the Chan sect, perhaps one of the 12 golden immortals?" "Not at all," Su Cheng replied. "The appointed deity indeed hails from the Chan sect, yet is not one of the 12 golden immortals." Upon hearing this, Shun Gongbao furrowed his brow even deeper and queried, "Could it be the Southern Pole immortal, or perhaps Yun Zhongzi, or even the lamplighting Taoist? Surely it cannot be Chang Shengyan?" "No, none of them," Su Cheng clarified. Shun Gongbao's heart raced. Could it possibly be me? He uttered in disbelief, yet the thought took root, and he found himself increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Since entering the Chan sect, he had remained steadfastly loyal, exerting considerable effort regarding the matter of the primordial pearl. Yet the primordial Supreme Lord had not entrusted him with the crucial task of the spiritual pearl. Could it be that he had misjudged the Lord? Although the spiritual pearl had not been bestowed upon him, the Lord intended to assign the even greater responsibility of being the appointed deity to him. Observing Shun Gongbao's expression filled with anticipation and restrained excitement, Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. What could this unassuming master be contemplating? "I was speaking of Jiangxia, not you. Why are you so agitated?" However, given his state, Su Cheng refrained from dousing his enthusiasm and said, "The matters concerning the list of deities are information I previously gleaned from the Jade Emperor through the Haotian Mirror. This list bears great significance. The appointed deity wields the god-battering whip, and once this whip is invoked, it exerts a suppressive influence over all those named upon the list. However, the divine whip can only be wielded by those who possess the visage of the flying bear. This is precisely why neither the 12 golden immortals nor the vice-master of the burning lamp can serve as the deities appointed by heaven." Chapter 79. The visage of the flying bear. The mention of the flying bear stirred a wave of excitement within Shun Gongbao. It struck him that he had unjustly accused the celestial sovereign. Could it be that he truly intended to bestow such a monumental responsibility upon him? Su Cheng was taken aback. Shun Gongbao, possessing the visage of the flying bear? Surely not. Was it not said that Jiang Zia alone bore the flying bear visage? Furrowing his brow, he plunged into deep contemplation. In the investiture of the gods, King Wen of Zhou dreamt of the omen of the flying bear, and Jiang Zia was known as the flying bear, thus claiming the visage for himself. Initially, Su Cheng had not believed there was a profound connection between the flying bear visage and the investiture of the gods. He simply wished to caution Shen Gongbao that without the visage, one could not hold the investiture. But now it appeared he may have inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. Could it be that the flying bear visage is indeed a crucial attribute for the one appointed by heaven? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Su Cheng's mind. Yes, it was quite plausible. Upon reflection, Shen Gongbao and Jiang Zia were vastly different. The former was a leopard demon, a creature of the abyss, while the latter, though human, lacked the aptitude for ascension, failing to achieve even the status of an earth immortal despite the abundant resources provided by Yushu Palace. Therefore, neither of them met the standards set by the primordial celestial sovereign for discipleship. Jiang Zia could be excused, as the investiture of the gods suggests he was the fated one chosen by heaven. But what merits did Shen Gongbao possess to stand at the foot of the primordial celestial sovereign? It seemed the crux of the matter lay with the flying bear visage. The one appointed by heaven likely must possess this visage. And throughout the vast expanse of the world, apart from Jiang Zia, the only other individual bearing the flying bear visage was none other than Shen Gongbao. To prevent Shen Gongbao from falling under the tutelage of the celestial sovereign of spiritual treasures, the intercepting sect likely sought to seize control of the investiture. Thus, the primordial celestial sovereign had no choice but to make an exception and accept him as a disciple, thereby securing the investiture. Once the battle of the investiture concluded, not only did he expel Shen Gongbao from his teachings, but he also imprisoned him beneath the North Sea, ensuring he would never escape, lest he jeopardize the identity of the Yushu disciples. How ruthless the primordial celestial sovereign is. Su Cheng realized this and felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, he pondered whether to lend his full support to the Chan sect, perhaps even to undermine the intercepting sect. However, the situation appeared quite different now. Let us not forget, even without the connection to Shen Gongbao, he himself belonged to the Dragon Clan. The Four Seas Dragon Clan, in the eyes of the primordial celestial sovereign, were merely scaled beasts. Would the Chan sect truly accept him? The likelihood of that seemed exceedingly slim. Moreover, even if the Chan sect were to accept him, what would that change? His ultimate aim was to revitalize the Dragon Clan, and as long as the Chan sect held dominion, the Dragon Clan would forever remain suppressed. No matter the heights he reached, he would merely become a second Yang Jian. With these thoughts in mind, Su Cheng's gaze sharpened, and he made a resolute decision. Master, indeed, though you possess the visage of the flying bear and the authority to govern the investiture. However, the Jade Emperor informed me that within the Chan sect, there exists another individual possessing the aspect of the flying bear. Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao was taken aback. Another person with the aspect of the flying bear? Who could it be? He began to ponder deeply, yet despite his efforts, he could not arrive at an answer. Unlike the, where countless celestial beings gathered, the Chan sect had only a select few disciples. Aside from the 12 golden immortals, there were only the South Pole Elder, the Cloud Dweller, the Gatekeeper Chongqing Yun, and the Deputy Master, Ran Deng Daoren. Surely none of these could be the one with the aspect of the flying bear. Could they? Suddenly, Shen Gongbao recalled a name, but quickly dismissed it, thinking it impossible. Yet in the next moment, Su Cheng confirmed that nothing was impossible. That person was named Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang. Shen Gongbao stood frozen, momentarily speechless, his stutter seemingly vanished, and then he burst into laughter. Ha! I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be Jiang Zia. My disciple, you need not worry about him. He has been cultivating for 40 years without even achieving the realm of refining qi into spirit. How could he possibly ascend to divinity on behalf of the heavens? What a joke. Observing Shen Gongbao's reaction, Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Was Jiang Zia truly so inept? The realms of cultivation are categorized as refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging with the Tao. Only after merging with the Tao can one attain the status of an immortal, classified as an earth immortal. Yet, Jiang Zia had not even reached the stage of refining qi into spirit. However, despite his lackluster performance in the Battle of the Gods, it seemed improbable that he could be so utterly ineffectual. It appeared that prior to descending from the mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign had forcefully infused him with cultivation, elevating him to the realm of merging with the Tao. Coupled with the various extraordinary spells of the Chan sect and the magical whip in his possession, he managed to fulfill the monumental task of bestowing divinity. In truth, Jiang Zia had a rather unfortunate fate. After the Battle of the Gods, he seemingly vanished from history. Presumably, he followed the historical narrative, becoming the prime minister of the Zhou dynasty, and theft to the state of Qi, enjoying decades of earthly riches before passing away and being reincarnated. According to historical records, Jiang Ziya was 79 when he descended, and he died at 139. This implies that he enjoyed less than 60 years of earthly affluence. This individual, who was meant to serve as a divine emissary, ultimately became a mere pawn within the Chan sect. Moreover, had the primordial heavenly sovereign truly wished to safeguard Jiang Ziya, he could have easily sought a celestial elixir from the Taoist deity to refine his essence and transform his innate qualities. Even if he could not defy fate, achieving the status of a golden immortal would have been well within reach. Yet, it seems the primordial heavenly sovereign regarded Jiang Ziya's humble origins with disdain, unwilling to squander a favor on him, thus allowing him to enjoy mere decades of earthly splendor before dying naturally, leading to his expulsion from the Chan sect. While, in conclusion, Jiang Ziya's fate appeared more favorable than that of Shen Gongbao, the disparity between the two was not particularly vast. Master, do not forget. The primordial heavenly sovereign harbors a dislike for the demon race. This is certainly not a misunderstanding, Su Cheng stated earnestly. Upon witnessing Su Cheng's expression, Shen Gongbao's laughter abruptly ceased. A trace of lingering amusement remained on his face, yet his eyes revealed a hint of incredulity. Are you suggesting that it is impossible? What merits or capabilities does Jiang Ziya possess to supplant me as the ordained divine figure of the ages? The mere thought of Tai Jinren usurping his position among the 12 golden immortals was already intolerable for Shen Gongbao. However, it must be acknowledged that Tai Jinren was also a being of the Tai golden immortal realm, not vastly inferior to himself. Yet Jiang Ziya, a mere novice at the stage of refining essence into Qi, could he truly leap across numerous realms to seize the opportunity of becoming the divine figure from his grasp? This is not my assertion. It is what His Majesty, the Jade Emperor, conveyed to me, Su Cheng stated nonchalantly. After all, with the Haoyan mirror safely in his possession, he could conveniently shift any blame onto the Jade Emperor. As Chapter 80 unfolded, focusing on monitoring Jiang Ziya, Shen Gongbao fell into a contemplative silence, meticulously pondering the plausibility of this situation. Could it be that the primordial heavenly venerable would rather entrust the weighty responsibility of the divine figure to Jiang Ziya, a disciple of the refining essence stage, than to himself? How could the primordial heavenly venerable disregard the bonds of mentorship so callously? Shen Gongbao's indignation surged forth. After all, was it merely his humble origins that condemned him to a life burdened by prejudice? The earlier triumph of having successfully shifted blame onto the immortal Fu Yuan now felt diminished, even if he managed to exonerate himself by casting the blame onto Fu Yuan. As long as he bore the identity of a demon, he would remain shackled to a destiny of scorn. No, one's origins are predetermined and should not be deemed a matter of great consequence, Su Cheng remarked. Master, do not forget that in ancient times, the demon race was the sovereign of all realms. Shen Gongbao, the sovereign, was immediately reminded of the myriad legends from antiquity. The illustrious dragon, phoenix, and Qilan spirit clans, along with the demon race of the Eastern Emperor's celestial palace, indeed faced no scorn in those days. Regardless of the biases harbored by the primordial heavenly venerable, they were rendered moot by the undeniable power that dictated everything. Even now, it was not entirely accurate to claim that all regarded the demon race with disdain. Su Cheng continued, while the demon race is often viewed as inherently inferior within the teachings, and many perceive them as wicked and despicable beings, there still exist exceptions. Exceptions? Shen Gongbao inquired. Indeed, Su Cheng affirmed. Do not forget that the totem of the Shang dynasty, the mysterious bird, is of the demon race. The fated mysterious bird descended and birthed the Shang. The mysterious bird, alongside the Phoenix clan, held a prestigious position within the Shang dynasty. This likely explains why both Yue Xian and Kong Xian were inclined to aid King Zhou. Indeed, Shen Gongbao's eyes sparkled with realization. The mysterious bird once aided Shang Tang in achieving celestial renown, earning the esteemed title of the 99 Heavenly Lady and a revered status. Surely, I, Shen Gongbao, can also enter the world and alter humanity's perception. Precisely, Su Cheng concurred. In addition to the mysterious bird, there are numerous similar entities that have redeemed themselves in the human world, thus attaining renown. Thus, we are not devoid of opportunities. Su Cheng paused momentarily before asserting, however, we must earnestly vie for the position of the ordained divine figure in this era. After all, the significance of the Fengshen list in the battle of investiture is paramount. To take a step back, even if one is unable to obtain the Fengshen list, and ascend as a deity. It is essential to monitor the actions of the one who is destined for divinity, in order to be prepared for any eventualities. Are you suggesting that I keep an eye on Jiangxia? Shen Gongbao inquired with uncertainty. Indeed, in the investiture of the gods, when Jiangxia first ventured out, the primordial lord did not bestow the function list upon him. It was only after Jiangxia had allied with the West and encountered Zhang Guifeng upon his first return to Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace that he received the function list. The god-slaying whip and the divine beast, the foreknowledge. At that time, Shen Gongbao had just realized that Jiangxia was the one destined for divinity and sought to devise a scheme to extract the function list from him. Yet by then, it was too late. The true symbol of the initiation of the investiture was not Jiangxia acquiring the function list, but rather his first emergence from the mountains. Therefore, it is of utmost importance to keep watch over Jiangxia. As long as Shen Gongbao can accomplish this, Su Cheng will effectively hold the reins of the unfolding battle for divinity. This task can only be undertaken by the master. As for the situation here at Shintang Pass, the master can rest assured. I shall manage the affairs concerning Tai Junren and Ne Zha with utmost competence, Su Cheng asserted confidently. Shen Gongbao remained silent for a long while before finally responding. Very well, I shall prepare to return to Yushu Palace. Should you require anything, seek me out at Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. Remember, although you are exceptionally clever and resourceful, the world is fraught with treachery. You must exercise caution. Rest assured, master. I shall keep your words close to my heart, Su Cheng replied respectfully. Shen Gongbao nodded, regarding Su Cheng with care. In his heart, Ao Bing was his first disciple and the one he took the greatest pride in. One must ponder, among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, who could possibly nurture such a disciple? To have such a student is indeed a privilege. He rummaged through his robes and produced a black jade pendant, handing it to Su Cheng. Here, my disciple, accept this pendant. What is this? Su Cheng took the pendant, examining it closely, but found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Merely a piece of relatively valuable black agate. Shen Gongbao spoke slowly. This pendant is a spirit jade I carried with me during my years of cultivation. Although its spiritual energy has now been exhausted and is of no benefit for cultivation, it represents me. I, Shen Gongbao, have cultivated numerous friendships over the years. Every wandering immortal is acquainted with one another. Should you find yourself in need of assistance in the future and time is lacking, take this pendant and seek aid from the nearby wandering immortals. Perhaps some who have heard of my name will be willing to lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He had not anticipated that Shen Gongbao would bestow such a generous gift upon him upon his departure. With this pendant, he would possess an additional layer of security when out in the world. Although it may not be immediately useful, one could never know when it might prove to be invaluable. Thank you, master. Your kindness shall never be forgotten by Ao Bing, Su Cheng solemnly declared. No need for excessive formality. To have a younger brother like you and a friend like Dragon King Daoist, I, Shen Gongbao, am truly fortunate in this life. As for Dragon King Daoist, please bid him farewell on my behalf. I shall now proceed to Kunlun Mountain. With that, Shen Gongbao summoned his divine powers and shot towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Observing Shen Gongbao's departure, Su Cheng let out a sigh of relief. With Shen Gongbao's assistance, his endeavors would become significantly easier. Having concluded another matter, he noticed the sky had darkened, just as he contemplated returning directly to the Dragon Palace. An unexpected thought halted him. A jade tablet suddenly materialized in his mind. Was that talisman of the immortal master truly just a piece of jade devoid of spiritual energy, as Tai Junren had claimed? Su Cheng pondered. In that instant, as the jade tablet appeared in the flames, words seemed to materialize before his eyes. It felt akin to the experience he had when he acquired the 8-9 Profound Arts and the 9-turn Profound Arts jade tablets. If this were the case, then that jade tablet might very well contain the spells of the immortal master. Although according to Tai Junren, the dissipated spiritual energy rendered the jade tablet useless for cultivators. His situation was different. He possessed a divine-level choice system. Perhaps he could awaken the spiritual energy within the jade tablet once more. Chapter 81. Searching for the jade tablet with this thought, Su Cheng felt an increasing sense of impatience. Even though he had already mastered the Dragon God art, the 8-9 Profound Arts, the 9-turn Profound Arts, and the Jade Clear Immortal Method, each with its distinct purpose, he remained entirely ignorant of the wondrous spells akin to talismans. The talisman spells wielded by the immortal master in battle were indeed extraordinary. As the saying goes, to touch upon one subject is to gain insight into another. While he did not feel compelled to master these spells, should an opportunity arise to learn them, he would certainly not decline. After all, With his powerful spiritual pearl talent and the assistance of the divine level choice system to facilitate comprehension, he need not worry about overextending himself. Furthermore, these talisman spells were not necessarily of dubious origins. After all, the immortal master hailed from the teachings of and it was entirely possible that these spells originated from the true transmission of the supreme treasure celestial. With these thoughts in mind, Su Cheng ceased to dwell further and gazed at the churning waves below. He gracefully leaped from the clouds, diving headfirst into the East China Sea. As he felt the seawater flowing around him, his spirits lifted considerably. Channeling his divine powers, he swiftly swam to the ocean floor. However, Su Cheng did not return to the undersea purgatory. Instead, he landed on a secluded sandy beach deep beneath the waves. He then took out the right-handed spiral conch and gently blew into it, as if serenading a melody. Time flowed slowly, and the right-handed spiral conch emitted a faint glow. Even at the ocean's depths, it produced a soft, resonant sound. The surrounding aquatic creatures began to swim rapidly, and countless fish of various shapes gradually congregated around Su Cheng. The fish, intertwined together, shimmered in iridescent hues under the emerging moonlight. The scene before me is truly fantastical. Ordinarily, the ocean's survival rule dictates that large fish consume smaller ones. However, under the summons of Su Cheng, not a single fish dares to engage in mutual slaughter. Sharks and dolphins obediently listen, while whales and sturgeons swim in harmonious intertwining. At this moment, the species of fish in the ocean far exceed the mere 10,000 known in later times. Rather, there exists a myriad of varieties, at first glance numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands, indistinguishable marine creatures. Suddenly, the fish come to a slow halt, and soon after, a young girl clad in azure, bearing a dark green turtle shell upon her back, gracefully swims into view. The girl possesses an enchanting countenance, her brows resembling willow leaves and her lips akin to peach blossoms, though her eyes betray a hint of languor. Upon seeing Su Cheng, her expression gradually shifts to one of respect, yet her tone remains languorous. I have encountered the third prince. May I inquire what commands you have for the Eastern Sea's aquatic denizens? Agio, why are you here as well? Should you not be in the Eastern Sea's purgatory, attending to the edicts of our father? Su Cheng is momentarily taken aback. The girl before him is none other than the Prime Minister of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, known by the name of Jiu Qiansui. She is called thus because of her bloodline from the spirit turtle, granting her an extraordinary lifespan of 9,000 years, even without cultivation. However, upon hearing the name Jiu Qiansui attached to a young maiden, Su Cheng cannot help but feel a sense of peculiarity. Hence he refers to her simply as Agio. Agio possesses formidable prowess, having reached the realm of Earth Immortal. This is attributed to her inherently lazy disposition. Otherwise, with her extraordinary lineage, her cultivation would surely have reached even greater heights over such an extensive period. Initially, Su Cheng was astonished to learn that the renowned Prime Minister was a girl, yet upon reflection, it is not entirely implausible. After all, in various myths and legends, the gender of the Prime Minister is seldom explicitly mentioned. It is merely influenced by portrayals in television and other media that lead people to subconsciously envision the Prime Minister as an elderly man. However, considering the spirit turtle's 9,000-year lifespan, a millennium to her equates to merely a decade in human terms, and coupled with her regular cultivation, she is likely able to maintain her youthful appearance, thus not resembling the aged figures depicted in media. Under the Dragon King's command, my primary duty for the past month has been to heed the third prince's instructions, Agio states slowly. Heed my commands? Indeed, the Dragon King has declared that henceforth, the third prince is the true master of the four seas, and we, the aquatic denizens of the four seas, must cooperate with him. When the third prince sounded the right-handed conch at sea, I contemplated offering my assistance. Yet, upon witnessing the arrival of the two Dragon Kings, I refrained from causing further disruption. Agio continues. No wonder my initial intention was merely to gather a few aquatic beings. Yet the energy from the right-handed conch summoned nearly all the aquatic creatures within 100 miles. Not merely 100 miles, should you blow it further. Aquatic life within 1,000 miles would surely arrive. Agio's voice trails on. Listening to Agio's unhurried speech, even Su Cheng's patience begins to wane. Very well, Agio, I shall be succinct. This gathering of aquatic beings is to request your assistance in locating a jade tablet. This tablet is approximately 3 inches in length, without any peculiar traits. However, it should bear inscriptions upon its surface. Su Cheng briefly described the jade token of the immortal elder of the symbolic origin, then stated, whoever finds this jade token among the aquatic clan shall be generously rewarded, and I might even assist them in awakening their spiritual intelligence. A Jew nodded slowly and replied, I shall instruct the Eastern Sea Aquatic Clan to search for it. Should I also notify the other 3 seas? There is no need, Su Cheng responded. The token has not fallen into the Eastern Sea for long. Although the waves are tumultuous, it is unlikely to have drifted far from its origin. The aquatic clans should remain vigilant. However, if they fail to locate it, there is no need to force the search. Su Cheng spoke with a calm demeanor. After all, the task was exceedingly challenging. Beneath the roiling waves of the Eastern Sea, the jade token had likely drifted over 1,000 miles, akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Even with the multitude of aquatic beings in the Eastern Sea, it was improbable that they would discover it. Furthermore, even if they did, the fish, with their limited intelligence, might not recognize its significance. Nonetheless, it was worth attempting. As you command. Agio nodded and softly emitted a melodic sound reminiscent of a lullaby. As her voice resonated, countless fish around her seemed to harmonize, gradually dispersing into the depths. This was one of the innate talents of the spirit turtle bloodline, enabling communication with the aquatic creatures that had yet to awaken their intelligence. Although Su Cheng, with his dragon lineage, could achieve this as well, the overwhelming aura of a dragon might frighten the lesser fish. Thus, having someone else undertake the task was indeed beneficial. I have already instructed many of the aquatic clans. Do you have any further commands? Agio's voice grew more elongated, perhaps due to the exertion of summoning the clans. Listening to her slow cadence, Su Cheng felt a headache coming on and quickly replied, No, not at the moment. You should return to await further instructions from Father. I have experienced some insights recently and require time to cultivate. I shall establish a barrier here for my practice and will not be returning to the Eastern Sea Inferno for now. Should there be any news regarding the Jade token, you may come to find me. Understood, Agio acknowledged before gracefully swimming away. Chapter 82. The presence of the candle dragon soon, the fish dispersed, and the seabed returned to its tranquil depths. Apart from the gently swaying seaweed, Su Cheng found himself alone. Calming his mind, he first deployed a simple barrier to obscure his presence in the surrounding waters. He then settled into a meditative position on the ocean floor, bracing himself against the immense pressure. At this moment, even without relying on the advantages of his dragon form, Su Cheng was capable of withstanding the seabed's pressure with the formidable strength of the 8-9 profound art. Utilizing the immense underwater pressure, he began to circulate the 8-9 profound art, intending to thoroughly assimilate the candle dragon bloodline into his physical form. With the aid of the system, the candle dragon bloodline had already merged with his own. However, further refinement through the 8-9 profound art was essential for true integration with his corporeal body. Fortunately, this process was not protracted and would be completed in just a few days. During prior battles, he had not sustained any significant injuries, only experiencing minor wounds when he had resorted to self-inflicted harm with the profound candle heavenly fire. Thanks to the strength of his dragon form and the 8-9 profound art, he had swiftly recovered. At this moment, he was brimming with energy, resolved to complete the refinement of the Zhu Long bloodline in one vigorous effort. Time flowed on. Day turned to night. After he had circulated the Zhu Long bloodline within his body for 72 small cycles using the 8-9 mystical arts, a thunderous sound erupted, and the bloodline thoroughly absorbed the physical essence imbued with the 8-9 mystical arts. Simultaneously, a wave of dark golden radiance emanated from Su Cheng's entire being. The brilliance intensified, penetrating even the barriers that sought to contain it, illuminating a radius of 1,000 miles. Within this expanse, countless aquatic beings turned their gazes towards Su Cheng, with many awakening their intelligence, stirred by the faint aura of the Zhu Long bloodline that had seeped forth. After a while, the luminosity gradually dimmed, revealing Su Cheng's form once more. His skin had transformed to an exceptionally pale hue, almost ghostly, yet it radiated a vibrant essence. Following the complete absorption of the Zhu Long bloodline, the dual attributes of ice and fire within Su Cheng's 5 elements had reached their zenith, epitomizing the duality of ice and fire. Su Cheng opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet, attuning himself to the changes within. He discovered that, apart from the elevation of his attributes, the 8-9 mystical arts had also transcended the 5th layer, attaining the 6th layer of mastery. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the golden immortal realm. At this rate, even with the enhancements from the dragon lineage and the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, his progress was undeniably extraordinary. The spirit pearl and the magic orb were derived from the primordial pearl, which had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for countless years. Thus, as Shen Gongbao proclaimed, Infusing the spirit pearl into the dragon egg would grant Ao Bing boundless powers. As a reincarnated spirit pearl, Su Cheng had bypassed the 4 mortal cultivation realms, commencing directly from the Earth immortal stage. Nonetheless, achieving such formidable strength in a mere 6 or 7 months. Transitioning from the Earth immortal realm through the celestial immortal and mystic immortal stages to the late golden immortal stage was nothing short of remarkable. With the 8-9 mystical arts reaching the 6th layer, it is now time to elevate the realm of the 9 transformations mystical arts, Su Cheng mused. He had only practiced the 9 transformations mystical arts for about a month, barely reaching the 2nd transformation. And the disparity in proficiency compared to the 8-9 mystical arts was substantial. According to the system's guidance, the realms of the 9 transformations and 8-9 mystical arts must align to facilitate their integration. Although he had yet to discover the suitable environment as indicated by the system, it was prudent to prepare in advance and elevate the realm of the 9 transformations mystical arts. Su Cheng had dedicated a full 6 months to the 8-9 mystical arts to reach the 5th layer, a feat facilitated by the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. Upon reaching the 5th layer, the difficulty of further breakthroughs escalated, with the 6th layer necessitating the assistance of the Zhu Long bloodline for integration. It stood to reason that the challenges of cultivating the 9 transformations mystical arts would be similarly formidable. However, thanks to his foundation in the golden immortal realm and the experience garnered from the 8-9 mystical arts, the progress in the 9 transformations mystical arts had not proven as sluggish as anticipated. At this pace, it was likely that in 3 to 4 months, he would reach the 5th transformation, and the 6th transformation should also be attainable within a year. Determined, Su Cheng began to cultivate, intending to advance the 9 transformations mystical arts to the 3rd transformation here before returning to the underwater purgatory. As the spiritual energy gradually converged, a faint luminescence began to course through his body once more. Upon the complete assimilation of the Zhu Long bloodline, 2 newly hatched serpents emerged from the sandy shore, their vacant eyes gazing into the distance, over 200 miles away from Su Cheng's position. One serpent bore a green ring, while the other was adorned with a white ring. Above these 2 juvenile serpents, a massive sperm whale navigated the undercurrents, meandering about in the vicinity. The whale had not awakened its intelligence. It merely searched aimlessly for a jade tablet under a Geo's instruction. At that moment, a dark golden radiance slowly cascaded down from the sea not far away, landing upon the foreheads of the 2 young serpents. A glimmer gradually emerged in their pupils, as the 2 serpents, endowed with extraordinary talent, inadvertently awakened a semblance of intelligence due to fortuitous circumstances. The Zhu Long bloodline is immensely powerful. Even a mere hint of its aura during the fusion of bloodlines could potentially awaken intelligence in creatures. In Journey to the West, the 3rd prince of the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Lai, also known as the White Dragon, once remarked, "If I were to urinate in water, the fish therein would transform into dragons. If I were to urinate on a mountain, the grass would gain flavor and turn into spiritual herbs, harvested by celestial children for longevity." This illustrates that even the urine of a divine dragon may possess miraculous properties, though such words may bear exaggeration. How could Su Cheng's emanation of Zhu Long's essence be compared to the urine of the white dragon? Having regained intelligence, the green-ringed serpent finally comprehended its predicament. It gently nudged its sibling, the white-ringed serpent, and spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Sister, what is that fish circling about? Is it not intending to devour us?" The white-ringed serpent, being the elder, replied, having heard a Geo's prior instructions, "It is searching for a jade tablet." I overheard the celestial beings speaking. The most powerful king of the 4 seas commanded the aquatic tribes of the East Sea to seek a jade tablet inscribed with characters. The most powerful king of the 4 seas? Is it the Dragon King? The green-ringed serpent inquired. Each innate aquatic creature possesses an inherent reverence for the Dragon King, instinctively aware of his existence. This reverence is akin to a legacy, deeply etched into their instincts, explaining phenomena such as the flocking of birds towards the phoenix. "It must be the Dragon King," the white-ringed serpent said enviously. "How splendid it would be to find that jade tablet. I feel so bewildered at present. Although I have encountered fortuitous events, my intelligence remains only partially awakened. If we could locate the jade tablet, we might beseech the Dragon King for assistance in fully awakening our intellect. Alas, the whereabouts of that jade tablet remain unknown. Our aimless search is akin to finding a needle in the vast ocean." Indeed, the green-ringed serpent echoed, harboring a similar yearning. Just then, a fragment of memory flickered in its mind, and it tentatively remarked, "Sister, perhaps I have seen that jade tablet." Chapter 83. numerous jade tablets. This round of cultivation lasted Su Cheng over 20 days, and upon regaining awareness, he discovered that his 9 transformations profound skill had advanced to the 3rd transformation. He opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. The cultivation of the 9 turns mysterious arts had significantly enhanced his spirit. Although his realm remained at the late stage of the Golden Immortal, he had made considerable advancements in his divine powers. Now, Su Cheng could genuinely contend with a Tai Golden Immortal through his mystical abilities. Unlike before when he needed to rely heavily on magical artifacts even to confront a weakened Jiao Demon King. In truth, had the Jiao Demon King not been foolish enough to attempt awakening the formidable power of the sea-covering divine dragon halberd, Su Cheng might have had to exert even more effort. At the moment Su Cheng opened his eyes, a voice resonated within the barrier. Upon looking up, he discovered it was the spirit turtle Aju. Aju, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to return to my father? Su Cheng inquired. The Dragon King has summoned the 3rd prince. However, I noticed your cultivation was at a critical juncture, so I refrained from interrupting, Aju replied slowly. Ah, I see. Su Cheng nodded. He had some inkling as to why the old Dragon King sought him. With the Jiao Demon King Ao Qing dead, and the North Sea Dragon King Ao Run stripped of his powers, although the 4 seas had not descended into chaos, they would undoubtedly be affected to some extent. The old Dragon King, upon learning this news, would certainly be restless. This was also one of the reasons why Su Cheng had not immediately returned to the underwater purgatory. Having just undergone the trials of battle and having acquired the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, he yearned for peace in his cultivation, wishing to remain undisturbed by worldly matters for the time being. Very well, I shall return to seek my father, Su Cheng declared, waving his hand to dissipate the barrier. Rising to set off towards the East Sea Purgatory. Hold on, Aju's voice gently floated into Su Cheng's ears once more. Is there something else? Su Cheng paused slightly, asking. There is news regarding the jade token of the 3rd prince. Initially, Su Cheng felt a twinge of impatience at Aju's drawn-out tone. But upon hearing the mention of the jade token, his gaze brightened. He had not expected it to truly be found. Such a task, akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, would be nearly impossible without prior spiritual markings, even for a great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, Aju had managed to locate the jade token, surpassing Su Cheng's expectations. It appeared the strength of the aquatic race exceeded his imagination. Where's the jade token? Su Cheng inquired. Aju slowly placed her left hand into the sleeve of her right arm, her movements deliberate and unhurried. Just as Su Cheng's patience began to wane, she finally extracted a jade token. This is the token I discovered. I wonder if it is the one the 3rd prince seeks. Bring it here for me to see. Su Cheng commanded, and with a wave of his hand, the jade token flew toward him. Upon closer examination, he discerned that it was indeed a jade token, inscribed with characters that did not appear to belong to the talismanic script of the Immortal Elder. The token was circular, somewhat resembling a turtle shell, entirely translucent and seemingly precious, yet devoid of spiritual energy. Upon further inspection, the characters etched upon it were not oracle bone script, but appeared to be of an even more ancient form. Utilizing the reading function of his divine selection system, Su Cheng recognized one of the characters as the symbol for drought. Yet aside from that, there was no further information. Agio, this is not the jade token I seek, Su Cheng remarked, weighing the jade token in her hand. However, its shape is rather appealing. It would serve well as a pendant. She then invoked her mystical abilities, transforming it into a small jade pendant, which she hung alongside the black pendant gifted by Shen Gongbao at her waist. The origins of this jade token were obscure, yet it was likely a remnant from the ancient wars, lost to the depths of the ocean and discovered only through the diligent search of the aquatic beings. Although it may hold little utility for Su Cheng, its exquisite craftsmanship rendered it a treasure even in the mortal realm, and thus she gladly accepted it. Isn't that so? Agio spoke softly. It matters not. To acquire such a finely crafted pendant certainly merits your commendation, Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. If there are no further matters, I shall proceed to find my father. Hold on, Agio interjected once more. She slowly extended her left hand into the sleeve of her right, saying, there is also. Su Cheng, feeling exasperated, could only wait as Agio produced another jade token. This one, however, appeared quite rudimentary, marred by various blemishes, and the inscriptions resembled indecipherable scribbles. What is this? It is rather unsightly, Su Cheng remarked disdainfully, gazing at the jade token in Agio's hand. Is there nothing else? There is more. Agio's voice grew increasingly deliberate. As she prepared to reach into her sleeve again, Su Cheng, having lost her patience, swiftly moved beside Agio. grasped her right sleeve, and reached inside to retrieve it herself. Ajio's face flushed, yet she did not protest, merely stating, "Third Prince, your impatience is not a virtue. I can afford to be patient, but if you take too long, I fear my father may grow anxious," Su Cheng replied, only to be taken aback. Ajio's sleeve, though not a magical space, was connected to a tortoise shell behind her, resembling a small realm. As Su Cheng reached inside, she found it seemingly bottomless. Observing this, she decided to employ her mystical powers, shrinking down to 3 inches and slipping into Ajio's sleeve, entering the shell. Instantly, she was awestruck by the spectacle before her. "My heavens!" Su Cheng exclaimed as she beheld a dazzling array of jade tokens. Each token emanated a faint, ethereal glow. Some bore inscriptions, while many were radiant and crystalline, momentarily dazzling her vision. If Su Cheng were still merely human, she would have surely cried out in delight, exclaiming a newfound fortune. The value of these jade tokens, if sold, would be staggering. It seemed she had underestimated the capabilities of the aquatic beings. In just over a month, they had managed to amass such a collection of jade tokens. A cursory glance revealed that many among them possessed spiritual energy. However, now that Su Cheng was the 3rd prince of the Dragon King, with dominion over the entire East China Sea, indeed the vastness of the 4 seas, she found herself merely astonished momentarily before regaining her composure. System prompt. A significant accumulation of spiritually infused jade stones has been detected in one location. Please select whether to categorize them automatically. Yes, no. Could this be possible? Unexpectedly, the gathering of these jade stones has awakened even the divine selection system. I choose. Su Cheng promptly made his selection. Immediately, the light before him transformed, and soon all the spiritually infused jade stones congregated in one area, while the remainder shifted to another. Chapter 84. The acquisition of the spirit token. Above the dark, shell-like space lay jade tablets reminiscent of a starry sky. Though a few of these tablets were marred and of inferior quality, the majority retained immense value. The jade stones on the left brimmed with spiritual energy, while those on the right, albeit devoid of such energy, sparkled brilliantly. Together, they resembled a myriad of stars, with at least 10,000 of them gathered in one place. Su Cheng suddenly realized that he had inadvertently uncovered a primordial advantage of the dragon race, namely, the ocean. It seemed that, throughout his existence, the identity of being a dragon had not offered him significant benefits. After all, in this world, the 4 sea dragon kings were akin to prison guards, each overseeing their respective seas of purgatory. Beyond that, the dragon race was notably impoverished. The old dragon king had a turtle chancellor, while the remaining 3 dragon kings were virtually devoid of support, possessing at most a handful of lesser minions. Though the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl allowed him to take Shngbo as his mentor and, by fortunate circumstance, learned the 8-9 mystical arts and the 9 transformations mystical arts, it must be said that the dragon identity bore numerous drawbacks. In this era, dragons were nearly synonymous with demons. Especially during the Shang dynasty, people only recognized the Su Nio while remaining oblivious to the Yinglong. Initially, Su Cheng believed that only through relentless effort could he restore the dragon race to its former glory. It was only now that he discovered the power of the 4 seas dragon race was far from the feeble appearance it projected. At the very least, upon this vast ocean, dragons were indisputably the sovereigns. The current ocean resembled an uncharted treasure trove, with innumerable ancient relics lurking in the depths. Not to mention, a significant portion of the jade stones Su Cheng had instructed the aquatic race to search for possessed considerable value. The jade stones on the left, imbued with spiritual energy, could assist in cultivation, rivaling the natural roots of heaven and earth. Previously troubled by where to procure materials for constructing the Dragon Palace, Su Cheng now realized he had been overly concerned. Indeed, he remained fixated on his aspiration to establish the 4 seas Dragon Palace. However, at this moment, he set aside thoughts of the palace and gently raised his hand, causing countless jade stones to gradually drift toward him. These jade stones passed before Su Cheng one by one, and soon, he utilized the 8-9 mystical arts to shrink the majority of the spiritually infused stones, swallowing them into his core. The spiritual pearl could absorb spiritual energy. By consuming the jade tablets, the energy would be gradually assimilated, nurturing his soul. While it could not directly elevate his realm, it would immensely benefit his cultivation of the 9 transformations mystical arts. As for the soulless jade stones, he casually transformed them into stardust, collecting them in his pouch, for they may prove useful in the future. After completing this task, Su Cheng summoned his divine powers and departed from Ajio's shell space, emerging into the outside world. Has the third prince located the jade tablet? Agio inquired, observing Su Cheng's reappearance. Not yet, Su Cheng replied, shaking his head. However, there is no need to dwell on it. The quantity of jade stones I have gathered exceeds my expectations. Perhaps their worth surpasses that of the jade tablet itself. Whether the jade tablet of the immortal master Fu Yuan can be reactivated remains uncertain. If it cannot, then even if acquired, it would merely be an insignificant piece of jade. Among the jade stones Su Cheng obtained, at least 2,000 possessed spiritual essence, even devoid of any inherent techniques. Their value was immense, thus rendering him quite satisfied with his haul. Is that so? What a pity, Agio remarked, seemingly disappointed. Clearly, she felt a twinge of guilt for failing to fulfill Su Cheng's request. Observing her demeanor, Su Cheng smiled gently, patting Agio's head. There is no need for self-reproach. You have greatly contributed to this endeavor. Let us return to the East Sea to meet Father. With that, he summoned his magical powers and set forth towards the East Sea's inferno, with Agio nodding and following closely behind. Two beams of light gradually ascended from the dark seabed, illuminating the surrounding seaweed. At that moment, a young azure-ringed serpent stealthily emerged from the nearby darkness. Overjoyed upon sensing Su Cheng's aura, and charged towards him. Agio lowered her gaze slightly, surprised by the serpent's audacity to challenge the dragon's might. Yet swiftly waved her hand, ensnaring the young serpent in a beam of light. The serpent struggled, exclaiming, "Release me. I come to present a jade tablet to the Dragon King." Agio replied coolly, "What manner of creature are you? Since you bear a jade tablet from the aquatic clan, present it to me at once. Do you not know that challenging the dragon's authority is a grave offense?" At that juncture, a white serpent also rushed forward, addressing Agio, "Release my sister. We mean no harm." Agio had instructed the aquatic clan to gather the jade tablets, but most of those tasked were creatures of limited intelligence, knowing only to deliver them to Agio upon discovery. However, the azure and white serpents, having gained a modicum of awareness under the presence of the Zhulong, were still quite naive and unaware of the gravity of their actions. As the white serpent approached, Agio prepared to act, but Su Cheng halted her, saying, "Wait." With a gentle wave, Su Cheng summoned 2 streams of water to support the young serpents, subsequently releasing the azure serpent from its bindings. He then addressed Agio. "Ignorance is no crime. These 2 young serpents have only recently awakened their intelligence and possess little wisdom, so let us not hold their actions against them." Agio nodded in agreement. The 2 young serpents gazed at each other in confusion, and then the azure serpent seemed to come to a realization. Muttering with a hint of dissatisfaction, "I am not a fool." Its adorably naive demeanor elicited a smile from Su Cheng. Turning to the azure serpent, Su Cheng inquired, "You mentioned a jade talisman. Where is it?" Naturally, he harbored no expectations that the 2 young serpents could uncover the talisman belonging to the immortal master of talismans, especially since the aquatic tribe had previously scoured extensively without success. It was likely that even if these young serpents managed to produce a gem, it would hardly be of any extraordinary nature. However, to Su Cheng's astonishment, when the azure serpent produced the jade talisman, he was taken aback. "Here it is." The azure serpent gently parted its mouth, and forth came a jade talisman. Inscribed upon it were characters, and a fleeting aura of spiritual energy seemed to flicker and vanish. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it bore the very symbol of a talisman. In an instant, Su Cheng recognized that this was indeed the jade talisman of the immortal master of talismans. To his surprise, the azure serpent had truly unearthed the talisman. Filled with delight, Su Cheng waved his hand, and a stream of water lifted the talisman, bringing it to his grasp. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. System notification. Discovered the transmission talisman of the. Please select an option. Activate the talisman. Requires upper clear immortal power, or attempt to activate the talisman using jade clear immortal power. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Cheng was momentarily stunned.